Yo, what up, what up, what up, what up? It's your boy Rush in the building, holding it down with not only the Labudo Network, but also powered by Chaotic Truth Live. We're gonna get this interview popping off. But right now, I'm promoting my side hustle, which is Rush Enterprise. If you're in the state of New Jersey, you need armed guards or unarmed guards, call up my business line and I'll line it up. The bigger the contract, the more money we make together, you heard? Today I got a special guest. He go by the name of Sharon Bracey. Yeah, I mean, this dude's an incredible content creator. I've been following him for so long. And I mean, hey, yo, Sharon, yo, let the people know who you were, giving them an MO, and let them know what you about. You heard?
Good day, everyone. How you doing? My name is Sharon Bracey. I'm about solutions. I've been in this space for a couple of years now. I started off just having conversations with people. Then I started to realize people was a problem. They just talked about problems. They never actually had any real life solutions. So I tried to come onto these panels and give my real life experience, how I got through certain type of situations and problems in my life growing up, and give them not my expertise, but my life story, and explain to people that you can, even though you came through some rough patches in your life, you can change your mindset. What up, Steven? It's because I think a lot of people do have an issue with changing their mindset. They want to be stuck in the ways that what they grew up in, right? They get arrested development. So I just want to show people that, yeah, you can come from a very rough place. Me personally, I came from Brownsville, New York, one of the ghettoest places in New York City at the time. And I'm able to change my mindset and my lifestyle.
Word. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I mean, from listening to your vernacular, I would assume that you grew up in like in the suburbs. But what was it like growing up in Brownsville, man? For you, like, were you kind of like into the streets, or you was always into like school and kind of like staying focused on getting your education and all that? Talk to him.
I grew up as the ghetto kid. I was outside. I hopped off the porch. You know what I'm saying? I flew off that goddamn thing. I wanted to be outside. I wanted to be a part of the so-called cool kids. You know what I'm saying? I dabbled in a lot of things I shouldn't be diving into, especially at a very young age. And I also became very successful at being a degenerate person as well. Luckily, I never... I'll end it there. I'll leave it there. And so, no, I did not go to school. I did not go to college or no higher education, anything of that nature. But what I did was I did a lot of self-education. I read things, and I always was very ambitious. I wanted to make money. And that's how I got into this whole so-called street life situation that I was in when I was younger, because I was always wanted to be some kind of an entrepreneur, right? Even though I was a street version of it, ghetto version of it, a degenerate version of an entrepreneur and everything, I always enjoyed earning and out earning everybody else that's around me.
Word. I mean, by the way, I mean, you speaking now, man. Like, I can tell you're a real intelligent brother, and you have the capability to, I mean, scale whatever product you're selling. I mean, now you said when you was involved in the streets, man. Like, you don't have to get into the specific, but like I mean, like what was you kind of into? I mean.
I was into typical degenerate behavior, I would say. That's as much I would say about that. Yeah.
Okay, I could dig that, man. Now you, as a content creator, man, like, man, I've been watching you for many years, man. I've been watching you since you had 2,000 subscribers, man, and you're able to build your channel from the ground up, man. Like what What are some of the things that you had to implement into your style of growing the channel to scale it to what it is right now? Like, what were the steps for you to become a successful content creator like yourself?
It's just like with any other business. I think you need to be authentically you. You should be able to hold your integrity and be who you are in a general form. I'm not performative of who I am. This is genuinely who I am every single day. When I come out, I'm having conversations with people. I am attempting to give my life experience, not my expertise, but my life experience. Because I have a lot, I raised 5 children and now I have 2 grandchildren. So I have a lot of experience, a lot of mistakes I have made, and I corrected those mistakes. So I think the issue that a lot of people have with me personally is that it seems like I have a lot of answers for things. And the reason why I have a lot of answers for things is because I effed up so many times in my life and I had to figure out a way to correct those things. And so my best advice for anybody is to be authentically yourself and do not try to fit in with everybody else. Be yourself and evolve. Allow yourself, give yourself room to evolve. And the things how I started off to where I'm at now, I wouldn't do the same things that I did to start my channel, right? I made a lot of mistakes early on with trusting certain people and allowing certain people into my circle without properly vetting them the same way how I would properly vet them when I was younger. Because the internet is a little bit different. You could be a fake person for a little bit of a time, you know what I'm saying? And it's a little bit harder to vet that person out on the internet.
Yo, shout out to Sophisticated Jerk. He has a question for you. He said, well, he's asking you, what made you get into the construction business?
What made me get into the construction business pretty much was that was the only business that would give me a goddamn job when I decided to change my life around. Because I didn't have no education, I didn't have no work experience and none of those type of things. So construction kind of lets you get in from the ground up. And if you, as long as you want to get dirty, people are willing to use you. So I was willing to get dirty. And so as I was doing it, and I was making $7 an hour when I first started construction, I'm like, man, this is no way I'm going to continue this. So I was doing it for about a week, and a person that was attempting to teach me the game of construction, I asked him, can I see your check? And at the time when I seen his check, he was making $25 an hour. And I was like, okay, so you can make a living off of this situation. So when I seen how much he was making, I was like, all right, I could turn this into a legit career. And then so I started to take it serious. And within a couple of years, I was able to start running job sites, learn how to read blueprints, got my own crew, went from being somebody that never went on a ladder before to taking over job sites, over 10 guys and telling them what to do and getting jobs done. And as I kept moving through the ranks of that, I wanted more money. More money means more responsibility. So more responsibility means I got to be the leader in the situation, making sure everything goes well. So I went from, apprentice to a mechanic, to a journeyman, and then on to project manager, and then eventually started my own company and chasing down contracts.
Yo, that's incredible, man. That's a lot of accomplishments, man. Most people that come from where we come from, they kind of forced to get into entrepreneurship. Like, do you think is that the case for some of us that's from like the Brownsvilles, the projects, Marcy and all that? Do you think they're forced to get into entrepreneurship, such like yourself? Talk to me.
I don't know about forced into entrepreneurship, but what people got to do is just change their mindset. I think a lot of people, they just get caught in what got them to where they at today currently. So if for the past 25 years you've been doing something a certain way, you've been communicating to people a certain way, you maybe you code switch on your job, you speak a certain way, then when you go outside you speak a certain way, they tend to want to continue that path because they feel like this is the most successful they've been. But in reality, if you continue to build yourself up, you won't have to code switch as much. You'll start to just change completely because who you are is going to determine where you are going. So I think majority of people just do not understand the value in changing your mindset for a better one.
Man, now my follow-up question for you would be like, yo, you got a dope radio voice. Like, as a youngin, you when you was, doing your thing in the streets or whatever, did you ever was inspired to get into media? Like, radios and television and all that? And if so, give us a breakdown.
Yes. I did dibble dabble in things of that nature. I was a DJ when I was much younger. I made it to very important radio stations within our NYC, the ones that you know about. I DJed with big time DJs, platinum DJ artists that is from Brooklyn and Queens. I had my own talk show on major platforms when I was younger as well. I went on tour with very established Hall of Fame artists or rock and roll type artists. So I've been somebody that was always chasing, or someone that tend to be around media and communication.
Word. Nah, because I could tell your voice. You got an ill voice or whatever. Now, you getting it, doing the tours and all that. Like what was that kind of experience going on tour? Like, did you get a lot of groupie love, or nah, you kind of like fall back and just kind of enjoy, the opportunities of getting getting to the chicken while being on tour. Talk to me.
So now, tour life is very interesting. It is a lot of groupies. It's more male groupies than female groupies, which is very interesting when you actually on tour. Very interesting setting. However, me personally, I never indulged in groupies because dealing with female groupies is the easiest way to get yourself set up and caught up. You could lose your life, lose your jewelry, you get robbed. Women is the easiest way on tour to get yourself set up because you don't know that lady. Yeah, maybe she is really into you, but somebody could have sent that person to you. And so, no, I did not indulge in a whole bunch of groupie love because for me, that was a easy way to get yourself caught up out there in these streets. You send a girl there. That's the easiest way to catch them.
Yeah, I mean that was a big thing in New York in the early '90s. They would line niggas up, through the broads or whatever, and run an L Jux. So it's funny that you brought that out. I mean, now my next question for you would be do you believe in a higher source, and if so, what do you subscribe to? Talk to me.
Yes, there's something that is greater than me. Absolutely, there's plenty of things that are greater than me. 100%. Do I believe in a religion? No, I do not believe in a certain religion that I follow. That I do not, but I do believe that it is something greater than us and greater than me, and that's what's going to keep me moving forward. So religion, no. Higher power, 100%.
Okay, that's dope. Like now with this higher power that you believe in, like, does it come with a specific name, title? Like what exactly is it?
Nah, none of that. It's just really more believing in yourself, believing in doing the righteous thing, the right and wrong thing, understanding what that is, so you can move forward. And if you think in a productive way, you should get productive outcomes. When you think in negative ways, you tend to be around a whole bunch of negativity as well. And so I believe you have to really believe in the words that your words, the power of the tongue is a strong will.
Well, I totally agree with that, man. Now, you been in this space for a while now. Like, how do you deal with the trolls, man? Like, it seems like the trolls be off the chain, man. Like they be going in the chats like crazy, man. So what are some of the advice you could give somebody that's trying to get in this lane on how to deal with some of these trolls on some of these chats? Talk to me.
So I think the trolls, they are just people like, we got Love in the chat. Like somebody like Love, right? they just need some attention because they don't get attention in their real life. So they tend to try to attack you, not on subject. If it was one thing, they was challenging your words versus just trying to challenge you. It doesn't really actually make sense. But they here watching you and trying to make you feel smaller than what they are actually, you know, and that's the real thing about it. So they words don't actually affect anything in me. It's going to affect them more than it affects me. So this is what I'm saying. So the power of the tongue. So if in their mind they are always into negativity, they are always going to speak negativity, and they're going to get negative outcomes most of the time. So for those people, I wish them well. It is what it is. I cannot do nothing about it. All I could do is be authentically me. And if that bothers whoever that is something that I'm pulling out of them. And they gotta have to figure it out. They're gonna have to look themselves in the mirror and figure that out on their own. I love the trolls.
Word, man. So, by you saying all that, man, like, are you a believer of thermal energy? You know what I mean? You can't create energy nor destroy it, but the energy can only be transferred. Like, and if you do believe in that, like, give us the breakdown on how you could use that principle and implement it into your lifestyle. Talk to them.
So far as I understand, you cannot destroy energy, and yes, clearly it got to have some other style of dimensions in this world for sure, or in the world that we perceive as the world. I do not know what it is. I don't even know how to explain all these other entities that's in our world and all these different types of energies and different kind of radio waves, and I do not know how to explain those type of things at all. However, yes, energy is an important thing. You cannot destroy it. So the energy that you are pushing out, you are going to receive. So therefore, I attempt to push out more productive energy so I can receive productive energy.
Yo, that's some good advice, man. Now, my next question for you would be, all right, yo, correct me if I'm wrong, right? But like, I think you have a strong disdain towards the like red pill ideology. Could you give me a specific reason why you don't like the red pill ideology? And you know, I want to you know what I mean, build with you, man. So give me the breakdown. Talk to me.
The main problem I have with the red pill ideology is it is for men that love other men. And if we are attempting to build communities, we need to focus on relationships that is on relationships. And the relationships of men loving men and hating on women is not going to create a strong community. So if we want to keep things moving in a productive way, we got to work on ourselves first as men, build ourselves up as men. We need to stop having lust and degeneracy at the top of our value system. We need to replace those things with some sound doctrine, some honor, some integrity, some loyalty, and plenty of other things. And once we do that, we'll be able to find a woman that is also within that same well. And then once we get those two together, then they could create their family, and then their family would create communities because they would create another one. So we would actually was building something. We would not be focusing on the opposite sex. We'll be focusing on ourselves. That's the only thing you can actually change. So the red pill ideology is something to focus on women. And if you are a man and you want things to be better, you cannot focus on something that you cannot control. So that's my problem with the red pill ideology.
Uh, you know, some people give you some pushback on that. Like, you know, the red pill isn't based on just women. Like, it's a perspective of harsh reality in general, but it's not the women. It's not a focal point. It's just that online, it just seems like it's the focal point to that ideology. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but from what you're saying and what I gathered from what you're saying, like, so you think men that kind of like look into the red pill, you think they are playing in the same team, if I'm not mistaken?
So not necessarily being gay, but they are lovers of men. So they believe that men can only be their friends. They don't want to communicate with men. They only think men are funny. They think men are this, men. And only thing they want to use a woman for is their actual vagina and creating children. So that red pill ideology keep men into that realm of having a disdain for females and just use them as vagina and baby makers. And once we have a society that don't look at females as women, as human beings, we have an issue. And this is why the red pill in itself for the past 15, 20 years have not brung more families together. They actually brought more people apart. We have this scene where there's more sex, casual sex than ever. And red pill is partially to blame for it.
Okay, I see where you're getting at. So you think that the men that look into the red pill only view women as just objects, like they lack empathy and they don't have the ability to cultivate like uh I guess like intimate social skills within their with their mate within the relationship. Is that what you're saying or nah?
Yeah, that's one form of it. Yes, it is a bunch of men because it also have married men that's in these red pill spaces, and we see how they communicate as well. Majority of the ones that are married that's in the red pill space, their lifestyle is completely different from the rhetoric that they are preaching. Most people will hear them won't even realize that they are in a married relationship. Most people would believe that they are not dealing with baby mothers, and a lot of these red pill men, they are married to women that had children before them. They are not married to virgins. They are married to women that had sex out of wedlock. A lot of these things that these red pill married men are talking about, they do not express those things in their real life. And this is why when I come to the internet, me personally, I understand that I have people of all ages paying attention to me, even people that's in my family, my own children even watch my show. So I cannot go and just say anything just for some clicks and views. I got to be authentically myself. And these men are not moving in that direction. They are saying one thing, but living a completely different lifestyle. So I use my experience, not my expertise. And most of these red pill men, they are trying to say they are expert at women. And I'm just giving you my expertise in life and what I've been through.
Yeah, there is some validity to what you're saying. Like, yeah, there's a few content creators out there that preach never to ever wife up a baby mother, but you come to find out, yo, they wifed up baby mothers. You know what I mean? So yeah, it is kind of hypocritical on their end, but you know, those guys don't speak for the whole community, man. Like, you know, people within that community don't agree them being hypocrites, you know? Now there's somebody in the chat that I guess hitting you with a rebuttal. They're saying it's not true. You are talking about some extremists who claim red pill, but they are distorting the entire premise of it. Yo, he's right. But I want to get your opinion on that. Like, what do you think about what he just wrote right there?
If that's the case, then you should have no problem with what I just said, because then I'm talking about those extreme men. But it's more than just the extreme men that are espousing this BS. It's also the ones that are so-called not extreme. They agree with the extreme men. Because as a matter of fact, majority of the time, the ones that are the extremists are the ones that get all the clout, clicks, money, and the views in the first place. So it's a bunch of men that love to push the extremists out there. And that's the issue. And this is when we have a problem with these lovers of men. They don't care what that man's saying. As long as he's not saying anything negative about a man, it is okay. And it's just not a true statement. These men are lying to other men. And for some reason, men are not understanding that if you keep following red pill ideology, the only thing that you're going to be communicating with is another man.
Yeah, I mean, I feel you on that. Like, well, I mean, I'm not gonna say I feel you on that, but I understand your perspective on that. And I mean, you know, it may seem because social media do or presents these guys kind of showing a lot more favoritism from that end. You know what I mean? In the words of you just said, like, lovers of men or whatever. Uh, yeah, I mean, it's crazy, man. Like, like, I mean, when it comes to the red pill, man, it's just like I said before, man. It's just the whole focal point isn't just about women. It's about religion, finances, and etc. But I mean, coming because I understand why there is a level of frustration with the red pill on your end is because you real big on nuclear family. I am too. Know what I mean? And just looking at social media and from the information that they disperse out to the public, I would think that they're against that too, like the whole nuclear family. But nah, that's not what it is, man. Like it's just that the men that deal with the current dating scene right now, it's like a cesspool. So they're just kind of like getting the young pups hip to the game on how to maneuver and avoid getting hit with these snares when they're dealing with some of these birds out there. I mean,
So the reason why I disagree is because they are teaching these young men how to deal in degeneracy and find these so-called women that they run away from. Majority of the men that is preaching that it is a cesspool, they are the ones that is pissing in the damn pool. They going after the same women that they tell you not to go after. So they are teaching these young men how to deal and chase after the woman that is not going to mean them any good. What they need to be teaching these young men is how to first find in themselves what is positive and productive in themselves, and then therefore they could go ahead and find a positive and productive woman for themselves. But what they teach is degeneracy, and then therefore they go ahead and find a woman full of degeneracy. Then they go make some children out of degeneracy, then leave that woman to go fend for herself because they believe now that that woman is less valuable because she had a child out of wedlock. So all these things that the red pill is teaching, it has not, out of the 15, 20 years, has not come to a head where it's helped and benefit men to this day. It's putting men in a place where they are just hanging around other men. They talk with other men. They only believe in other men. They think women to this day are just tools and vagina and baby makers. And that is a huge problem if we are trying to build relationships, then community.
okay, I mean, yeah, like I mean, everything you just said is positive, and yo, I feel you on that. I would like to see the nuclear family come back, but unfortunately, I don't think it will. But I mean, do the reason why okay, there might be some extremist men out there that proclaim that all women are bad and all this is because they done dealt with the negative ripple effects from the court system. Know what I mean, whether it was through marriage, having kids, like um majority of the time, the court system will be on the side of the female, whether she's financially stable or not. I mean, and I want to get your perspective of what I just said. I mean, your perspective on that.
According to the court cases, that's just not true. Majority of the time, people are getting 50-50 custody of the child. Majority of the time, the men are not fighting to get their children. Majority of the time, the men are not fit to take care of no children. But they use that as an excuse. We'll use the men that have the extreme cases, the far extreme cases. Are there some women trying to take advantage and get the proper lawyer to take advantage of men? Absolutely, that happens. Does it happen on a majority clip? No. Majority of people are getting 50-50 custody. Majority of fathers, they get to see their children. Majority of people don't even get on child support. If you look at the child support records statistics, most women do not put their baby daddies on child support. So this whole thing, again, is just a way to get other men to kumbaya with each other. I'm not with that kumbaya-ish. I'm about making moves and being productive. So if any man is in there crying all the goddamn time, hey, you got punched in your face when I came home. I see you on the floor. If I come over tomorrow and your dumb ass is still on the floor, that's a you problem. We ain't gonna keep talking about how you got punched in the face and why you still on the floor 2, 3 days, 4, 5 days later. It's time to get up and do whatever it is that you have to do.
I see where you're getting at. Like, you're kind of like implying that I guess the set of men out today, they are kind of like weak. Like, where do you think that problem stems from by them being weak in that degree? Talk to me. Yo, I think you're on mute.
I think the most men that follow the red pill ideology, they do not have problem solving skills is a problem. That's the issue that they have. Because if they develop problem solving skills, they wouldn't keep going after the same situation time and time again. So once you get yourself, this is why I keep trying to tell people that, like, yes, I made a lot of mistakes when I was much younger in my life, but I figure out ways to correct them.
Okay, so I see. Okay, I understand. Um, Now, due to the whole the leftist feminist movement and the red pill, this those two sets of groups can possibly cause a serious negative ripple effect, which at this current moment right now, like the birth rate has declined like crazy. So, by that happening, and it keeps progressing to this level, like, yo, there's going to be more elderly people than the youth. Now, do you think that will cause uh, a serious impact into our economy, and possibly to usher in robots to take over these jobs? Now, talk to me.
So the reason why birth rates has declined is because women got smarter. They got more intelligent. They getting better at working and taking care of themselves. They're realizing that, hey, I'm not going to be with somebody that's going to drag me down. As far as robots taking over everything, I'm not sure if that's going to be implemented anytime soon. We probably be gone by time something of that happens. But if robots is taking over, so that just means humans are going to figure out other ways to make money. Um, there's no way that humans are going to just lose out in the complete workforce. Robots is going to be made to assist humans, not to take over from humans.
Some people will probably give you some pushback on that. Like, if they were to usher out the robots and take over all of these jobs, that would force globally for everybody to kind of like get into the UBI system, which is an acronym for Universal Basic Income. Like, do you think that could also be a possibility for us in the future? Talk to me.
No, I don't think that's how that's going to happen. If we have less taxi drivers and less truck drivers, what it's going to do is produce people to be more creative. And figure out more creative ways to make money, like how we have the internet. We could talk to create money. So you don't have to go ahead and trade your time for money. You will now be able to actually be more human, and you be able to sell the human experience. I think a lot of people are just afraid because they know that they are not creative. They don't know how to create anything, so therefore they're afraid that they job is going to be taken away by a robot, because a lot of people, their personality is about what job they have. And really, like, me doing construction have nothing to do with my personality. Right. That's why I don't really come up here saying, yes, I'm the best construction worker. It doesn't matter what job I did. Who cares? When I die, nobody's gonna be like, yeah, oh my God, he was one of the best construction workers. That's not what they're gonna be crying, but they're gonna cry because, or they're gonna feel sad is because of the things that I brought to them, how I made them feel, the things that we did, the way how we laughed and joked and communicated with each other. Well, I'm stupid or smart, funny, or all these other things. They're not gonna be talking about my job. And once human beings start to realize that their job does not define them, then maybe we could get more productive as human beings.
Yeah, I mean, like, okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Like, whenever there's a change, there's probably going to be a new style of jobs being open for new type of lanes. Like, for example, like 15 years ago, man, niggas was making money online like this, man. But now, like, there's like a new lane to make all kind of money online, like through all these social media platforms. So yeah, maybe there might be something like that, but I think there would be a good portion of people not be able to work at all, which will force them to, uh, get the
Be
UBI. You know what I
creative, right?
mean?
It will force them to be creative. Exactly. It force them to be more human and develop human experiences instead of defining themselves by being a postal worker, by delivering mail, or being a taxi driver, being a truck driver. That is not who you are. That's a job that you do, or that's a career that you chose, but that doesn't define who you are necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. Yeah, I agree with you. Like, people that just work a 9 to 5 for like 20 years, they kind of like lose um creative, having the ability to be creative. You know what I mean? Like, painting, music, things of
just
that nature. You know what I
just
mean?
thinking just thinking in general, right? A lot of people forget how to critically think. And this is how they fall into forms of things like the red pill ideology. Even though it doesn't work, even though the person that is spewing this remedial rhetoric about the red pill, they don't even live their own life that they are talking about. They still will follow it because they don't critically think. Even when they have somebody like myself here that went through certain things and they tell them that the way how I learned these things is because of all of the mistakes I made. They will still challenge that, but somebody that will lie to them, they want to believe the lie instead of the person that's actually went through some things, have experiences of things, and then express their thoughts through their experiences. That's the person that they want to go against instead of the person that's literally lying to them every single day. They want to believe the lie. It is what it is.
Now, this individual in the chat, he's implying that robots have already started taking over jobs. Do you have any idea what he's talking about?
I have no idea what job a robot has taken from a human being. No.
Someone else in the chat said something interesting. He says, so Trump pushing AI data centers being constructed across America is all lies. Okay, so I guess he's implying that you're right.
Right, because it's creating exactly. So people being afraid of robots is just, it don't make no sense because as AI is getting more into our lives, what people are making more money off of AI because they are using AI to work for them. Because of their creative mind, AI is able to duplicate what they're thinking in a quicker time. It turns over faster, and more people are making money off of all these things.
Now, this individual in the chat, he got a point. Robots been taking jobs in many plants due to lower labor costs. It was always the plan, and I've seen, not in person, but I've seen videos on robotics doing basic uh warehouse jobs. You know what I mean? So I mean, at some point, the technology will be advanced enough where they could actually do open heart surgery and etc. And you're saying that that's totally impossible that this will be like this in the future.
No, what I'm saying is that we should not be concerning ourselves over moving a box. Especially our black brother, we should not be concerned about moving no goddamn boxes around. That's what jobs robots took over. Putting tape on a damn box. Now, when we talk about this goddamn doctor robot, it's still going to have a doctor overseeing. The reason why they would use a robot is because a robot would be more precise and don't have no twitches. It won't never sneeze. It won't do no things of that nature. So it still have to be overseen by a skilled human being. We're not going to just send people into the ER room and a robot is going to take off your clothes and start opening you up. That's not how it's going to work. So this idea that they are talking about warehouses where a goddamn robot is literally moving boxes around or filling a lotion bottle, because we know how much these men need lotion, because when you're in the red pill, you got to use that lotion because you ain't going to have no woman. So yes, they're using robots to put lotion inside of a bottle and twist the cap on it. That is not the job that you should be you having a goddamn concern about, because guess what? Those jobs, majority of people in America cannot make a living or have a family off of putting no damn lotion in a bottle or squeezing it out the bottle when you're all alone in your room, in your chair. What's wrong with y'all?
Now, I kind of agree with you though. We may not see that in our lifetime because it costs so much money to to keep up the maintenance with these robots and AI. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they might be, so it might take some time for the technology to be advanced to the point where it's taking everybody's job, but it's going to take some time. But it eventually it will happen. You know.
Right. And so like and it's okay that people just do not understand, right? And I get it. The same way how he's saying it is movie producers crying, it is plenty of content creators that are smaller that are doing better than those so-called producers, because the ones that are producers, they were never the one that was creative in the first place. And see, this is why we need men to learn how to critically think. They always thought that these other people were the better people. We was always the creative one. What do we say? I started doing streams, what, 3 years ago? And what do we see these so-called celebrities rappers doing? What are they doing, Brush?
Yo, they're coming in our lane, man. And yo, I'm glad you brought that up.
And so now because we are the actual real creative ones. They just made themselves look like celebrities because they had some big machine behind them and made it seem like they are some kind of celebrity or creative, but they are not. If these other celebrities were so big and creative, these producers, they wouldn't be crying. But now that the actual creative people, the one that actually are creating content, right? Because this right here, me and you are creating content. We didn't do no video. We are here talking to each other, bringing verbal discourse with each other. This is actually creating content for them to digest to. But a lot of these brothers, they do not know how to critically think, and that is a problem. But maybe if they're not so concerned with moving some robot, moving some damn boxes, and grow the hell up and learn how to critically think, we could move forward. But the problem is too many men that are scared. They cowards. And they lovers of men. They believe all of the goddamn conspiracy theories that they see.
Yo, you said a powerful statement. You said they are cowards. Like, can you get into the specifics on that verbiage right there? Because I do agree with you. Like, especially these these A-listers that try to come into our lane and you know what I mean, try to make a leverage on it. Like, what makes them to be cowards? Like, give me the specifics on that, man. Talk to me.
So when I said the cowards, I'm talking about the people that is trying to challenge me and you as if we ain't doing what we supposed to be doing. But they will run to a celebrity that don't give nothing, don't care nothing about them. They'll go to a so-called celebrity and they say, oh, he's real creative, but they don't realize that he had a whole machine behind him. They would even make it seem like that person was even an independent. But no, he's working for somebody. The same way how if I leave, I could actually leave because you didn't pay me and nobody paid you for us to have this conversation, right? But we put another person that is a so-called used to be rapper, used to be actor, used to be something else. They are getting paid. They literally have a 9 to 5, right? They have a 9 to 5. that they are working for a company. And that's why you see somebody else's logo. You don't see a rapper name up there. You see something podcast, Complex News Complex, whatever that station is, right? So those people are working at 9 to 5. They got somebody telling them what to do, what to say. Me, I don't have those goddamn straps on me. I don't got nobody pulling my goddamn strings. I do it on my own. On my own. Can I get a water bag? Thank you, beautiful. Appreciate you.
Yo, like, yo, I'm glad we having this conversation, man, because yo, I agree with a lot of the stuff you're saying right now, man. Like, man, like, word is born, yo. That's yeah, like, you know, we do get a lot of we're kind of like the underdogs, man. The content that we disperse to the public, man. Some people will look at it like it's nothing, but it's not easy, man. I mean, to gain 100 subscribers alone, that's work, man. That's like the milestone, man. Like if you have the capability of hitting 100 subs and getting your 4,000 watch hours, that means clearly there's a skill within this lane that you have that most people not gonna have. You know what I mean? So I agree with you on that, man. You know what I mean, my next question for you would be like, when it comes to marriage, right? Like, which gender is more beneficial when it comes to marriage? Let me get your opinion on that, man. Talk to me.
So I think what you asked me, who's benefiting more in a marriage? Typically, who benefits more in a marriage is the man. The men benefit more because he usually have a better style of life. He's not spending his money standing out late at night. He gets to stay home. He gets a home cooked meal. He don't have to chase tail. He don't have to chase a bunch of women. He gets to create a family. He gets to go to sleep, and he gets to be well fed. And normally that translates into a better quality of life moving forward as well. They also tend to live a little bit longer as well. So 100% the man benefits usually more in a marriage.
Now, people in the red pill community are going to give you some pushback on that, man. They're going to say the woman is more beneficial because of, the divorce rates and on how, the court system is biased towards the female when it comes to, getting full custody and, gaining liquid assets and such. So you want to give me some pushback on that, what I just said, or not?
Sure. So the problem is that they use extreme cases of a female that is married to a billionaire, which that is very extreme, and then she became a billionaire because she divorced a billionaire, right? That's what they'll use. But in reality, and me and you both know this, especially being from New York City, majority of people that get divorced, they neither one of them gain anything. That person, that woman, she leave with what she came with, and that dude left with what he came with, and that's usually nothing. That's what normally happens. Most people are not getting any type of alimony. That's very small cases. That's the top 1% of human beings that are getting divorced. They get some kind of alimony. A majority of men do not want their children. And the men that do go ahead and fight for their children, they tend to either get their children and win in court, or they win with a 50-50 custody and they get the chance to see their children. So there's this idea, again, they want to believe in this extreme ideology because it gives them a reason to dislike women. It gives them a reason to to stay in problematic mode and blame somebody else. But if you actually truly want to take control of your life, you have to realize that the same person that put you in that predicament, that got you divorced and baby mothers and no job or a horrible job, all those things that is in your life today, you are the problem for it. And also you are the solution for that problem as well. So the same person that got you in that ish, it's the same person that's going to get you out that ish.
Man, like, okay. I mean, we could agree to disagree, but from what I've been witnessing, and friends and relatives, a lot of them, will, you know, say different, man. Like, the court system is totally unfair towards them. You know what I mean? And it doesn't even have to be an extreme uh case. Like, the guy with the average
Hey,
salary.
hey, Russ, you dropped the link for these people, right?
Yeah, I'll drop it again, but yeah, I did drop it.
Oh, so I wonder, so anybody have a disagreement, you more than welcome to hit the link. Turn your camera on and face me like a man. Like how you say you are. It's okay. You ain't gonna get bit. Turn your screen on and face me like a real man. Otherwise than that, you just talking. And this is a problem where we have with a lot of non-problem solving men. They don't really want no problem. They just talking. And they wonder why they fail in that relationship, because all they do is talk. They women look at them and say, hey, I thought you said you was going to take out the. And then they would say that woman is nagging. No, you just didn't do what the F you said you was going to do. Because if she got to ask you 2, 3, 4, 5 times, that you calling that nagging. If you'd have did it from the first time, whatever you said that you was going to do, there's no way that woman's going to nag you. I ain't never had a problem with a woman nagging me.
Yo, it's funny to me, man. Like, man, they're writing all this in the chat, but they don't want to hit the link and come up and have a civil discourse, man. If you,
Well, the reason why, Russ, is just like similar to what you experienced. You thought you disagreed with me, but 90% of the things that I'm saying, you actually agree with me, right? And even the thing that you kind of like don't disagree, you don't even 100% disagree. You're like, I agree with most of what you said still. Majority of the time is that these men, they get so caught up in the problem, they forget that they are the ones that's going to take them out of the problem. They are their own solution. And they got to take control of their own life. And now when I put that mirror up to their goddamn face,
man, it's crazy, man. Like, yo, like, that's kind of whack, man. You're doing all this typing in the chat, man. Just come up and converse with us, man. Give us a reason why you think he's wrong. Know what I mean? It's not hard, man. We're not asking you to get into the boxing ring, man. We asking y'all just to come up in politics.
Hey, what's up, man?
good day to you. How you
Yo,
doing?
Hey, what's up? I wasn't talking smack in the chat or anything. I just wanted to ask you because I heard the gentleman, Mr. Bracey. So, as far as you being critical of the red pill, whatnot, I guess to quote the man of spur. What is like your primary complaint about it? I mean, would you say that like the strategies that they give young men as far as dealing with women and how they pretty much have it down to a science, understanding female psychology and stuff, um, in your personal opinion, is all that trash? Or I mean, because I got to be honest with you, when I listen to any red pill content, to me, it all just makes it all makes sense, and I believe it's very beneficial to all men to help them through life.
Yeah, so yeah, I don't think it's beneficial at all to put a blanket statement on all women and say that they have the science of women. It's just not a true statement. If you are going on a dating scene, you should be 100% yourself at all times, not use your representative. And you should not want to appeal to 1,000 people. When you go to fine dining, it is a very strict menu, right? 5 items, 2 appetizers, 2 desserts, and about like 4 or 5 main courses, right? So you have a very limited choices that you have. But what the red pill do is open up a diner style situation about women. And so now you have this big book, you don't know what to eat, and you just order a regular steak or whatever. Nothing special about it. So my issue with the red pill, it does not actually teach men how to be better men. What it teaches them how to do is recognize women that you could casually have sex with.
Okay. Yeah, no, I just fundamentally, I guess I just have to disagree. I mean, you were saying that, you know, again, I think that it simplifies things. I think it dramatically simplifies things because those of us who have, been in the dating scene for a while. I've been with X amount of women, especially those of us who've been with a considerable amount of women. Not saying I've been with 1,000 or anything. I'm just saying that I don't know. I mean, I would definitely say that they have female psychology down to a degree. And so are you arguing that like each woman is like they're each individual, special, unique snowflake? You don't think there's a lot of as far as being able to predict female behavior, the way they act, you don't think it's pretty predictable at this point? I mean, you don't think it applies to all of them across the board? For example, as far as women, being more attracted to men that, higher financial, doing better financially or higher status and stuff like that, you would just disregard that as not being true?
No, I would say that that is a true statement, but the men, they portray a fake version of that. And this is why they is just a way to get men into casual sex. So they never actually be 100% themselves because they believe the only way they could be and deal with a group of women is by portraying themselves as something that the red pill ideology say men are supposed to be. So they always attracting women that is not meant for them in the first place. So they would never actually find that decent woman that is designed for them. They are forever chasing the type of woman that they do not actually want. If you are not a rich man, you're going to have to figure out ways to portray yourself as a rich man. You have to portray yourself as something that you're not, and then therefore you're going to attract women that you cannot maintain or communicate with in a proper way, because once she realizes that mask falls off, then you're going to have to do it to the next woman. So yes, psychology wise, they have an idea of how to trick women into having casual sex, but the red pill is not going to bring anything fruitful as a relationship status. And majority of men want fruitful relationship with their woman, build a family, and then build communities. The red pill for the past 15, 20 years have not done that.
You wouldn't say within the red pill sphere or whatever, you wouldn't say that there's a, because what you're describing, I am familiar with. I am aware of I've seen some content, I guess, especially early on, where it's like this fake it to make it type shit, that you're talking about. But for the most part, well, not for the most part, I would say, but I'd say half of the people in the red pill space, I mean, they're trying to actually do what it takes to foster decent long-term relationships. The godfather of the manosphere, in my opinion, you have many heavy hitters. Kevin Samuels was one, Coach Greg Adams, etc. But I would have to say the godfather of the manosphere, in my opinion, is definitely Rollo Tomasi. The reason why I say this is because he's written a considerable amount of books. He has actual like field manuals that one could read and understand the psychology of women. And if you read his books, sure, to a guy that's inexperienced with women, they are encouraged to go out there and start getting laid in order to gain some familiarity with women and how to interact and deal with them. But in his books, I mean, he constantly, he really harps on trying to foster the good relationship. I don't think that, I think that you're under the impression that the entire red pill, I keep using those words in red pill manosphere, but you know, I feel like you're just generalizing the entire community as just womanizing men. Where especially some of the older men, the men are like post 30, etc. They don't really emphasize like the club life, going to the bar and just boinking as many hoes as you can. Um, I don't know. I just think there's a lot more to it, in my personal opinion. I don't know. And again, I have to reference Rollo Tomasi. You look at his book, he literally has like the life cycle, the typical life cycle of a bitch. How she has the teen slash party years till she's about, 22, and then we all know that typical Western woman's dating strategy is to wait till they're about 30, 31 to start trying to settle down after they've quote had their fun. I mean, it's all like mapped out in a like basically like science, like in a scientific context. And I don't know, it's just that with someone like me, because when I was younger, the red pill space didn't really exist. But like um, when I factor in all my anecdotal real life experience, and then I read the material that puts it all into a scientific perspective, there's just a perfect parallel, just a perfect confluence of the two coming together. and just making perfect sense. I really don't think that the manosphere is just all about men wanting to womanize. That a large, I'd say the majority of people in the manosphere, they are motivated to try to save Western civilization. Um,
Yeah.
that's how I view
So,
it.
so the problem is that generalizing women as party girls when it's not, like it's not library girls. That's the issue. So it focus men into focuses on party girls and retired party girls as the dating pool for majority of men, and it's just not the case. In reality, party dudes, they want them hooking up with party girls, and that's just reality. So if you are a dude that is focused on who you are 100%, if you are a library dude, guess what you're gonna find? You're gonna find you a library girl. You're an animated dude, you're gonna find you an anime girl. It's a certain characteristic for every type of human being out there if you are willing to be 100% yourself. The problem is the majority of men, they want to be accepted by the majority of women, and that's not the case for most men. You are not going to be palatable to the majority of women. I'm sorry, it's just not the case. You might be fine dining. You know what I'm saying? You're not McDonald's. McDonald's is catering to any and whoever wants to buy, right? That's the party lifestyle. That's what the college kids and the 22-year-olds that you were saying that once they was like that, and then they get older, they realize, hey, McDonald's is not actually real food. Now we're gonna go into going to supermarkets and paying attention and be healthy, right? That's what kind of like what you were trying to say. So if you focus on people that was healthy from the jump, because you was healthy from the jump, then maybe you would have found a proper woman that is your level instead of trying to act and pretend as if you are a party dude. You're not. This is the problem with a lot of these men. A lot of these men, we are corny. We like to do the same thing over and over. We don't mind wearing the same outfits over and over. And we could if we learned how to just be the best version of ourselves, we'll want to find the best version of a wife for ourselves as well. And we'll be able to see her. But if we listen to this red pill ideology, it make them focus on party girls, which is not productive for a man that wants to build a family.
You're saying there's a content creator out there who said it's pretty much it's mandatory for young men to associate with party girls. I mean, again, you have to understand that there's a lot of things you're
That's
saying
what you
that,
said.
because I think you and I, whether manosphere or red pill, I think just life in general, you and I just, I mean, I just couldn't disagree with you. You're acting like generalizations just simply don't exist. You're acting like you said that like not every man is like for everybody, but it's
Can
like
I
if you
stop you right
take,
there? So
sure.
what I'm saying is that the generalizations is not good for a man that wants to build a family. If he just want to have casual sex, then yeah, follow the red pill ideology because it's going to tell you how to deal with women in general. But it's not going to tell you how to build yourself up in a proper way so you can find a woman that wants to be a part of your team. Your woman's not supposed to be behind you; she's supposed to be beside you.
I think men usually lead. Again, another fundamental disagreement. But my thing is, I'm talking about just the basis of like all science is conducted using generalizations. And um, I don't know. You're saying, okay, let's say for your statement that you made, you were saying that like not every like dude is made for every woman, etc. I mean, I kind of get what you're saying, but at the same time, and let's say I was to take a nine, or let's pretend I was a 9 out of 9 or 10 out of 10 Chad, right? Most women are probably gonna let me slide. You understand? Most of them are. If I'm at the top of the food chain, then women, since they are the same biologically, we're all like the same animal. We are wired the same, right? It's not like one cow. If I drive by a farm out here, out of Utah, if I drive out a farm out here, it's not like you have one cow eating grass and then another cow is biologically programmed to eat something else. No, they're all just sitting there munching grass all day. They have that commonality, just like women have, commonalities. If I was a 10 out of 10 Chad, I can go in this coffee shop right here. I'm going to appeal to every bitch that's in there when I walk in, So, and it's the same thing with women. I would say that, if you take a girl that's just extremely attractive, every dude would definitely be okay with hitting. There's not gonna be dudes that pass on it, So I don't know. I think the generalization thing is like, and us men are very basic and generalized too, as far as what we like, what we, demand out of a woman, etc. I think that I'm not just trying to like generalize women. We're the same. Us men, we are simple creatures as well. Well, females are extra simple, of course. But we're almost just as simple. When we look at it, if you and I both look at a chick and she has the typical characteristics that make a woman attractive because we're biological. Right? You and me are both good, most likely going to think that bitch is hot,
No.
right? I mean,
So that's the difference between the ideology. That's the
you're not going
problem.
to say an obese girl's hot. I know that. You're not going to say a super obese or super anorexic girl's hot,
So
right? There. I mean,
so
you're not
what
going to do
what
that.
I'm trying to say is that you are proving that the red pill teaches degeneracy. See, because
What do
for
you mean
me,
by
when
that?
I'm walking down the street and I see a woman, no matter if she's good looking or not, I don't look at her as she's hot, piece of meat. I could put my dick in her. That's not how I look at a
I have
human
I
being.
have high testosterone
I
for
look
my
at a
age.
woman as a human being. So no matter where I go, I know I'm a very attractive man. No matter where I go. It is no woman where she's gay or straight is going to be gay around me. When she see me, I'm an attractive man. That's just what it is. But doesn't mean just because that I'm going to look at her like, yeah, I'm going to see if I could put my dick in her. So the way how I carry myself, I'm always going to carry myself respectful to my wife. And so therefore I'm not in the world looking at women as some kind of piece of meat. So therefore I get a certain kind of respect different from other men. So these men that follow the red pill ideology, they don't realize they just as the holes that they say that they are looking for.
I'm not saying that like I'm not saying like I'm not trying to talk about women as if like they're not human. Obviously, of course they are, but they, without a doubt, whether historically or any time, they definitely come secondary to us. Okay, they can't kill shit, they can't build shit. Okay, there's a massive difference between I and them. Okay, I'm the leader. Everything around me, all these structures, systems, etc., was created by men, not them, right? So
So that's
I,
wrong.
putting us on it. Okay, please explain, please.
Right, because you're using the fact that male human beings created it, that now all of a sudden that means that female human beings can't do the same exact thing.
They can't.
And that's the issue that red pill ideology get men into
We
to
cannot
believe in.
have an all-female naval ship attacking Iran right now. They talked about it when I was in, almost a decade ago. They can't do it. They can't do it. Females are not the same. If our entire naval, I'm referencing the Navy, of course, because they're tearing up Iran. If that was an entire fleet of women, they would not be even a fraction as effective. It turns out, as an aviation ordnanceman, women cannot even, a group of women, okay, 4 or 5, they cannot even lift a bomb to attach to an F-18 aircraft wing. Okay, there
Mhm,
has to be a man involved in that process to make that happen. If I
mhm.
go play sports of any kind,
Okay, so
I'm
now, so
gonna.
let me ask you.
I could play. I might play ultimate frisbee about an hour or so, right, at this field over here. If I
so
go,
who's the
I'm gonna
leader?
dominate the women players without even trying,
Fine,
even though they've been playing for years.
that's fine. So who's it? I could dominate Elon Musk in a basketball game. What does that mean? I'm his leader? No, right? So we know Elon Musk, he's running a company, but he don't physically do anything at all. He ain't putting none of that shit together. So again, if we start to look at women
You're saying he's
as
just doing nothing. You're just saying he's doing. Well, here's the thing. I know that I was giving men their accolades as far
okay,
as like building stuff and physically, but even on top of that, mental, the mental capacity. I mean, men is again, all I have to go do is go back and look at innovation and invention. I mean, that's really all you have to do. I'm really big in aviation, and that's all men. What I'm saying? Women can do a damn thing. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just really hard. And again, I'm not trying to like dehumanize. It's not that. It's simply that I would say that we're equal, kind of like you're saying. We're just simply different. A woman can make up everything that I just said, where men are superior to women. They make up for all of that because they're able to give birth, right? I mean, they're able to give birth, something that we can't do. That's pretty impressive, a miracle, whatever you want to call it. So I would say that we're equals in that regard, but as far as like leadership goes, I'm just shocked. So you're telling me that if you're in like a Marine platoon or any kind of infantry, let's say you were dropped into the middle of a hot LZ in Vietnam, you're telling me you'd be totally fine just taking orders from a superior who's a female, being ordered to your death by a female?
Yeah, I'm willing to, long as the person is competent and they prove that they have the skill set, yes.
Well, if they're a
So
woman, they're not gonna be. If they're a woman in combat, they're not gonna be. It's already proven. These experiments have already been done. This isn't
I mean
something that I'm
that's up to
predicting
you.
here.
And
It's already been done.
if that's what you want to believe, then that's fine. That no
It's not a
woman can.
belief. They've already done the experiments. Okay, they try to have women make it through like SEAL training. There was like 2 women that they pushed through airborne school not too long ago that ended up, it turns out they cheated to help, push them through. This is not a belief of mine that women are inferior physically and in
It
a
is,
militaristic
and it's
aspect.
okay.
That's not a belief. That's not a belief, man. That's
And it's
goofy.
okay because you're trying to give me examples of people that was not, that again, that did not have the skill set to do what we are having a question about, right? So we do understand that there's women out there that possibly do have the physical capabilities and the mental capabilities. Now, if that person can do all those things and they prove it without a shadow of a doubt to me that they are physically and mentally capable, I'm going to trust that human being.
I see
So
what you're
like,
saying.
okay, so that's what I'm saying. So now the people that are getting, again, that's getting pushed through and tricked through the system. No, I agree with you 100%. I'm not going to
Well, if they
trust
weren't
somebody that
pushed
got.
through, they wouldn't have made it through the training at all. Can we address this super chat right here? Anyway, I'll address the super chat. So what CKJ
Yeah,
saying is
yeah. Go ahead, go ahead.
well, I'll just read it. It's so many women who get pregnant, so they won't go on deployment. If RNC is correct, I believe that he was in the Navy as well. So I can only assume that you have not been in the U.S. military. That's just a safe assumption I think I can make, because anyone that has been into any branch of the military apparatus, there's a realization that you'll make off the jump within your first year, and that is that women are just flat out useless in the United States military. Now, if it's like nursing roles, any kind, if you got to go to medical or something, that's that. Maybe some of the clerical positions, they could be sharp at. I'm not saying that females maybe should just be completely and 1,000% banned from the U.S. military. I'm not saying that, but for my time I served in the United States Navy, it's not my belief. Okay, it's not my opinion, sir. It is a fact that women are just flat out useless in the United States military. They cannot. There's a lot of heavy things that need to be picked up where they'll have men do it because the women can't. They know not to even ask the women. You know what I mean? So again, they're just useless in the U.S. military. It's not my belief. Why do you think out of all the world superpowers, or shit, any country, taking the world superpowers, any third world countries, pick any military of your choice, why do you think there's not heavily armed battalions of females that fight in frontline combat? Why is there not an all female Navy aircraft carrier or submarine? They're simply just not the warriors. They're not built like that due to fundamental biological differences. Um, I mean, the manosphere red pill disagreement that you and me might have, that's one thing, sir, but you simply denying flat out differences between the genders is, I don't know, it's like 2015, 2016 level, like liberalism, like really weird. The thinking that women can do jack shit compared to a man, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, I think you just talking about the physical powers of a man. They are stronger. I would agree. Yes,
Oh, you
men.
admit that? Okay. Well,
Yeah,
one, you got to be strong, and one, you got to be strong. So that,
men are stronger. So, but the reason why is because just because you have brute force doesn't mean anything. I think women are just more intelligent, right? To not
you think
put
you think
themselves
women you
on the
wait a minute,
line,
you think
to
women are more
put their
intelligent
life
than
on
men?
the line for something stupid as killing, right? And it's fine. You believe that brute force means that you're a leader. Majority of leaders do not have brute force. Majority of the leaders that are in those brands,
When I
they
said,
do
when I
not have the
reference men in
skill.
the middle, I'm not just
I
talking
understand. I
strength. You
understand
think I'm
what
just
you,
talking about
and I
going to the
understand.
gym? I'm
know
not
the
talking
problem
about
is,
that. There's a
I
mental
know
component
I'm
there.
trying to talk about what you are talking about, but then when I start to break it down and disagree with words, you feel a certain way because it's just not. You don't have no proof of what you're saying besides having machismo, and that's fine. Physicality,
I don't have
you're
proof from
100.
4 years in the
You're
United States
100.
Navy.
You're 100% correct on physicality. Men are stronger than women physically. 100%. No argument there. We could take on punches more than them. We are tougher than that. We got stronger bones, all that. So yes, for brute force, fighting, lifting up things and putting them down 100%. Men are physically stronger than women.
Could
And
I
that's
address what you said? Okay, so you're saying a lot of terms that I don't even know. I got to be honest. I mean, it's almost like we've almost took a turn into like fantasy land here. Because okay, so you're saying that the women are smarter than men, which is that's retarded. They're simply not. If you hear when I go in this coffee shop right here, there's gonna be a couple snow bunnies probably chopping it up, catching up for the week or whatever. Their conversations aren't going to be about anything productive or mission driven. It's just going to be useless babble. You understand? Now, you're saying they're smarter, so like they don't join the military to partake in stupid conflicts. I'm not just talking about the modern day that has some of these wars that a lot of us might not fully support or get behind. I understand modern day American imperialism. I get what you're saying as far as that, but let's take it back 1,000 years or more, any time in between. There's plenty of warfare that is like necessary, that has to be done. So when you look back historically and you look at major military victories, whether of this country or any country, it could be ancient Africa, Europe here, whatever. When you look at these military victories, you just look at it as a bunch of stupid men. Like that's how you view that. Like the world that you're shaped in now, you live in the best country in the world. We literally live like gods here. That was all shaped by military casualties in the millions. You're saying that all those men were just stupid. They were just stupid to partake in that conflict, and the women were smart enough not to.
That's a very interesting way how you frame that. So
That's exactly what you said. You said the women are too smart to join to go do the fighting, right? When if you think about it, they're 80% of the consumer base. Okay, they're primarily the ones that we have to go to war for, so that they can consume all their shit. So, but of course, we do the fighting, we do the dying. It was just a very bizarre statement. I don't know. So you have admitted, though, I've at least got you to admit thus far that, they're physically weaker than us, right? Now, the mental part is what I'm really kind of puzzled by. So again, like historically, when I look back, or if it's just all the women that I've dealt with in my life, whether it was the 3 long-term relationships or just, the random hoes I broke off, you know, this genius that you're talking about, this flash of genius of them being intellectually superior to myself, I've just simply never encountered it. And I've dated plenty of women that are six-figure earners that make more than me. 3 long-term relationships, they all made more than me. They just had a lot of college stuff like that, but at the end of the day, they literally just were not smarter than me in basic common sense applications. A female, a lot of them can't even check their own oil, change their own oil, change a tire. I mean, we're talking like basic, very, very super basic stuff, that they're incapable of. And again, they make up for it. They can give birth and they find his hair. So they do make up for it, right? We're still equal, like I
Yo,
said, we're
let
still
me read the
50-50.
my bad. Let me read the
Yeah, my
super
bad.
chat real quick. Shout out to Sophisticated Jerk for the $5 super chat. He says, "Why is OnlyFans racist towards
I
the
think it means
snow bunnies?"
of like of
Salute
Aaron
to you.
C. I think he's, yeah, I don't know if he's referencing me or what, but I'm not racist. I live in snow bunny heaven here. I'm not racist, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think I can conclude. It's just you and I think there's fundamental observations that I've made in this world that maybe you have. The main reason I helped there was just to defend the manosphere or red pill space, because I think it's been a straight up blessing. I think that it's saving a lot of men. You look at like
yeah,
the
maybe
legendary.
you I don't know, maybe you just love men. I don't love men the way how you do.
Oh,
I
so
do
now
not.
I'm gay now. I'm a dude
Oh, that's how
finally. I
you. That's how
I
you want
get
to
it. Yeah,
take it. You can take it
yeah. I
that way
take
if
it
you
up
want
the
to.
ass because
I didn't say that.
yeah, I got it.
I didn't say any of those
He
things.
said,
You feel like
I
how
get it.
when you talk
I
when
get
you
it.
talk, I don't
Okay.
say anything, right? You talk for like a good 5 minutes straight. I don't say a word.
I didn't call you a
And so,
dude
and
funny,
again,
but it's
so,
fine.
so again, so you have this love for men that they did everything and women don't do anything. So you want to take it as gay? Hey, that's up to you.
I said
That
50.
is completely up to you.
50.
But it's okay. Is it okay for me to talk as well?
Women had
Or
to
you
give
just
birth to
want to,
those
or you
great
just
men.
want to talk and I just sit here and listen? Because I guess you want to teach me something, but you can't teach me anything.
Of course I can
So,
teach you something, sir.
so
You
the
think men and
problem,
women
so
are
the
the
problem that
same.
we
You think we're
having. So
biologically
if
the
you
same. You're
listen,
retarded.
if you learn how to listen more than you talk, right? Because men, they usually have brevity. They usually
All
don't talk
right,
as
time
much
for you
as
to
you.
sun me. Go
So,
ahead.
all
Let's
right.
hear this bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. So, and again, so me personally, I'm more concerned about community and raising families, and maybe you are more to having casual sex. Maybe you don't have no children, you don't have no wife, and you don't care about creating those type of dynamics within for yourself, and that's fine. Nobody is against that. You want to go ahead
You're
and do
just
that?
saying
You could go
stupid
ahead and do
shit.
that.
You don't know
Why are
anything
you
about it. You're
jumping in
just
while
saying
I'm
dumb
talking?
shit. You're just making up shit. Fuck it. I'll
This
interrupt
man
you. The
is
fuck are you? You ain't nobody. You're sitting here making up stupid
you
shit,
dumb as
you know?
hell.
And in the middle of my 5 minutes when I was talking, if I called you like, if I called you a do funny in the middle I was talking, I'm sure you would have interjected as well and say, hey man, why, why are you saying that take it up the chili ring, sonny? You know what I'm saying? You probably like, why would you say that? There's nothing that I laid out in the English language that would express that, right? So you're trying to say that because you have no defense to what I'm saying. You're saying that men and women are the same, like our brains are the same and shit. It's fucking retarded. Anyone that's in this chat, whether it's women alike that are prideful, they're gonna side with me. Everybody knows that. Okay, so
Okay,
yeah,
so and that's okay. Like you just don't have the capacity to understand the conversation, and it is fine. And I get it. A lot of men that deal with this red pill
right.
ideology,
Yeah, I'm
they
so
only want to
stupid.
look. Okay, you want to interrupt me again? Go ahead.
Well, I have no choice. I mean, you're trying to belittle me. Oh, you just don't understand. You don't understand. It's like, no, dude, I just told you, like CKJ said, we spent time in the fucking US military. We can both tell you from our experience that women are useless. It doesn't matter what your goofy ass says, okay? You don't have the capacity to
Yeah,
understand.
just be a little bit more respectful. I don't want
Uh,
nobody
I'll,
to
I'll try. I mean, he called me a
interrupt
dude
each
funny,
other,
so
so
fuck
just
him. Yeah, I'll
let
try
each
my
other
best. I'll
speak.
try
I
my.
mean,
Sure, I'll try.
yeah, yeah, just be polite to one another, and I mean, just let each other talk. Go ahead.
So yeah, the fact that you think that like we're so similar that we're the same again to me is just so goofy. So I could say that you don't have the capacity or the experience. You don't have the lived experience, in that regard to counteract what I'm saying.
So yeah, if you want to just make it a military argument, then fine. But I'm talking about life. And
So you
and
so
that's
you give
what
me
we.
the military argument, then you give me that. I mean, I'm just at you. So you give me the military argument, is what you're saying. You do give me that, because that right there is the ultimate W. Because they're not as smart mentally, and then they're physically not as tough as well. Was my military argument. So you're saying you give me that, so that's a W. I suppose I can just get on with my day. Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Go
I don't
ahead.
know, and it's just weird to have these conversations with men that just only want to think about men in this type of way. It's weird to me.
What do
I
you mean
don't
think
know.
about? I don't
I,
understand
I
what you
don't know
mean. I
what's
don't know what's that mean.
I,
What's
I
that mean?
I'm going by the words that you're using. Men this and men do this and men do that, and women is only
Yes.
goddamn vagina. That's the women that you deal with. You deal with unintelligent women. That is a you problem. That is a you problem. It don't have
I
nothing
wouldn't
to
say
do with women
unintelligent. I
in
wouldn't
general.
say
Why
that.
you talking while I'm talking? Shut the fuck up.
I have to, dude. You're just making stuff up. You're saying I'm with unintelligent hoes, and that's all I fuck with. How would you know that? Like, how would
Because
you
you are
know that?
not intelligent by the way how you communicate.
Sir, I have not made a single like assumption. I mean, I do
Who
think that
cares
you're,
about what you did? It doesn't matter what you did. I'm doing what I'm doing
sir.
because I'm my own man. I don't give a
Yeah,
fuck
but you're
about how
making
you live
stuff
your
up
life.
though. You're
The
you're
way how
calling
you
someone a
live your
dude
life, the
funny.
way
You're
how you
you're saying, oh, you
communicate
only mess with
is the
stupid
way
hoes. You're
how
just saying
you
stupid shit.
communicate. You think I give a
You,
fuck about how you communicate? I don't give a fuck about what you assume.
and I don't care what the fuck would you be saying.
All
Fuck
right, but
you
you came up here to
then.
talk to me.
Who the
I didn't
fuck
come up
is
here
you,
to talk
man?
to you.
Well, I gotta defend the manos for. Besides, this was on
Right,
CT's
because you love
channel,
men.
bro. This was on
Exactly.
CT's
It's
channel.
okay. You love men. It is all good.
I
We
have a
don't care.
respect for
Hey,
great men of history.
in
You bet.
2026, hey, listen, my brothers, you could go and love whoever you want to love. We don't care. We really don't.
Sharon, can I just say this? You have to understand that I get up on these panels, considerable amount of time. Okay. So the tactic that I'm very familiar when it comes to debating the Sun Man. Okay, I'm very familiar with the tactic, which is once you lose, you call them gay. They get no pussy. They're stupid. They
You know,
ain't
you're the one
shit.
that told us
I
that
get
these
it.
women were
I get it.
stupid,
We've
right? You
been
know,
through
you told
all
us
of
that,
this
right? You
before.
know,
It's
you
not
gave us the
new.
information
It's
that you date
not
women that are
new, dude.
stupid.
It's
You
not
do
new.
understand that, right?
You're
You gave us that
defeated, so you
information.
call
You said
me
that
a
out your
do
mouth.
funny,
This is how
and okay.
dumb you are.
What's
And this is
next?
the
You
problem
drive a
when,
better
when
car,
we
you
see
have a bigger
somebody
house.
stupid,
I mean,
it
what's
is
next?
okay for us to call somebody stupid. You yourself said you date stupid women. You dummy.
I
You
said that. I said, hey,
stupid.
hey, my name's Aaron C. I date stupid women. I said that. I
Yes, that's
didn't
what
say
you
that.
said.
Really, I
Literally.
said that? Really? You swear to God I said that.
You are an idiot, bro.
Look, just a blatant liar, just a blatant liar. It's okay. Listen, I've seen you up on CT Pana before, and so I've seen how I've seen that you say some stuff that's you're pretty much just a typical brainwashed Marxist leftist. I mean, that's essentially what you are, because that's Marxism. That's one of the key staples of Marxism, is in communism, et cetera. In the long term, is that men and female are the same. So you're just a
And
typical
again, I didn't say
Marxist is
that.
all
This is
you
how
are.
dumb you are. Again, I didn't say that, but you stupid. So I don't
You
know. I
didn't
don't
you
know
didn't
how
say that
I
you're a
don't know how we
Marxist?
can move
No, you
forward.
wouldn't say that you're a Marxist. Someone that's brainwashed by the Marxist leftist system, they don't go around like, let's say the ones like the one that was shot in Minnesota, trying to get, interfere with ICE or whatever. They don't say, hey, I'm openly a Marxist. It doesn't work like that. When it comes to propaganda and indoctrination that people succumb to, that usually is in disguise. It's not saying we're going to brainwash you to be a Marxist. We'll brainwash you to be a feminist, something of that nature, or the rainbow agenda, if you will. But what you are saying is just typical Marxist rhetoric. But again, the main reason I hopped up here was just to defend the manosphere and the red pill space, because you just generalized it as, and listen, I will give you this. You are correct. There are some channels, like, especially remember this like a decade or so ago, like there are some channels where it was just all about like getting laid. It was helping the dorky or autistic guy with zero social skills, to be able to get some twat. There are some channels like that. And a lot of those content creators have had surgeries and stuff that have fake teeth and have their hair transplants and shit like that to be kind of superficial. So I can give you that, but to generalize and say that that's all of them. I mean, if you could show me a clip of Myron, King Myron saying, oh, just be a total fake piece of shit, to get with some bitch. If you could say that Rollo Tomasi has said the same thing. But again, there's a lot of depth within the manosphere. I mean, look at Coach Greg Adams, another straight legend. You look at him, it's like his main thing that he concentrates on is keeping men from getting married and like divorce, men becoming victims of divorce situations, right? I mean, how do you factor that in? Is it not factually true that men get fucked over more in divorce court than women? That's a fact. That's not my belief. That's a fact. Everyone knows that, whether anecdotal or statistically, right? So again, there's a lot of room within the manosphere. A lot of people have their different angles. Um, it's not all just about being degenerate and getting pussy. A guy that's good with women will eventually settle down, hopefully with a higher quality woman, and do his thing. And the manosphere red pill shit just does nothing but to help promote that. It doesn't discourage that. And women are out of control in the modern day. And I can only assume that you're going to say that they're not. They're great. They're flawless. Go he.
I want to give a chance for John Galt to, I guess, interject within this conversation. Right now, we're expounding on the different opinions of the red pill community, and we want to get your personal opinion on your thoughts about the red pill community and the red pill ideology. Talk to him, John.
All right, so I'm a black guy, of course, and what I think is, the red pill may be totally different, across races and stuff like that. I've been on the internet a couple years now on YouTube, and the language that I see from the black women is so much, more vulgar, that it probably takes a different approach dealing with them than say a red pill white guy dealing with a white woman. You're dealing with different dynamics, in my opinion, and I think that may be where the divide is between, say, Aaron C and Sharon.
That's an excellent point, John. That's an excellent point. Historically, if you do look at, the black man in particular, any black household that I've been in for the most part, especially in my younger years growing up in the Baltimore area, there's definitely a matriarchal setup. It is different where, as a white person, clearly my dad ran the household. So I'm wondering if, and I'm not saying that Sharon was raised by, even though he has a girl's name, Sharon, that's my mom's name, literally. I'm not saying, maybe he was raised by a single mom. I don't know. But I'm wondering if that played a role. Us white men are just completely different than you guys. We truly are, and not believing in a matriarchal setup. If I go to your homeland, if I go to the beautiful continent of Africa, my brother, it's going to be matriarchy all over the place, right? So you and I are different in that regard. But the main thing that I'm trying to say, even if I do come across as harsh with my words, I'm not just trying to say that women are like these useless creatures. I'll say it again. I'll say it again 10 times over. We're 50-50. Okay. I can't give birth. A woman is supposed to, be chaotic the way her thoughts are and stuff like that. It's how creation is made. It's all done through chaos in this world here we live on. So that's how a baby's born. If you look at the process, it's chaos. Women are supposed to be chaotic in that way. That's why when it's that time of the month for them, or if they're acting irrational or irate about something, this is why you kind of just, same way you would view it kind of as a child acting up, you need to be understanding about it as a man.
Yeah. That's a lot of words. No, white men are usually more docile. That's the reason why they started the red pill movement, because they wouldn't have been running them for many of years. They ran them out their household. They are the main ones that started this whole movement of men crying on other men.
That's not
So
true. That's not true. Some
wow.
of the
Why are you
founders of the
talking while I'm
manosphere
talking?
were
Are you
black.
okay?
Dude, you're
Yo,
just
Russ,
lying. You're just
can
making
you
stupid shit up. Some of the
please
founders were
stop the
black
whole
of the
thing and
manosphere,
focus so much?
bro.
I'm talking. He's getting
All
uninterrupted.
right,
Tell him to shut the
I'll wait.
fuck
Go
up.
ahead. I'll wait. Well, let's give it a jungle panel anyway. Here we
And
got
so,
right
and we
up
could,
here is the
and so,
jungle thing.
all we could do is see from the way how he's behaving is that his
There's
father
black
didn't teach him
founders
how
in the
to be a
manosphere,
goddamn
bro.
man in the first place.
Dude, I'll
This
wait. I'll
man
wait.
acts like the very thing that he is saying that women act like. He have no goddamn impulse control, right? He's
Right. My
stupid.
name's
He makes
Sharon. I have a
dumb
bitch's name,
comments, and
Sharon.
he keep
Yeah,
on
I'm the hoe, but
interrupting.
my name's
Even
Sharon.
though he
Right.
insulted me in his communication, I ain't say a word through when he was talking, not one time. This man's
All right,
supposed to
go
have some
ahead.
kind
All
of.
right,
He's
stop
supposed to
bitching
get
and go.
okay. And he's just like a woman that he talks about, and
Are you
that's
gonna get
because
your
he date
are you
a
gonna
certain type.
counter anything I said?
I was, but you kept interrupting like a bitch.
Counter
If you
what I
shut
said.
the fuck up long enough, then maybe you can
Counter
hear
what I
what I'm trying
said.
to
Yeah, you're
communicate
just
to
another
you.
sun man out of control, man. Go ahead.
And it shows how docile been like you are, right? Your father didn't do a good job, and it is okay. But now I'm here, and then maybe now your real daddy,
But at
he
least
can
I
tell
had a
you how to
full
live your life. Right now, this is your first time seeing a goddamn man in your life. That's the problem with niggas
a
like you.
man named Sharon, a
And
transmission named Sharon.
motherfuckers like you, bro. Just
And
an
I'm sorry,
idiot.
guys. Hey, to you, Rush, listen, man. Look. If we're having just typical Discord, if a man's, calling someone a doofy, if he just wants to insult in a childish, like a childish son, man, teenager, then I'm gonna interrupt. No fucks given. I'm sorry. Okay, if there's no decorum, then I don't have to carry myself with it. Okay. But why can't you counter what I'm saying, though, Sharon? Why can't you
Sharon,
counter?
yo, play nice, man. Just be cool. I mean,
All right. Okay, I'll play nice. Can you please counter any of the points that I made? Can you describe to me what I said was false, that women actually are a strength in our military? Can you profess to me that women are just as strong, just as intelligent, just as innovative? And I mean, can you do any of that, or it's just
Yeah, so I can absolutely show and explain why women are definitely more creative, intelligent, because it shows with schooling, it shows with the workforce, it shows with their education, it shows that they are making more money, they're caught up to men in so many levels of society, to prove that your point is false and it's outdated. This whole idea that the black community live in a matriarchy and the white men live in a patriarchy, it's just stupid when y'all the ones who started this whole goddamn red pill space in the first place. So clearly, y'all men been
Especially these planes
ran
that
by
fly,
y'all
machines
women
that fly.
for a very long time.
Hey,
So
but
see, and
Sharon,
again, you want to start talking when I'm talking. I
I'm
don't
sorry, man.
understand.
Go ahead, man.
Hey,
My bad.
Rush, if you cannot control this this clear person, then I'm gonna have to leave, my brother.
No, that was me, Sharon. That was me, Sharon. That was me, the dark person. Sorry about that.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
You might
yo,
have dark skin, but clearly you move as
yo,
a clear.
Sharon, don't leave. Just stick around, man. Yo,
Yeah, but
y'all
no,
be
no, hold on,
respectful
no,
of
hold on,
one
no, no,
another,
no,
right?
no, no. This is how it's gonna work. I was here for an interview, so people gonna have to come here that want to communicate with me. They gonna have to respect me, or you gonna have to do something about that. I'm not gonna keep allowing some man that I have no idea that has done nothing at all in his life keep calling me out my name. So you gonna have to control that situation because I'm a guest here. They came to
Shut
talk
up
to
and
me.
speak.
I'm up here to talk to them. So you need to do something about that, my brother.
Hey,
Yeah,
Rush,
man,
can
don't
I
let
ask
them
Sharon
talk
a
shit to me,
question?
man.
Can I lighten up the mood, Rush, and ask Sharon a question?
My
I
name,
got
John
you,
Gold.
Sharon.
You know my name. My name is not Sharon. My name is
I'm
Sharon.
sorry. I wasn't casting any aspersions, so don't take that the wrong way.
Well, I'm
Sharon,
letting you know I will take it the wrong way if you don't call me by my proper name. Because
yeah,
I corrected you. My name is Sharon. Don't do it
gotcha.
again.
Noted. Yeah, my bad. I just got caught up in the moment. Man, I wanted to compliment you on your coverage of
Yo,
kind of the
before you
whole.
start, let me shout out the super chat. Shout out to my bad, John.
No,
Shout
that's
out to
okay.
Kev Stutters for the $5 super chat. Salute to you, Young King. I appreciate that, man. All right, go ahead, man. My bad, John. Go ahead.
No, that's okay, man. Yeah, I just wanted to compliment you, Sharon. I didn't know the format of this panel, but since it's an interview, I just wanted to compliment you. I came up on your panel the other day. The way you covered Izzy and kind of that, your approach on the Anta and Daniels angle is kind of interesting. And so I wanted to ask you something about something you said. You were going through kind of the list of the people that were in Fight Club, and you said that Izzy, and I'm not picking on him, but I'm making a greater point. You said that he doesn't have any editing skills, and you're more or less saying he's kind of talentless. I'm sorry. And I noticed that your team seems to have some editing skills over there. That's what I've noticed. Do you think that that is what a lot of the black streamers are missing? Is that they can go live, but they can't seem to kind of cut their lives up into consumable pieces for their audience? Is that what you're
Uh,
referring to?
no, what I would say to you is that it takes time to do all those things. And I think a lot of people don't have the time or a team to go ahead and do a 3 to 6 hour stream and then also break it down with another 6 to 3 hours of that stream. It's extremely difficult and time consuming to do those things. People that have teams, they act as if they don't have teams that do these things, and that's fine that they act like they don't have a team, but it's
Yo, let
extremely
me shout
difficult.
out the super chat real quick. Uh, yo, thanks for tapping in. You heard? Salute. My bad, man. Proceed, Sharon. My bad, Sharon.
Yeah, so I don't know what he mean. It don't feel good, huh, Sharon? I don't know what that means. I deal with I don't know what that means, but no. So I just think there's a lot of talented people that don't have the means or the time to actually do the extraness into clipping up things and editing. It's just not that easy in 24 hours.
Hey, Rush, do you mind if I ask a follow-up question? I don't mean it. I don't want to dominate the topic, but since you're on, man, if you don't mind, would you mind expounding on how you built your team and what your team consists of for the people that are interested?
So my team is just me and my household. That's it. That's
Yeah.
all I got. I
So
don't have
family run.
nobody else.
Okay.
I built what I did with just hard work and dedication to being authentically myself. And I think that's why I get a lot of pushback sometimes because people don't know how to be authentically themselves. They want to be a extreme version of a part of their personality instead of just being themselves. And so when they see somebody like me that went through a lot of trials and tribulations in my life, made a lot of wrong decisions in my life, how can you have the nerve to still be authentically yourself, even though you did a whole bunch of things that is not so-called good? I do not have a squeaky clean record at all. That's my answer to that. You know what I'm saying? So.
Well, since everyone else is quiet, yeah, no, I've been watching you from afar, and I do want to say, I think you've kind of separated yourself from the Izzies of the world.
Yeah, I want to
You don't.
give Sophisticated Jerk a chance to speak. After
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
go ahead,
Sophisticated
Nighters.
Jerk speak,
Nighters came first. So
Unlikely
you
jump
go.
in. Yo, salute to y'all,
No,
man.
you can
Thanks
go
for
ahead,
coming through.
sophisticated.
Yeah, no. Shout out to Sharon, man, for starting a construction company, man. I think that's a good thing. Now, I was just gonna ask you, man. Do you think like in the red pill space, there's a lot of contradictions within it? Is that one of the biggest issues I would say you have with the red pill movement?
Yeah, definitely contradictions with their talking points and contradictions with their life. They giving advice on things that they do not take themselves.
Okay. No, I can agree with that. But that's the only question I had. Shout out to Nighters. What's up? What's good, Unlikely? See you in a minute, man. Oh, yeah, I think
Somebody's
you're on
asking
mute.
for you to drop the link as well, Rush. People in the chat. I'll pin it to the top.
Wait, could you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hold up. Okay.
Yeah, I don't really know how to pin it at the top, but I'll be consistent on putting the link within the chat. My bad, Sharon. Yo, y'all keep cooking.
Nighters or Lee, I think y'all jump in at this point.
I mean, I don't know what the conversation really is about. They was having a conversation, but I thought we was. I don't know. Are we just asking Sharon questions? Like he's like a mentor or something? Or is
No, I
it
think
like
you open it up, man. Whatever you want to throw out there. I'm not sure how's it going, Rush.
Yeah,
Well, no, I wanted
yeah,
to say
my
what's up
bad,
to everybody. You
y'all.
feel
Yo,
me?
shout out
Everybody
to
having a great
Ryan
day.
Board. Yeah, salute to you. Yo, shout out to Ryan on Bardwell for the $10 super chat, man. I appreciate you, man. Salute to you out there. Thanks for tapping in. You heard this, man? He's an incredible content creator, and he's a young king, man. Salute to this young king in the building, man. All right, yo, go ahead. Unlikely. Right now, what we're expounding on is the red pill ideology. Is it a positive thing for our demographic to implement the red pill ideology within their community, man? Yo, talk to me, man.
Unlikely, I think you're on mute again, man.
You muted.
You look like you was cooking too.
Oh shit. Yeah, I was muted. My bad. Yo, what's up, bro? I was saying, I think it's all individually based on what that person wants to do, and each side could have a negative effect, right? So if you're being too red pill, you end up becoming like a person that just end up hating women. If you're like kind of going down that rabbit hole, and you know, a lot of these content creators, they're trying to make money. It's very important to understand is that they're trying to make money, so they will go as far to the left or to the right as possible to be able to you know, get you on their side or placate to whatever feelings you have, so you spend money. We've seen Fresh and Fit do that so well during COVID, right? So I think the red pill has things like, you know, staying in shape, putting your money first, things that could be helpful. But I think it has to, you know, it has to have some type of control behind it. Like you can't be just taking it too far. And the other side, like the guys that are what people would deem simps, is the same effect. You know, it could be helpful, but if you're just becoming biased and just believing whatever women say, then it's going to hurt. And then neither side can meet in the middle.
Yeah, I think it's a bunch of tender ass men, personally. I think all y'all personally tender because I ain't no way I'm going to spend no time on no man, and what he got to say for me. If you're doing anything proper in your life, you shouldn't care what that white man had to say about you, Sharon. Real talk. And your show specifically, so I said that don't feel good, huh? I came on your show, we support you. I came on your show, you said it was your family or whoever, and I'm gonna break down why I said that. But it seemed like when people like myself, who's not part of this internet system, but we want to come in and just give our commentary. I'm supporting. It means I'm giving bread to whatever it is that y'all talking about. I'm not on here asking for money deliberately from people that I don't know, right? I'm giving monies that I have to help keep you niggas float. You understand? And spreading my family, right? To watch you niggas to keep y'all niggas afloat because I want to support my community, right? Regardless to what it is you're doing, y'all on here, I think the black internet space is a big space and open for opportunity. However, I see what the play is. The play is to pay niggas rent, to pay you to feed your family, and that's cool. I get it totally. But it's disingenuous to say that some red pill or white pill or whatever is on some shit when everybody on here is on the same damn thing in one way, shape, form, or another, especially if you asking others for revenue. Now, if you on here sharing information and you're not asking nobody for shit and they drop something on you just out the love or whatnot, then I can see it. But you are deliberately on here every morning, every day, all day asking for money. That is what they do. So controversy is what's gonna sell. I get on some apps and I'll say my piece. And if my piece don't agree with I guess the other 10 people that already been on this been in this space and y'all been y'all have some type of camaraderie, then now it's a demonization. It can't be real. So that's why I'm like, this shit's not real to me. Because when we have conversation as men around here, we're gonna have conversation as men. I can't boot you, I can't kick you out. I'm not gonna have your wife get online and troll niggas. Like, we don't get down like that. That's some pussy shit to me. And that's just what it comes down to. So I don't know why. Whoever you want to support women. I think you should. If you don't want to support women, don't support women. If you want to support the men, I think we should do what you feel like you should want to do. But to demonize anybody who don't flow with what y'all flow, I just think it's to me it's a detriment on us. Because it means if I come in and say something that everybody don't agree with, but it's still true, right? It's still true. I'm not gonna tell you no lies, but we don't feel him, and so now he gets booted. So I'm saying to Sharon, that was the exact same thing. We come onto your show, and if somebody don't like it, you get that one bitch on your show to get to trolling people. You understand? And then you don't, now just like that young man or the white dude was on here talking, he was interrupting you, and you was getting frustrated. And the man, you trying to tell the man, hey man, control your people. Control. It was the exact same thing, but you didn't do that, right? You let that woman come on there. She gonna troll people. Now this ain't your shit. So now you can't really move the way that you want to move, but you do the exact same thing that the white man was doing. Like it's the exact same format for everybody. There's not really no real conversation. It's just a matter of sustaining people or trying to get people here so we can get a couple of dollars out of them a day. And if that's y'all goal, you're gonna see a slight decline, right? Because everybody trying to do the same shit. I seen Likely, right? Likely came on. He did some shit, right? And it was like totally different. You don't even know what this nigga doing because he ain't doing that shit. You see what I'm saying? He's not feeding into the same thing that everybody else's media is doing. A lot of probably Likely's media, I could be wrong. There's a lot of media that he ain't gonna show his face, right? He's just putting out fucking media and still generating revenue, I'm sure. So I'm saying everybody don't have to be in these Ricky Lake spaces or this Maury space. But if you get into this Ricky Lake space and this Maury space, then pull your pants up and tighten up your boots and quit crying. Because if you're going to behave like that on your show, then you should be able to accept it when you go on somebody else's show and they behave like that towards you.
Now I remember, was that a question?
You take it however you want to take it.
No, because he touched his mic. I was wondering if he's about to respond, so I'll wait.
I wanted to respond. So I wanted to respond because, hey, Russ, did I get invited here?
Can I make a point?
Did I get
Who
invited?
cares?
Where you was
Of
invited,
course you was invited,
you
man.
didn't leave, Sharon.
Okay, So
Creator, can you let Sharon? He is the guest of the show, so just let him, give you his rebuttal, and
Respect,
after
respect. But
Sharon,
I'm gonna make this request. I will, and I'm gonna absolutely. But however, again, you set up here. See, I didn't say nothing. You set up here. You let that white man say everything he wanted to say. You didn't interrupt him. You gave him. You really, literally rolled out the red carpet for him. I said I've been on here for 1 minute. Said what I had to say, and already here we are. But go ahead, Sharon.
yeah. So again, I don't know. People have I don't know what is going on, but that's not what just happened. You was talking for about a good 5 to 10 minutes just now, uninterrupted. Nobody said a word. But what I wanted to make clear is that I was invited here to do an interview, unlike what you're trying to represent as an open panel for open discussion. That is the same thing. It is not the same thing. That man came up here to talk to me. So if he wanted to talk to me, then he got to allow me to be able to have a back and forth with him. When it became disrespectful, the person that invited me here to have an interview and that people wanted to engage in the things that I was saying throughout the interview, that person that is hosting it should tell him, hey, listen, this is my guest, and have some decorum for my guest and allow him to talk and communicate back and forth. So it is just two completely different things that you are trying to compare an open panel to an actual invited interview guest.
If somebody comes in my house, you're under my protection, right? I don't care if obviously I invited you because I let you through the door. So whether you was welcomed, whether you was invited, or I told y'all, hey, come, that was me telling you to come over here into my space. Therefore, I'm responsible for you while you're in my space. That's that pussy shit I'm talking.
Okay, now, I missed your show the other day, Sharon. I don't know what the title of it was. What was the show when you were saying women not being protected and all this stuff? I missed it.
Black women are still the least protected in 2026.
Could you give me like a synopsis of what it was about? Because I missed it.
So the synopsis is about the whole Malcolm X situation that he first brought out to the situation, and how even in 2026, decades later, we still in that same position. And I use examples, Jasmine Crockett, Kamala Harris, and also in recent times, I use the fact that in Milwaukee, Black women are at a 20% higher rate to be attacked in that state. Also, in recent news as well, the leader of a Black Lives Matter movement, he recently attacked a Black woman that was working with him because she was bringing up the fact that he was stealing money from the organization to go buy like things for himself personally instead of using what the funds are supposed to be for. He attacked her. Also, it was another situation that Chicago Realist sent to me. It was this man, he has his girlfriend there, he was waving his gun, he took shots even in his own apartment, threatening her, saying that, hey, you're going to have my baby. And this is all on the internet. And so I was just bringing out the fact that we need to do a better job, at least the bare minimum, verbally protect our Black women outside in these media spaces. I'm not asking anybody to physically put their life on the line for strangers, but we could do the bare minimum by verbally protecting our women. And this way it would trickle down into real life as well, because they know we are paying attention and you cannot just get away with doing anything to our Black women.
Yeah, I meant to ask you when you was in the chat earlier, but when I looked around, you had disappeared. That's all I really want to ask you right there.
I fuck with Sharon. I do like you do defend the women. I defend women when it's wrong, but I also have to check them when they not wrong. And that again is the challenging part for men to inspect what you expect. So you can't say, we can't paint this picture to my son that women is just flowers and butterflies and unicorns, right? Because that would be me leading him down a wrong path, right? So he has to see his pop. And what checking anybody look like. You understand? And it don't mean cussing a woman out, right? It don't mean trying to belittle her, and it also don't mean you allowing her to belittle you or act like she didn't do anything wrong or they don't do anything wrong. And I think that's where we cannot have these conversations, because it becomes a pill thing. or somebody gets disrupted by the entertainment factor. We can't have a conversation because a woman will come in here and she'll start typing on her sewing machine or some shit, and she'll say some fly shit, but because she's part of the club, she can say whatever the fuck she wants. You know what I'm saying? But if you ain't part of the club, you don't, and that's all these spaces. If you're not part of the club, they don't want to hear that shit. And that's not what I do. I'm not like, I want to start my own shit. I want to come on y'all shit because y'all talking to the public. I'm gonna come on here while you talking to the public, and then I'm gonna give my comment as a result of the things that you talking about. So I'm not trying to make no money. I'm actually supporting, right? And I want to get my shit off. I am a panelist, and I'm a good goddamn panelist. And that was 10 minutes, though. Was that 10 minutes?
No, that was a little. No, that was a little bit less. And I don't think nobody on my channel thinks that you cannot hit the link or any of that nature. But if people want to
Bro, I'm
disagree,
not coming on there and that woman gonna kick me off every time I pull up, or you gonna kick me off, or Brookville, or
I
whoever the
don't do
fuck
it.
they are.
Somebody has some background noise.
That's
I think it might be,
Casmar.
yeah, I think it's
Well, ain't this
Casmar
guy.
Kennedy. Yeah, so you gotta
Casimir.
I'm like, are
Casimir.
y'all for real or are y'all playing? If you playing, then just say, hey, we playing. But then don't come on these all the other panels and act like y'all really serious. So it's either y'all gonna be serious about what you talking about or you playing. I'm a grown motherfucking man. We all are. So if you playing, just tell me, hey, bro, we really playing. It's really some joke shit that we doing, and I'll move forward with that. But if you acting like you serious, oh, well, I'm gonna come up here and I'm gonna be serious. And when it's serious, we're gonna have a real conversation. But we cannot have real conversation because it gotta be an echo chamber. It can't be, we can't have a quality back and forth banter because you either got to lean one way or you have to lean the other way. We really can't have a serious conversation. It's just crazy to me.
Yeah, I think a lot of people and I get it. But yeah, I have serious conversations, and it's also an entertaining serious conversation as well. The fact that people think that it could only be the way how they deem a serious conversation to be, that you can't have no jokes. We so supposed that we can't curse. We got to be no. A serious conversation can go multiple ways. The way how I conduct it is the way how I conduct it. If you want to go to a panel where it is talking about majority men, go ahead and go do that. But on my channel, I just do not focus on negative acting women. So therefore, if I'm telling my son, I'm going to tell my son what type of woman to go look for. If he sees a bunch of negative acting women, he knows not to talk to that type of woman. It is what it is. Whatever that thing is that you want your son to not be with, we should be training our people, our children, our nephews, and all those to not deal with those type of women because they exist. But to act like that's the majority of women, that is ridiculous to say.
That behavior in women, and it's ridiculous to say that behavior don't exist in majority of our black women. I'm not going to say all women, but I will say a lot of our black women inhibit that behavior. So to put your son out there and totally, hey, just deal with this Christian woman, where I don't know where that really exists. Everyone has deficiencies, and that's ultimately what I'm talking about. Teach them how to handle deficiencies in human beings. So we keep going to women do this, but men do the same damn shit. Men are emotional. I'm a very fucking emotional nigga. You understand? You're going to know how the fuck I feel. You're going to feel how I feel. But do that mean I'm going to get out of whack? Does that mean I'm incompetent? Do that mean I don't have capacity? Absolutely not. And same with women. I agree. There are women with capacity, but can I compare them to a man? Fuck no. Because I ain't seen no group of women build nothing yet. Now, when I see women out here on roads and they throwing blocks like we throw blocks, and they building houses, not just hiring people, but physically putting this shit up, bro, I'm gonna get worried. But you said they're creeping up on us in a lot of areas, and I just like to know what those areas are that are actually significant. And I ain't talking about psychology degrees and shit. I'm talking about real significance.
Right. So the problem is I do not judge a fish by how it climbs a tree. I think a lot of men, they want to try to put women in an exact box as a man, and I would never do that. I put them in a separate situation, and I go after certain type of women that's going to hold themselves with decorum, with intelligence, and all those things. So for me personally, these ratchet women that is the majority of black women, I do not find those women not around me because I hold myself a certain way. So these so-called ratchet and whatever kind of women that you're talking about that is so dangerous to men, those women tend to not like to be around me or want to communicate around me because they feel the way how I am is too whatever, not their style of a man that they want to be with. And I'm okay with that 100%. Whatever you say that woman going to say, the way how I hear the men, if she said that I'm not man enough, I'm a pussy and I'm all these things, fine, she can have that. Whatever she's saying that I am not, that is up to her to say that, and I'm fine with that. I'm going to stay in my lane. I'm going to be 100% the best human being that I could possibly be as I move forward throughout this life. And I'm going to attract the woman that is attracted to that. And those are the women I'm going to focus on instead of attempting to focus on all these negative, bad women that we keep on saying. Those women don't exist to me.
And that's delusion. I can't send my military out there with delusion. I have to send them out with actual strategy that they can use. Now, whether they use it or not is again a different. But I have to be real enough to know that my son is going to run into a woman who's going to play that nice role. She's going to play. She's intelligent. She's going to play the college role. She's going to play the church role. And then when he says no, all this out the window. Now he has to enforce again what the fuck he expect. And so for me to teach him delusion, I just can't do that. My pops didn't do that. And I don't think nobody around us. I wouldn't teach my grandson. I wouldn't teach nobody that, bro. That's crazy. I'm going to arm you for the best thing for life. So whether you deal with it or not, you're armed to deal with it. Those challenges.
Salute to the panel. Sharon, hope you have a great show. Y'all be good.
I don't think they hear me, Knight. I don't know. I don't think they want to hear me. I don't think women and men are actually war with each other. I think the only people that men and women are at war with is the ones that they don't like. Because when you're moving through the life, being the best who you are, and you're looking for the best in a female, you're not going to be at war. You are going to find what you are looking for. So if you are trying to change people that don't want to be changed, then yeah, you're going to be fighting with them because you are trying to force them into an ideology that they do not want to be in.
I can't disagree with that. That still don't mean that you're not going to deal with people, whether y'all in a relationship. You don't have to be freaking any individual to know how to deal with them, is my point. So I'm not in any relationship dynamic, whether you freaking these women or you just have to deal with these women. We have to teach our men how to deal with human beings, whether you touching them or not. Again, you don't have to be in a relationship. It's not a fucking detriment in your life that you have to have a woman. So if you're not armed and don't have the capacity to even deal with a woman, then that's what we need to be talking about. A lot of men just don't have the capacity, and we can't even get to that conversation of what the capacity is because we talking about, we teaching men. We should be having a lot of finance conversation because I find that we have a lot of conversation about women, and a lot of women ain't gonna respect any man, right? I don't come over here to much, but they not gonna respect very many men if we not out here talking. That's why that white man come up here and talk that matriarchy shit, because he was right. Because we don't have no type of black patriarchy. Black patriarchy means you're ran under black man rule. Right now, we are under white man patriarchy. What the fuck has black man established as patriarchy for our own communities? Where are the banks? Where are the Walmarts? Where are the Targets? Where are the restaurants? I'm talking about conglomerates around the world, not just here in your local, right? Where are they at? Where are the schools, the institutions? Not the ones established, the HBACUs established by the white folk, just here 2026. Now they are spread. I'm sure there's some. We have some anomalies. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about a solid fucking infrastructure. We got 5 people up here, and we can cuss each other out with comfortability. We can go in with comfortability. But let me say, hey, bro, this guy right here, I got 10 bands on it. Who got 10 bands with me? Let's go build a 4 unit and let's put some homeless people in it. Let's put some vets in them. And then let's scale that idea, right? Soon as I say that, motherfuckers run. Because everybody's supposed to be rich in this space. And I found that niggas is broke. That's just what it is. And it's okay. So now broke niggas can't demand patriarchy from nothing. If you don't have a plan to establish how you gonna build anything and sustain it. So you become just like that woman. You become an employee of her employer. You watch her go to work every motherfucking day. Not saying you or anybody up here, but I'm saying you as a generalization, right? Everything we do has to come from somebody else. They control our future. These are the conversations we should be having on how can we establish a system where we're not so dependent on somebody else. Meaning, if they say Sharon, if they say Rush, if they say Likely, get off YouTube. Where are we going? Where else can you go? Get off in here. Get off Facebook. Where are you going? Get off of any of these platforms. Where are you going? That's what I mean by patriarchy. So it's hard to stick your chest out when really, what are you running? It's almost an illusion to a degree. So what I think we should focus on is getting the fuck out that illusion. Lastly, before I leave, John Galt said some shit. He comes up here and he really talking. Motherfuckers be thinking he be on some bullshit. But he really be on some real shit, right? It just come out different. He's smoking weed and he's drinking and think he playing games, but he's sustained. What I'm talking about is us sustaining ourselves without
Let me
having
shout
to
out
be
the super chat
dependent
real quick.
upon
I gotta
someone
shout out
else.
the super chat real quick.
What's that? Go ahead, brother. My bad. Do your money.
Yo, shout out to Kev Studs. Air and C is backstage. I'll bring him up if Sharon is cool with it. But Sharon's not cool with it, I'm not gonna bring him back up.
That's respect.
Proceed.
I agree. He should. So, listen. If we can have a real conversation, Aaron C gonna say what he say, but I think there's a deeper conversation to be had than red and blue, right? We all are intelligent. I know how intelligent Sharon is because I feel that energy, right? I feel the vibration. Why wouldn't he fucking come up here? I don't think none of us would be up here if we didn't have the capacity to understand each other's nerd language. That's what I think the conversation should be about. And if all our people are looking at us and all we doing is slapboxing with other men about how women acting, where is that how is that progressive? It may make a few dollars, but how is that really progressive? So don't say that's what people up here do or what you up here to do if that's not what you're doing. I don't see that by nature from nobody really. I don't see it. I just see a bunch of slapboxing with women and slapboxing with men about some shit ain't nobody gonna change.
Yo, Sharon, the Caucasian man is backstage. Somebody paid $2 for him to come back in. If you don't want him to come back up, I won't bring him up. But is it cool to bring him up, or you good?
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
Hello?
We hear you, man.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, Kaz, you do this every day. We hear you, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I would basically like to know, because the other dude was making some points, about the infrastructure, how it's not Black owned. So why is Black people quickly supporting LGBT propaganda, socialism, communism, but when it comes to building their own community, they just don't want to support that? But why is there so many Black people that support LGBT rights, which is not even benefiting their community, when basically gay people have used Black people as a tool, to build their community? So it seems that Black people is the only people that support every propaganda agenda, but they don't want to support each other, if you understand my point.
And sophisticated joke. And they want to tell me that women are not intelligent, bro. In real time, bro. It's crazy.
Kaz is admitted to being kind of having
Hello?
a disability. He's openly admitted that, so we should go easy on him.
Okay.
Can I say this real
but
quick?
did anybody hear what I was saying? About
Yes, I agree with you, Kaz.
About how the Black community supports only homosexuality, LGBT propaganda, and all other propagandas, but they don't do anything to build their own community up, that they are just, destined to be, subhuman and support everything that is not for their benefit.
We agree with you, Kaz. We got to work on that as a community.
You're saying that, but you support the ideologies that are detrimental to the black community. You as the man are in control. You are the leader. Those women are secondary to your leadership, sir. That's what's going to save the black community. Not thinking that you're equal on
Yo, let
par with
me shout out
them.
the super chat real quick. Yo, shout out to Ryan Bardwell for $5 super chat. Aaron C, he got like 5 minutes to politics, so give him that 5 minutes. You heard?
Yeah, I don't think I'll take up the whole 5 minutes, but I'll start by saying this again. Like I was saying before you booted me, and I want to address you real quick, Rush. You know, it's when you guys have debates like this, you really should let the people up that do have the smoke. Again, like I said, I'm a red pill manosphere aficionado. So booting me. Oh, that's a lot of back. Cass, can you mute up? Oh wait.
Hey, Rush, mute up Casimir. Casimir, mute him up so we can hear this argument.
But yeah, Rush, you know, when you have a debate topic, you know, even if someone starts acting a way that you don't approve of, you know, if you're referring to me, again, I didn't start, I was called a do funny. Then from there, it all descends into chaos. I get that you have your homies back. I get that. But when people, you don't boot the people that have the actual smoke, you know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. And I saw your interaction with Mr. Wilson. It's like, so you got to sharpen your skills a bit to understand how to produce some decent content. Now, moving forward, man, with this manosphere shit, again, there's a lot of nuance to it. There's a lot of departments, a lot of depth within it. And I want to ask Sharon, you know, it's like, you know, would you say that, like, for example, some of the books that Tomasi wrote might be to help men get out there, understand the indicators of interest from women and stuff like that? Just basic macking. You know, the younger generation, they're not as social as you and I's generation. You know, they're all born with, tablets and iPhones and stuff. So you don't at least see the benefit of, you know, if a young man is challenged with getting women, you don't think some material, live streams, books, etc., some scientific knowledge on, you know, how to approach women and stuff like that. I just don't see how you could not view that as beneficial.
So yeah, no, it's not beneficial to teach men how to not be themselves. The issue with these men when they go ahead and portray something that they read or something that they seen on streams, they know that that woman don't actually like them for being them, and it turns out into they have a disdain for that same woman that they got sex out of or a relationship out of, because they know that's not them. They cannot maintain that beside of whatever the red pill or that stream that they seen. And so what I would suggest is that men need to learn how to dive more into themselves, take that mask off and be 100% themselves and represent. So this way, whatever woman says yes or no is because of you, not because of somebody else's psychology of women. And then you actually have an appreciation for the woman that chooses you, and you choose her because you was always being 100% yourself.
All right, I want to kind of by saying this. Okay, so first off, it's apparent to me that your understanding of the manosphere reptile content, your understanding, it just seems extremely limited. I'm totally, it doesn't make any sense to me, and I'll explain why. The manosphere, et cetera, covers like a million topics. You keep just focusing on one. You keep talking about the fake it till you make it. You know, you're talking about the one or two content creators that do like the fake it till you make it kind of thing. Like that's not it. What I was expressing to you, and if you've read any of the literature, because it is interesting. You know, if it helps men, you know, initiate a relationship with a woman, go on a date with a woman, et cetera, that can therefore blossom into a relationship, that doesn't equate into this fake it till you make it stuff. If you read any of these people's books, whether it be Tomasi, CGA, Myron, there's not this fake it till you make it component. Me, myself personally, I would never be a fan of some ideology like that. It doesn't make any sense to me. You know, why would I rent a Porsche for a weekend to pull a bitch and then she realizes it's not mine? These are childish scams. Like this is an 80s movie, you know, where you're trying to, like Ferris Bueller's Day Off, where you're trying to drive the cool car, or whatever, to look cool for the day. That to me is just really weird. Like how do you address the the numerous other subject matter topics in the manosphere? How do you address, like, men trying to like CGA, for example? Like I told you, he focuses primarily on trying to prevent men from getting divorced, raped. So there's that. I mean, there's just many different facets, and then of course there's maintaining a relationship as well. Many of them have literature and live streams, etc., on how to facilitate and maintain a marriage that might be falling apart, or just relationships in general, giving men advice, tips. Oh, you might find young, hot, single, attractive women here or there, etc. I just don't see how you're just summarizing everything as this fake it, this LA style fake it till you make it mentality. And that is not the manosphere. The manosphere, as you probably heard before, the term money, muscles, game. Okay, money, muscles, game. That is not faking it till you make it. You actually put on the muscle. You actually step your paper up, and you actually get experience with women, so you have that game for real. This is actual. It's not all about this just fronting, faking, pretending. You keep describing this scenario where you get with a chick, because you faked it to pretend that you're more macho than you really are. Then you get with her, and a week later she's like, oh, you're really pathetic, you just put on a front. I mean, how often does this even happen? I mean, this is probably a pretty rare circumstance to begin with, right? The manosphere is an over-encompassing term. When you talk about red pill content, it addresses and encompasses all of that, not just this fake it till you make it stuff that no one approves of.
Yeah, that was the question you asked me. That's the question you posed me. So I answered that one direct question. I answered it very directly. So these other things that you are saying that these men are learning how to be better physicality. Hey, fine, sure. You want to say they got their finances up because they got better jobs? Yeah, sure. The issue with it is that still, that you got muscles and then you got money, but you didn't change who you are as a human being. You didn't grow mentally as a man. That is the problem. A lot of these men, especially in your red pill community, they have arrested development, and they never grow into learning how to communicate and deal with other human beings in the world, especially when it comes to a significant other as a wife. Majority of people that have great wives, usually they women is very intelligent, just like them. They do not have stupid wives and and women that are not capable. So when we get men to realize that they have to focus on who they are first, and then now that's going to be easier for you to communicate and decide the type of woman that you want in your life. Then we could actually start building on relationships, building real marriages, and then we could go into the community aspect of things. But if men are only focused on getting muscles and money so they can have sex, that's always going to create this issue that we are in today.
Yeah, I can
Hello?
kind of reason with you. I can kind of reason with you on that. Okay, so because it sounds to me like, as you know, there's a lot of, like, especially a lot of white men and like alt-right and more conservative circles that they do want to stop the degeneracy. So I kind of commend you there. I mean, is that what you're saying? You're saying that America should get back. You did say that you are married, so you're a man of stability, I guess. So you're saying that we should have, like, more marriages and less just degenerate out of wedlock sex. I mean, if that's what you're saying, that is understandable there. I do have to defend, like, because you're saying, like, the arrested development thing. And that term, I'm not a social scientist. I don't know exactly what that term does mean, but I mean, like, the younger generations, they're just not as social as us. It's because of the technological time period that they live in and stuff. I don't think it's arrested development. When I meet these younger people, I just think that it's just the way that they grew up. They just a lack of socialization, as kids and stuff like that. So I don't see them as, like, arrested development, as in, like, maybe possibly, like, mentally defective or retarded, because they still maintain jobs. They can still tear up college, get degrees in math, and so they can still be successful in every other avenue. It's just the socialization of when it comes to having maintaining friendships, and getting with women. I don't know. Me myself, I got to be honest. Ever since discovering red pill content, I discovered it when I was much later in life. I mean, that space didn't take off to, like, the last. Let's be real, the last, like, probably 5 or 6 years. I was already in, like, my mid 30s by then, right? So it didn't really benefit me. But I just think all the material and content that I've discovered, I just don't see how it's not beneficial as a man. I mean, any kind of advice that they give, it's pretty accurate. I mean, when I started putting muscle on, more female attention. It's true. It's factual. You drive a nicer whip, etc., more female
Hello?
attention. And that's my biggest debate. At the end of the day, we heard you at the biggest at the end of the day. My biggest issue with people, even if I don't agree with what they're saying 100%, is are they lying? Are they blatantly lying? I don't think there's any red pill concepts that you can say that are just blatant lies, whether about female nature or whether how to strategically organize your life as a man. Um, yeah, I think it's all beneficial and helpful. I've never seen any content that's detrimental. I mean, and who? I mean, do you have any examples? I mean, is there something that CGA, Bola Tomasi, Myron, Tate? I mean, is there any kind of advice that any of these people have provided that's just some straight up bullshit, you think?
Well, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I basically want to get to my
Yo, Chino,
point.
yo, turn on your camera. As soon as you turn on your camera, I'll pull you up.
Yeah, can I talk?
Casimir, so sir, we hear
Yeah,
you,
so
sir.
I
Go
would
ahead,
like
Cas.
to get Yeah, so I
Oh, he's
would
got like
like
a
to get
lag.
to the point that the reason why the black community is so weak is because they grew up with their
I didn't realize I was
mothers,
muted.
they support homosexuality, they practice
Nope.
homosexuality. So the point is that how you gonna have a strong community when kids is growing up with their mothers and they're learning how to be a homosexual by growing up with a female in their home all the time. So,
Okay.
of course, black people is the only ones that support LGBT and other movements that have nothing to do with being a man because they grew up with their mothers. Of course, a woman wants a man to behave like a woman so she can have dominance over him and he won't have dominance over her.
Well,
No doubt.
Casimir, that's what the manosphere sets out to correct. That's the correction that needs to be made. Okay, that's what it's about, man. Especially for that's why.
If you
Um,
I want to answer what you had asked me, ANC.
okay, I'll just say one last thing real quick to Kaz's top, and that's why I was trying to do correct Sharon on. He was saying that it was like white dudes that started back then. It actually, dude, a large percentage of the manosphere founders, you could say were black, and it's because they noticed the same things that Casimir was just pointing out that need to be corrected.
Yeah, gay people don't have nothing to do with building up better relationships. Hey, they got their relationships. It don't have nothing to do with straight people and their relationships. Let them do what they got to do. Straight people can do what they got to do. It don't have nothing to do with building anything. But what my brothers need to understand is that you can have all the muscles and the finances in the world, but if your brain is not catching up to your income, you're gonna be stuck in the same place that you always been. It's a lot of people that are making over 100K, maybe even 200K, and they still living check to check because they haven't mentally caught up to their goddamn paycheck, right? We understand that, and this is why I want brothers to focus more on themselves and get more intelligent. Stop being afraid to read a goddamn book of different levels of reading as well, not just only on how to get a woman. You need to be able to build yourself up and find the characteristics that are detrimental to you. And one of the main two things that I preach about is taking lust and degeneracy from the top of your value system, because we have an issue with that in our brothers. They keep lust and degeneracy at the top of their value system, and they keep things like honor, integrity, loyalty, they keep that somewhere in the basement of that house. That is an issue. It's supposed to be the opposite way around. And then once you start moving like that, you'll start to see that women do cater to your style of man that you are. Instead of trying to make yourself available to all the majority of women, you need to be making yourself available to the a bespoke style of women that is catered to you and your personality and your characteristics. And once we get to that, I think we can start building better relationships for our young men. And once we start building better relationships, we start having stronger communities and stronger families. And then we can start worried about moving into building these conglomerates and all these other things. But it's one step at a time. and too many brothers, they want to jump straight into the successful part, but success takes years of grinding.
And what's your thoughts on someone like CGA who just tries to prevent a bunch of young? I think he saved thousands of lives. I mean, what a true hero. What do you think of like someone like Coach Greg Adams trying to prevent men from getting divorced? Great. I mean,
So I don't believe that majority of men are getting divorced scraped in the first place. I think most people that get divorced, they come the same thing that they come in with, they leave with. The top 10% to the top 1%, yeah, they might leave their woman a little better off than what they came into the relationship. So I could agree with that. There, it is a group of women that will take advantage and find a lawyer that's willing to take advantage of certain situations. It is a real thing. But to make it seem as is this a normal thing, I think that's where it comes disingenuine. It's not a normal thing. Most people, they, if you build something with somebody, that other person deserves the half of the situation. So it was just like similar to very much a business. If me and you start a business and then for whatever reason we decide to split, we're going to have to come to the table and figure out how we're going to divvy those things. And what I'm afforded in that business is usually half, or it's a buyout. It is what it is. Same thing with the marriage situation, in my opinion.
so let me. I want to dovetail on this topic.
Do you disagree
here.
with that take? Because we talking, but we're not getting to a point where we have an understanding of each other. Do you agree with that point, or
Do I agree that most of the time the court does award things 50-50? I think the pendulum is starting to swing back. I know in the state that I live in, I know Utah is really big on fathers' rights, especially access to their children. But historically, growing up my whole life, I'd have to say that the system more often than not was used against men. I think the modern woman, and that's what I wanted to ask you. Oh, he had stepped away. Because there's a lot of dudes that have been in relationships or married for a long time now. They've been out of the dating game for a while, and I feel like a lot of them just don't understand the concept of the how the modern woman, how she acts and behaves. I mean, let me ask you this, Sharon. So, um, you said you were married. How long have you been married? Have you been married for like decades or?
yeah, almost 2 decades?
Yeah, see, I mean, goddamn, dude. See that you gotta understand, man. That says a lot. You and I are probably we could be even similar age. Are you 40 yet?
Yeah, I'm past 40.
Okay. Well, I'm not quite 40 yet, but I'm getting there. And so you and I are essentially from like the same time period. 20 years ago, I mean, that would have been 2006, man. Okay. It was the dating landscape was entirely different back then. It was an absolute world apart. I don't know if anyone else in the chat can back me up, but I mean, it was just a world of difference. The modern woman, how she behaves now, we have two great examples on here that just hopped up. The way the way the modern woman behaves, it's just phenomenally different than '06. I mean, it is just complete, dude. '06, you didn't even have social media wasn't even around like that back then.
Okay. Wait, can I say
Go
something?
ahead,
Right?
Queen.
No,
Go ahead.
yeah, Queen. Okay. I'm gonna say this, right? Men put a lot of pressure on women, specifically Black women, to be strong and be dominant and be successful. You guys cannot ask for a strong, dominant woman that's also a caretaker in your home. Choose one or
Hold
the
up,
other.
Tina.
You are going to
Hold
provide.
up. Tina,
It's either
one
you're going
second.
to
Hold up.
provide.
Tina, listen. Okay, what do you mean men put pressure? Like, if I
Men
go on
are now asking, what are women bringing to the table?
well, yeah,
Bringing
that's
dinner.
after like a decade of you
So then
guys
pick
just,
one.
well,
So then
Tina,
a
hold up,
decade of what? Being submissive.
Tina.
Like now you guys want a dominant woman. Pick one or
So
the other.
Sharon, this is why we don't listen to the opinion. Listen. So Tina, let me explain. This doesn't make any sense. You're saying that men put pressure on women like career wise, like that makes no, like my entire life. I was in the Navy. I moved around to different places. I was a serial dater, dating a different bitch each week. Okay, from the dating apps, etc. Right. So like none of those dates that I go on where I don't know if you know this. Again, this is a very, very fundamental, basic manosphere principle is that we don't give a shit how much a woman makes. We don't care about your job. In fact, it turns out the more accomplished you are, the worse it's going to be in a relationship with you. We most likely will not get along that well. So
But why
what do
is
you mean
that?
by
But why is
there's no
that?
pressure for women to do
Okay,
great things?
okay. But what I'm gonna say, I just said,
Hey, y'all, let me shout out the super chat real quick. Yo, let me shout out the super chat real quick. Hey, yo, Barbie Perkins, salute to you. Appreciate the $2 super chat. You heard? Thanks for tapping in.
okay, like I said, right? I just said, okay, men want to know what women bring to the table. Now you're saying, I don't care how much money you make. So why are you asking what comes to the table?
I'm not even sure you just said, sweetheart. I'm just simply saying that
You
men, there's no
aren't-
pressure on you to perform.
you just said men should ask what women bring to the table. Now
I
you're
didn't say
saying
that.
you did just now. You
No, no,
said
no.
yes,
I had
men
said
should
after
ask
you,
that.
yes. Tina, listen. And now I would say in 2026, okay, that you guys have to understand that stuff like this changes. Dating now is not the same as it was in like our grandparents or great grandparents, like the 50s or late, like it changes. These things are fluid. The way that the genders behave.
So you
So
have to
yeah,
adapt.
so in 2026, I would say me as a man, with the way the modern woman is, especially since I know that they have a body count of 10 or more minimum usually. Yes, I'm going to say, you know what? You need to bring more to the table financially, et cetera, and I'm most likely not going to marry you.
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying. Moon, we can't hear you. But that's what I'm saying. You are contradicting yourself in the same sentence, right? Now you're saying
How?
you need to bring more to the table financially, whatever that case is. But then in the same sentence, you're saying it doesn't matter what you bring to the table. So which one
Well,
is it? Which one are you
no,
picking?
no. When I listen, the trend that you're talking about, as far as men wanting women, and you guys are in a different country too, that's way more expensive. Maybe men prioritize that there in Europe. I don't know, but I know you're Canada.
Prioritize what?
But what I'm saying though is like all the dates I've been
Prioritize
on,
what? Could you clarify that? Sorry, I just wanted to
I
clarify.
have never
Prioritize what?
sized a woman up financially on a date because I don't care. Like dudes just don't. You're telling me right now, Tina, okay? Because I'm gonna give it to you. Okay, you and your sister are the last people that need your ego boosted. But for a short, you obviously look alright. So you, if you want to, you a fine sister gal. So like you. So you yourself, if you went on like one of the dating apps right now with your profile, Tina, showing off all them chocolate curves. You're telling me that if you're telling me that if you reeled in a couple Tinder dates or some dates online, you're
Is it
telling me that when you go on dates with those men that you met on there, especially the soft white dudes in Canada, you're telling me that on a date with them, you're telling me that they're going to administer pressure to you. You're saying they're going to size you
no?
up like, oh,
That's
so what do you do for work? Oh,
no,
that's not very
no, no,
impressive.
no, no,
Like
no,
they ain't
no.
going to do that. They're not
No,
even
no,
going to
no, no,
ask.
no.
They're not even going to ask,
No,
bro.
but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's a mental expectation from men these days. You just said it yourself. Modern women need to bring more to the table. You said it and you contradict yourself. That's fine, right? I will never. All the men I dated, wait. Let me finish my thought. All the men I dated, I made more money than them. I never once bragged about it or whatever the case is. I knew what I brought to the table. But for a lot of men, there's this expectation that, okay, I'm a man in general. What do you bring to satisfy my life? And that's not okay. Like it's either you want a caretaker or a homemaker, or you want a bitch that's successful. Which one is it?
That's it.
I agree, and that's an issue that a lot of the red pill men they have nowadays. So if you want to be big dog on campus, you're gonna have to pay like you weigh.
Yeah, exactly. It ain't tricking if you got it.
Sorry,
That's all I'm gonna say.
No, that's a different statement. I don't agree with that part of the statement. But what I am saying is that if I do decide to be with that woman and I want to be this so-called leader of everything, then therefore I need to lead in everything. So therefore,
Exactly.
if I say, "Hey, I want you to be a somebody that take care of the kids," I got to be able to afford
to
get
provide
you out of the workforce, so you can actually take care of the children that we built together. And because we
Listen,
had a good
and
time
let me
making
tell
that
you
damn child,
something.
so now, hey, I'm gonna have to have a difficult time going to work to make sure to take care of
that's
my
the
family.
life
And
they sign up
majority
for.
of men are not willing to put that work in. It's a lot of work to put in. There's a lot of stress to put in to take those kind of stress off your woman so she could be like how ENC said earlier. She could be in the coffee shop talking with her homegirl, talking about how she went shopping, how the kids got on her nerves, and did you see that latest reality TV show? And that's supposed to be your goal as a man, to give your wife, the person that you say you love and you would die for, the most least stressful life that you can provide as much as you possibly
Yeah.
can.
No, and I think honestly, right, because they want women to be at home taking care of the kids, cooking, cleaning, and then having a full 9 to 5, making 6 figures. It's like you have to pick one or the other. If you want to be a man and lead, then lead. I love a leader. I love a man that takes like that is assertive, takes initiative, knows what we're gonna eat that day, what I'm gonna cook. That's fine, right? But you can't pick one or the other. You can't have you can't have both, not one or the other. It's either you want a homemaker, or you want a bitch that's successful, right? That's why I told myself, because I'm very like, I have a great job, I have a great life. No man will ever tell me no, ever. Okay, anything if you come to me in a relationship, you're adding to it, right? I'm not about to fucking downgrade myself for shit. Like that's what it is. Like if you want to retire me, bet I'll be a homemaker. Okay, I'm gonna go shop on Saturday and buy what I gotta buy. Like that's fine. Right? But don't ever try to downgrade my life. That's like, and a lot of these red pill men are like, oh, what do you bring to the table? Nigga, you work at a gas station. No offense to gas station workers. But like, you want a bitch that's working in a business as a business analyst and you're working at a gas station? Like, come on.
It's not gonna work. And I think it's important too that like when we was having this conversation, you come up and disprove all of the women are not intelligent, they can't do things in society. And you are and he's saying that you in Canada, so you're in a country where it's not so easy to maintain a job, right? Their unemployment rate is, I believe, is pretty high over there, correct?
Well, it's not that high. I will say across the board in North America as a whole, it's going down because there's a lot of layoffs. AI is a part of the equation, right? Canada is more expensive, but the conversion rate from Canada to American, like, it's about the same price. I'm not gonna lie to you. But
we're still higher.
Well, in real time, and I'm assuming that you're a young lady that don't have children.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that you are under 35.
Yeah, I'm actually only 18.
And
no, kidding. I'm 29.
Right. We know you was joking about that. But what I'm saying is that so it's already showing, and no shade to that, but it's already showing
shade. Okay, relax.
It's showing that women are out here doing what they're supposed to do and able to take care of themselves. And now that women are able to take care of themselves, guess what's going on? They are choosing men less and they having children less.
Exactly, because you have you can sustain life, like you know what I mean? Like you can live by yourself, you can do what you want. You don't have a man in your ear telling you, I want steak for dinner. Shut up. Like, be quiet. Go buy a steak. Average income. Okay, well, Coach Ferg, I don't have the average income, so relax yourself. Calm down.
I just think that like there's this want by men to live this certain lifestyle that they did in the 50s or 60s. I would call it, after World War II, you had the real American dream. And I think to them, the real American dream is they're the breadwinner. Their wives are at home taking care of the house and the kids and all these things. And they have to bring in a minimum income. But as we know, as time has gone on, you know, when you're living now, it really does take two. And I think they're not okay with that, with the amount of money that's needed to be in society. And I think they have an issue with competing because now we have options, right? We can go on social media and find any man. We don't have to find Greg down the street who used to live in our neighborhood. We have options. We can travel. We can go to these other places. So now it really is a competition, right? And it's going to be whoever wins. Whoever is the best man will be the one to procreate. That's just what it is.
The best man is a man that can work with a woman.
I know people try to use social media to make it seem like it's tougher, but I think it was tougher when it wasn't social media because most people didn't have the ability to leave their neighborhood. So it was really tougher competition because you only had this set of 10 decent men within this 10 block radius, and everybody's fighting for that 10 good men. The good looking woman is only about 5 of those, and everybody fighting for those 5 good looking. And people are not traveling outside. And also, we couldn't track each other the way how we could track each other now. You know that you're talking to somebody, right? So back then, you didn't know. I'm going to the court, play basketball, and I could be going around the corner, blah blah blah, right?
I
So
want your location.
I think people have this romanticized idea of what the 50 was, and not really understand that majority of the women in the 50s, they worked as well. They just worked off the books jobs because that was a little bit more acceptable back then. The government wasn't chasing down the young lady doing the wife doing daycare, making clothes, making all these things. Now is a full-on profession for people to make prom dresses. Back then, that was just a side hustle that they just brought into the house, and nobody bat an eyelash. So women always worked, even in the 50s. These men are lying, acting like men was just taking care of the house. It's a lie. Women always worked, especially in our community.
I'm gonna say I'm sick and tired of the red pill. It's so cringe. I don't care what anyone says. Like, I'm not saying there aren't good parts of the red pill, like work out, eat healthy, take care of yourself, get a job. Those are good things. I don't even think that's bad, right? But I would promote that to anyone. But this idea of the red pill, for example, I'll give the example of Myron Gaines, right? Have sex with 50 women, don't trust with all this stuff. It's like, how does that benefit men? That's teaching them not to have value within themselves and is teaching them to sleep around, which isn't good for anybody. If you want to stop the promotion of what you would call the word I'm forgetting, of just like a gross culture, or like this idea of hookup culture, right? Why would you tell men to then go hook up with all these women? Because who are these women that they're hooking up with? Are these
exactly the same women that they freaking hate?
It just doesn't make any sense. If you want virgins, how are you going to have sex with 50 women? Like, how is this supposed to work for every man? It's never going to work. So I think the red pill has been, I would say, bastardized. It's been ruined. Like I said, there's good parts of it, but like I think the promotion now is just cringy. It's like incel mixed in with red pill. So it's really men who hate women who are promoting this to young men. If you want young men to be successful, you would teach them to be careful about the women that they're courting, right? Be very secure within themselves, eat healthy, exercise. Those are great things, but take care of yourselves. Be respectful to other people. Don't sleep around, right? Make sure your intentions are pure when you're meeting somebody. If you really want a wife, you're not going to sleep around because that's not what you're looking for, right? You're looking to court someone, and they don't know how to court anymore because they don't want to do that. Listen, they love the hoes. They love the whores. Why?
They love sluts, dude. They love sluts. They love sluts. They want a bitch that's gonna lick the balls from front to back.
Why do you think Selena Powell is so popular? Why are all these girls?
Yeah, because they love sluts. They're in denial because their type is not the traditional type, right? Yeah. So they want to be like, I'm gonna sleep around and be a hoe and be this and that. Go do that. But the bitch you're going home to at the end of the night is not the bitch you bring home to your mom.
Right.
That's why these men have side women. I'm not saying all men, most men, because these side women are more likely to do certain things that their main woman isn't pleasing them in, right? Be true to you. If you want to wipe a hoe. Nobody's judging you. But don't go and preach to me that, I need a virgin that doesn't know anything about anything. You want a slut. Go ahead. Get a slut. Nobody's judging you. The only person
so you guys just contradicted yourself, though, because you first said that men shouldn't sleep around. And now she's saying that
I'm saying don't sleep around and preach that.
No, I didn't say you said that. I said the other woman. XO said it. What
did I say? Sorry.
You said that men shouldn't sleep around, but it's obvious that men love the hoes. So why would they not do what they love?
But that's what I'm trying to do.
Right. I'm trying to figure it out. No, go ahead.
No, I was trying to point out is that in red pill, for example, right? I'm saying if you want to teach young men a certain lifestyle, if you want them to be successful, you're not going to teach them to sleep around because there's really no benefit.
What's wrong with that?
Because these men, quote unquote, want virgins. How is that teaching yourself?
Now you're going down other rabbit holes, though. Like I'm asking you, what's wrong with men sleeping around?
Can she finish her thought? Yes, can she finish her thought?
I think the issue and here's my thing. Listen, at the end of the day, do whatever the fuck you want. But I think the issue with sleeping around is that it demonstrates that you have no self-control, right? You have no ability to control your actions, right? You are led, your life is led by the idea of sex, right? And
nasty, nasty.
I think that is just kind of like it's kind of gross and it's a character flaw if you're led by sex.
Right. No, but when you say that, it kind of sounds like you hate men, right? Because Because with Tina, let's just have a conversation, right? And just like y'all said, when y'all said that, one of y'all said that men hate women, and nobody was like, what? So when I say the same thing,
I never said men hate women.
one of y'all did say it, like, but it's okay.
I
I'm letting
don't
y'all
know.
just right. I'm just letting you express yourself, and that's all right. All right. So when you say what you said, it sounds like you kind of hate men, because if you know that men like having sex, why tell them, or why be like, oh, sleeping around is a bad thing? And then wait, hold on, Tina, just
wait. I just want to say something before you finish your thought. I'm so
I
sorry.
have to finish the thought. If I don't
I know,
finish the
but
thought, then
I said before
you're gonna
finish. No. Okay, fine, finish. Go ahead.
like you. Now forget it,
Sorry, go
because
ahead.
like, this is all I'm saying, right? Men like sleeping with women. Men like variety, right? Men like being able to sleep with women, right? We all understand. Men love the hoes. So to then demonize them and be like, oh, if you sleep with a bunch of women, you're not getting value, or just assuming that they're doing it in some way where they have no control, like she said, is wrong. Because you could sleep with women and be like, I'm not choosing that girl because she's fat. I'm not choosing that girl because she's this. I'm not choosing that girl because she's this. And you can still sleep with a bunch of women without just feeling like you have no control over doing it. You know, you could sleep with a woman every other week, and that could be sleeping with women. So I'm just trying to figure out like why demonize what men naturally like to do? What has brought all of us to this point that we are today, which is procreating, sleeping with each other.
100%. And I agree. But the issue that I have, right, is you cannot publicly go on a platform and say you should fuck virgins, right? And you are there slinging dick around. That's the issue. Preach what you practice. That's the point that I think we're trying to make, right?
Yeah, but
men love sluts. They love whores. They love fantasy. They love all this shit, right? And if you're a red pill man and you know you're a slut, what do you mean go out there and find a virgin? You're slinging dick left, right, and center.
Yeah, but that one argument is so like, it's so obscure.
That's the point. No. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I mean, because when you go to the club, virgins aren't at the club. Are you a virgin? Are you a virgin? I'm just saying, like, virgins is so rare. That's all I'm saying.
Listen,
like, I'm not trying to like. You ain't have to answer that question for me.
If it were up to me, I'd say, ladies, before you get married, test out the waters, honestly, because these men are.
What does that mean? That means sleep around, right?
But men are still doing it. So what's the problem? No, but what's the problem? If men are doing it and women are doing it, what the fuck is the problem?
That's what I'm telling XO right here. What is the problem with men sleeping around? That's okay. So we're on the same page, me and you.
No. Because the men that are preaching this practice are the ones that are telling other men to go fuck virgins.
Well, that part I don't know. That part is crazy. I'm just talking about the sleeping around.
That's the point I'm trying to make, right? Because what she's saying is that you have people on a public platform with influence saying, "Hey, go and sleep with this person, or go find a girl with a 0 body count," right? Mind you, they're the same ones slinging dick left, right, and center from Monday to Friday. They have a break on the weekend. Okay, it's like you practice what you preach.
My question would be, what is the point? Like, what do these men get out of sleeping with all these women? Like, what is the point? What does this lead to?
Well, that's a part of living life. If you're making money and you're going out and you're having fun, you're going to have relationships with the opposite sex. So it's just a part of the nature of men and women getting together. Eventually, like I don't expect a man to be around 10 women and not be attracted to
wait, guys. I'm coming right back. I have to use the bathroom. I'm going to turn the camera real quick. Come on.
It's okay to be attracted to people. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Right. And well, no, and that's okay. But eventually she might be attracted to you, and then y'all end up sleeping with each other. Y'all might not be doing it just to have sex with each other, but you're doing it. You know, things happen. That's we are attracted to each other. Like, I don't get why we act like we're not.
I don't disagree with that. Like, you can have attraction to people, right? But the same way, like, if you're married, you can have attraction to someone, but you're not going to overstep a boundary because you're married, of course, right? Like, we have this self-control to say, hey, this is an attractive person, but we shouldn't cross certain boundaries. And I think for men and women, there's really no benefit in any of us, right? If we're going to talk about it all together, if we're going to say that, you know what, guys, we shouldn't have this hookup culture, right? There's really no benefit to just sleeping around, because you can meet someone, and that's why I talk about courting, right? Going on multiple dates, getting to know somebody, their interests, what they like to do, what they do for work. You don't need to sleep with a person in order to know if this person is meant to be your wife or husband. right? You can just be attracted, meet them, have a great relationship with them. You can become friends first. You don't need to sleep around. And once again, sleeping around is just not being able to control your lust. And we need to talk about it. And that's okay. It's okay if you, like I said, do whatever you want. But I think we should be honest about the conversation. They cannot control their lust. I don't care if a
That's
man.
not true. I don't agree with that because the woman, because look at it like this, right? A woman who sleeps around, right? Women have one night stands, do they not? They do,
Yeah, of
right?
course. Yeah.
Does that woman have a one night stand with every man that she saw today? No. So that means that she's able to control her lust. You get what I'm saying? Like, see what I'm
To an
you get
extent.
what
To an extent. I think that, like, for example, that's why
okay, so to an extent, I'll take that. I'll take that.
of 50 bodies, right? And that's for man or woman. At that point, it is, well, depending on your age as well. But I would say that it is questionable in the way of like, if you're sleeping with this many people, what did you really see in this person? Did you really see marriage? Or was it just like you're kind of horny, you wanted to get off, so you hooked up with this person, right? That's not like an actual intimate relationship in the way of forming a bond. It's just sex, right? And that comes back to lust.
Yeah,
And not
but
being able
all
to
sex, yeah, but
lust.
all hooking up doesn't have to be forming a bond. I think that actually is detrimental to a lot
Oh,
of people, to a
yeah.
lot of men and women, because they end up thinking they're forming a bond and they're not. They're just having sex.
No,
I think the two that are honest and like, yo, we're just having sex, they're having a more healthy man and
sex
woman
shouldn't be
relationship
normalized.
than the two that are faking that they're making a bond, and then they end up in a relationship and then
No,
something crazy tragic end
No,
up happening, which happens a
Okay,
lot.
listen. No, sex
Yeah,
should
yeah.
not be normalized. It's a soul tie, okay? So we need to stop normalizing casual sex. It can't happen. That's
It doesn't
crazy
matter.
work.
It's still going to happen. That's what I'm saying. Like we can sit up
Yeah, that's
here
the
and we can play
problem.
Peter Pan.
That's
Okay,
the
yeah.
problem.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
yeah, but because society, I think that's the issue here. I think that as a society, if we want to move within a certain direction, like I said, and have the promotion of healthy families, like if you want the nuclear family back, we have to start demonizing a little bit of hookup culture and the
100%.
idea that this has no effect on people in general. And I'll say this to women, okay? And here's the thing: I'm a feminist. I'm okay. At the end of the day, like I said, do whatever you want. But I think women are more heavily affected by the idea of sleeping around, and I don't think it benefits us to the extent that they think it does. Right? I think men get more out of it because women are just gonna do the hookup now. Like they're just gonna do the hookup culture, and there really is no benefit. There's no promise of marriage. If you get pregnant, you don't know if this guy is gonna stay with you. He has no obligation at that point. So I think women
Yeah.
should be more protective
Aware.
with who they share their bodies with. I think at this point
It's
that
a soul tie, dude. That sticks with you forever. I'm sorry. This whole bullshit about casual sex is casual. Oh, if it's consenting adults, that doesn't matter. Casual sex is a bond between two spirits. That sticks with you.
Hey, can I jump in real quick? And I think this is a issue that we have is that we got two women that saying, "Hey, we need to stop casual sex," right? And we were here. Red Pill Men said, "No, we want to continue the casual sex, but also we want to have them in the house and not fucking everybody at the same time, having our babies. But also, I want to be out there fucking everything, moving at the same damn time." And so it shows that why we having the issue that we are having. Like the women are willing to get ahead and deal with the, hey, I'm gonna deal with this one man.
Oh, wait. Air and C wants the link dropped.
And so in real time, we seeing that women are willing to say, hey, now you know what, this casual sex shit is not worth it.
Yep.
It is something that we need to be with, just attempt to be with just one, as least amount of partners as we possibly can. Right?
Yeah.
Because we do understand people are going to make mistakes, people are going to fall in lust. Lee made a great point. Just because she had one night stand doesn't mean that she is doing it on a constant basis, that she's doing that for the rest of her life. Every time she go to a goddamn bar, like she had that one thing doesn't mean that she's lustful for the rest of her life. However, we need young people to be able to have the ability to change their ideology as they get older. Like, hey, at one point I was lustful at 18. All right, now I'm 23. Hey, maybe I need to not have lust at the top of my goddamn value system. We need to bring that somewhere, at least bare minimum in the middle of my value system. I need to have honor, integrity, loyalty, honesty. I need to have all these things before I'm lusting over mooncakes or Tina, right? Let me get to know her as a human being, not just her as a vagina and a baby maker. We cannot keep pushing that BS Rim Brother ideology. You know what I'm saying? So, and what I mean by Rim Brothers, that's red pill, incel, manosphere, these no good suckers. That's what a Rim Bro is.
Tell them. That's the point I'm getting to. That's what I'm trying to
Hey,
say.
drop the link in the chat for Aaron C. That's why I'm here, Rush. Thank you.
Hi, Ponder. If you want women to be quote unquote feminine and these
Hey,
types
Moon Tina, great job holding it down. Great job. You look, both of you look so cute.
you have to promote it in these communities. And as women, we also have to do our part and promote it to other women and say, hey, at the end of the day, your choice is your choice. But are you really getting a benefit out of sleeping around with these men who really don't care, right? Like to them, it's just sex, right? And I
They're
think we
just
should,
busting a nut, honestly, because men are just okay. Not all men are disgusting, but I think it takes a lot for a woman to open up herself to a man. Honestly, it does, because it's more. It's you guys should understand. Soul ties exist. Those people stick with you forever. It can change your personality.
yeah, I don't think it should just be taken lightly. I really don't think so. I think sex should be something that is sacred. It should be coveted. I think it should be between two people that love each other. Now, you don't have to be married to have sex. I'm not saying that. I'm not going that far, right? I'm not religious in that way. But what I'm saying is that you should have an intimate bond with this person so that hopefully you don't end up in a situation that you don't want to be in. And I think that's what
I think the interesting thing is that I think majority of men are going to combat you and disagree with you.
Yes.
I think that is a wild thing to happen in real time. But we're going to see. I could be wrong. Hopefully I'm wrong. But I think majority of you that's going to combat you is going to be men. And then it just shows the hypocrisy of this whole red pill incel manosphere space, these rim bros.
That's what I'm saying. They're going to start saying, remember they used to call women who didn't hook up, these, I forget the name they used to call them. Like they were uptight.
They just call them prunes and stuff like that.
And stuff like that. Prudes, uptight. So now that we're promoting it again, I'm telling you, that's what they're going to go back to in order to change the mind of women and say, well, you don't want to be a prude. You don't want to be uptight, right? And that's how they get you. That's why I think women need to hold it down a bit more and say, you know what? I'm not just going to give it out to you because I'm whatever. Like I'm sorry, women. There are toys now. You don't need to go to this random man on the street. Like you have options now. There's AI. You figure it out. You just don't need to do it. Okay? You don't need to do it. I'm just putting it out there.
And look, and plus, you know, the AI don't have to take a nap, right? So you know, you insane. What's up, Big Aaron? Good day, sir. What is your thoughts? Because I don't think Russ is he's probably too loud where he's at or something of that nature. What's up, Big Aaron? What's your thoughts?
Yeah, greetings to the panel. You can hear me okay?
Hi.
All right, good. I kind of wanted to touch base on the conversation. I mean, it seems like it's moved on, but when you guys are talking about what do people bring to the table, it seems like that question is grossly misinterpreted. The question simply asks, what value do you bring to a relationship? I don't think it's really a monetary question. I don't think it's something that should be pigeonholed to finances or academic successes. I think it's just what value do you bring to a relationship? It's really that simple. The table is a relationship or marriage, and what you bring can be a litany of anything. Right? And as well as some things that maybe your shortcomings, right? What liabilities are you prone to bringing to the relationship? It's just a question to ask, who are you and why are you a candidate for marriage or relationship?
Okay, do you want to answer first? Or do you want me to answer?
Well, no, I was going to say I don't.
It wasn't. Go ahead. I mean, it wasn't a question, but go ahead.
No. I don't disagree there. Yeah.
With the, like, what values do you bring? Because that is important. At the end of the day, a relationship is transactional, right? Everyone's getting something out of a relationship. I think nowadays, though, that's not really the question that men are asking. So when they say, what do you bring to the table? It's more sinister than what you're making it seem. So that might actually be your question, right? What are you really bringing to my life that's going to benefit me? Which is fair. But these men are doing it in a more sinister manner so they can degrade women. And I think
agree.
That's the difference that we're seeing with young men specifically.
That's my thought, yeah.
Can I get an example of the sinister way?
Yeah, I'd like, yeah.
So, for example,
I think
when they ask you, like, what do you bring to the table? A lot of these men are expecting you to have like these high performing jobs. You're earning a decent amount of money.
No. I don't even think that.
Oh, they don't agree.
I think men want women to be a homemaker and also have a high performing job.
You know what? But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They have
Yeah.
these. They still want you to cook and clean and do these things
Yeah.
while working.
Yeah.
They want to know your body count, which honestly, I just think that's once you get older.
Who the hell cares? Your voice gets loose. What the fuck you care about my body count,
They
bitch?
want to know.
Relax.
Basically, they want to be the one who benefits the most in the relationship, if that makes sense. They need to be higher than the other partner in the relationship in order to feel more masculine or more secure. And I think that's the more sinister issue.
So, three things. First of all, immediately you guys seem to have clashed when the assumption was men want these high-powered women or women in high-powered positions. Two,
No, wait. No, we did not clash. I said it before. She did. We have the same thought. So
okay, very well. So back to two. So two. I'm struggling to figure out when you say men have these expectations.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with asking a question? Right. So the
Because
question isn't nefarious.
What the fuck? Go ahead.
So the question itself isn't you can't. It's just a question. It's not nefarious. It's not like they're presenting an expectation. They're asking you, what do you bring to the table? And then if your answer doesn't suit their requirements or expectations, then they'll know that and move accordingly. But how can you determine someone's expectations based on a question that they ask?
Based on what we're seeing in today's society, specifically with the younger generation, this isn't just a question that's very innocent. And we're seeing it from the conversations that people are having online, and it's bleeding into real life, right? You hear from women all the time. I mean, you can take it as anecdotal, and of course it is, right? The stories that you get online of women who go on these first dates, and it's the first thing they ask. And then after they ask that question, the first thing they ask is, what do you bring to the table? What's your body count? How much do you make? Do you know how to cook? Will you clean for your man? They're asking certain leading questions that would make, I think, any woman pretty uncomfortable, right? Because you don't know this person yet, right?
You've
And
had guys ask you that
Wait,
on
but this
dates.
isn't. Wait, hold on. But
Wait,
this is crazy.
wait.
One
Hold on.
point you said people shouldn't
Oh,
have
God.
sex without you like you down having sex in those type of relationships, but when a guy comes to you and he wants to know about you, you down that too?
Because
Hold on,
wait,
y'all. Hold on. We
answer.
gotta recenter the conversation because it's moving from the question was what makes it sinister, and what they are trying to explain is that it is sinister when you want both sides of the goddamn cake. That's what makes it sinister. If a woman comes to you and says, "I want you to be funny but serious," that is kind of sinister, right? Because now you want a person with multiple personalities. I want them to be. I want them to be emotional, but I want them to be stoic. You kind of playing both sides of the fence. So what they're saying, that is the sinister part of what the red pill is explaining. So let's make sure we understand the conversation and not move it from the sinister part of what the red pill is asking of women. They want them to be homemakers, also high earners at the same time.
Exactly.
They want them to stay at home, also make six figures just like them. They want them to be educated, but also their education don't matter. So this is when it becomes sinister versus this is just attributes that I want from a woman.
They want to be virgins, but they're sleeping around with everybody. Like this is
I can make sense of all of this. I can make sense of all this. It's very simple. By the way, Mooncakes.
Wait. You're jumping the line. Aaron was going first.
Aaron.
Go ahead, Aaron.
So, Sharon, you've enlightened me to the fact that we're talking about this within the scope of red pill. When I started studying the question, what do you bring to the table? It was not exclusively within the scope of red pill. It was simply a question that men in the dating scene ask women when they're interviewing women to be a potential mate. Whether or not their red pill is inconsequential, as far as what my perspective was. But if you're narrowing it down to that, then I'm not going to speak to or against that because I don't care to know about that. I'm just you get what I'm saying?
What you're talking about, Aaron, is it's normal in dating, right? If me and Mooncakes been went on a couple of dates or whatever, now I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm really feeling you. Like, what are some things that you are willing to do for me as moving forward? And she's like, I could do X, Y, Z. And she's like, hey, so what is the things that you are willing to do? Blah blah blah. And then now we going back and forth and see what what's the word I'm looking for? The deal breakers.
Compatibility?
We're looking for our deal breakers and see
Right.
if we align with our
That's
deal breakers and see what we are willing to compromise
And
with each other,
that's
depending on how much we enjoy the other person's company. That's normal. But
that's
what
the
is not
premise.
normal is the way how
Having
the
it
wait,
red
happen for the
pill
could
person.
I please say
Is
something?
that
Can I
possible?
please say
is
something?
the way how the red pill is presenting this whole normal thing that used to happen. Go ahead, Tina. I'm
The
sorry.
original premise is
Okay,
the
okay,
premise
wait,
I
wait,
was
wait, wait,
operating
wait,
on.
wait. Okay, could
Yes.
I please say something? Before you go on a date with a woman, you're already gonna have those conversations about what she does, what like her interests, her hobbies,
Wait, now
her
you're
vacations.
saying before you go on a date, you should
Yeah,
already
not
have this conversation?
usually. Not
100%.
usually.
No,
Wait,
yes,
but
you
Nah.
are.
Mooncake
You're
saying
having a
so.
wait. Can I finish my fucking
Yes,
thought?
you
God
can
Go
finish
ahead,
damn.
your words.
child.
So stop. Who called me a child?
Aaron C.
Oh, Aaron needs to relax. Let me just say something. Before you go on a date with a person, right? You're getting to know their interests, their hobbies, what they do. My first questions are like, what do you like? What do you like to eat? What do you do for work? That's normal, especially at my age. I'm 29, right? You want to know these things. When you
Okay.
come to a date and your expectations, what do you bring to a table? That is sinister in itself because like how can you add value to my life? Which is fine. If you're gonna marry this person, that's fine, right? But as a woman, it's like, especially for a red pill man, right? You're saying, what value do you add to my life? Do you want a homemaker or do you want a bitch that earns six figures? Which one?
I can
Because you're not
answer
gonna get
that
both.
for you. You guys have the whole game fucked up. It makes no sense. Mooncake. I want to start out with Mooncake. Firstly, Mooncake, don't tell me you've been on a date. Don't tell me you've been on a date with guys and they're saying, "What do you bring? So what do you bring to the table? Do you have a nice job?" No, they don't say that kind of shit. But Tina and Mooncake, this is what you guys, this is what you women need to understand. You treat people based off of who they are. Okay. Now me, I'm opposed to marriage, right?
Wait,
If
wait,
I
wait,
meet
wait,
a
wait,
tip,
wait, 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 wait. Hold on. Don't ever think you know my character based on what I put online.
oh my
Like I
God,
said
you're so
earlier,
cool. All right, all
no,
right.
no, I
Wait, but
don't
I
fucking care
thought the
about being cool,
online
but
is
don't think
bleeding
you
into
know me,
reality.
right?
Y'all keep contradicting yourself.
No, but every man I dated, I made more money than. I don't give a fuck from
Yeah,
your
that
personality.
happens. That happens. My
Okay, that
freelancer,
happens continuously. That's what I'm saying. You
they
don't
didn't
know me in
target
real
you for
life.
your money though. They didn't
Wait,
target
No,
you
but
and
why
wipe
are
out
you
your bank.
saying that? What are you saying that to say though?
Tina, can you
because
please?
he's
What are you saying that
no,
to say? I'm trying to
Aaron
figure it
C,
out.
shut up because you're talking a whole bunch of nonsense. You're talking about a whole
You
bunch of shit.
So,
stressing
You
me,
think
so Tina,
Chad.
Tina,
And look,
Tina,
and this is the real problem that we have with red pill men, right? They want to try to cosplay. He want to say child in a urban way. He want to try to bring up arguments that have nothing to do with the actual conversation,
Dude, I
right?
haven't even made my
And he act
point
as if
yet. You
he is
guys all
the
just
one.
over,
He
dude.
act as if we don't need you to make a point. We can understand that you cannot talk. You cannot communicate past a talking point. You
Really,
cannot
I can.
actually
Of
have the
course, dude.
conversation that we are
I
having.
can break
We're
it
talking
all
about what
down,
is
man.
sinister, and you want to talk about what Tina has done when we having a broader conversation that we
Thank
could
you.
build for younger people to start having some kind of framework so they can have a different thought. But you want to jump back into some lovers of men situation. Just answer the question about do they want
Dude,
a homemaker or do they want a woman that is doing very
He's trying
well
to
in the
that's
nine
humble
what
to
I'm
us.
five?
He's
trying
That's
to
trying to
what
humble.
you're
answer.
supposed to be
No, you're
Fuck's sake,
answering.
that's
trying
what
to
I'm saying.
humble us. You're trying to humble us.
No,
That's
I'm
fine.
not. I'm not trying to send
Humble
nobody.
me.
Listen.
Humble
I'm
me,
not.
baby.
I'm
Humble
not.
me. Humble me.
All right,
Okay.
look, I see you feeling for zaddy. It is early in the day, but look. Let me just say this real quick, okay? Because Mooncake, you seem to, and
Hey,
Tina,
if
you
they
guys seem to be
laughing,
confused about it. You seem to be confused about this. Look, us men, it depends on the type of woman we meet. Like, I'm opposed to marriage. If I get with a typical chick that has a body count of like, 10, 15 plus or whatever, I'm not going to marry her. On
Women
the
are
other
not
hand,
telling you the truth.
can
Women are
you
not
stop
telling you the
cutting
truth.
me
I'm
off?
saying right now.
Goddamn, man. Look. So
No,
anyway,
women are telling you the truth.
Hey, look, this is a
You
sassy
guys
ass man.
gotta
That's
let me
all I
get my
do know.
fucking point
This is
out.
one
Holy
sassy
Go,
man here,
go,
mother
bro.
go,
fuck,
go, go, go,
dude.
go, go, go,
All
go,
right,
go.
so now I have to like start over again so it makes sense. Holy fuck. Please shut the fuck up. Please. Here's my
Not
point
talking
I'm
to me.
making. Here's my
Not talking to
point.
me.
If I meet a chick,
Hey,
okay,
I wonder
that
if
has a
anybody in the chat going to say how sassy this man is. Like, this is
I'm
ridiculous.
a total dude fun. We've already addressed that, sure. Yeah, so okay. If Aaron sees a homosexual, you heard it from him. You had so much evidence and proof. But anyway, if I meet a
I love
chick,
it.
okay, that has a high body count, okay, I'm not going to marry her, obviously. But I live in a very religious state. If I meet a Mormon chick who's a virgin, I'm going to treat that situation entirely different. It's an entirely different female, entirely different background. That is a completely different person, their character, where they've been, etc. So I would maybe play the marriage game with like a Mormon chick that was a virgin. I would possibly sign up to play that marriage game. But with your typical modern American woman, for the most part, I would not. So you treat people based off of who they are. Your guys' question, do you want them to be, a career woman or a stay-at-home? That depends how you discover them. If it's someone that's very feminine, low body count, their wife and material, then yes, you could strive to have them be that stay-at-home mom.
Okay, so no, but that's not.
And why are you calling me gay, bitch? Your name is Sharon. Why are you calling me gay?
Yeah, my name doesn't determine if I'm gay or not. That's just dumb. So and again,
what determines if I'm gay?
The problem is that the man, he's supposed to be getting into that situation on his own thought, not whether she is deciding for him. Again, this is not men teaching how men to lead. You are looking for that woman to lead you. This is the problem with weak ass men like you.
I just hopped up here earlier to say that
whatever the woman does, that's what's going to make me determine what I. Right, so the fact that you got to be sassy again and can't even hold you.
Tell him again.
Your father should have taught you how to have a little bit.
Yeah, respect, bitch.
And again, the issue is the man supposed to be. If he is leading, it shouldn't depend on what that woman is trying to do. If he's looking for a certain thing, he need to go find that thing that he is looking for.
Yeah, no
straight
shit.
up.
Thanks for common sense. Thanks for common sense filibustering.
That woman leading. Yeah. This is the problem with a lot of these men that are in these red pill spaces.
Oh my
God, the problem dude. Right here. They cannot be a man to save their life.
Dude, listen, when I first hopped up here an hour or two or whenever it was, I hopped up here saying that the men are the leaders, the woman's opinion is like secondary in that regard, and now you're saying that a man needs to be a leader, and then I'm promoting a man not to be a leader. You're a fucking idiot, dude. You just that makes no sense, bro. You're just flat out lying. I hopped up here earlier to talk about how men are the leaders. We're fucking in charge, and then you're gonna sit here and say that, you're not a leader, you're a weak man, you sassy.
The issue is you are talking about it, and I'm living it, right? So I took my wife out of the workforce for multiple years. I took my children out of school, right? I'm homeschooling my kids, and you are just talking. And this is a problem that we have with men like you. You don't have no problem solving skills whatsoever.
I don't. You know me. We've been best friends forever. You know everything.
Anything about the red pill is actually improved in your life besides sex. That's the only thing red pill improved in your life, because clearly you was a weak little man, and that's why you had to go to the gym.
So pathetic.
Just now.
Oh, I go to the gym. Right? I'm a pussy. Weak men go to the gym. Yeah. Weak men go to the gym. They fish. They hunt. They're ex-military. They're in great shape. Have almost no body fat. Yeah, that's a weak man. Tina, shut up. Tina, shut the fuck up and let me counter this dude's shit, bro.
What the fuck you talking about?
God damn it, man. All right, listen. Everything that you just said. Listen, Sharon, your talking points are so typical. Okay, every time you debate some like a black person, it's always like you're over just making all these assumptions. You're saying Tina, God damn. Yeah, what's your point? So. Yeah, the most masculine men in history. Yeah, no shit. So Sharon, listen, man. You're over here making all these assumptions about you. Little do you know, I'm in a position myself. Like I said, I'm a little older. I'm much older than I look. Trust me. I'm in a situation to where if I met a decent woman, I can give her the luxury. That's a luxury to be a stay-at-home wife in 2026. That's a luxury, right? I can offer a bitch that lifestyle. But whether I want to give it to her or not, that's different. And something else, because listen, you done jumped the line. Listen. You don't turn this into one of these typical, oh, I'm the shit and you ain't jack shit. Well, when I get home in a few minutes, I'm going to open up my Navy Fed bank account and we'll compare bank accounts. I want to do that contest with you. I want to see who has more money and who's more financially stable between you and I, since you want to take it that far. Since I'm so weak, I've never solved anything. I have no problem. You look like you don't go outside at all. Like you're just a prissy little girl. The fact that you would talk to me, an outdoorsman that lives in Utah like that, is fucking absurd.
Utah's crazy. Where is he? Okay, prove your
Tina,
point.
you're just babbling. Shut the fuck up. Goddamn.
Where is he?
Tina, shut up.
No, wait. Please. No more.
Drunk as shit.
Send me
Aaron see it.
$10.
Aaron see it. Aaron see it. Nobody gives a fuck about your bank account, baby. You gotta prove nothing to nobody. You
I wasn't
are a real
addressing
nigga.
you. No,
I'm
Mooncake,
telling
Mooncake.
you.
Let
I'm
me address
saying
Mooncake.
you are.
Mooncake,
No,
listen.
don't talk to my sister. Don't talk to my sister. You're talking to me, bitch.
Mooncake.
No, you're
Tina,
talking
just
to me.
just get it out, Tina.
No.
Fuck, you're just being disruptive like nonstop. This shit's
You came
stupid.
last. You came last. So leave.
And see,
So
this is
leave.
this is what a
Nobody's
weak man
listening
does. He
here.
lets a young girl come up and just wreck his fucking panel with
Yeah?
disruptions and
So you
interruptions.
think
It's
I'm
fucking
young? So you
insane.
think I'm young?
It's fucking
Hell
insane.
yeah.
So
Young
Mooncake, let me
Carly.
address you real quick. Mooncake, listen. When
You're
it
not my
comes to
sister.
debating,
Shut up, bitch.
the African American man, they have the same tactics. Okay, if you're prevailing in an argument or debate or dispute against them, it's going to be, you're a do funny, you ain't jack shit, you're broke, you get no pussy. This is why Mooncake This is why a lot of times
you
Mooncake
want
on
a
these
black vagina.
panels,
You
shut
want a
up, Tina,
black
on these
vagina.
panels,
You want a black vagina.
Mooncake.
You want a black
This
vagina.
is why when
You want
I
black
debate these
pussy.
people, I
You
take
want
them up
black
on their
pussy.
offer. This dude just said that he's literally better than me
Oh,
in every
brother.
capacity of life as a man.
Oh, brother.
I would like to prove otherwise. I would like to prove that I'm more financially stable, I'm stronger, I'm tougher, and I have a much larger sexual history than he does.
Can't prove
That way, I'm more of an expert to talk on this
You
subject matter than a
prove that.
bitch named
You take care
Sharon.
of yourself, bro. You take care
I'm
of yourself.
sorry?
You can't prove that, bro. You take care of yourself. Who
I
cares?
can't prove I take care of
You're,
myself.
you're not somebody that
No.
anybody cares about in society, bro. You by yourself.
Oh, and you
Nobody
are,
cares
and you
about
are Andrew Tate. You're just a Negro Andrew
It-
Tate. Your
nobody-
damn self.
I'm
Is
just
that
letting you
right?
know. You,
Okay. Right.
it is.
Yeah,
it
you're
is
just a
very
fucking
interesting
legend
to see-
yourself. You're a god yourself. Yeah.
Right, because you came up here to talk to me, bro. Ain't nobody come to
This
talk
is
to you.
Chaotic Truth's channel, not your channel. Shut the fuck up, bro.
I
You're
never
on
said it was my
CT
channel.
shit,
This is how
bro.
idiotic you are. Right? Somebody
I'm
asked
here
me
for
to come here
the
to get
legendary
in-
CT
somebody
and his
asked
channel,
me
not
to come
you.
here. Nobody
Not a
asked
bitch
me
named
to come here.
Sharon. My mom's name's
Nobody
Sharon,
asked me to
bro.
come
You're
here.
a
And this is
bitch. You
how
got a
idiotic
bitch's
you are.
name. You were raised
That's
by a
fine.
single mom.
That's
She
fine.
named you Sharon.
Why
That's
would you
fine.
say that? Why would you say
And it's
that?
fine.
His
And
name
it's
is
okay, but
Sharon. That's how you spell my
because
mom's name.
This is
Fuck,
the
Tina.
only way
Like,
an insignificant person can actually get some kind of
you guys see all he's gonna do
It's
from
the
here on
only
is, yeah,
way.
you're insignificant. You're not shit.
Right, because
You can't
calling
defeat
me,
my
you guys
arguments. You can't
pronouncing my
defeat my
name
argument,
doesn't actually mean anything. Like you
dude. You
saying my
can't.
name is Sharon doesn't mean anything. All right, so
Well,
my
your
name
name
is
is
Sharon.
that of a
So what does
bitch,
that
but
mean? It doesn't take anything away from me as a man or who I am and what I'm doing. You have not accomplished any of the things that I have accomplished. It is just what it is. Go ahead and deal with the Mormons out there. Go ahead and find what you need to find. All those ancestral women that's what they do out there, right? We understand what's going on out there. They are into that situation because they are forced into that situation. We seen the goddamn documentary about the Mormons in Utah. We see what goddamn was going on in Salt Lake City. We see goddamn the mailman is doing what he doing to underage girls. So go ahead and do your thing, homeboy. You're a clown. It's insane. If you like men, you like men. It is what it is.
Yeah, that was I don't know. He was addressing me and I was confused. But like, I mean, if he wants to prove whatever, I mean, if he wants to like show his bank account, I mean, I'm not gonna stop. That's up to him. I'm not gonna tell anybody.
Why? First of all, show your bank account, bitch. Who do you have to prove to? You want to prove to men you got money? Great, prove to men you got money.
You know why he want to prove to men he got money, right?
Like, yeah, because he sucks dick. That's why.
You know exactly why he want to prove to other men why he got
Why are
money.
we still talking about this man? He has left the panel.
Oh what? We
Oh
don't
my
care.
God, Aaron,
Oh,
you
what? We
have
can
to
talk about him all
Shut
day.
up.
It is
Go
what
on
it
the
is.
hat,
He
man.
can be talked
Relax.
about.
Just peep all the.
He could be talked about. Like, nah, we're not gonna act like he wasn't being disrespectful. Get the fuck out of here.
Who's flirting? Who's flirting? Shut the fuck up in the chat.
Crazy.
That's crazy. Like, we're not gonna skip the phone. Out of here.
I'm going to go get the rest of my sandwich. So I'm gonna be right back in like 5 minutes.
I mean, you don't have to come back. It's fine. Like, you could just-
Nigga, how about you drop off? How about that with the green screen in your fucking background?
Oh,
Open fucking yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Bitch.
oh, okay. I don't know where the reason I was bringing him up was just because I was just saying that like I don't exactly know what point we were going to, but Aaron, see if you can still hear me. If you're in the chat, if you want to prove how much money you have, my Cash App is Mooncake X, so you can prove it there. No, I might as well. If he's gonna start showing bank,
never beat the allegations. You're never beat the allegations.
I'm just saying, if he wants to start proving how much money he has, he can prove it in my Cash App. Now, we can move to another point. I'm just saying, don't shake your head. I mean, I'm just saying, like, if he's gonna do that, I'm plug it just.
You just y'all two just proving the manosphere point.
I
love it. I'm not manosphere, but like y'all two are like.
Women want to use men for money. Shut up, bitch. Get the fuck up my face. You stupid.
I'm just saying. If he
fuck?
wants to say, I'm gonna.
I mean, look how ghetto this one is down here. Like she's like,
Who, me?
she's like I'm
Bitch,
getting
yeah,
black
ghetto.
fatigued by her at this point.
Okay, well, you are blacker than me, bitch. How about that?
Oh,
I know you got 4C curls. 4C curls, those shits are kinky and tight. Relax yourself, okay? Yeah, scratch it again. How about that? Yeah. You look confused, right? I'm
You
good.
okay?
Are you good? You call me ghetto, bitch. Your hair's tight. and what?
I mean, you're cursing in every sentence. That's ghetto.
How is that ghetto? Because I use
Okay,
vulgar
yeah,
language.
well,
Sorry.
okay.
Actually, let me. Yeah.
it depends on like what kind of check you're talking about.
Look at my face.
I would use the word
trying to be ghetto. I'm not that ghetto. I swear to God, I am real ghetto. I'm more ghetto than my sister. I don't give a fuck. Ponder, I'm so sorry. You're so disappointed in me because you told me to be better, but I'm really trying.
I love Ponder. Ponder, be proud of me. Ponder, I'm crocheting. That's just random. But yeah, whatever topic we're on, I didn't know what point we were getting.
What was that guy's point? I didn't catch it.
There was no point, Grace.
There was no point?
I
mean, like,
Rush, can you drop that link again for Aaron
trying
C?
to?
Rush, do you mind dropping that link again for Aaron C? I can actually get off so Aaron C can make sure he can get on.
Okay, Moon, you explain. I have to back in a second.
I mean,
like,
he was
like best case scenario. What was he trying to say, in your opinion?
Yeah. Honestly, there was no sense being made.
I think it was like really about the red pill because we were disagreeing on.
Yeah, I'm not gonna bring Aaron C back up. So y'all just keep chopping it up.
Okay, right. He's smart. He's not fucking smart. He's stupid. He's like, I went to war. I got PTSD. Nobody gives a fuck. Okay, we get it. You saw dead bodies. Good for you. Shut the fuck up and get off the panel. Nobody gives a fuck. Sorry.
What was it like? I work harder than you or something? Like
that's what it is. It's like, damn. Oh, women need to do this and that. All I said, you cannot have a bitch that wants to be a homemaker and that wants to have a choose one or the other. You want a girl that's gonna work at home and cook and take care of the kids? Great. Don't expect a girl to go work at 9 to 5 at the end of the day. Oh well, I live in Utah. I'll go wife a Mormon girl, and so go find a Mormon girl. Why are we talking? Go do
did
that.
Did he disagree with you that you have to provide for
yes,
women? If she,
yes.
He thinks a wife should be a homemaker and work 9 to 5?
Yes. Because he said modern women.
Let me shout out the super chat real quick. Yo, salute to Jay Cadestro.
Southwest Retro. So sex workers develop soul ties. Hey everybody.
Good luck.
They usually marry their pimp at the end of their hoeing. So yes.
Yeah. Or like a certain John that they've met. They usually have like a very intimate relationship with. What we were discussing before is that I was saying that because we're talking about red pill, and basically my point was if we want to stop the promotion of I would say the issues with young men regarding sex, I think we should start with women as well and tell women that at the end of the day, they should hold sex closer to themselves and not probably participate in the hookup culture because it's no benefit to women. It really doesn't benefit us in any way. Men are the benefactors of that. And honestly, they don't deserve it. And I think that we should focus more on the nuclear family and kind of bringing that back. And
so I just disagree with the word nuclear family. I don't think that is something that Black folks actually concentrated on ever. We always had a village mentality family. Nuclear means that you kind of isolate it. In my sense of diving deeper into the word, but I know what you just saying, just a family sense, man, women, children. Right. But when we deep dive into the actual word, we had a village where, grandma took care of the kids so both parties could go outside and work, and we had aunties and everybody was in the neighborhood. We took care of the other children. So what I really think us as Black folks, we need to really have a more of a village mindset, but also with the generalization of that word nuclear family. I understand what you mean, that we need to have men, women, children together.
Respectfully, Sharon, this is not Africa. We do not practice polygamy. Absolutely, we are all Americans, whether Canadian or United States. Nuclear families. Nuclear family, mother, father, children, one household. Aunts, uncle can come visit. They're in the neighborhood. Grandma, grandpa, they are there around, a lot of times within the same household. But this is not the village. There's no polygamy. One wife, one husband. Just respectfully.
Yeah, but
Because
I didn't bring polygamy into the conversation at all.
when you're mentioning village, you are
I
insinuating you are
mentioned
alluding to polygamy.
I
We are
mentioned very
nuclear.
specifically. I mentioned very
Western
specifically
civilization. Just respectfully, Western
of family, and then you go ahead and double down and repeat
we
what
are
I said with
nuclear.
family.
We're
I
not
think
the
it's so
village.
weird that so many people like you want to disagree with me just to disagree with me, then to double down and
Not
then
at all,
agree with me
Sharon.
right in
Not
the
at all.
same
We are
sentence.
not a village.
And
This
it's
is
okay
not
for me.
Africa.
I'm a human being. It's okay for me to
You
practice
are a
emotions.
human
Like
being.
y'all, that doesn't bother me. Like y'all saying that I'm
Identify your
emotional
humanity.
or that my name is Sharon, it doesn't bother me. I
Well,
could
it
be
is
an
spelled like
emotional
Sharon.
human being because I am a man. It is what
You
it
are
is.
a man.
But the interesting
We
part
are
is
no
that I
village.
don't understand why y'all, if you agree with me, it is okay to agree with me. It's all right. You ain't never seen a man like me before. I get it. Most of y'all never had a man in your life. I get it. So it's strange for y'all. I get it.
Sharon, the village insinuates the man with the multiple women, the polygamy, the baby mamas. Yes, it does. One man, one woman, and his family, the household. That's what we are, the household. This is not the village. This is not Africa or
I was
no.
very specific on my language.
Are
You
you?
try to add in
Very
baby
clear with
mothers
my
and
language.
other
Yeah,
wives into it
right.
because that's your
Nuclear
mentality.
family. I respectfully disagree because we are not. We are a nuclear family.
Do you have a nuclear family?
Yes,
do you have
and so do you. And yes, do you.
Do you have a husband and children?
Sharon, you have multiple. Yes,
you can just answer the question.
You have said
Answer
on
the
multiple
question.
occasions that you
Answer
are
the
married.
question. Do
You
you
are not
have a
village.
husband and do
Your
you have
Russian
children?
wife
And again, so this
is
goes to
not
show
the
again,
village.
somebody else that do not have any experience in it, they want to talk. It's weird to see what if it's a red pill man or a dumbass red pill woman. They want to just talk. They don't actually have no problem solving skills whatsoever.
What village do
They
you
just
have,
talk.
Sharon? What village? What village do you have?
People are just, I don't
What
understand it at all.
village do you have, Sharon? What village? What multiple women? The village connotes multiple. You, Sharon, and these multiple women.
So the village
with your multiple
that I have is my wife,
correct,
my sisters, my mother, my daughter, my son. All those people are a part of my village that I could just.
Do they all live in your same home and household?
Be quiet. Be quiet.
With your Russian wife?
If they need something, if my grandchildren need to come over to my house for a week or 2 weeks, they could do that, right? That's part of the village, right? So like when my daughter wanted to go on a vacation, she needed some breaks. Guess what? I said, hey, don't worry about the kids going 2 weeks. Don't goddamn call. And I took my grandchildren for 2 weeks and she had no worries about it. She was going to do what she want with her and her boo thing. That is what a village is.
That is still very much a nuclear family. What are you talking about? You have your wife.
We know they're not paying attention because Mooncakes, when I was communicating with you, I said, like, in general, I agree. But when we deep dive into the word nuclear, it's kind of actually putting you on an island. And it's why I reference it saying that we should be in a village where we have grandmothers, aunts, uncles, and all these things. I was very specific with my words. And this is the problem with stupid people and idiotic people that just talk to talk.
Of course.
And it's annoying. Y'all do not have no kind of representation in your real life about the things that y'all try to talk about.
Absolutely. And Sharon, it still very much is the nuclear family. You initially stated we should get away from the nuclear family, nuclear talk. No, very much. All of us. Nuclear.
I agree. Yeah.
Nuclear.
I mean, but at the end of the day, if it was just his opinion, like if that's what he thinks, like why we
No, it's not. It's
because
nuclear.
if you think it should be nuclear and he thinks it should
be, it is nuclear. That is the ideal.
Well, everything isn't the same though. To say it is nuclear isn't true because some people will practice the way that he's talking, and some people will practice the way that you're talking.
You start talking that village starts moving into the baby mama, one man with these multiple women.
Okay, we can move on now.
Ponder, you have a point. No, y'all not gonna disrespect Ponder because she really has a point. Like, Actually, the baby mama culture is ridiculous.
I think she just wants to be careful. So I actually agree with both of them. I think that there is a way to explain. Now we use nuclear because we live in the West. We have the idea of mom, dad, and then kids, right? So that's what we understand as nuclear. I also understand the idea of a community. So not isolating yourselves and having people that can help you out. Now I think where Ponder wants to be careful is that sometimes when people say, I think it's a more Western thing. If they say village or anything like that, they might imply like multiple baby mothers. Now, I don't know if that's what you're saying, Sharon, and I won't assume that you are. But I'm saying that
you get what I'm saying, and I appreciate that. Because that's why I wanted to be careful with language. When we start that village talk, and I've been noticing this, and when you read anthropology, it immediately goes to this polygamous. Yes, it does. Africa, the village, we should be more.
But you're going
like
to Africa when you said we was in
America.
America.
No, because that's why I'm saying specifically, we are not Africa. We are American.
Okay, so America has a different ideology of a village family. It isn't an African way.
No, community. But we are still nuclear. That is the ideal. When we start using this village talk, it slowly but surely starts moving into man, multiple women with multiple children. Very, very dangerous. And it's
but there's a whole word for that. There's a whole word and culture for men that do that. Like, you don't have to take.
What word is that? What word is that? Unlikely. What word?
Oh, I mean, look it up. I mean, there's a word for it. Why do I have to tell you the word for it?
Okay, so you don't know what that word is. You're just speaking. I understand.
Wait, I just want to fight with somebody.
I'll go back on mute. Hello, Brave.
Hello, Ponder. When you say something is the ideal family structure, like there are all sorts of different family structures. In Eastern Asia, there's a family structure where the grandparents run the household, and each child, at least the sons, bring their wives into the household, and they all live under the grandparents. That's not nuclear. That's not a village. It's something different. I was watching a video. I forget the name, but like endomorphic family structures, something like that. So there really is no ideal per se. It's just different types of people work better with different types of family structures, I guess is what I would say.
Well, there's certainly all kinds of families, and it's a good thing that we've adjusted to that because everything's falling apart. We need many different families. But there is, Grace, come on, there is an ideal mom, dad, kids formula that works better than anybody. But I got a quick question. I got an old geezer question, and then I'm going to get off of here because Mooncakes and you young ladies sounded almost conservative when you were talking, because I got a kick out of it. You said, if you want virgins, quit going around tearing up all the virgins.
Yeah.
So my question is, it's just a yes or no. I'm not judging you or anything because I'm just curious about modern thinking. But here's a quick question. You Mooncakes, and you met a man, Grace. You met a man. Good man. God damn it, you both are in love. Forget all the other stuff, but you're in love. You can tell, okay, we're going to get married because we're supposed to be together. Mooncakes, what if he asked you to dress more conservatively? Would you?
It's something I would have to think about, but probably not, because I like the way I dress, and I like the freedom of like choice. Right.
Before I get off of here, let me say this: Mooncakes, when you meet that man, and he's going to rock your world, you'll cover those You'll cover them boobies up if he asks you to.
Boobies are covered.
Hey, I won't even tell her to do that, though.
No, there are men that will. There are men.
Yeah, of course, and there's men that won't. I think I'm not trying to knock you, but go ahead. Yeah.
No, that's what I said. I said if you meet a man and he's of that mind, there are a lot of men that they wouldn't want their woman going around with their showing that much of their breasts. Now, come on, we all know.
But wait, I have a question. Why would a man like that be attracted to a woman who's dressing slutty in the first place?
Because men in the initial stage, because women have a right to put themselves on the market and show what they're made of. You know, I mean,
if he's a conservative man, why would he go after somebody that's not being conservative? It doesn't make any sense.
It could be a mistake.
This is the same ideology that the red pill men saying. They want to go after a hoe and they want to try to tame a hoe. Right? That's the whole mentality. I like you, even though you're not conservative. Nicki Minaj is an example, right? All of a sudden, it's okay for her to be a part of the conservative party for some strange reason. But again, if she is not presenting as a conservative man should not be chasing after a non-conservative woman.
That's true.
And number two, just because somebody wants to be with one man and one woman, wife, man, woman, children, doesn't make you any less of a Democrat, Republican, conservative, and all those things. It got plenty of Democrats or liberals that want to have one man, one woman, and children. Y'all are some idiots.
No, I got it. Sharon, to be sure, I think red pill is a joke. I've always thought it was a joke. I'm not one of those. I'm just saying, I'm just kidding. I'm just saying as an old geezer. You guys, I'm telling you, you young ladies, I know you're talking big and bad, but when you meet that man that set your world on fire, if he goes conservative and says, honey, would you dress a little bit more discreetly? I think he will.
I think he messed up. I think he messed up already, though, brother. I think he messed up. I think he should have never been with her. He should have smashed and passed her.
So he
No,
took
but be brave is just saying a woman's real purpose is fulfilled by pleasing a man, and that's true. That's what it comes down to.
I'm just saying, I'm rubbing it in. When you young ladies meet that man that rocks your world, you're talking a little bit big right now. When you meet that man and he rocks your world, you're gonna go, you know what? It's not a big deal. I'm putting these things away.
The way I'm dressed even now is not anything that's crazy. Like, I'm sorry, where am I supposed to put my breasts? Like, it's
no, I understand. I get it. I'm not against the way you're dressed now. I'm saying if you meet a conservative man and you guys get a marriage going, there are men that will say, you know what, for if you're my arm candy and you're making my business go around and you're accompanying me to very high level functions, he might want you just to be a little more conservative. And I just wondered if you would or not. And I'm going to say this again. I'm telling you. You're talking, I get you what you're saying, but when you meet that man, you just think back. Remember the old man told you this. God damn it.
Is that, like, for certain events, of course, there's a certain way to dress. Like, if there's a business event, I'm going to dress appropriately for that event, for example. I'm not going to go in like a bathing suit and, you know, my knockers hanging out. Of course, I'm not going to do that, right? Like there's respect.
I just wonder.
But also, brave, when you get married women generally dress more conservatively, just naturally.
Yes, by habit.
All types of married women.
Yep, by habit. They do, Grace. You are absolutely correct.
Mooncake, are you saying that you would be significantly warmer if you covered the top 4 inches of your breast? Is that your claim?
What do you mean?
What?
I mean, it is hot as hell here. I'm still in Vegas. It's hot as sin.
Well, you're wearing a sweater. I mean, are you really claiming your body heat would be significantly affected if you did cover your cleavage? I mean,
well, yes, but also, like,
I don't really think so.
I don't think I'm showing that much, to be honest. And also,
I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying your cope for it was it's hot, and if you had a top that went 4 inches higher, I don't think it would really significantly affect your body heat.
I mean, sure, maybe not, but I mean, it's just a tank top, and like I said, I have big breasts. I mean, this is not like people know this. Like, it's just
I just think if you're showing your, I have no problem with women showing their breasts, but if you're gonna say, well, I have no other choice, that's just really not true.
Well, no, of course, there's probably tank tops that definitely go higher, but like I said, like, it's just a tank top and I have a little sweater on. I'm not showing anything crazy, and like
no matter
I don't
what,
think you are. I don't have a problem.
No matter
with
what, there's always going to be a man that's going to have some kind of complaint. No matter what she does, it is what it is. Especially in the conservative red pill and these spaces, no matter what a woman do, she can have a full on anything. They're gonna find a way to complain.
Yeah,
I see a little bit of your collarbone. Why I see your hair. Grace, why did you come here with put makeup on? Like, they'll find anything.
Yeah. I wore a turtleneck one time and they said I was trying to show off my boobs. And I was like,
but Sharon, if you are a woman and you're showing cleavage, I don't have a problem with that. But don't lie and say, I don't have another choice. It's too hot to not do this. That's not true. You could wear you could wear a t-shirt. It would be the same amount of heat and you would be completely covered. You
and
don't
it would be
have
the
to
same
do that.
amount. And it would be the same amount of lust from men, no matter what she put on.
Yeah, like,
well, no, there would be less lust if she wasn't showing 4 inches of cleavage. There would be.
No, I've worn turtlenecks on stream before, and like, I'm telling you, that gets them going. I actually don't know why the turtlenecks gets them going, but
sure, yes, you're an attractive woman. Nobody's going to deny that. You could wear anything and people would be attracted to you. That's great. But why lie and say I have to show this cleavage? Just say, no, I enjoy showing my cleavage. I like flaunting my tits. There's nothing wrong with that.
I think the problem with it, and I don't want to speak for you, but the problem is that she's intentionally attempting to show her cleavage where she's just putting on something comfortable in her hotel room.
Well, I don't care if it's intentional or not. I'm just saying she seems to think there's something wrong with it because she said, "Well, I'm only doing this because what else am I supposed to do with them?" And it's like, well, you could cover them if you wanted to.
No, I mean it's just hot, and like this is what I put on in the morning. Yeah, of course. Yeah, if you're saying I could put on a t-shirt, yeah, sure, yeah, definitely. But I don't think I'm intentionally lying by trying to say that like, oh, I have to. I'm just saying.
Yo, Tina, pull up backstage. I'll pull you back up. I don't see you.
Well, Mooncake, there's nothing wrong with saying like I put on makeup because I want to be more sexually attractive to people who are watching me and people on the panel. I do. There's nothing wrong with doing that.
I guess maybe for me it's different because right now my intention is not inherently to be more sexually attractive. Maybe you could say that's a subconscious thing. But other than that, no, that wasn't my intention when I came on today. It was just like genuinely to like have a discussion and do those things. And this is what I was wearing. So
I'm not saying you made a conscious choice. I'm just saying you did make a choice implicitly by not covering up that you're okay at the very least with getting sexual attention. Because you know that men who see a lot of cleavage are going to have a sexual response. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's perfectly natural.
I think they're going to have a sexual response either way. It doesn't matter what I wear.
They would have a significantly lower response if you were wearing a baggy t-shirt. Because they're not looking at your tits.
I've worn anime t-shirts before and that turns them on. So I really just think no matter what I wear, they're still going to be like they're still going to talk about my breasts. Like either
Tina,
way.
I'm sorry, Mooncakes. Are you claiming that the amount of breast that you show to men has no effect on whether they have sexual feelings towards you?
No, of course not. I mean, if I'm wearing a bathing suit, yeah, they're probably going to be like, let's see what's under there. But what I'm saying is I think either way, they're still going to talk about my breasts or about my body. I think that's still going to happen.
If you were wearing I'm not saying you should, but if you're wearing a tight sports bra and a baggy t-shirt so nobody could see your boobs one way or the other, I don't think people would talk about your breasts.
I mean,
they will.
I think they still will.
Yeah, they said like
I think it would be very, very low on the topics of conversation.
What I think, Grace, that is a very dangerous conversation when we tend to do that. Because in New York City they have a museum about women that got SA'd and the clothes that they had on. They showed the clothes that they had on, and the vast majority of the clothes that they had on was fully clothed. And so when we say that because he's showing a little bit of this or a little bit of that, and it makes it seem like that is what's going to raise the blood pressure of men that's wanting to be sexual towards a woman is a very dangerous talk, because it actually doesn't matter. A man that is in that mind frame of sexuality, whatever that mental disorder is, it don't matter what she got on at all. And they actually
first of all, we're not talking about like a potential of SA, although I agree with you. If a man wants to SA someone, it doesn't really matter what she's wearing to a certain extent, sure. But what we're talking about is, if you have large breasts, is there nothing you can do with them if it's hot? And all I'm saying is, that's just technically not true. You can be modest, even with large breasts. And if you choose not to be modest, you should admit that you are open and encouraging of sexual interest from men.
I'll give you an example.
Which is just a fact. It's not bad. It's not good or bad. It's just a fact.
I'll give you a counter example. There's a lady, I forget her name. I wish I knew her name. She's a news reporter, and she's very like slim, thick, very thick arms, and she wears like full body dresses, head to toe, and she still gets heavily sexualized, no matter what she wears.
Are they bodycon dresses?
No, not all of them. Some of them have been, for sure, but not all of them.
Slim fit? Are they slim fit?
Yeah, they're like thick.
They're slim fit, right? So it shows her curves, right?
No, but not all of them. Some of them are just like regular, like
but if we saw her once and we saw her body, we know how it's shaped. Now we can just from there, like the same thing that you're talking about. When they see you with, I'm proving you. Go ahead.
You're proving my point, because either way, so what you're basically saying is that because you've seen her body in a certain form before, no matter what she wears in the future, she can still be sexualized. And maybe you're saying she should be sexualized. So no matter what I wear, if I put on a turtleneck right now, they're still going to say moon titty or moon tit. Like they're still going to say these things. I'm still going to be sexualized no matter what I wear.
I think women should be sexualized because we're all sexual creatures. I don't have a problem with women being sexualized.
You'll sexualize a man that you see that's attractive, like, or I don't want to say you, because you seem like you're like far from the sexual thing. It seems like you don't even like sex. But I think the average woman will sexualize a man that she finds attractive if he, if he's in shape or whatever the case is. So it goes the same thing for you. So you're just talking about normal things. It's normal interactions between men and women.
We all do it to an extent.
Are they
but I'm
trying to grab you and touch on you and pull your clothes off, or are they just looking at you like, yeah, she look good?
to an extent, right? I understand it, right? But of course, there's a time and place for everything. So, should you be sexualized in every scenario? No, of course not. I think, like I said, there's a time and place, and it really depends on the situation that we're in. I think that has
I don't have a problem with looking good and looking sexually attractive and showing off your body. I don't have a problem with that.
I don't understand.
What I have a problem with is doing that and then saying, "Well, what else am I supposed to do?"
Well,
as
don't
if
sexualize
it's
me.
just a fact of life. No, you're wearing a low cut tank top. You have really large breasts. You're showing 4 or 5 inches of cleavage. That's a choice.
They just do that.
If you feel bad about it personally, that's one thing. I'm not shaming you. I'm just saying don't act like you don't have another choice.
I really don't feel bad about it. I'm just saying that, like,
well, you seem very defensive of it, and I don't know why. I'm not critiquing you. It's fine.
Am I coming? I feel like we're just having a discussion.
Okay, so who has the big tits?
I think having like a back and forth.
Mooncake, obviously, we can all see that.
I think we're just having, like I said, a back and forth
I
discussion.
have not looked at all this whole time.
It's
like her.
Inshallah, keep your eyes chaste, brother.
I see you looking right now.
Divert your eyes, inshallah.
This whole time, I have not seen anything but her face.
Your eyes was not looking at unlikely TV. It was looking at something else.
They just do that when I wear tank tops. I'm sorry. That's just what happens, you know.
You just like attention. Stop it. Move the conversation forward. We're moving on.
Sorry,
let's move forward. I agree with that.
It's okay to like attention. There's nothing wrong with this shit.
I'm sorry, you're a hot girl with big boobs. God damn. What's the next topic? You're fucking have big tits.
What'd you say?
bitch.
You said that you sorry that you boobless? Oh damn, heard you wrong. Sorry, shit.
Boobless.
But now you thinking about milk? See, talking about you.
Heard it wrong. Sorry, heard it wrong.
Okay, I have a topic. Refried beans are disgusting. I got one from Old Del Paso. They're fucking nasty.
Okay.
A bean and cheese burrito. A bean and cheese burrito is fucking disgusting.
That has nothing to do with anything. Yeah, so I don't know what that has nothing to do with anything. What we were discussing, but yeah, no, I'm
Hey, Tina and Mooncakes, I would love to have y'all on my panel one day. Y'all are awesome. Y'all very interesting, very opinionated. So
And Grace, first of all, mind you, Grace, drop your cash app right now. Grace, drop the cash app right now. Grace, like, my name's Grace.
yeah, no, that's
My cash app gets hit plenty. I don't need you to be my
Hell yeah, no, don't worry. I don't put you out. But
I don't have to meet up with strangers in Dubai to get it eaten either. But you know,
Lord.
You say you're gonna get shattered
with
on?
different strokes for different folks. You know what I mean?
Do you meet up with strangers in America?
No.
in Dubai?
Why? What's wrong with Americans?
I just wanted to know, like, why did we?
Well, I mean,
meet
I'm an
strangers?
IRL streamer, like for stream, sure, but not for
No,
cash
okay.
app money.
Gotcha.
They're getting their bag.
everyone's just looking around the room.
I don't know. This kind of Dubai shit get weird. I don't know.
It gets a little shitty over there.
And then y'all women start talking like men are just wallets. It gets really strange.
No, because I mean,
Y'all seem like
I have no clue.
Aaron C, as long as if you want to prove that you got money, send it to me. It's like, oh shit, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but like at the end of the day, if you're gonna start flaunting your bank account, like yeah, send
Send
money.
it to you? Why you?
Why not?
Why not just send it to us? Why not just keep it?
But why not me?
Like, I don't get why y'all always think a baddie should be sending y'all money. Like, I just don't understand
Well,
that.
like I'm saying,
But not have sex with y'all though.
if you're gonna flaunt your bank account, then you can't be upset if someone asks you for money. Like if you're gonna flaunt your bank account, you're gonna sit there and say, "Let me show you guys."
So if you're gonna flaunt your body, don't be mad. See how your logic just kind of gets thrown right back in your
That
face.
is not the same. Money and your personal body is not the same.
Hey guys, look at this. Send me a thing. Like I mean, I'm crocheting. I came here for a discussion. But Aaron's trying to
like, we can, as men, we got to stop saying that every time we give somebody some money that we owe a piece of their body. That is wild accusation to say to women.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
but
wild.
nobody's saying that. I think it's like if she could say, what she said, then it's the same thing for men. Like
He was flaunting.
if you're flaunting your, well, not you. I'm not talking about you because you don't like sex.
You mean
I'm
for a
talking
certain
about women.
type of man, though?
I'm talking about women who flaunt their bodies. If you flaunt, what?
Because she wasn't pushing that towards me or you when she said men with the bank accounts that want to say, "Hey, my bank account is." She wasn't saying that towards me and you or
Yeah,
Aaron.
but that's not what. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that why doesn't it work the same way? If you're flaunting your body, men are gonna look. If you're flaunting your cash,
perfect,
women are gonna look. Why isn't it the same? She said it's not the same.
The
That's
reason
what
why
I'm
it's
trying
not
to
the
get
same because she's a human being. So no matter where she go, her body's going to be. No matter where she goes. So to say that because what she's wearing is her flaunting off her body, not everybody. No, you are not supposed to just say, "Ooh, look at her titties," or solicit to her or anything. But if you walking around and you walk up to somebody and say, "Look at all this money I got," and then somebody say, "Can I get $1?" That is a normal thing, even for men to say that. "Oh, you got all that money, let me get $1." It's normal for human beings in general. Somebody's flashing money. I want a piece of that dollar.
Yeah.
But modesty is possible for all women. I'm not a big proponent of modesty. I'm not particularly modest, but it is possible.
I mean, of course.
Yeah.
There's a difference between flaunting your body and covering it up. You can choose one way or the other.
I agree. And I think that women that don't cover up, I think women that don't cover up their body, conservative men should not be even attracted to them. But for some reason, they are. It's weird to me. They want to holler at Nicki Minaj all of a sudden. They don't care that she was twerking in her past and got all those songs about doing whatever she was doing. It's weird. Like either you're going to be a conservative man, be a leader in being conservative, or shut the hell up.
Attraction and interest are two different things.
I know it's like attraction. Like it's like you're telling a man not to be a man. You're telling him to be something else. He's going to be attracted to a woman that got her who got a nice body. It's just what it is. Like for you to say no, just because
even if you like, who cares about a woman's politics? Like men are men.
Right. It's like it's like you're taking away what a man. No. It's like y'all saying a man should be a woman now.
No, because if I see a beautiful prostitute on a corner, I'm not attracted to her once I realize that she is looking into cars and saying, "Hey, baby, what's going on?" I'm not attracted to her no more. No matter. I don't care. Let me finish it up. I don't care if she look like Jennifer Lopez or whoever's the most beautiful looking woman in the world. Once I know that she is a prostitute, I am not attracted to her, no matter how, visibly.
Aaron, please jump in, Aaron. Please. Jesus.
You might be attracted to her, but you're not going to have a relationship with her.
Conflating attraction and interest.
Like,
no, I'm not conflating attraction and interest. Y'all are, because I said if I'm a conservative man and I see she is not dressing conservative, I'm not going to holler at her. So therefore, once I see her, I'm not just attracted, I'm also interested once I try to holler and now turn her into a conservative. You should put this on, wear this type of clothes. You should have this type of ideology. That's showing interest past attraction is my problem.
If a conservative man were to wed a conservative woman and the night that they get married, she puts on some very revealing attire before they go to bed so that they can consummate their marriage, he's going to be attracted to her. And she's not dressed very conservatively at all.
Right.
What I'm saying is that once that conservative man see Nicki Minaj walking down the street dressed as a Nicki Minaj, how she normally dressed, and he tried to holler at her, that is past attraction. Now he went into interest.
He talking off initial reaction,
initially
looking at her. He sees her and she's dressing her body out. He shouldn't like her because he
shouldn't be interested. He'd be like,
that's the point I was making. He can see her and say, "Damn, she looks attractive to him," but I'm not interested in engaging with her.
So, but once you go into engage, that's interest, correct?
That's interest. That's what I'm saying. Attraction and interest are different.
We're on the same page, and that's what I'm saying. Conservative men should not be pushing interest into women that are unconservative. Is what I'm saying.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Your initial statement was they shouldn't be attracted, when really they shouldn't be interested.
No, I'm glad we had to go to a deeper level so I could change the word. That's fine. But that's that overarching point. That's what I was saying. So,
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Definitely shouldn't be interested. That's what I said to Mooncase. He should just sleep with her and keep it moving. If she's like a woman that's asking you for money, it's like, oh, hey, I'll give you money and I'll sleep with you and then I kick you to the curb.
You ain't
This is
shit.
fucking-
Well, it seems to me like a conservative man would be attracted to a woman who's trying to attract men because she's oriented towards dick. Like that's a good girl, right? Like, and it may be that she's excessively so, but like that's conservative, ain't it?
Wait. Say that
And
again.
if she-
What?
Well, what I'm saying is like a conservative man is like, I'm a heterosexual. I think heterosexual activity is fantastic. I love women who look good, take care of themselves, like want to please a man and are oriented towards dick, right?
No.
Like that's pretty conservative.
No.
So I understand that there could
What
be.
you just said
you know,
is far
excess.
from a conservative man.
All right. Well, I don't think
That's
you
the
should.
thing. He's still a man. That's the thing, is that he's still a man. I think you're like, we kind of take that away from him when he becomes conservative. He's still not a man.
Self-control.
I think like
No,
to
no,
me,
because
I don't know
That's
about
self-control.
conservative.
He doesn't sleep with every woman he sees. That's self-control.
No,
You gotta stop
yeah.
doing that, mooncakes.
No, we got to understand that conservative means something.
Yeah.
And we cannot act as just because we could just take out conservative when and whenever. No, if you're going to have an ideology, then you need to be moving on that ideology. Especially that's what you saying you date, and that's the type of lifestyle you want. Then your lifestyle should be reflecting that thing that you put on yourself. You said I'm conservative. You said that I want this nuclear family, man, woman, and child, and I want my woman to go out there with her shoulders never being shown. You saying all these goddamn things, and then but what you gonna do? You go ahead and run to a Nicki Minaj or to a Grindr app.
Damn
it's
right.
strange.
Oh damn, Grindr.
Sharon, you're a super liberal, right? You're a super liberal.
Smooth.
No.
No, I'm saying the conservative man say all
No.
that, and then he like,
I'm
I
not
want
liberal.
some. I wanted to have some speaker knockers.
How are you not a super liberal if you say if a woman dresses provocatively, she's asking for sexual attention? You're saying like no.
did not say that.
If a woman acts provocatively and she gets sexual attention from a man, she's the victim. That's the opposite of conservatism.
Yeah, I don't know where you got that from. That was not.
You
being
said you
said.
went to a museum, some kind of museum of feminism, I assume, in New
No.
York City, where they showed pictures of women dressing like hoes who, ended up in a situation that they didn't like. Okay,
that is very. Can I correct you? Is that
conservative?
okay? Can I correct you? That is very far from what I actually said. I said it is a museum in New York City. It is a SA museum, and they show the clothes of victims that been SA'd before, and majority of those clothes was very non-revealing clothes.
So you think a conservative man goes
No,
to
did
New
you
York City
hear what I
and
said?
goes to a
Correct what you
sexual
said, though.
assault
Correct what you
museum?
said. No, correct
What
what
the
you
fuck are you
said.
talking about?
Wait, Sharon, are
is
you
insane.
conservative or liberal? I don't know. Which one are you?
He's
I
a
ain't none of
super
those
liberal.
things. I ain't
What?
none of those things.
Well, what
I'm
are
not
you?
any of those things. I'm
What
not
do
a
you
liberal or
identify as?
conservative.
Well, why did you go to a sexual assault museum? Like,
Okay, let me.
doesn't
Okay,
sound
let me.
liberal.
Museums.
No, hold on again.
What kind of museum
clearly
is
you
that?
can't. Clearly you don't understand. It's a museum of SAN, New York City. So I don't know where's the misunderstanding of your.
So you
hand.
don't think that's run by
You got
feminists?
I
headphones
think
on.
he's
and
trying
you-
to figure out, why did you walk into it though? Like, we get that it's in New
What does
York.
that? What does it mean?
That's like saying
that's
I
what I'm
go
trying
to
to say. What he-
Holocaust
Okay, so
museums,
it doesn't
but I'm a
matter why I
nationalist.
go into a rock and roll concert that I went to. I went to go see the Foo Fighters. It doesn't mean anything that I went to a Kendrick Lamar.
Oh, so you just do
It
random
doesn't mean
things for no
anything that I
reason.
went to a Republican party to see what he was talking about.
So you just
I
do
went to a
random things for no
Democrat
reason.
convention.
Okay.
Like I
All
go
right.
to things
And you're
because I want to
crazy.
make sure I'm seeing what's
You're
going
not
on.
conservative or liberal. You're just crazy. You just do things for no reason.
I'm
No, I do
confused.
things that is beneficial to me
Wait,
and my
there,
family.
there is no museum of sexual assault in New York City. I don't.
And
Maybe he made his own museum.
I don't know. I'm trying to find what you're talking about.
Museum of
Right.
sexual assault.
I'm just trying to find it now that you don't
Yo, the
understand.
museum
But
of
it's okay. You're
sexual
not from New
assault
York
is
City.
hilarious, though. I'm not
Sharon, if you're neither
Yo, where's that
conservative nor
shit, dog?
liberal,
He
Yo,
might have
so
been
where
having a
do you lie?
fantasy or something.
Can I
What's
get
it
a
called?
location? Can I get
museum like that.
coordinates?
Yeah. So in New York City, what you don't understand, like things pop up all the time. They don't stay there for a long time. Like for example, they have a restaurant right now where you could go there and pay whatever you want to pay, and you get served, but it ain't there today, right? It was there for 3 months. Everybody went there, and then now if you go look it up, it ain't there no more.
Maybe
You
there
ain't
was an
from here,
exhibit
and
at a
it's okay.
museum.
Oh, exhibit. He's
Maybe
talking
there
about.
was
Sharon,
an
if you
exhibit
were
at a
neither
That's
museum.
probably that.
Not a
You know
conservative
what?
nor
museum.
liberal,
Like, at
where
least
do
a
you
museum.
lie?
Museum is like
You
a
know what?
structure.
Unlikely that probably was a
Right.
better word. I should have said exhibit. You're correct.
Yeah, because the museum is a structure. I'm like, a
Sharon,
structure.
if you
What
were
the hell?
neither
They dedicated
conservative
a whole
nor
building to
liberal,
sexual
where do you
assault.
lie?
No, that's true. Like I used the wrong word. That museum.
No, I get you.
What
I
I'm
get
saying,
you,
the
yeah.
exhibit.
I wonder
was
what
put
the
on
statues
by-
in
You
front
think
of
the
it would
exhibit
be.
was put on by conservative people or super liberal people?
It's not my concern.
Okay, so you
Sharon, if
went
you're
there and you
neither
had no
conservative
interest
nor
in.
liberal, where do you lie?
But I'm saying a conservative
And what's
person can
best for
go
my
to that
family.
museum, no problem. But like it seems like it's fairly obvious that that's propaganda for a certain point of view.
Hold on.
Which you then agreed with.
I found what this is.
Mm.
What Were You Wearing? Exhibit by the Susan B. Anthony Project. Susan B. Anthony is one of the first feminists in America.
Okay.
So this is an exhibit put on by the Susan B. Anthony
Okay,
Project.
I'm glad that you brought that up, but does that make it untrue?
Yeah, I don't know what that changes.
Well, it could be propaganda.
Just because that is something that they focus on, right? That person is somebody that focus on that specific crime. It doesn't change the fact that what it is.
It's fine. You can say I'm a conservative feminist.
No, I understand.
That's
but
fine. You can say
no,
that.
What I'm
It's-
trying to
it's
get you
tough.
to understand, you're asking me who is the representation as a political party. What I'm trying to get you to understand, it doesn't matter if they focus is on that crime. If they present what these people were wearing when this thing would happen, it doesn't mean anything of what political party that they was.
Yeah, that doesn't.
Right, but don't you think feminists are going to be making feminist points? Otherwise, how would they get money?
You know what?
They're
That's fine.
promoting
So, yeah,
feminism.
so, yeah,
You can disagree with the point.
That's fine. I'm a feminist. So now what? What does that mean? So yes, I think that women should have
Thank you,
equal
John.
rights in society. That they should have the right to go to work. They should have the right to a bank account. They should have the right to go to school. Do you disagree that Grace should have a right to have a microphone in her face and talk?
I don't think that's what it means to be.
But your point
Yes, it does.
is
That's what it means.
conservative men
that's okay,
aren't
let me go.
consistent.
Yes, that's
But
what feminists mean. So this is what I'm saying. That
obviously
these
getting
men
very
say
defensive.
things-
It's pointed
they
out
say
to
things
you
and they don't even know
that
what it
you're
means.
not being consistent.
But Dad, he
Well, I'm
doesn't
about to look it
identify
up.
as a conservative.
Oh, you're not a conservative.
He's neither.
Oh,
He
okay.
just said he's
Okay.
neither conservative nor liberal. So Sharon, where do you lie?
Okay.
I lie what's best for my family, and sometimes it could be with a Republican, sometimes it could be with a Democrat, and it could be with liberal. It depends on the situation at hand because I vote locally and not just nationally.
Yeah.
So
I would say that the point that, like, to make an extreme point, that nothing about how a woman behaves in any way causes her to be like subject to some scrutiny if she then later claims to be sexually assaulted is an extreme feminist point. I mean, if my daughter, to use my daughter as an example, if my daughter went to a frat party and the frat was known to be like, you know, wild guys, and she got drunk there and she wore a mini skirt and she was flirting and talking about sex and she went upstairs with one of the guys into his bedroom and then claimed to be sexually assaulted, I would say, well, I mean, it's not the same as if you're walking by a bush and someone jumps out and,
Right.
you know, I would say it's
I don't know what that means. That it's not the same. What would be the degree of punishment?
She wasn't
Right,
exercising.
what would be the difference of punishment for that man? Whether it's a bush or whether she walked up into his bedroom and got
I
essayed?
would say that you put yourself in a situation that was imprudent, in which you were given every indication. And I would say, literally, if she was talking sexually with a guy and making out with him, she owes him at least a hand job. She owes him at least a hand job.
Oh wow.
And
Okay.
yeah,
Absolutely.
That's only
Because
fair.
otherwise,
That is only
otherwise
fair.
you're committing
Right.
a
That's only
crime
fair.
against him.
And hey, listen, and that's how you
Well,
want to.
what am I doing it for?
I think every
If
conservative
am I
is-
really
Hold
gonna
on,
do
so-
that?
Okay, so to keep it real, if she just wanted to go up there and kiss and grab on something, and that's what she wanted to do, then that's all that she wanted to effing do. The problem is that too many people are pressuring women that they have to go all the way on every situation.
Yeah, but
And this is why the
sexuality
line.
only
And
works
hold on.
one
And
way.
this is why the line
that's what it
is
sounds like. He thinks
always.
it works
This is
one
why
way.
the lines is always blurred. Because y'all act as if just because she kissed somebody, that means that she gotta give him a hand job. Absolutely fucking
That's
not.
not what I
Listen,
said.
That's
but
not what
It is
nobody
what-
said though.
It is
You
what
have
he
to
said. He
lie
said,
now.
hold
Making
on,
out
hold
with
You
on.
have to lie. to
Hold
make the
on.
point.
I'm going by the words that you said.
No, you're
You
lying.
said if she is kissing on a man, she at least owes him a hand job.
No, I
didn't
gave
say
you a
just
whole
kissing.
scenario. I gave you a whole
No, no,
He
no.
said making out and grabbing.
Okay,
I said she's been flirting with him all night.
So now she doubled down and agreed.
She went up into his
room. What I said.
But
okay,
you gotta
so
lie. I don't know why you gotta lie.
Now we understand. So
yeah, but that was a joke though. Like that was like
but jokes is
no, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding.
No, it's not a joke.
Stop giving people.
I would say you'd be better off just going up.
Look, y'all want to defend? If y'all want to defend a man that's willing to say that a woman has no say so as long as she kiss and she grabs.
Now you gaslight. He didn't.
I'm not. Hold on. This is what she just doubled down and said. It's not a fucking joke. I don't know why y'all act as if y'all don't understand English.
Yeah, but
Mama's getting upset. Mama's getting upset.
If he said if his daughter's kissing on somebody and she grabbed his Johnson, that she needs to finish him off no matter what.
That's not what I said.
That
he didn't say no matter
what. What do O means? What do O mean?
But that's not what I said. But like, it's okay. You can lie if you want to lie.
All right. So you want me to? I need to say it verbatim for you to agree with me.
I'm saying there's such a thing as. I'm saying there's such a thing as.
Do I need to say it verbatim for you to not interrupt me?
All right, don't get hysterical, Mama. There's such a thing as cock teasing.
Do you need me to say it verbatim for you to understand that there's such a thing?
Do you think there's such a thing as cock teasing?
I think you are a degenerate person that wants sexual assault available for women. It is crazy to me the things that you are saying, and any woman that is next to you need to be known that they are in danger with any man that speaks.
Oh, they feel it.
Believe me, very dangerous human being.
They don't need your help. They understand.
Can we focus on the argument though? Wait,
being around a real man is scary.
Is the argument.
Yeah, that's true. It is
not
scary
really
to be around
you're
a
just,
real man.
You're just saying I don't like you as a person.
Being around you doesn't cause any woman any problems at all. I get it. But being around me, a woman is going to get excited
without the attacks on who he is as a person. I mean, if he being honest, like let him be honest.
I'm just saying. How about answering this question? Is there such a thing as cock teasing?
No.
And a woman spend a lot of time and energy trying to get sexual attention.
See,
and then bounce.
See, to respond to that like that is like the political way to do it. The way Sharon is responding is the political way, but in reality.
There's no such thing as cock teasing.
Hold on. So let's be very clear. In reality, it don't matter how far. I don't give a damn if I am naked with a woman, and she says no. That is it. It ain't no you teasing me. You owe me something.
Wait, but nobody's saying.
This is a problem. Hold on. This is a problem that a lot of men don't understand. That women feel pressure to finish in something. Because
they have responsibilities.
Just a simple fact. This is why so many people don't even understand that just a simple reach of a condom is a way for a woman to get out. And this is why a lot of men try to not to even allow this whole condom shit to even be evolved in sexual conversations. Because once the woman, she get hot and heavy and all that shit, and then once he goes reach for that condom, she got that split second and say, you know what? I don't want to do this anymore. And now women feel pressure that they have to do something because of idiotic men like Ben.
They should feel pressure.
But there's
Why
a natural,
did you start
there's
doing
a natural
something if you didn't want to
pressure.
finish doing it? It's like common sense. I would tell
There's
a
a
kid
natural pressure. It's not like you can't say like, look, I made a huge mistake. I am so sorry. But you do owe them like to say like, I'm sorry. I
like what the fuck are you doing?
Messed with you sexually, and I made a mistake. And you do owe them like at least to try to make up for it, even if you're not going to keep going through. Like,
absolutely,
you wound their body up.
Well, you're an ultra feminist.
Orgasm, and now you're just pulling the plug. That's
not
fair.
Hey, listen, go get you a goddamn. Go ahead and you had to use your OnlyFans. Go ahead and use your Pornhub. Go ahead and buy a little pocket pussy that y'all always goddamn talk about. Do whatever you need to go do and rub one out. But you're not gonna allow me to go ahead and allow people to push some rhetoric. So my daughter needs to feel pressure because she wanted to kiss some fucking kid. You want to get y'all down?
Kissing. You keep reframing.
Then you said kids. Like that's gaslighting.
You want to get a little boy killed? Yeah, but I'm like gaslighting you being
because
an
you
idiot.
guys want to kiss, then the rape is okay. It's not.
So you wouldn't tell your daughter.
You
wouldn't counsel your daughter to be careful and prudent in engaging
guys,
in
please
sexual
refrain from using the word, the R word. Please, just
sorry.
Just keep it rated G.
I just want to understand this. I wonder if Unlikely is going to say that's not what Sharon's saying. I wonder.
I'm confused. What is the point? So, okay, I'm confused about a couple of
He's
things.
upset. Look at him. He's
What
so
is
upset.
the
A little bitch.
So my question is, I guess, to you, Grace and Ben, do you believe in choice? Do you believe do you believe in choice? That's okay.
Yes, we believe in choice. Yes, but that's not what's
No,
happening here.
Mooncake,
No
I
one's
don't believe
saying
in
no one's saying that the
choice.
guy should keep going. Hold on, let me just say this. Let me just say this, please. I don't think neither one of them are saying that the guy should keep going once she says stop. I think right, you stop, right?
I mean,
All
if
saying
he's
is-
almost done, I really think it's like, bitch.
all right, now you bugging. Now you bugging.
If you're just about to nut and she goes,
nah, you're bugging.
That's
nah, you're
ridiculous.
bugging.
That is
Okay,
ridiculous.
See,
What is
now,
the
now,
reason
Sharon,
he
you
could
see how Grace
possibly
not
have?
agreeing with him now. You see that?
No,
that's
but
you're
no, unlikely.
Please,
If he's 10 seconds from nutting and you're like, nah, what could possibly be the reason for that?
If he's in
Except
the
to
middle
just
of ejaculating,
that
you'd say,
doesn't that
"Nah,
that's
yeah,
crazy.
but that is
Like,
so
come on."
ridiculous. That's like so that's like
Well, we're just using an
0.01%
extreme
of
Yeah,
something
it's a
happening.
ridiculous. Yeah, it's a ridiculous
Right, it's so
example. Yeah.
ridiculous.
Well, let me give you a better example. I don't think women in marriage, nor men in marriage, this is like the teaching of the church, Apostle Paul, have the right to refuse sex with their spouse without some real extreme reason. It's like, nah, that's part of the deal. I think that's a reasonable take.
Choice. You know, it's funny. Grace laughed when I asked about choice, but
So I don't think wives can choose,
It's very obvious.
for example, not to have sex with their spouses. I don't think they can.
Sharon,
say,
don't you?
like,
Well,
yeah,
we
no,
already
we're not having
confirmed that
sex
you
anymore.
bugging, right? We already
Nobody-
confirmed that you.
Nobody actually buys. They don't believe in choice.
Hey, Lee, all I'm saying, like, see, when I jump out the
Masculinity
window,
might
I don't
seem
think so.
foreign
What
to
I'm
you as a
saying, Lee,
black man,
like,
but,
yo,
like,
Lee, what I'm saying is
us
that
white
I
people
see him
actually
from a far
do it.
distance. I don't need to wait until he say all of that for me to jump out the window. You feel what I'm saying, Lee? That's all I'm saying, Lee. That's
Yeah,
all.
Right?
You probably feel like you
But,
want to jump
the
out a
problem-
window.
it was-
I get it, Sharon. You're a
Yeah.
bitch.
You choose
might
who you
wanna
get
All I'm
jump.
into.
saying is
I would
I'd rather be
Mooncake, to answer your
mistaken.
question, you
I'd rather be
choose who
mistaken
you.
and corrected. You feel what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And then him go this far and then now saying that BS that he's saying. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather be wrong and
But I want him to go that
Who's
far. I wanted
emotionally
him to say
upset?
that. That's the thing. I
Hey,
wanted
look.
him to say
Emotionally
that.
Hey
so
Lee,
we
upset.
hey
can
Lee,
see
I'm
who
gonna
it
I'm gonna hit first, ask questions later, bro. Straight
is.
up.
Mm.
Yeah, you're a
Straight
bitch.
up.
Okay, dude.
Well,
You're a real
well,
tough
I wanted
guy.
him. I wanted to see
That's
how
what a bitch
far he
said.
was willing to take it, and if he's saying that, then that's that. But I think it's like I said, it's such a small percentage. This is such a crazy conversation. But if y'all having sex, rarely do y'all stop, and normally when that happens, the man stops.
But if you do, no means no. No means
Well, but
no.
what I'm
Yeah, that's
saying,
a
unlikely.
fact. I agree
What I'm
with that
saying,
100%.
unlikely, is
Yeah.
if a woman is a cock teaser,
Whenever she say no, that you supposed to stop. Like,
No,
like it's a red
cock
light.
tease does not mean
Yeah,
anything.
that'll-
It means you might like. Okay, I'm not into it.
well,
I know
but
what I'm
you know,
trying.
here's a thing that's true. If a woman is like kind of says no, and sometimes she means yes. And if you leave her with the smile on your face, you good. If you don't leave her with a smile on your face, you may be in trouble.
Perfect.
That's reality. And if you don't like reality, I don't care. But that's reality. What is the number one fantasy of women? Non-consensuality. The number one fantasy of women. So
Wait. What you said the number one fantasy is?
SA.
Non-consent.
SA? Nah, I don't think
that's what
that's
they fantasize about.
No,
So
wait.
you can tell me they actually want a lawyer
No.
fill out a form saying, "Do you consent?" They don't. They don't.
Okay, yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
They
Man, you tripping though, son.
It's called
No,
sexuality.
what the fuck are you talking about? Wait.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's-
so
it's a-
and again,
it's a rough business, but
hey,
like,
look, this is a very dangerous man to try to
Wait.
push this kind of rhetoric out there to say that majority of women want to have
No,
this kind of
no,
fantasy.
that's not
Is it
the
is
point.
it a group? Is
girl
it a
can
group?
smile like
Is it-
being
hold on, y'all.
You gotta
No,
lie.
a girl can
Is
smile
it
like
a-
being uncomfortable.
that's why you
does
banned
it
me from your channel because
All right, hold on, but does it
I'm just
exist?
telling you.
We can say yes, it exists, right? But no, it's not the
Uncomfortability.
it's not the majority of
That
women
is
that
hilarious.
do
That is
women
insane
like men
to
who are
say.
big and masculine
That's
and
not
take
the
the lead?
point.
Do they or not?
No
they
means
don't.
no, Dan.
They don't.
Do. So
He's
like
like, I don't know.
that
So
ain't
maybe
true.
it's a gray
They don't
area.
like
No.
weaselly little bitches like you. They like
Yeah, I
big
mean,
men
but
like
the
me, 6'8".
problem is The problem
6'8",
is that you could say
never
that.
would wear a condom in my
Like,
life. That's what they like.
I understand
When
that's
it
what you're
comes down
saying.
to it, do they feel comfortable?
I get it. That's what you're
No.
saying. But in real life, it
But
doesn't
they
work.
don't. Their pussies don't
I
get
get what
wet
you're
talking
saying.
to a guy like you.
I understand. You
Look
the
at
one
these
that's
bitches here. They're hysterical.
Why is
They're
Tina
excited.
laughing so hard?
You know what I'm saying? She's excited. Her pussy's wet.
Raheem in the chat
And-
says, that's true. I've been through
is
that.
she
Chick said I
laughing
wasn't
for?
aggressive
That's
enough.
fact.
I was
That's
like,
how
bitch, you
sexuality
said
works.
no, I'm out.
My
She said, well,
pussy-
I didn't mean no, just wanted you to try
Well, let
harder.
me ask
What
you
the
girls
fuck?
something about your pussies, okay? If a
No,
guy
my
says,
pussy is dry.
let me just
Wow.
ask you a
Hard,
question,
doesn't-
just
my pussy
general, not
dry.
about me, okay?
Hey,
If a
look, and
guy
this is the man that
says,
says I talk too much. By the way,
I didn't say you talk too much. I say you're a
you
bitch.
just literally just say you don't even know what you're saying. You're so drunk and belligerent that you don't realize the words
I
that
haven't
you say.
drank a thing.
Right, we
I'm
can hear
belligerent.
in your slang.
I'm
Like, it's
perfectly
coming up on
calm.
a-
You're
it
the
might
one who
not-
just said
we
you were
know
going to jump
you
out the
ain't sober.
window.
We could look
You a
at you and tell
bitch.
you're not sober.
You said I'm going to hit
It's okay.
first. You're a bitch.
It's all right.
I don't know what to
It's
tell
okay.
you.
Look how much you talking. It's okay. We see
It's not
who you
okay.
are,
You're
and it is
hysterical.
what it is,
Mama's
bro.
upset. I don't give a
I don't
fuck. Suck
understand
my
what
fucking dick.
This is crazy.
Now, I want to talk about to these
All
girls
right,
about their
y'all.
pussies,
I'm up
if you don't
out of
mind.
here. This man's
Wow.
off.
Yeah, he can't. Run, bitch. Run, bitch.
No,
Yeah.
she
Get out of the kitchen if you can't handle the heat.
Yeah, he's going to jump out the window now.
Woo! Who is running the panel? Who's running the panel? Who's the moderator?
Whoa.
Who's
That
the
was
moderator?
Now,
crazy.
listen, let me ask you girls something. Not my daughter here. But if a guy says, hey, you know what? Let's have sex because I have a vasectomy. I have had a vasectomy. So doesn't that make it more exciting? Because you're not going to get pregnant from me. Does it or doesn't it?
Wait, okay. Tell
the truth.
I will tell the truth. If a man, I'm on a date, and he tells me, let's have sex because I had a vasectomy.
Well,
I'm
he just
calling
drops it.
the-
He just drops it. By the way,
I'm calling the police because
Damn.
what the fuck do you mean?
The police?
You had a
Why would you
vasectomy.
call the police?
I'm gonna fuck you because you had a vasectomy. That's crazy work.
no,
That's
I'm saying if
crazy
it's
work.
just he drops it at a certain point. Like,
No,
Yeah, but why are you asking that
crazy.
question? What's the reason? I
No,
want to know. What's
that's
the reason?
fucking
Becky?
crazy.
the reason
You
is
had a
because women don't want to avoid pregnancy. They want to fuck around with pregnancy. It's the spice that makes it fun because they trolling. They trolling.
And do you know what else is spicy?
How can you account for
Jail.
it? Why wouldn't
You're going
girls? I'm
to
saying.
jail. What?
Why would you go to jail
What?
for saying you have had a vasectomy? That's retarded.
You
Tina,
seem like
you need to check
Because,
yourself if there's any
nigga,
brain
the
cells
fuck-
working at all.
okay.
What the fuck are you talking about? Just because you're female and you get you have guys in Dubai who send you money for being a whore doesn't mean your brain fucking works.
Damn.
And anyone gives a shit about
That's how
what
you be getting your
say.
bread. That's how you got more money than most men that you date.
First of all, I know.
Giving that
You work
No,
at
no,
a gas
check it,
station.
check it
Goddamn.
before you wreck it. Tina, Tina, it doesn't make sense to call the police because someone said they had a vasectomy. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Ben,
Man,
let me
fuck that.
cook
What's your
real quick.
OnlyFans, man? I don't got time.
Ben, let me cook real quick. Unlikely. I know you
can't
work at a
afford it.
gas station. I know you work at a gas station. It's like honestly, and it's fine. I probably do make more money than you. You probably work at Walmart. I don't give a fuck where you work. That's
he doesn't
fine.
work. He doesn't
But
work.
do not. That's fine. But don't ever try to downgrade what the fuck I do for a living. You're fucking.
What do you
stupid.
do for a
will
living?
only-
I asked
don't
you a
hold
What do you
question.
do for a living?
Yeah, what do you do?
Hold on. I'm talking
She's a
to
hoe.
unlikely.
You
You're-
send men pictures of yourself for money? I
First
mean,
of all,
why
I'm
can't we
saying, like, I
downgrade
don't
that?
knock it. Listen, I don't knock it. But I'm
if
saying,
I did, who the fuck cares?
Well, why
I mean,
can't
why
you
you gonna
answer the
attack the man
question?
that works
Well,
the
you're
regular
shitting on people who
job?
work at gas stations. I mean,
Jesus Christ, yo.
Code for a living. I don't fucking care, right? But don't.
You know it's
fucking
nothing
sit
but
there
white
and say that
faces on them dollar bills that you shaking. Never mind.
you hoe
Well,
for
they're
a
white.
living,
These girls
but
are
don't you
white.
dare criticize what I
They-
do.
they
Why?
kinda-
Yes, I hoe for a living. I love to hoe. Oh my god, I'm the biggest.
What?
In the world.
What does this have to do?
Okay.
What does this have to do with the
But
vasectomy?
shit, nobody.
Why
How
does
you
this still
attacking
there?
it? Yo, how you gonna attack all the regular dudes though? But
Lee,
you love it. Come on.
I don't
man.
understand, Lee. I don't understand. I feel like, no offense, you're like coping and like sucking dick, and I don't get it personally. But at the end of the
Just
day,
call him a coon. Just call him a coon. That's what you want to say. Just
Yeah,
call
that's
him a
what they about to
coon.
call me.
Yeah,
I get you.
just call him that. Just go
Okay,
there.
no, I
Like,
want to hear what you got to
it's
say
more
because
honest.
I'm just asking questions and I ain't called nobody out their name yet. But go ahead.
No, because I'm like you're being fucking disrespectful. Like, go.
You was calling me a bitch like 30 minutes ago. You remember that? I remember.
No, talk,
Okay, so you got your shot
interrupted
back.
our
It was
conversation.
quick. It was smooth. Go ahead,
You
Mookie.
interrupted our conversation.
Why do you have to manipulate him? Why can't you just have
And
a
mind
conversation?
you, Nigga, if I'm a sell pussy, you still couldn't afford it. And what? You still couldn't afford it.
Wait, afford what? Your sex?
You would never be able to.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
Even if I did.
I don't want to afford it. I don't want to
Don't worry
afford
about
it.
the
That
fuck I
sounds
do for a living.
no. Y'all sound like property.
Bitch,
It sounds like
You were the one who started talking about what people do for a living.
Look, I don't want to fight with you. I don't know what you're doing right now. But I don't want to fight. I dapped you when you said you was a sex worker. I don't know why you tripping on me.
No, I was a sex worker. Even about selling sex, you could not afford it. So relax.
I would never try to afford a box. That makes no sense.
Me and Ben were having
There are more attractive women than both of y'all put together that will have sex for nothing, and they'll actually like it. Like Mooncake doesn't even like men. You feel me? Like, so it's like, why would I want to have sex with women that don't even like men? Like y'all the type of women that don't even give head. Y'all just put y'all mouth on it and then y'all leave. Like nobody wants y'all. Y'all not even good at sex.
What are you talking about?
Like women that talk how y'all talk about men, y'all don't even like men. So why would I want to pay for a woman that don't even like a man?
He makes a good point.
I don't understand. I would never pay for women that talk about sex the way that y'all talk about sex.
Afford it too, so don't worry about it, Ben.
I don't want to afford it. That's
shut the fuck up because you're digging slow. Ben,
I was just asking you.
I don't know
nothing to do with what you
Hey,
do for a living.
yo, Mooncake, do me a favor. Yo, moderate for me. I'm gonna step out for a bit, so just hold it down for me, all right?
Okay.
I was just asking for your genuine.
Yeah, women are the leaders.
Your genuine thought if a man was to, not in a crazy way, just say just slip in that he's had a vasectomy. So
and that's fine. I'm gonna say, Ben, people say you're talking hella shit. Unlikely, I'm gonna say this right now. We were having a great conversation, and you want to be talking about hella shit. That's right.
Well, I'm just saying, if you say I have. It
Ben,
offends me that you asked that question. That's fine.
No, it doesn't, because we were having a genuine
Go back to the
conversation.
sex worker conversation, right? So,
Nigga, are you selling dick? Are you selling dick? What's the price, guys? I'm likely selling dick. It's $5 a pop.
You know, using the F word towards a black person when you're not black.
Actually, a married man been married for a while. But do you have a boyfriend or somebody? A trick?
Me?
No, not you, Mooncakes. I know you don't like men.
His name is Alu Akhmasar.
You don't like men. You'll never convince me you like men. For a woman, okay, look, no. You said you have male friends?
I have a boyfriend.
Why does it matter? We're talking about the okay, fine. Go ahead.
Okay.
The question was for the women, does a guy having a vasectomy make him more neutral or less sexually attractive?
It doesn't matter. I think it doesn't matter.
Less sexually attractive. Okay, why?
Yeah, generally less.
Because I want the ability to have children one day. So no, I would probably not be with a man who has a vasectomy.
It can be.
What if it was just a hookup?
I don't do hookups like that. But no.
Let's say you were to have a hookup. So pregnancy and marriage are not a part of it.
Neutral. I feel neutral about it. There's no
Why wouldn't you feel positive about it? Because you can't get pregnant.
Because
you can raw dog, which is more pleasurable on both sides, right?
You should always wear condoms. This is to my girlies out there. If you're gonna hook up with someone, always wear condoms. Protect yourself. Be safe.
Do you find that having sex with a condom on is more pleasurable or less pleasurable than having sex with a condom on?
Neutral. No.
Okay, well then you're unique because no one else
that's
finds
when you
that
start
to be true.
kind of capping. You could say that sex without the condom feel better, but you should do it. But when you just say it's neutral, that's not true.
I think it's neutral. It really depends on the person. I can't speak for everyone. For some people, it might feel better. But
Is it more intimate or less intimate? How about that?
I'd probably say it's more intimate when there's obviously not one. I would say it's more.
Okay, so therefore it's more pleasurable because what you're seeking is intimacy. That's what it's a euphemism for sex, intimacy. I had intimacy with this person.
For me, once again, I'm not trying to be annoying, but I think there's a bit more.
So you should marry a dildo because all you want to do is fuck silicone. So go do it. Marry a dildo. Bitch. Why bother with all this other stuff? Just go find a dildo and sit on it and call that.
Peter, why are you laughing so hard?
Why are you?
Don't watch what I'm doing. Ben is actually kind of funny. He's kind of funny.
You can
are you even making a basic claim
to be human?
What? I don't understand.
Hey,
I think Mooncake is alienated from her own sexuality, and therefore, condom or not, it doesn't really matter to her.
You're saying,
yeah,
like,
that's what I feel like. She don't really like
this
sex.
isn't
That's what I'm
hard.
saying. She don't
There's
really
no
like
man
I
on
doubt
earth that's
she.
gonna
I
go.
doubt she orgasms.
I'd rather get balls deep with
I
some
would
silicone over my dick. No, they wouldn't. And you're saying no, but that's not true of women. Women actually don't care whether they have sex with a silicone wrapping or a dick. Give me a fucking break.
I said neutral. I said the answer was neutral.
Neutral, so it
Well,
doesn't
then you're
matter.
crazy.
That doesn't make any sense.
What?
Yeah.
If condoms are neutral, then you don't really experience
Do you
pleasure
prefer
during
a
sex.
human penis or a dildo that's like got a warmer in it? So, like, I mean, what the fuck are we even talking about?
Okay, everybody. How about everybody go buy a rose toy and just, I mean, just have a competition.
It's like, this isn't hard. This is common sense. It feels better to fuck without a condom on both sides.
I think that's neutral. I think that's a neutral point.
But you're crazy if you say that.
What do you mean? It's crazy?
So if there wasn't an issue about pregnancy and there wasn't an issue about STDs,
yeah.
So, and you're looking, you don't care about getting pregnant. You're married. You might say, I just want you to put a condom on because it's like a sex toy. No, you'd never say that. And no man who wasn't crazy would say, yeah, that sounds good. He'd say, fuck that shit.
I think condoms are great.
What the fuck are you talking about? You're crazy. So do you think a condom is a sex toy?
They can be, sure.
Why is it that there's like no pornography that has
Who
condoms?
cares? Who cares?
Why?
If we want to go fucking fuck whoever.
There used to be.
Who cares?
But now
Who
there's
cares?
none. Why?
Who cares?
Okay, yeah. If you want to be politically correct and look at condom pornography, it's like, what are you even doing looking at porn? I mean, what are you doing? Why not just cut your dick and balls off entirely and go like, I
think more men should
can't
be
even
castrated.
fantasize about having pleasurable sex. It's like,
isn't it just preference? Like
no one has ever worn a condom because they thought it would be fun.
Yeah,
add to the experience of intimacy.
People do that. People do that because they think it's more pleasurable.
Who cares?
Not true.
I mean,
Tina, what you want to talk about, Tina?
Unlikely, leave me alone. Who cares?
Well, Tina's last topic for the panel was refried beans, so I wouldn't ask her
that's how
that.
it works.
Hey, please.
Good point. Damn.
Sorry, say that again, Dad.
What is it?
You girls have obviously daddy issues. Let's talk about daddy. What the fuck happened?
Oh.
What the fuck happened?
Daddy.
How's it going with dad? You might want to give him a call because, like, it seems to me like you are both batshit crazy. So what's up? Let's hear about dad. What happened?
I'm crocheting.
She let her crochet her blanket. What's the problem? I'm gonna make. I might make a
I didn't
hat.
say anything about crocheting. I said,
okay.
Tell me about your dad. Your sisters, right?
Oh yeah. So my dad, he's a great man, strong man. What?
Okay,
Ben,
so
what,
he's a
what,
masculine man
what?
in some ways.
Yes. What do you want to know? Ask me the questions. I'll answer.
Did your parents get divorced?
Did yours?
So this is a tough question. I'm just asking you. Did your parents get? My parents
Okay,
got divorced. Yes.
Okay, but this is not therapy. It doesn't matter. All I'm saying, okay, do you guys?
I think that's a
refried
yes.
beans?
I would say
Do you
that's
guys
a
like
yes.
refried
So
beans?
your parents
Is
got
that
divorced. There's no shade to that. You didn't.
But
do it.
but honestly, like I'm like this is the point on the panel. Do you guys like refried beans? Do you guys like bean and cheese burritos?
Unless you answer the question about your parents, the rest of it's going to be crazy. You're
If
never
I
going to be
answer
happy.
questions about my
I'm
parents,
telling you,
you're
but, like, that's
gonna
okay.
tell me. Okay,
But
if
you
I
can go
answer
shake your
questions-
ass on the
wait,
internet all you want, but until you kind of get down with that problem, no
Shake
one's
my
going to find
ass.
you interesting.
I should
Oh,
search
you want to see this ass?
No, I don't.
Nah, I'm good.
It's a song.
Like you can't even really hoe. unless you
Unlikely.
get
I
a
know.
little
Oh, sorry. I
bit-
thought it was a question. Jeez.
Easy. Nobody's talking to you. Unlikely.
I thought it was a question.
The problem is
Shit.
you girls think that you're sexual objects because your dad.
I don't. I don't.
You didn't get connected with your dad because, like, I can use my daughter as an example. I've told her that she's
Yeah.
a very beautiful young woman who has lots of potential and lots of dignity. So she's, has that connection,
No, man,
and she wouldn't do what you girls are doing on the internet.
Ben, I'm gonna say this. There's a perception that you have, right? And it may not be 100% the perception that you think you know. I'm not going to.
I don't even know like how you know how English works. The perception is just on my side. You're saying it may not. It may not conform to reality.
It's not what you think. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I understand how the English language works.
Wait,
I don't really have a perception. I would just say,
but that's fine. But it's like I don't have to share it. If you want to ask me privately, that's fine. You can ask me. If you want to share
I can
it, that's
ask you
okay.
publicly.
No, but privately is okay, right? But like I said, I don't have to share
I
every
don't
intimate
care.
detail about my life, and that's okay. Ben, I'm not.
But like when you
care.
try to talk in a normal way, you just answer like it's all just fucking.
No,
crazy.
but what? No.
So I'm saying like let's get underneath the crazy to.
But I don't.
Maybe we can find this. But like, if you're not interested, then I don't know why. Like, so I don't know what you're doing here because every word that comes out of your mouth is just crazy.
I'm having a conversation.
Can I ask a question?
You're having a non-versation, which is what an alienated female.
But you're responding, so it's a conversation.
Just lying.
But you're responding.
My tits. I need my tits out to like for thermal regulation.
My tits are even out. I'm wearing a sweater.
It don't make no sense. But like, you want to spend your life just acting like idiots? Go ahead.
Hey man, listen, they getting that money. Shit.
Sure.
Psych. You ain't get no money.
I was gonna ask Grace. Grace, have you ever had a boyfriend? Like, just out of curiosity, you ever been in a relationship?
I mean, I dated here and there in high school, but not really. No.
But not no. How old are you?
23.
23. Do you think you might have like any relationships anytime soon? I'm not trying to like pry too much. I'm just actually curious.
I have no idea. We'll see what the Lord sends me.
Yeah. Like, so you want to get married one day? Like, that's like a plan for you?
She's saying, are you a lesbian?
Oh, I don't think I come across. No, I'm not a lesbian. No.
No, well, I wasn't. I mean, I actually wasn't asking if you're a lesbian, but no, I would just.
What kind of a person? What kind of a young female who's single would say, "I'm never going to get married other than a lesbian"?
Well, some people maybe don't see it in their future, or they don't have a preference for it. So that's why I'm just curious. Like, does she want to have a family? Like, that's what I'm just learning.
What was that line of question for? What were you trying to get to?
She claims to be heterosexual. Okay. Next.
Yeah.
I'm asking.
I'm open to it, obviously, but if the opportunity doesn't present itself, then that's my path. Okay.
Yeah, because I think like Ben asked certain questions, so I think my line of questioning is I'm just also asking questions to get to know them. I don't think that's bad. I feel like that's how the conversation's going. Right?
You're so concerned that you are like morally whatever. Just go for it. Whatever. Just go.
Yeah, I'm just asking
whatever.
questions.
Say whatever you want to say. Whatever.
I feel like there's a passive aggressive reason that you're doing it, but I can't figure out quite why. Well, no, I think you're trying to say no, but no man wants to date you, Grace. So why do you have the right to talk about other women's sexuality? Is that what you're trying to get to?
I genuinely wasn't even actually thinking that we're going to say that. I was just asking questions because I was just curious about the questions that Ben was asking. I was just curious about like how you live your day-to-day life. So like if you follow similar routines, similar ideologies, how you experience your love life. So that's what I was just curious about, like the connections there. You know, when it comes to men specifically. You know, like even him asking questions.
Would me and my dad have similar romantic love lives? What?
No.
Yeah, probably like would be similar.
He passes down, for example, if he dates a certain way, and so you kind of follow in that tradition. Does that make sense? You might.
Could we turn it around a little bit and say like, so you say you have a boyfriend, okay, but you also will do like semi-sexual stuff with a guy online for extra money?
No.
Okay, no.
Am I wrong? Maybe not. I don't know.
Okay, guys, there's a lot of hypotheticals. Let's just fucking see. Let's talk about refried beans.
It's not a hypothetical. I'm just asking a question.
That's just. I could be wrong about that.
No. I mean, Tina, it's okay if he asked it. I can answer it, right? And I said no. That's
supposed to be. Oh, this guy's a fucking idiot. Sam in chat.
They're allowed to ask questions the same way.
So you have a relationship with another guy, in which he's clearly saying like my interest here is I would say broadly sexual. He finds you pretty. He right? Like you don't have a business, he's not a real estate agent and you're a real estate developer. So okay, so you don't mind that. and your boyfriend doesn't mind that?
Sorry, repeat that first part.
What's the question?
I'm sorry.
So I'm saying, like, you have a kind of, I'm not saying sexual in the sense like you're sitting on his dick. I'm just saying you have a sexual, in the broad sense, relationship with the man who's like a sugar daddy, right?
Oh, no.
Well,
No.
what is the relationship? He gives you money for what? Nothing?
Okay. Ben, don't act oblivious, because you know when there's e-girls online, people will send money
like
for
Grace
whatever
gets money
reason.
from
Like,
Cash App.
come on, Ben. Like,
Yeah, Grace
come on.
gets money
And
from
exactly,
men.
but that's what I'm saying, right? There doesn't have to be a fucking contractual agreement or transactional agreement.
Absolutely not.
People will send money regardless, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, if your partner that you're with is okay with you being online from the jump, and they know, men that sim for you or whatever the fuck the case is, they're gonna send you whatever $10, $15, $30, $100,
Sure.
right?
Sure.
That's fine. There should be no question about that. I mean, that's not even a conversation.
Well, so there's no line?
I mean, I know, but I'm saying, as an e-girl, and you're putting out content, that's kind of your job. That's how you make money.
Okay, and some e-girls might say, I'll send you a pussy pic for $100, right? I'm not saying that's you.
She's cheap.
Or, okay, I guess the prices are high. I don't know. $1,000. So, like, what I'm saying is, like, people do that, right? People that have an
100%
OnlyFans and have
do.
a boyfriend. I'm saying,
Yes,
I'm not saying you have an
100%.
OnlyFans.
But
I
if
don't,
there's an
I don't actually think
agreement-
OnlyFans necessarily means you're doing porn.
Yes, 100%. But I feel like if there is an agreement from the jump and you're with that person and you trust that person, there should be no like discrepancy, right? It should be like, okay, you knew what you were getting to in the relationship. This is my job.
Okay.
Okay.
But I would just say that many people would say, let's say you take it to the next level and she's just doing prostitution. We know a guy who's married to a woman and she's a prostitute. Okay.
Yeah.
And he's fine with it and she's fine with it. I think
Then
a lot
he's
of
a
people
cuck.
would say, a lot of people, and they all may be wrong, would say, like, yeah, marriage and that don't match. And it sounds to me like from your
100%.
reaction, you agree. Like, that's outrageous.
Yes, 100%. But then I think you should pick your partner better, right? I mean,
I don't know what that means.
If you're with somebody and you know that's what they're doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're like, okay, I'm selling my pussy on the side. Great. 100%.
But wait, Tina,
Do your
just,
thing.
let's go back just a minute. You said as long as both people
person
agree
knows.
with it, that it's fine.
Yes,
But then you
it's
just said, I just gave you
consensual.
an example. I just gave you an example where both people agree with it, and you said it's not fine at all. Okay, so then there's
Then
something
don't be
beyond
together.
just
Don't be
being
together.
fine with it that you're appealing to,
Don't
right?
don't
Unless you're just
be together.
saying
If
you're
you don't
crazy.
agree, that is a deal breaker. If you don't agree, don't be with that person.
Tina, calm
Tina,
down
you're
for a
not
second.
making basic sense.
Tina,
You said there's
I
no deal
said-
breakers as long as you both agree.
I
said in
never
this
said
case-
that. No. That's not what I said. I said if you both agree that you know when you get into this relationship, she is selling ass, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You guys both know you agree to the same thing.
Right.
If she comes to you and says, hey, this is what I'm doing, and you don't agree, that's a deal breaker. Don't be with that person.
But you just added something to it that I didn't say. I said
I'm
we
giving you
literally
an
know
example.
a married couple who are legally married, I think, where
Yeah.
both of them are fine with the woman engaging in prostitution. Okay. So you said I have a huge problem with that. Maybe you just misunderstood. But what would the problem be?
I mean, oh, she disappeared. Tina, you have to answer that because I don't.
What was the question? What was the question? Sorry, I was talking to somebody.
So if you said as long as both people are okay with it, and then we can show you videos. We interact with these people, nice people. The husband and the wife both have agreed that she can do prostitution, and that will be like her way of contributing to the family. Okay. Do you have a problem with that? Because you were outraged at the thought of
Again,
it.
no. I said if both people agree to it, right?
So why don't you just say no? I don't have a problem with it.
But that's what I'm saying. If both people agree, that's fine, right?
Tina,
you know
Tina,
what you're getting
I've
to
said
in
it
that
like 5
relationship.
fucking times. Why don't you just say No, I don't have a problem with that.
I feel like you're trying to change my opinion.
But you don't have a problem with it. Both
No,
of
but
them
you
agree.
obviously do have
No,
a problem
I'm
with it, but you're not willing to be honest about it.
no, like I said, I'll say it again. Point blank period. If two people get into a relationship,
Tina, do you care if two people who agree to?
oh, is this about me? I don't care who. If you want to fuck and pay for sex, I don't give a fuck what you do. That's
Okay,
your
then
business.
then
That's
why
not
do
my
you
business.
why
But
do you
what I'm saying, no, what I'm saying, Ben, please, what I'm saying, if two people get into a relationship and the person you're with or married to is like, hey, I'm selling pussy, and the guy says, that's good, girl, you're great, pay the fucking bills, amazing. That's amazing. Go live your fucking life, right? If
I don't
you
really
go
know.
to somebody, right, and you say, hey, I'm selling pussy, and the guy says, I'm not into that, don't be together.
You've already made that point. We
But
understand.
my point, my question though, my follow-up question is, why are you clutching pearls so tightly? If I was, when we mentioned that, like, this is maybe kind of sexual, why is the pearl clutching like, oh heavens, oh heavens, like,
listen, I don't care if you sell
like,
pussy.
don't you dare say that. Like,
me?
who cares? Like,
No,
if Mooncakes
no,
is doing whatever
no.
she's doing, like, why
I don't
why are
care
you
who
so
does
concerned
whatever.
about it?
I don't
No,
care.
she
Just
just-
what the fuck they
She
want.
wants to be clear that like this is not happening. So she doesn't want you guys to say that like basically I am performing sexual acts or sexual whatever you want to call it. It doesn't have to be acts or any sexual anything for money, because of course there's a stigma with that, right? Like we're none of us are stupid, and like my answer to it, Tina, and I already told them, is no. That's my answer. You can either believe it or not believe it. It's up to you, right?
Wait,
like
so the only reason you don't do that is because there's a stigma to it?
No, it's just something I want to do.
Morals.
Okay, so you agree with the stigma.
No, not inherently. It's just not something that I want to do.
Who cares if he's selling pussy? Who the fuck cares?
So you
Does
think
that change
social
your life?
sexuality
Who
is
cares?
not something that has any
Sexuality
moral
is fluid.
component?
You can get your dick sucked by a man. It's like, oh, men know how I like my dick sucked. Who the fuck cares about shit? Like
sexuality.
Okay, well, I think a lot of people care about sexuality. I mean,
Who cares?
Sexuality is complicated, and I think that I said this earlier
pretty
on the
big part of human life. I would think you would care.
I said this on the panel earlier, you know, as a liberal, people get surprised, that I think that women should avoid hookup culture and we should maybe prioritize meeting people who actually want a relationship with us instead of just having sex, because it really benefits men. So it's something I already talked about.
So
I
then
think-
you disagree with Tina that the only aspect of sexuality that matters is consent.
no, I with her.
What's that?
No, I wouldn't disagree with that.
But
Well,
if a
she's
woman-
saying the
if a woman-
only aspect of sex that matters is consent. But you would
Yeah.
say there is something about the sexual act that should be respected that hookup culture fails to respect.
Well, yeah,
This
but I
isn't
think
hard, girls.
I can agree with both things. So I can agree that consent is important, and I can still agree with my second
No,
point.
you can't
No,
agree with both things.
Tina said consent is the only thing that matters.
I,
So you would say
no,
so.
Grace. I never said that once. I never said
You said that's all that matters. The rest
No,
of
I
it,
never
fucking
cares who
cares if
fucks
you
who.
suck dick or whatever.
I never said anything about consent. I
Tina,
never said
you're
about
like
consent.
incoherent.
I
It's like
said
not even
no.
worth it to have a
I
conversation
said,
with you.
Who cares? I
What?
said,
It's
Are
like
you
saying
on
does 2 + 2
drugs?
= 4?
I'm not
It's
on
like
drugs.
no,
I
it is.
literally
It
said,
is.
Grace, you're trying to put words in my mouth. I never said anything about consent.
You said all that
once.
matters is that
Not
they
once.
agree, and whatever else they
I
do,
never,
it's whatever.
Did I say anything about consent once? Yes or no? I did not.
Yes.
Yes, you
No,
said.
I did not.
Consent.
I said consent. I never said anything about consent. We were talking about people selling pussy.
That's not true.
You said as
Okay.
long as both parties consent, that's all that
no.
matters.
I
That's
never
the definition of consent.
No.
I think
Did,
things are.
did I say that?
No, I think things are being a little bit twisted, and I don't understand the reason why. I'm trying to figure out your guys' line of thinking, which I think is a little. I would use the word. I'm trying to be very careful, I guess, with the words I use, but I think it's a little deranged, is how I would put it, because I think that you want us to say something that we're not trying to say, and you're trying to kind of switch the words around. Now, is there an aspect of consent that could be implied? Yes, of course, but there are multiple points to the conversation we're having. It doesn't have to just be one or nothing. You realize that there are multiple things to this. There isn't one or
No, it is. If you say the only thing that matters in terms of sexuality, the only moral aspect is consent, which is an extreme statement. But if you say that, then there's not really room for a lot of nuance. Would you agree with that? If one said that.
If
it's
someone
like basic logic, girls. I'm sorry.
If someone,
but I didn't say that at all.
Yes, if
okay,
someone
I
said that,
think
then
it's super
I would-
clear that you did, but you may.
didn't.
You can now take it back and say, "I didn't mean that." That's okay.
Okay, Tina. Okay. So if you think that consent is not the only moral consideration when it comes to sex, what else would you include in that? What are the other moral considerations?
Could I say something? I never talked about consent at all.
Okay, let's grant it to you. You never talked about consent.
Okay.
Like, you girls should read chat. They're all saying like you're just
No. People are saying I
talking
never
like
said
crackheads.
consent. No, I can see it because I said crack.
Yeah, this is okay. Look, read it.
What
Philan
they
Tavius.
said.
I didn't say
Tina
what I said.
never said
It's saying like
consent.
it's not
The
making
word
sense.
never
bitch.
consent. You didn't say the word consent. I never said consent.
Yeah, she never. No,
We're not arguing whether you said the word consent.
Yes, but Grace said that I said
So you
it.
guys want multiple
What I was saying, right?
Like
Okay, we can just move on. Holy shit, Tina. Okay, let's just grant it to you. You never said consent. Okay, I don't care. What is your guys' response to this statement? Consent is the only moral consideration that should be applied to sex. Otherwise, who cares? It doesn't matter. Whatever you do. Do you agree with that or not?
Thumbs up or thumbs down to that?
What point are you talking about? Are you talking about when I said that?
I'm not talking about anything you said, Tina. I'm just saying I'm saying it. Do you agree with that statement or not?
Let's just erase the past.
Say your statement one more time. Just so I'm not.
Consent is the only moral consideration that people should consider when it comes to sex. Other than that, who cares? Do whatever you want.
My answer is no, but with examples that I would give.
Okay, Tina, what's your response?
No is an answer.
Tina, what do you think?
Sorry, what was the question? What was the question?
I don't.
I hope you girls are on like
What was it?
heavy drugs, because like there's not a lot.
I'm on fucking ketamine. Hell yeah, I got me.
Okay, I'll try it again. Is consent the only moral consideration that should be applied to sex? If they're both consenting and they're adults, then do whatever you want, and there's no other moral considerations. Whatever you want.
I think it's more complicated than yes or no.
Yeah, of course. You can give it. That's what I said. I said no with more.
Okay, so that's
that
a
would
no.
mean no.
That means no.
We're not going to put
there are
words
other
in your mouth
there
or
are other
anything
things
else
to
in your
consider.
mouth because
I think it's more
you don't want
complicated.
anything in your mouth, but you do need something in your mouth. And I'll tell you what it is. But
you
you have to
have
come over here
it right in your
and
mouth.
get daddy's personal tutoring.
Okay, so Mooncake, you're a little more coherent than Tina. What else should be applied to sexual situations morally beyond consent?
I mean, beyond consent, I mean, that's pretty easy. You can talk about respect. You can talk about honesty. For some people, you might even describe commitment. There's like a multitude of things that could be applied in this scenario. That's why I think.
So you should respect what? You should respect what?
Boundaries.
Take back consent.
Boundaries?
Boundaries has to do
Is
with
there anything
consent.
inherent other than what a person arbitrarily rules? Like, do you think it's disrespectful to what? Sexually?
I'm talking about like even when I talk about respect, just to be, I guess, more clear. I thought that was. I would talk about the feelings, like how they feel in the acts of sex, how they feel like mentally surrounding the scenario of conversations about sex. I just think that this is a more in-depth topic and conversation.
Okay, but that's all just another way of saying consent. Like if they don't feel like it, you should respect that. If they have boundaries, you should respect them. They're just different articulations. But you're refusing to just acknowledge that you previously said hookups are a problem because they're not respectful of what sexuality should be. That's implicit whether you said it, and that it should involve genuine intimacy.
I think you're dumbing it down a little bit when you relate everything back to consent. And I think that's where we have to be very careful. So consent is one aspect.
Wait, hold on. Let's do a role play situation. I'm your daughter, okay? And I say, "Mom, I found a great guy. I want to have sex with him. It's a hookup." And I'm fully consenting and so is he.
I would never
Why would you say I should not do that?
I mean, it depends on your age, and it depends on like.
Consent can be taken back.
Let's
You
say
understand that?
I'm 18
No,
years
she
old.
wants to do a gang bang porn. Why don't we just go?
Yeah,
Well, because we
I'm
were doing
planning to do a
the
gang
hookup
bang
thing.
porn.
Well, we can do the. We were just doing the hook. So going with her thing of the hookup.
It's fully
so
consensual, but why not
outside
push it?
of consent? What are your reasons that I shouldn't do this?
Well, I think for one, sex has an effect on your body, for example. So another reason would be the spread of HPV. If you don't know, that's what causes cervical cancer. If we're just being serious about this, there are other reasons besides just consent.
Don't use no medical terms on here. We caught a strike behind that before.
Oh,
so
really?
try to not to. Yeah, don't talk about medicine at all.
Oh,
Okay. Mom, we're both completely clean. We got tested. We're completely clean of everything. And we're fully consenting. I want to hook up with him, and it's a one-night stand, and that's it. Why shouldn't I do it?
Still, once again, the intentions, the honesty part. What are your expectations out of this? So, yeah, you might think it's just a hookup, but you don't know how you're going to feel after. And that is something that you should consider before acting in this scenario.
How would I figure out how I'm supposed to feel after?
It's something that you have to think about. You have to think about the effect it could potentially have on your body and your mind. And that's
what is the effect it could have?
It could make you feel bad about yourself.
Trauma, insecurities.
Why would it make me feel bad about myself to have a perfectly clean, consenting sexual experience?
You don't know until you experience
First of all, okay, wait, Grace, in this situation, how old are you?
18.
Huh?
18.
You're 18.
Mm-hmm.
So your brain isn't fully developed.
Yeah, that's even worse. That's actually a good point.
How old are you girls? How old are you girls?
I'm 29.
27.
Okay. I don't
How
think your
old are you,
brains are
9?
even slightly developed. So
Ben!
I think that we have like a brain issue here.
Tina, you are not 29. Holy shit. I thought you were like 17.
I am. I'm actually 15. I'm 15. I swear to God.
Tina looks young. I tell people
No, it's not about looking young. It's about the
don't
brain
be saying
power.
that you underage over here, man. Just tell your real age, man. Don't say you 15, please.
I'm 16 actually.
No. You can get him. He's saying that because you could get the chance.
Oh,
that's
sorry.
why
I'm actually 17 and a half. I'm 17 and a half.
Tina. Okay.
I'm gonna be 18 tomorrow.
I don't know what to tell you, Rush. I don't know. I don't know. Good
Like
luck.
it doesn't really make sense, girls, but like
I feel like I'm making sense. I feel like maybe you're not comprehending or understanding what it is I'm trying to say, which is fine.
but I mean these jokes don't even make any sense.
I know. Sorry, Ben. I'm sorry. Okay, here I'll talk about something. I'm talking about. Do you want to talk about World War II? That's fine. Okay.
I'm kind of like autistic, so maybe that's why I don't know.
No, okay. So let's
you
go,
guys are
wait,
autistic?
I probably am.
I'm not autistic. I think she is.
Okay, let's go back to the role play. Okay, Mom, I'm 18. I'm fully consenting. So is he. I'm sexually perfectly clean. So is he. I want to hook up with him for a one-night stand. Why shouldn't I do it? Because I don't know how I'll feel. Well, that would be true of any number of things. Why should you don't get a Big Mac because you don't know how you'll feel afterwards?
Grace.
That's not really a very good argument.
Yeah, that would be. You wouldn't say the same thing about
if
doing heroin. Like you don't know how you.
I think we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know exactly how you feel after you do anything.
I mean,
but that's true of
I'm
everything.
gonna say this right now.
Yeah,
you're not telling your parents when you're fucking. Like, what are we talking about?
It's a hypothetical, Tina.
I know, but this is stupid. This is stupid.
It's a hypothetical. I'm asking her if she was a mother of a young woman.
Okay,
what would she
say
tell her?
say the girl's living at home and mom walks in on her, and the guy's balls deep, and after he leaves, right? She goes, "What's up?"
What's up?
Would you have a problem with that?
Would you say like, "Okay, I got nothing to say about that"?
Problem with that.
Balls deep. Go balls deep further. I don't know if it cares.
I can't hear you over your sister.
I mean, wouldn't you say like first, like what about pregnancy? I mean,
that's what I'm saying. Educate them on like the effects of sex.
Well, I mean, you'd assume an 18-year-old understands how pregnancy works.
100%.
Still very young, so they might not know all of everything that can happen, which is why I brought up the medical stuff earlier. I won't go into
No.
Okay, so Mom, if I
pregnancy is
he's
medical.
using a condom, but if I get pregnant, I'll just go have an abortion. What's the problem?
I think abortions once again are more complicated than that. They're not easy on the body. Sometimes it can be dangerous, and it's a
I'll
trauma.
just take a pill and it's gone.
It's not that easy. Once again, there's
loser.
in-depth
You didn't make it
because the plan B doesn't always work. There shouldn't be the expectation that you can rely on things like that. I think this is just, it's more in depth. I just don't want to dumb this down. I feel like perhaps you guys
Well,
are
go
trying.
ahead, go in depth. You have the floor.
I feel like I already have.
It can't get dumber.
I feel like we've already kind of like, I've gone over a lot of these things. I've already talked about Plan B. I've talked about.
So it wouldn't occur to you to say you would be introducing a human life into the world. You could potentially, if you get pregnant, and it would be wrong to kill that life.
Oh,
I don't
believe that kills a life. I don't believe abortions like.
Yes,
so,
you do. Of course you do. You have to.
No, I don't. I don't believe that abortions up to a point. They're killing her.
So you don't think
a life.
like you
No.
you understand life begins. At
Life
conception.
doesn't begin until consciousness. So for me,
It's not true.
Oh, well, that's
so
how
someone who's unconscious, like when they're
It's not
sleeping,
about
is
you
not
can't
alive?
believe. You can't just say I believe that a square is a circle. You can't just
but
say
no,
that.
no life really in experience. That's the big thing, right? Until you can experience pain, then I don't believe that you are a life. Like that doesn't happen, right?
No, you have to use the correct terms. You could say I don't believe you're a person with the right to life, but you can't say you're not alive because that's
Right.
just not
But you're
true.
you're not experiencing anything. There's no experiences. There's nothing there.
Yeah, it's your speculation.
If
but
you're
that's
in a
not true.
coma, you're not experiencing anything.
No,
You
let's
are
not do
alive.
this. Super boring. Super boring. She's just lying. Whatever. Maybe
No,
she's had an
okay.
abortion. Maybe she wants to have one. Whatever. Like,
I'm gonna go. You guys have fun and debate this stuff. This is boring. Yeah. Bye guys. Have fun.
Go sleep off the crack. Whatever.
Yes, I love crack. I'm sleeping off the crack and be up for fucking 6 days, Grace. Thank you. I hope you sleep off the meth, Grace. It's okay. Your eyeliner was
Okay.
fucked up.
All
Thank
right,
you. Bye. Have a great
Have a good
day.
day. That's your older sister? That's crazy.
So now, why do you girls say like I would never tell my parents that I was having sex? Why?
I mean,
They're conservative, right?
I mean, yeah, mostly. Actually, no, my mom.
God.
Whoa. Wow. Okay, so you disagree with your parents' view of sex. That's okay.
I disagree with them if I have sex. Sorry.
With your parents.
You disagree with your parents' view of sex, and you're like well into your 20s, almost into your 30s. So they have no legal or any, whatever. But okay, so are you hiding what you do sexually from your parents?
No.
Why not just be open about it with your
My
parents?
mom knows
Why say
everything.
like I would never tell my parents what I'm doing sexually?
No, my mom knows everything.
Oh, okay. And she disagrees with you.
Some stuff I do definitely. I mean, she's a parent, right? Parents have certain expectations, and I think that's perfectly normal and healthy.
No, it's not normal. I mean, you could say that you agree with your parent about things or not. I don't know.
What do you mean? I think my parents did a very good job, and I think they're going to have disagreements by some of the stuff I choose to do, and I think that's normal.
Why do you say right? Are you a millennial? That's millennial talk.
No, no,
No,
no.
she's my
actually,
age.
I'm on the cusp. I'm on the cusp of millennial. Actually.
Yeah, she's got that like where she talks and then says right, which is like
Yes,
it's
like
a millennial
erudite,
thing.
like
You-
erudite.
you have to agree with me. Like, no, I don't. Wrong. I'll say wrong every time you say right.
So let's say I'm at a Starbucks, right? They always do that.
You can have disagreements with your parents. Sure, of course. Yeah. But you can also not have disagreements with your parents and sort of that your views align. That's more normal that you share, your parents' view, although there can be differences.
Of course. Yeah.
I never thought I'd say this, but I am super happy to see the Gematria guy.
No, this isn't the Gematria guy.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's
it?
That's
Oh.
It is. He's doing apron play. I think you're supposed to wear a shirt under that. But hey,
I keep talking. I can't hear you. I don't know if I'm saying anything.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I just came on real quick because Grace doesn't have a real father, and Grace, the thing about having sex with guys, something that can happen, especially for girls, is you get this emotional attachment, but then the guy doesn't care about you; he just wanted to have sex with you, and then your heart's broken.
True.
And then you carry around baggage for the rest of your life.
True.
That's really the major risk of having sex with another guy who might not love you or care about you the same way you do. And
I
those
agree.
things do add up.
That
I
actually
agree.
happens on a physical level too. Like you'll become bonded if he comes in you with
Yeah.
his actual there's
even if you
chemical
don't
reaction.
intend to, yeah. That's
Yeah,
true.
physically. So I don't think, I'm not sure if you're saying I was genuinely asking the question, why would a hookup be wrong?
Now
I was doing it as a
can we-
hypothetical.
Can we just pop up to Mooncakes and say, like, don't you agree with that? Like, isn't that actually fairly commonsensical?
What Zach said?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's very fair.
Okay, so why didn't you just say that?
I feel like I already hinted at that as well. When I
In
said
the
about,
Why do you
hypothetical, you
hint
said-
at it? Why didn't you just say it?
Yeah, you
I
didn't say it in the
no,
hypothetical.
I said that. That's why I said I think you guys didn't understand everything I was trying to say, which is fine, right? There might be miscommunication.
No, wrong. It's not
Yes.
fine.
That is a very millennial thing. So yeah, I think I was trying to get to that point, and perhaps we missed it or we went over it too quickly. But
No, that's not what
you
happened.
had-
You're,
you
you're
had other
obviously
points.
avoiding saying something commonsensical like that because you have these weird, like, things you're trying to protect so that you aren't accused of saying something traditional or something. I don't know what it is.
I gave you the
Weird.
hypothetical. You brought up several points about why it would be wrong to do this hookup or why I might not want to do it. You said you don't know how you'll feel afterwards. You might get pregnant and plan B might not work. He might have something medical. You did not say because you might fall in love with him and he doesn't care about you, and then you will have abandonment issues or attachment issues. You did not say that.
Like, I'm just trolling you at this point because I heard what you said. It was actually what Zach said. Thank you, Unique. I don't think I'm being crazy about this. I really think you guys are misremembering what I said. And I think
So we're crazy. Okay, no problem. So let's just say we're crazy because
perhaps
we're crazy. Okay.
Perhaps.
Okay.
Perhaps
At least we'll admit that either you're crazy or we're crazy. At least
I don't even think we have to use the word-
someone here is crazy.
I don't even think we have to use the word crazy. I think once again, crazy is a. I think that's. I don't.
Oh, that's sanitarious. What would we call that? Calling crazy people crazy is sanitist.
Ableist?
We could just say
Ableist. Mental ableist. Mentally well-ist.
You could just say there was a miscommunication. Perhaps you didn't catch something, or you didn't understand something, or I wasn't too clear on my points. I don't think we have to jump to like these significant words, like no one has to be crazy in this scenario.
Yeah,
Zach,
someone
your
has to be
thoughts?
crazy. Someone has to be crazy.
Well, I just wanted to come on in case Grace didn't know, because I take it that Grace, I heard you say you're 18, so you're young, and your dad is a bit of a...
Zach,
your
you
dad
haven't
is a
been
bit
paying
of-
attention long enough.
Zach, it was before then. I was playing Mooncake's 18-year-old daughter.
She's giving a hypothetical.
Yeah,
How old are you?
I was role-playing. 23.
23, so you're not much older. I mean, you're a little bit older. But your dad, your dad's a creeper, and, it's just it's unfortunate that you have to have such a father. You might find it amusing, but it's
like that.
for all the men out here watching, we're just like, Jesus.
You're
Can
good
you imagine
content.
having this
Zach.
for your father?
You're good content.
You are
You're a
amusing,
good
Ben, because
communicator.
you're unbelievable.
You're funny.
But Grace, be wary of your dad. It's not normal for a father to talk about such sexual things in front of his daughter. It's kind of disgusting. And Ben, you should be ashamed of yourself.
I hear what you're saying, but I disagree. I would agree that it's not normal, but it's also not normal to stream with your daughter. It's not a lot of things that aren't normal are fine. I'm abnormally
True.
tall. I'm abnormally good looking. I'm abnormally charismatic. The list goes on and on. I'm abnormally educated. I'm abnormally articulate.
Abnormally good hair for a man your age.
Abnormally good hair.
Ben, do you
I don't wear a bib.
you ever feel like maybe you failed Grace because she didn't graduate high school? Like, I'm just curious. As a father, do you ever feel like that a little bit?
Grace dropped out of high school of her own accord. So would I like to see her continue her education? Yes. In fact, I believe Grace is going to get a law degree from Yale. So I'd like to help her to do
Okay,
that.
so you'll support her with like her GED and then like doing that stuff.
I think that education is great.
That would be awesome. That would be awesome if she
Yeah.
actually. That would be awesome.
But I don't. When she just like stopped going during COVID. I think COVID was a very difficult time. Like it was kind of a shit show.
Yeah.
So I think she should have sat there online all day.
You don't think so? Just like to get it done, get out of the way, so that like there's no issues. Just
Well, the thing about dropping out of high school is, first of all, technically it was illegal because she was 17, but
oh shit.
it's fairly easy to get a GED.
I think it is as an adult. It is.
I think so.
Yeah, I don't think it's too difficult to get it now. But I'm just curious, like, if you ever reflect on it and say, you know what, maybe I should have pushed her harder. If that's ever something you consider, like, you know what, I should have told her just to
Do you know what the term passive aggressive means?
Let me chime in
You know
on
what
this
that
one.
means?
Let
Like,
me
see,
chime in
I
on this
find
one,
Zach
actually.
refreshing because he'll just say, "You're a fucking asshole." Okay.
No, I'll
Like-
chime in on this
like, I
one. Actually,
prefer it.
Grace, I heard Grace say last night she makes over $200 an hour. So congrats to her. Most college-educated people will never achieve that in their lifetime.
True.
I would say still try to further your education, but really what this age is about is having a skill and being great at something and being an entrepreneur. Your high school diploma doesn't really buy you anything in life other than a gateway to college. And for the most part, most people go to college and get in debt and don't do anything with their degree. So
I
I would
agree.
be shamed by all these people who are saying this about your education. This is one thing where I'm actually saying, listen, I had a friend who got expelled from high school. He went up to Seattle and became an underwater welding diver and was making 80 G's a year by the time he was 18.
Yeah, that's trades.
So again, there's so many options other than the what I call the slave school system. So I wouldn't let anyone shame you there.
Zach, can I ask you a question? Would you allow, because you have a daughter, would you allow her to drop out of high school? Would you encourage her to?
Well, it's all about the situation. A lot of people dropped out of school during Cootie's 19.
But Zach, would you as a father encourage your daughter not to?
He's saying it depends on the situation. Why can't you understand that?
Just to make another point. My wife's niece is very talented musically. Right now, she's teaching drums and keys online as a junior in high school, and she has $1,000 a week coming in from her clientele. She continues to build that. It really doesn't matter what the rest of her education is.
Would her parents push her to leave school? Do you think leave high school?
No, of course not. They want her to finish high school and they want her to go to college and keep doing the other things. But there's just so many options at this day and age. The traditional school route is not necessary.
Can you hit me up with her contact info because I want to learn keyboards
I don't disagree with you that there are other things to do
from a 17-year-old.
besides college or university. But I think that you, Zach, as well as a lot of other people, would never encourage
Sounds like
her
a good teacher
to not graduate high school. I think that's very
I wouldn't. But it depends on what the circumstance is when she's in high school. So
I mean, I'm just saying. I think that's a very clear point. I think I made my point there.
We all know what you're doing. You're being passive aggressive and trying to hide it behind like this genuine concern and curiosity. Yes, because like I think you're hostile to males and masculinity. So
I don't think I'm being passive aggressive, but I understand.
Right. That is what a passive aggressive person would say.
And just so you know, Mooncakes, people like you believed in the Cootie's 19 scam, and that's what it was, a scam, and it set back a ton of people in the field of education because of people like you who didn't stand against the scam. So if you look at Grace's path is unfortunate, realize it was people like you who fell for the scam that actually allowed these dominoes to tip. Because again, look at this kindergarten generation right now. They're saying the generation entering kindergarten right now, they can't handle stimulus because they grew up half their life with people with their faces covered with slave muzzles, and now they don't even know how to interact like humans, and that's because so many sheep went along with the obvious lies.
I saw those kids. I was like, that's going to be tough for them.
I do got to go though, but Ben, come on, man, be a better father in front of your daughter. It seems like she's doing all right though. Good for you, Grace, but come on, Ben, stop being
Thank you, Zach.
like such a pervert.
Love you, buddy. He's a good guy.
He's funny.
Yeah, I'm sorry you guys disagree with that. I don't think I was being passive aggressive, but if you want to take it that way, that's fair. I think it's very fair.
You obviously don't think it's fair. I mean, why can't you just be honest about anything?
Why do you have to lie
just
about
a lying
everything? Just be
manipulator.
upfront. I think you guys are wrong.
Take a lesson from Zach. Just try to pretend you were just saying you're a fucking asshole as a father because you didn't. Right. I'm just saying pretend. Could you
If I wanted
pretend?
to see that, I would just say that. I would just come out and say it.
Okay,
Try
but then,
saying it. Nobody will take any offense.
Can you
Just
show
try
me
it.
that you could, in fact, do that, and you're choosing not to?
No, because I don't want to do that. I don't think I need to.
You can't even pretend to do something?
Well, why would I want to pretend to do that?
Just to show that you have the emotional range and that you're not just a person who can only be passive aggressive and not just straight up aggressive.
Yeah, can you be straight up aggressive?
You take it as passive aggressive. That's just how you take it. I can't control your emotions or how you perceive.
But then you would prove that it's not because you
Sure.
can't be aggressive.
If that's proof for you, then that's okay.
Well, can you do it? Can you prove it?
There's nothing to prove. If you're already
there
perceiving it
is.
a certain way, you're going to believe it no matter what. So no matter what I do,
Watch. Okay, watch. I'll say it to Grace. I know that if I say, Grace, can you please like rip the shit out of just this PFP next to me? Can you do that?
Yeah. Fat loser, black guy, with stupid hat, flat brim, trying to show off with a stupid filter from 2008. You're such a fucking loser.
Okay, right. That's
go.
just pretend. No offense, Meg. I'm just saying she can do that. Could you do something similar to that or not?
Can you express that kind of emotion?
Can I express hatred or like anger? Yeah,
Anger.
sure.
Anger.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't need to.
Can
'cause I
you
don't
do it pretend just to
Just
show us that that's
pretend.
true?
You could
No,
do. Well,
I don't.
I'm sure that you feel anger at Donald Trump, right? So could you just display that you could go on a diatribe about Donald Trump?
Can't, unfortunately, because like I just can't do things that I don't feel. Like if I don't feel like something, I just don't.
But I didn't feel angry at Rush. I just did it to show that I can do that.
Oh, well, maybe you're a good actress. I don't know.
Okay, so you can't pretend to do something?
No, unfortunately not. I apologize if that somehow disappoints you.
But you just said I
Okay.
apologize, but you don't actually apologize because you don't think you have anything to be sorry for. So see,
You're saying
see how you
you're
just
saying
lied?
you're saying other people can do, but you would admit other people can pretend to do something.
I
But
feel sorry
you
for the
do not
fact.
have the faculty of pretending to do something.
No, I feel sorry for the fact that you guys are probably disappointed with the fact that I am not.
I'm asking you a question. Can you answer the question? You would acknowledge that people can pretend to do something, but you're saying that is not possible for you to do.
I just can't do that currently. No. Yes, it's possible for people to pretend to do something, but right now,
Okay, you can't. Can you at other times pretend to do something?
Maybe if I put my mind to it and I really hunker down and try to pretend to do something, sure. Of course, that's possible.
You're obviously an incredibly manipulative person who lies all the time. So, like, you obviously can pretend to do something. You're pretending to have a conversation, but it's like insidious, like overflowing with like hostility. Like,
And you pretend that
So,
you find the
can
Dubai
you
guy
pretend
attractive
not
or
to do that?
interesting. I mean, don't tell me you don't turn that on and off like a faucet.
Hostility. You feel hostility in the way that I'm speaking? Is it a little too like what?
You pretend you like a guy who gives you money. I mean, you
I don't think
wouldn't
that's-
do it if he didn't give you money.
Yeah, I wouldn't give a fuck.
I don't think that's true, but I mean, if that's how you perceive it, then fair enough.
If the
So you're
Dubai
saying the
guy
money
came
has
up to
nothing
you,
to do with your warmth of your relationship with this guy?
Nope.
Oh,
no one thinks that's true.
The answer is no.
You would have the exact same relationship whether he gave you lots of money or not.
Yes.
That's not true.
but that's not true of anybody. Nobody would have the same relationship with someone, whether they love them or not, if they were giving them lots of money versus not. It would be a different relationship.
The issue here is that like I can't prove anything to you guys. There's no way for me to prove these things.
Yeah, there is. Yes,
no
there
matter
is.
what answer I give you, you're going to
there
believe
is.
what you want to believe. I literally can't do anything. There's nothing I can.
Yeah, you can acknowledge that you're a human being and you can pretend and do pretend to do things all the time. In fact, your whole life is a kind of pretend. And I'm not even sure what you're pretending to do. No one believes it. Look at chat. No one buys your lies. So why are you building an edifice that doesn't gain you anything?
I mean, I think that's perfectly fair if people choose not
It's
to.
fairly obvious that whether it's normal or abnormal for you, you are putting your tits on the camera to get attention. It's like not hard to see,
If
but
you
you're
want-
pretending that that's an accident and
Like
no
I
one
said-
believes it.
Perceive it that
Not a
way.
big deal, but like
Like I said,
you could literally turn the look at me, like whether my tits
You
are all
can- if you want to
matter,
perceive it that way,
but you're choosing to do this because you think that your value lies mostly in your sexual attractiveness because men give you money because you're sexually attractive and really for no other reason. It's fairly obvious.
I would like to say something.
John, go!
Mr. Gold!
I think you are becoming hostile because you're looking for certain answers.
Okay, why don't you say that in a more kind of like put your pussy behind it? You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
why don't you say,
Say
why are
it.
you,
Just
how about this,
say
how about
it.
this mooncake? Why are you getting mad at me? I've been perfectly fucking nice to you. Why are you being rude? What's your problem? Just say that. Go ahead.
I don't want to.
But do you feel angry because if you say we're being hostile and you don't deserve that, then you
Why
feel
do you
angry.
do everything in a customer service mentality? Is that because you're part Indian?
No,
Why
I feel.
can't you just tap in? It's
I just
okay.
feel indifferent. Like I literally just feel indifference. I don't feel anything in that manner. I don't feel anything. I'm sorry. Well, I don't know.
You have no emotional response to this conversation.
None at all. I don't know what that means.
Are you a psychopath?
I don't think so. I just don't feel anything.
So why would you have a conversation if you have no interest in it whatsoever?
I mean, we're just having a conversation. And
do you have conversations that you have no interest in?
Yeah,
for
all the
no
time.
reason?
Yeah, all the time.
Why would you keep having
Why
those
would
conversations?
you do that?
Because people like to talk, so why not listen to them and hear them out?
Oh, so it's just like taking up space, killing time.
Well, sometimes, yeah.
Oh,
So you have.
That's all. Like you're at a point in your life where you're just like,
That's not all of it.
like, aren't you just like avoiding the obvious like alternative here?
You have no investment in conversations that you have all the time. You just talk to talk.
You
hear yourself
freely
talk.
choose to just do something you have no interest in.
Yeah, sometimes I do. Don't we all do that to an extent? Sometimes we just do.
I have never done something that I have no interest in.
No.
Unless I
Nope.
had to, but even then I have interest because I'm being forced to for some reason.
Why don't you just like go to a bus station and sit there? I mean,
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes I go for a walk and I just sit and I sip the water.
Are you interested in what you're looking at when you sit down?
No.
You're not
do you
interested
want to get
at all.
exercise? Do you want to get exercise?
Yeah, I do like exercise.
Okay, so you're interested in the exercise.
So,
Some stuff I have interest in some things and some things I don't.
Well, if you, why did you?
so you're
just watch
coming
this-
on here expressing that you have no interest in what you're doing here. Okay, and that's just. Don't you understand? You keep getting in a corner, and then I'm gonna say, can you tell me about your dad and mom? Because like obviously it doesn't make any sense. I mean, really, literally, if you're at that place in your life in your late 20s, the obvious point would be, what are you even doing here? You know what I mean? And I hate to say it, but like that's really not what's going on, obviously.
Mooncake,
You're
come
trying to
across as
validate
someone.
this kind of bullshit version of yourself that
Yeah.
no one buys.
You come across as someone
That's your
who's
interest?
who's been deeply hurt and so therefore refuses to emotionally tap in any way. You have a massive wall and you're just the wall and you're almost like a robot.
Oh.
And there's obviously a person underneath that, hopefully. But you just have this wall of like, I am doing perfectly fine. I am not interested one way or the other. I have no emotions at this current
Well, we can
period.
see from your sister
What
that like
happened?
you're both deeply disturbed. You're covering it
Be
better.
right back.
She's more open about it, but like I think it's probably rooted in your parents. Hey, it's Jay Prince.
What's going on, y'all? Good morning.
Hi, JP. I think you want me
What's
to
up, John?
have an emotional
What's up,
response.
JP?
And like I said, I'm just indifferent to this conversation. Like it's fine. Like we're having a conversation. Nothing's really happening, and I'm just
It's
participating.
not fine. I don't want to have a conversation with someone who has no interest in the conversation. You're wasting my time.
Yeah, it's like offensive.
You're
to
wasting my
say,
time.
like,
I'm
not
interested in what we're
interested in
talking
I'm
about.
doing.
I'm interested in what we're talking about and providing good content. You have no interest. I think you should click off.
I think that's
why
another
are
thing.
you here?
Content for CT. It's also something why I participate. I like CT. I think he's a good guy.
Okay, so you are interested. You're interested in boosting CT's channel because you like him.
Yeah, perhaps.
Okay, so that's why you're here. So do you think it's boosting CT's channel for you to tell his panelists that you have no interest in what you're talking about?
Well,
And what they're talking about?
Conversations we were having. If you take offense to that, that's your offense to take. You don't-
I'm not taking offense. I'm
Girl,
saying,
stop.
do you think that's
stop,
boosting CT's channel?
Shut up.
I think you can just like move forward if you don't like something.
All right, we're not gonna.
Let's
get
move
anywhere with
on.
this.
Let's move on.
Jay, what's up?
What's up, y'all? I see she cut her hair.
Oh no, it's just in a hat. It's in a bun. Hi, JP.
What's going on?
She has her tits out because she's
Because Grace come up here and challenge
She's
her with
cold.
the beauty looks.
I was here first.
No, it's hot where she is.
Oh,
That's
it's
why
hot.
she's wearing a
She's
sweater
trying-
and a tank top.
She's
It's
trying
too
to let
hot.
off heat through
Yeah.
her
I was
breath.
sitting in Vegas.
So you guys know it's not because she wants attention.
The standard of beauty is number one. Now I can understand the differences. The standard of beauty. The lighter you get, the more beauty you are. When you look at Grace, she gracing the panel with such the standard of beauty.
That's
And
right. I am the
everybody-
American standard of beauty. Thank you.
No, she's
Hey,
Eurocentric.
Hey, JP, I ain't gonna lie, man. I was thinking
Western.
the same damn thing.
You was one of you.
Two niggas thinking the same shit.
So are you? Wait, hold on. Are you guys claiming that Mooncakes is showing her tits to compete with me because I
Yes.
am more
Oh, she has to
Western
make up for
standard?
it. That's
So she's
Yes.
she's compensating for the
Yes.
fact.
So
Okay.
we can take the attention off of just the ordinary fade.
Interesting.
Just to be clear,
I will defend Mooncake. She was here first. though.
She was here first. That's
I
true.
was here originally at the panel.
She started hoeing before she even needed to.
Mooncake, you know you don't look better than Grace. Come on,
What is a competition? I'm just curious, JP. What is a competition that you're trying to force?
Well,
all
it's
women
it's a natural competition because when women comes around each other, that's where the purpose of caddy come from. They automatically compete with each other.
Yeah,
true.
And so the reason why you're giving her shit and attitude is because that you know she look better than you. She knows she has more attention than you, and so you just want to beat her. You want to beat her with
Have I
attitude.
called you any names? Have I called you any names? Have I referred to you in any derogatory ways? Have I done any of that during this time we've been talking?
See, the thing is, what I'm saying is really hitting your testicles. It's really hitting your testicles, so you're really upset, and so that's why you're taking the stuff real personal.
No.
And because you know, at first you didn't have no problem when everybody thought you was the beauty standard. But since Grace graced us with when we thought you was beautiful till beautiful showed up.
Come on.
And
Wait, come on. Mooncake is good looking.
No, but
Come
I
on.
agree with Jay that it's only artificial that a white girl. It is Eurocentrism that white girls get an automatic boost in attractiveness because I don't think that's fair. But it is what it is, and I'm gonna win.
Wait, Jay. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that white girls are intrinsically prettier than black girls, or do you think it's just the societal standard because there's majority white?
Mooncake is not black. She's the biracial. She's biracial, but I don't think she's biracial black though. But in the black community, they would look at Mooncake like she better put like this. She would get seen better than all of the dark skinned people.
Yeah.
But then when people like you come around, now she's feeling the inferiority complex like the black people felt when around her.
I'd like to say something again. I, for one, during this conversation, and can agree with this, never called her any names. I've never said anything.
You made sure you did intentionally, but what you did was you giving her attitude because you don't like that.
Remarks. I barely even given her attitude. I've responded like
But you know, you called her names. We won't figure that out because you don't want to come off like you jealous. You don't want to come off like you are hating.
I never called her any names.
You never called me any names. That's true.
Call her name. That would be obvious.
Have I genuinely called you anything? I haven't called you any names. I've never.
No.
Right.
I've never.
Strategically, you have not. Yes. It would be obvious at that point if you did. So what you did was you just giving her shit, and it wasn't even called for.
Have I given her, JP? Can you give us an example? What shit have I given Grace?
I don't know. You just seem like you got. You feel.
I've been very fair. I've been very fair, very respectful of her
I
conversation.
just think that you feel like your attention has been attacked when more beautiful women come around you.
Okay, if you feel that way, right? Because obviously that's not what I want to cause. I will remove myself from the panel so that it doesn't.
You see, you can't even stand the challenge.
Mooncake, don't get baited. Come on,
don't gotta
you're
play
smarter
victim.
than that.
You don't gotta play
victim. Attention. I don't want to make anything.
I have never heard Mooncake talking about removing off the channel when she come up there talking about black men ain't shit and black men ain't this.
I
But she don't remove herself off the platform when other beautiful women have around her.
No, I never said Grace was ugly. I never said any comments like that. I just feel like I'm somehow attacking her or making it seem like she does things. Then there's no point for me to be here if I'm making someone uncomfortable in that manner.
Wait. That's false. That's false. Now, Mooncake, do you remember you was on my platform and you bragged about them dark skinned women? I gotta watch. When it was dark skinned women, when she was in the headlight, She kept bragging, talking about, I got a watch. It's a man in the chat paid for my watch. She didn't have no problem making them dark-skinned women feel uncomfortable. Now the white girl making her feel uncomfortable. She want to dip. That's crazy. I didn't even run off the platform, y'all.
I know you didn't.
I think she was willing to. She was waiting for the excuse.
No, Jay. What happened was we were pushing her about her whole like facade that nothing affects her and everything, and she got uncomfortable. And then you came up and she's like, "Okay, I'm going to use this as an excuse to leave because
I just want to talk to her about her daddy because I think that's like there's something going on there. Those two girls.
I don't think her daddy was involved. Was he?
Well, they won't talk about it, but I think their parents were divorced and whatever. But she's a nice enough person, but at a certain point, she's saying, "I'm not talking about anything. What do you want to talk about?" And it's kind of tough to go anywhere with that.
I think stuff might not be going well for her right now in life. Right now, probably.
You know, the sad thing is like those girls are in their late 20s. I was like, I thought they were like much younger.
Oh, look, she's in the chat. I think it was more uncomfortable. JP made it weird. Sorry, guys. Okay. So we were all, including my dad, talking about your titties, your pussy. You had no problem with that. But like we used all sorts of shit. I mean, yeah, you were like, let's get your pussies wet. But all of a sudden when Jay Prince says that he just has a theory that you have a inferiority complex about white women. All of a sudden, that makes you uncomfortable? He's weird?
And what's so crazy, CT loved to bring her around because she's very challenging. Especially, she got all the tea when it comes to black men and how black men is sorry. But the moment her beauty get questionable, because we all thought she was beauty till beauty showed up, and now her beauty is fighting for his life. And so at that point, she couldn't stand it. She couldn't stand in the rain no more because her beauty was just washing. The rain was just washing her beauty away from the spit of Grace's mouth.
She's got more to say. I don't want to make it a race war. That's very uncomfortable. I was being kind and respectful of conversations. Have a good day, guys. Mooncake, are you aware of what channel you're on? This channel talks about race constantly.
JP, can I ask you a question?
You've talked about race.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question honestly, right? So, in theory, okay, like I think Hitler was wrong to say. You ever seen those like old movies where they show like the Aryan race? It's blonde hair, blue eyes. The stuff Hitler was promoting, right? And I'm not saying those people weren't attractive, and they're kind of my people, okay? But I don't believe that even aesthetically, in terms of looks, there's any one group that's more attractive than another group. I know that you kind of flip it and you say the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. Okay, but I think like there's just different berries and different juices. But I will acknowledge that in our world, and this goes coast to coast, everywhere, the whiter you are, the better. It's Asians, they want to look less Chinese. Blacks want to look lighter. That it is the standard. So I think Grace should make money on that. And I don't have any problem with it. Like in a sense, it works for us. You know would you agree with that? Or
I think each man of all races determines the value of their women. Because when we think about beauty, we typically focus more on the women aspects of it. And I think that every man of each race values their women. Now, me personally, I like my women dark skinned. I think the darker the woman, it has this, I don't know, it gets me horny every time I look at it. But
that must be great for you because most black men don't see it that way. So you must get the pick of the litter as far as dark-skinned women go, right? So it's like actually pretty smart move.
Yeah, I pretty much choose as dark-skinned women. Preferably, I pretty much choose as dark-skinned women to,
you must be able to get the hottest dark-skinned women there are because like most black men don't see it that way, right?
Yeah, because a lot of dark-skinned women don't think they're beautiful. This is why they always try to alter themselves.
So you can get the top of the line, most gorgeous dark-skinned women.
And what's so crazy, dark-skinned women don't be knowing that they the top of the line.
Right.
But as long as that's their fault, because as long as they continue to buy into the Eurocentric standard, they will always sell themselves cheap.
So would you if dark skinned women is wearing wigs with European looking hair, would you say take the wig off? I want to see your beautiful African
I
hair.
prefer to see the natural hair.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, I love natural dark skinned women aesthetics. Their hair, their noses, and stuff like that. Yeah, I do. But I ain't gonna lie. It is some that'll be looking like plum niggas and like monkeys. But because I had seen something at my job the other day, I said I'll try and find something cute about her to be positive.
But you know what? You know this whole thing that like black people look like monkeys or gorillas. If you actually look at a monkey or a gorilla, and you put it, there's a lot of white folks that really look like monkeys and gorillas, and there's white monkeys. So I don't really know if that's true.
Mouth and you look at monkeys, their mouth be like this.
Yeah,
like don't got no lips, no top lip.
My grandpa looks like
I get where you've made the connection. There was one guy who was that Saturday Night Live guy, and I was like, he looks like a monkey, and he's a black guy. And then I looked at him at monkeys, and I'm like, they don't look like him, but I don't know. That's that like Eurocentric thing, I think.
I got called a monkey ever since I was born. My uncles and them they named me a monkey boy ever since I was born.
But I just don't really see it. You know what I mean? I know it comes from like the evolution thing where you go like it's monkeys, then black people, then Asians, then white people. You know that thing they do, and it gets into your brain because everybody kind of believes it. But I just don't really see any evidence that like black people are more like monkeys. But I would say black people are like have more sex than white people, and they have.
Here's the thing,
Asians
right?
we have more sex than Asians.
When it comes to monkeys, or whatever, their melanocytes produce pheomelanin, and melanated people, their melanocytes produce no. Wait a minute. Eumelanin, yeah. The melanated people, their melanocytes produce eumelanin, which means the Caucasian are more related to the because
man, I got good news with the truck, man. That truck be stopping, boy.
Jay, you gotta mute.
I'm getting it just like
Jay.
Whenever you
gotta mute.
The hair off age, their pigment of the skin is pretty pale. Know what I mean?
Well, I think you could make the argument that whites are the most animalistic because we are way hairier than blacks or Asians. So you could kind of say like that's when whites came over to Asia, they called them like wolf men or something like that because they'd never seen men who are that hairy, which I think is just an adaptation to cold. But I don't think there's anything intrinsic about it, but I do think we tend to look. I don't know if you can undo the connection.
Yeah, but as far as like with evolution, like I don't believe that humans derive from the ancestry of monkeys, like like even from a scientific perspective, right? Whenever a human being consumes animal DNA, the body chemistry of the human being converts that animal DNA into human DNA. So even from that perspective, I wouldn't believe that mankind derived from apes. You know what I mean? That's just my perspective on that. You know what I mean?
Do you think all humans derive from original humans? Like Adam and Eve?
Oh, of course, yeah. It's the Asiatic black man. The Asiatic black man, yeah.
What does that mean? I've heard that term, Asiatic black man. What does that mean? A guy who looks Chinese, kind of?
Yeah, pretty much a melanated Asian. Those are considered like first
Like an Ethiopian looking guy? Is that what that
beings ever.
means? Asiatic black man?
Right, yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're saying that's what the original man is? And then the Asians went off and they got more Chinesey looking and lighter skin.
Because you gotta understand, right? When it came to Earth, right? I don't know if you ever heard of the terminology called Pangea, which means all the continents were fused in one. Know what I mean?
Yeah, that's pretty obvious.
So after the earthquake, right, so different climates, pretty much changes the phenotype of most ethnic people. So yeah, that's just my thoughts on that.
So you would say though that like if you look at Eskimos, you can see how they're like shorter and kind of more like they have a thicker layer of fat. They're more stout than other people, and that's because people who looked like that survived better in the cold. You wouldn't have a problem with that if that's evolution. You would say, yeah.
I mean, to a certain degree, because the body can adapt, to certain high climate. Like for example, right? If you're from the Northeast, right, and you migrate down south where the weather is a lot, warmer, your body would adjust to be able to feel comfortable within that climate. I would consider that evolution. I would consider that your body is just adjusting to the climate.
No, that's right. I'll get a tan in the sun.
Area that it has to, live in.
But will my kids, if I'll get a tan if I go down to Florida right now, I'll get a dark tan. But will my kids be darker? No. Right? Black people don't get lighter when they move to Chicago. What I've seen.
Could you repeat that? I ain't catch that.
Yeah, you're saying like, if I move down south right now, I'll probably get a shorter haircut and I'll get much darker in the sun, but my kids won't become darker. They won't be born darker.
No. Well, let me revise my statement. Like, for example, right? If you live in the Northeast, your body is used to the cold temperature, right?
Yes.
But if you move down south, like somewhere like South Florida, Miami, or whatever, the climate is a lot warmer. So you will sweat profusely until your body adjusts to live within that climate.
Right.
I don't consider that evolution. That's just your body adjusting to a certain area.
No one would consider that evolution. That's like saying you'll shiver if it's cold outside. That like no one would call that evolution. I'm saying, how do you think that like Eskimos have a certain shape? Isn't that, we call that microevolution, that like a guy like me, big, tall, and lanky, is going to die off more in Alaska prior to modern times because like I have just so much skin that's
you won't be able to stay warm.
Yeah, or a guy with kinky hair is that okay to say?
I think so.
Is it okay? He's gonna be losing heat off his scalp, so like maybe people with more like fur hair are gonna do better. Don't you like? Do you think that's what happened? Because I think that's what happened.
Oh well, I mean, no, that's not what happened. Like you got to factor in that the Caucasian DNA is pretty much like a mutation. You know what I mean?
No, it's not.
Like that's why melanated people genes are considered to be the dominant gene. So
do you know what a mutation is?
And in a sense, you got to factor in that, and then the climate weather. Yeah, your recessive gene. That's considered to be a mutation.
No, that's not a mutation. A recessive gene is not a mutation. A mutation is like a miscoding, like Down syndrome is a genetic mutation. Blue eyes is not a mutation. It's a recessive gene.
And that's you guys.
Yeah, recessive genes expressing themselves is not a mutation. but it's a bottleneck. Like dogs, breeds of dogs are not mutants; they're just selected for certain genes. I think that's what you mean. Like a dog breed.
No,
is
that's not what I meant.
selective.
But I mean, we're not going to
not
come
a
to an agreement
mutation.
with that. So we'll just keep. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not going to agree with that. Yeah.
But there's nothing to disagree with. It's like,
but that's just my
definitely true.
perspective on that. Like,
Do you
like
think
a
that
virus.
breeds of dogs are mutant dogs?
Like a virus would
yeah, I mean,
mutate.
like
Right. Like a virus would mutate. That's something that I think that's something that you could say mutates for survival, right? You have, one strain of this, then the next strain. Slight tweaks.
When they slice up genes to make plants live longer.
Then yeah, sure, go
Right.
at it, John.
I mean,
Like everyone knows what's going on there. COVID, whatever that virus was it was actually done in a lab. And it's
I ain't gonna get into all that, but every different. Remember, they kept saying, "Come back for this is mutated."
Yeah,
right? That's what
I think that's mutation. Yeah,
the mutation is. I can't say specifically, but in the case of things like viruses, I think it's typically for survival. If that makes sense.
There's some people that have 6 fingers instead of 5.
Well,
I think that might be a mutation.
A virus is considered to be like a.
But how does it stay alive? It's the mutation aspect of it.
See, I would say if black folks moved up to Chicago and Buffalo and those places, and they didn't have vitamin D in the milk, because vitamin D comes from the sun hitting the skin. But if black folks have dark skin, they're not going to metabolize vitamin D, and they're going to get, I think it's goiters. So they would have been sort of eliminated without artificial vitamins. That's what I think. I don't think that means anyone's better than anyone else, but it's not a big deal once you get vitamin D milk, but without it, it's a big deal.
There's a term I think called the milk people. I think it refers to Northern European or something.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. What's interesting is Asian people generally cannot digest milk, even cheese they have trouble with. So Indian dishes, when they went to England, they put all cream in them because really Europeans survived on cattle. You can't grow much in Northern Europe other than fish. So I think we have the highest rates of being able to not have, lactose intolerance. But I don't know, blacks are somewhere in the middle, and Asians
a lot of
very low.
I don't drink milk.
Yeah, I don't either. I can't really do it. What about cheese? Does cheese get you?
Nah, cheese doesn't bother me. I think it's just the milk. But I don't even know if it bothers me. I haven't drank milk in most of my life.
Because you have a reaction to it?
I think it used to make me mucusy.
Yeah.
And I always had problems with allergies, so I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I wanted to come in on the education thing. You said, when I first saw Grace up here, I recognized damn, she seemed pretty intelligent. As a young lady up here, she handled herself pretty well on the panel. That was 2 years ago or so.
Yeah.
I don't know how long ago that was. And I don't know how much a high school education would have helped her to stay another year or so. And I put in the chat, it took a lot of courage to quit. Most people are just following someone else's, prescribed pathways and just, more or less just going in motion. And for someone to show the courage to quit while everyone else is getting up going to school and it's free, costs you nothing to go.
Right.
It shows some mental fortitude there.
What's interesting, because I did she vaguely knew about this, but she got really good grades in high school. So she probably could have gotten a full ride 4 years to a really good school. And you really can't get that later. That's a one-time thing for kids who are graduating. So I asked her about that once. I was like, did you know what you were giving up when you
yeah,
you just stopped really going because the computer classes were boring her. But on some level, she knew she was giving up that kind of pathway, you know what I mean? Which it is tempting. It is tempting.
Tempting to what? Just stay in high school?
Yeah, because if you stay on the treadmill and you're getting good grades, not if you're a dummy, but if you're getting good grades, then you'll likely be able to go to college without paying.
Yeah.
And, you know, that can give you, but I think she just kind of I think the negative side in terms of like her being able to speak in school, it kind of makes you more of like a person who like does what everyone else does. Like the more years you're in school, the more you're like super afraid to like step out, because the way of having all those kids the same age, it's very conformist, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's very unnatural.
It's not the real world.
Yeah, actually education, I believe, started in Prussia, which is like northern Germany.
Yeah.
And the reason they did it is because they wanted all Germans to have the same mentality. So they knew what they were doing. They were creating like a human factory.
Yeah. Yeah.
And,
I can see that.
you know, and then it caught on, and we think it's like, you know, good for people, but I don't know if it really is.
You know, I was thinking about this as I was, you know, just listening and stuff like that. And, you know, here's a gamble, or here's a thought. If you just say in the next 15 years, who will be further along in life? And most people are going to measure things financially, right?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
So you say, okay, and I'm not picking on anyone, so I'll just name a name. And you say Tina versus Grace. Tina will probably keep a good job. I don't know what kind of work she does, but let's say she has a good job. Maybe she get an even better job. Yeah, most people, you know, that's not, you know, anything outside of the ordinary. We know where you end up if you just continue working. You'll be 45 and you have a good job. Maybe you've accumulated some things.
Yep.
But there's a possibility CNN could call Grace. Entertainment.
Yeah.
Like the what do they say? The skies, you know, the limits are a little bit higher for her, or whatever they say. You know, the slope is a little bit higher for her, I think.
Yeah, it's riskier, but the reward literally can be higher.
I don't even know how much risk it is now. Like, and again, I'm not picking on anyone, but let's say Tina's here because she's been working and doing all these things, right? So she's here. Grace dropped out of high school, so maybe she's here. That's not a big difference. You can close that gap, right? Or you can get close enough to this person. It's not like this person is out of reach with her education and her work.
Grace just signed a contract. She makes $212 an hour just playing games on the internet for a company. So it's like, I don't think anyone with a college degree her age is making
and
$212 an hour.
In this new world, man, influence and stuff like that is you know, if you can monetize it, it can be much greater than what it is.
But John, there are a lot of people, like even today, who might say like, you know, I want to be the next Taylor Swift. And if you go a certain route, like you go to LA and you're like, we met a kid, he was a good looking kid, 18 years old from Belgium. He's like, I'm going to make it in Hollywood. Like that is a tough nut to crack. If you're saying I'm going to do it through the system, he may be, you know, the next Marvel Comics guy, but the chances, just the raw chances are low. But the internet has made it like, if you don't aim as high originally, like
it lowers the barrier to entry. The barrier to entry is a StreamYard account, more or less, right?
Yep.
You want to sing? Hell, get up here and sing. You know, you could do that just the same without having to go through the middleman of the music companies and stuff like that.
But you know, in real estate, one of the problems with real estate is anybody who can get a loan can get into real estate. So there's a lot of people who are barely scraping by who are like investors in real estate. You know what I mean? Whereas if you're a dentist, like you need that degree to practice. So it's like a little mafia, you know what I'm saying? So but like those low, also I owned a restaurant, and man, it's not hard to start a restaurant, but it is really hard to make it.
It's hard as hell to run one. You are right about that. Yeah. I think it's the same thing in real estate, man. I think it's easy to get in, you know, if you go get financing for a home. To stay in there probably would be much more difficult. Most people, you know, you start dealing with those problems.
Yeah, you got to have certain skills. You don't necessarily need a degree, but you got to have certain skills. You got to put your foot down. You got to
Yeah.
not become friends with your tenants. You got to look for opportunities, you know.
You got to deal with bullshit. That, you know, if you have the ability to go make money somewhere else, typically you'll just do that. Why get involved in that?
Yeah, but there's a super opportunities if, like you said, your thing, your niche. If you find a niche within it, so you're doing short-term stays, mostly Black folks, and like, so there's money to be made. Everyone always told me when I was in the city, because there was, you know, in Providence, there's good areas, quote, good areas, bad areas. They're always like, you make the most money in the hood because they got them EBT cards. It's not like they're really poor. You just gotta put up with the bullshit. And you can make a bag.
You know, it's crazy. You know, I was talking to someone and I realized, like, damn, you know, their rents typically are higher than it is in Northwest and in nicer parts of the city. That's the interesting part because they pay, you know, in shorter periods, daily, weekly, as opposed to.
Right, exactly.
It is very interesting.
Yeah, a lot of people make a ton of money off like bail bondsmen, right? They're dealing with the bottom of the barrel, but they're making their money. They're not doing it because they want to help folks out. Like, so I remember there's this idea, like you go to the hood, you're going to get better prices. Actually, gas is more expensive. And it's largely because there's like a lot of loss because there's a lot of like fraud going on and stuff like that. So sometimes you can get a better deal in the hood, but a lot of times it's more expensive.
That's what I think.
Part of the city, you know. So there's always an opportunity there, though.
So what do you see Grace in the next 5 years or so, Ben?
Well, I want her to. We've been dealing with all this like family stuff. I think finally got some resolution on it. So I really want her to focus because it's hard to be dealing with something, you know, like in the past at the same time looking forward. I really want her to just focus forward. It just totally be about making the money. And secondarily, what you really want to do, because once you get up there, you can kind of do whatever you want. You know, Taylor Swift can do whatever she wants. I'm not saying she needs to be at that level, but like,
what I know you're probably speaking for it, but like, what would she want to do? What does she want to do?
You know, that's interesting. I think she's a natural performer, but she's funny because I don't think she's like a great singer. I don't think she would want to be like a Hollywood actress, and I don't think, you know what I mean? Like, so it's kind of like this weird little niche. Like, she likes streaming, which is kind of a little bit of everything. You're performing, but you know what I mean? It's not as structured as other things. And
like, I can see her on TV or something. I can see, you know,
I kind of want her to be Jay Prince's VP for 2036.
That'd be an interesting talk show.
I think they could get some votes together. Because, you know.
Put me some ice and a couple of sodas. Well, one of them sodas.
The talk show would be very interesting though, because Grace,
I wouldn't mind doing a talk show.
Grace does well with Black people. She's combative enough to engage with Black people. She doesn't back down. She's witty enough to.
Usually, when you have white people and Black people together, there's this like kind of like being real careful about not saying certain things. But if you don't give a shit and it's YouTube, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think it could be really. We were just watching Jay going through a supermarket, and he was interviewing like white guys about like. Just like, why are you doing what you're doing? I just got an EBT card and I'm living better than you. You know what I mean? And the white guys are kind of like plumbing. And I think that's Keno, but I think Grace knows how to make something get, 5 million views. And also keep the Wi-Fi up and stuff like that. I'm not saying it's because she's white, but it's just because she's young. Because
I know what you mean.
She's young. She's more tech savvy. So I think it would be a win-win on both sides.
You know, I was thinking too. This topic been on my mind. Like, I hear a lot of Black men. They talk about being masculine and making money and stuff like that. And I know we talk about this a lot. And I realized that we not that like we think we are. First off, you had to go to your ops to tell you what type of level you on. At that point, you're not competing. These dudes was talking about, you had black men talking about, I got white people working for me, as if that made them masculine. First off, I rarely see white people work for black folks. That's first and foremost. Secondly, when the white man had to give you your standard, your level where you stand in the world, don't matter if it's good, medium, or bad, that goes to show you that you're not competing with no other race. You're definitely not competing with them. And when it comes to black women, the reason why we having issues with black women is because the black women understands that you're not powerful. And they understand. I was having a conversation with this black woman. Hey, be quiet. Turn around, Jordan, and be quiet. I was having a conversation with this black woman, and she was so fixated on Jesus being real and was calling us demonic because I said Jesus not real. That goes to show you that she's not on your program. And every time the black women get mad or black men start calling out black women or saying some wild stuff like the stuff I be saying, the first thing they say, don't defund the police. So what that tells you is this. At the end of the day, the black woman understand that the white man is more powerful and the white man got her back, especially against the black man. You'll never gain no respect from no black woman. So I think a lot of these men be trying to guilt trip these women into respecting and submitting to them. The only submission naturally how you gonna get is when you controlling, when you the ruler. And black men, you just not doing that. But we do have an exhibit of black men in ruler, and that's in the ghetto. Because in the ghetto, we have our own way of living. We have our own laws, we have our own rules, and we have our own way of doing stuff without the white influence. That's the black folks out the ghetto is the only people that have their own influence.
But don't you feel like it relies on the white man's dollar though to fund the whole thing?
Not really, because we had a good upbringing, and a lot of times we was broke. Even though we sell drugs, they rob and stuff like that. Even though they sell drugs, they rob, but they still, when you take all the money away, black people still gonna make you gonna have so much good time. You still gonna feel rich. Like even though we were poor growing up, I didn't feel broke. Even though we didn't have that no money like that.
No, but I'm saying if you pull out the EBT out of the hood, which I'm not saying I don't see that happening, but if you were to pull that out, you would have seriously poor people. Like, it wouldn't be okay.
Well, I tell you this, man. I remember growing up when EBT wasn't as much as it is now. Now this is insane, and so people were still struggling for whatever. Maybe they sold their food stamps. I don't know. But when all the poor blacks, when I was growing up, lived around each other, if they were short a cup of flour or sugar, they could kind of go bar that. I remember people coming to bars, stuff like that, cigarettes, stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And so you don't feel as poor, as if you were out in the suburbs. You don't know who your neighbors are. You short a cigarette. You don't really have any gas money to go get a pack of cigarettes. You can't ask your neighbor because hell, he might not smoke because he's, whatever. Yeah. And so you just start to feel a little poor. And I think that's kind of where
we lived for a couple of years in the hood, but it wasn't all black. It was like black and Hispanic. Yeah. And like you got to know the neighborhood kids, all the kids got to know, you know what I'm saying? It's even though it's kind of more dangerous, and for white people, they're like, it's scary. But like the cars would slow down. No one got run over, but the kids are biking around, and they learn how to survive in the city. And you know what I'm saying? That a lot of them now are like playing video games and doing porn, but like it's still more of a porch culture. I'm not trying to say that negative way.
Even enjoying each other company was the main thing. Like just because you was broke, then people didn't treat you like you was low value because you didn't have no money. You still was getting women. You still was getting kids. You was still getting attention. Money didn't. How could I put this? In the ghetto, it's all about relationships and bonding.
Yeah.
And then you learn how to be sociable. You develop a personality. You develop character and all that. And yes, money, yeah, you need food and stuff, but on an everyday basis, black folks is used to being broke. Especially in the ghetto, we used to being broke.
Yep.
Yeah, so we don't have no money. We would wish it, but we didn't harp on that. We
You know,
had each other.
No, I'm saying
just to kick it.
See, I'm saying like one thing, because I lived in black and white areas. And when I grew up, there was no black people; it was all white. But like those same white towns now, all the kids are autistic because they don't socialize really. You know, it's everything is done in front of a computer. And so when we go out IRL, we'll go to cities, Chicago, whatever. It's always the black folks that will be social, and they're not afraid of a camera, and that's a real value for everybody. You know what I mean? Because the white people just run away. They just don't want to be messed with, and they're kind of afraid of everything.
I was just going to say, you go to a rich white neighborhood and you go to the poor ghetto, I guarantee you're going to enjoy yourself way more in that poor ass ghetto where everybody's smiling. You would think that the poor people will be more angrier and the rich people will be more happy. It's the complete reverse.
Yep.
Because they don't have rich people. They have stuff, tangible stuff. They don't got no stuff that is meaningful. Like when you go around your brothers and that you call your homies, you call your brothers, or you know all the girlfriends they get together and stuff. They getting their hair did. You getting your hair cut. You like, dog. When I meet old girl, I can't wait. You know, we gonna be on the block. Then you get okay. The money come in when you want to buy you a new little outfit. But most black people in the ghetto will look good. Will ride the bus. You know how many times I done bought me a $500 outfit that had to take the bus. But when I come around, didn't nobody care because I had no car or had no money. Don't nobody really give a damn. And if the people now you do got people, black folks, typically the light skinned niggas, they the ones be like try to judge you based off what you got. We classify them as bougie. People in the ghetto don't fuck with them no way. Because most thing what black people don't say, oh, they think they better than everybody. So everybody in the neighborhood gonna be like, oh, they're the people think they better than everybody. We have more fun being poor. It's more excitement and more stuff to do being poor in the ghetto than it is wealthy in a white neighborhood.
But I think it's probably just a matter of, you know, you don't know what you don't know. You know what I mean? But you know, like a lot of things, like I was just in the nice part of town, and like things like single cigarettes. Like the people up there, they can afford a whole pack of cigarettes if they smoke. And then you come over here, it's people selling them on the corner. So if you move someone, say from here to the nice part of town, and that's been done before, they move some poor people from say Brownsville, New York to Chelsea, which is like a gay affluent area in Manhattan. And they came back and broke out. People were miserable because the neighborhood was nicer. All the stores were there. They couldn't afford any of the stores, and no any single cigarettes or you know all the other little small things that make make your life easier. Being poor, right? I think those are the things you really like, the intangibles that you really can't put a value on it. But it does exist.
But I feel like the problem I've been trying to get Jay, and I know he probably sees me as a white man, and therefore he's a little bit suspicious that I'm trying to enslave him or whatever. But I actually think that this like mixture is, and I'm even thinking about like my daughter raised my 5 other kids. She could help you out with your daughters and also make them feel comfortable on camera, and it would just be interesting for people. They'd be like, what's going on here? And you know, it'd be an instant like kind of success to have both kind of cultures intermixing. And I was saying with Jay, if he brings his daughters up here in the summer, like I know people who know the royal family, they go yachting. You know what I mean? I'm not one of them, but like it'd be
I appreciate the good gesture. but I gotta keep it honest with you.
Yeah.
I want my daughters to have a black female influence. So
But you can have
it's not to just be mean, but I gotta keep it real. I want that because it's beauty. I see so much beauty within that. Because when black women get attached to my daughters, they see themselves typically they see themselves within my daughters, and just like how I do with young niggas, young brothers in the ghetto. I feel this is me.
Yeah.
This is where I come from.
But
and
Jay,
so
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I would rather have my daughters have that black female influence. And because it's so relatable, it's this connection that is undescribable. And a lot of people talk bad about the hood. Okay, like for an example, Savage make $250,000 a year. He comes on his platform, CT platform, Savage, white boy, $250,000 a year. And every time he come up here, he more angry than I am, and I'm poor. I'm broke. What would you rather have? A lot of money and be miserable, or poor and happy? Even when you see Africans stomach touching their backs, they got the biggest smiles.
Yeah, that's true.
The biggest smiles.
But Jay, you wouldn't say that. You wouldn't say that the way to be happy is to be poor.
Huh?
You wouldn't say that the way to be happy is because
Because
I know
in
plenty of rich
reality,
people. Some
black
of them
folks
are
not
really
poor.
happy.
No, reality, I think white people are poor, even the rich ones. Black people are not poor because what they have is that's so rich that money cannot buy is each other, and this it's this stuff that money, like growing up in the ghetto.
I
John
get
knows
what you're saying. Yeah, yeah,
it's this connection y'all have with each other
yeah, yeah.
that money cannot buy. You create memories. You actually live in, bro. I've been living in a white neighborhood, this white neighborhood for almost 7 years. And when I visit, when my people come up here from Milwaukee, you see the difference. Like you see they so advanced because of living with, like, black folks know how to live and have fun and create moments and memories. Whereas although we in a decent neighborhood, but it's like we stuck in the past. It's like nobody interact. It's every blue moon you might have a Friday Night Live during the summer or a special event. You know they spend a lot of money, but
yeah.
On an everyday basis,
Yeah.
bro, it's unmatched.
Yeah, you're saying it's a different kind of wealth.
Black folks have this more internal wealth.
Yeah.
Their souls, their spirits, and a lot of people look down on it. But you tell a black dude out the ghetto that he can't come around the block no more. He will feel like he can't, like he got rejected from, like a butler will getting rejected from school or getting rejected from a fraternity team. If you get kicked out of the gang or the organization you part of, that person feels horrible. Like it's so impactful. The ghetto, what we established in the ghetto is so impactful, so influential. Bro, I don't think money can match it.
Right. But do you think that's racial? Because the Spanish people will also do the same thing in the hood, right? So they have like a lot of relationships. They have the cookouts. A lot of times they'll learn from the blacks, but like it's not a race thing, is it?
I think it is a race thing. I think that it's not a race thing, it's a culture thing.
I think it's partly race because I think black people just are more social, like genetically. I think that's true. Everywhere you go, there's a different,
White people more boring. They more to themselves.
Yeah.
Like, even though when people say white people be rich, but they look poor, black people look rich, but they be poor.
Right.
But it's when you put on your new outfit and you go around the ghetto, yes, you spend money on the outfit, but that outfit finna bring you a lot of opportunities. And the opportunities that I value, women, you get other guys be like, bro, that fit wrong. We don't care that you poor. We just know you got on a banging ass fit.
Mm-hmm.
And the amount of attention that you get is addictive. And then people actually think that you're a tough guy if you wearing all the fancy clothes. Right? That's why I used to tell people, don't let them outfits get your ass whooped. Because when you put on a new outfit, boy, you feel like you King Tut.
Yeah.
Right? So because I don't know. And when you known to, even if you don't spend a lot of money, like thousands of dollars, you spend a couple $100. I don't know. It's understood amongst the nigglets and the midgets. It's this understanding that you develop amongst the nigglets and the ninjas, right? So I could never break away from the ghetto.
Yeah,
Never.
but Jay, it's sometimes fun to mix it up. I mean, it's not like you're saying you would want to live only around and only ever talk to black people only, no Spanish, no white, nothing. I mean, like it's fun to mix it up.
No, I haven't done it in 40 years for real.
Well, you're doing it right now, aren't you?
Well, I'm doing right. What I'm saying is, like growing up, it wasn't a need to go outside our race and intermingle. That wasn't a need.
But Jay, where did black culture come from? If we're talking about black Americans, it came from slavery, which was deeply intermingled of whites and blacks. And it was, I know there was bad parts of it, but it was like, it created a beautiful kind of thing that then became black culture. It took over the world.
It's like since we was kids, like we went to school with a lot of different races, but it primarily was black.
Yeah.
And when you go to the lunchroom, everybody's in that lunchroom. What tends to happen is we naturally segregate ourselves.
Yeah. I don't have any problem with that. I'm just saying you also are aware of white folks in America. It's like you're not living in a bubble.
Only time we talk to whites is around the first of the month when mama and them was going down to the web off.
Well, what about when the white cop came by?
We typically scared of white people. I'm gonna tell you like this.
Yeah.
We typically scared of white people. Not because we scared like you could beat us up. But typically you're gonna either be the CBS, you're gonna be the police department, you're gonna be somebody that we have to our balls, landlords.
Yeah.
Somebody that's gonna jeopardize our living situation.
Yeah.
So we typically gonna feel uncomfortable around you regardless.
Yeah, but it's kind of part of the fun when the white cop shows up and, the blacks are kind of getting a little wild. I think the blacks are glad it wasn't a black woman who showed up, but a white man, because he's gonna lay it down, right?
No, well, black women against the white men, they don't come to the ghetto.
White cops. Yeah.
So when I was,
at least where I'm from,
coming up,
it's all white cops.
black women won't dare come around us with no white man. Just like we don't come around them with no white woman.
No, I'm saying what I'm saying is if a black woman cop shows up, it's kind of like yikes, right? I mean, if a white man who's like letting you know like it's business time, that's part of the dynamic, no? And you are scared of them, but like you're glad there's gonna be if shit gets really out of control, there's gonna be the whites are gonna come down and sort of say like that's enough now.
Black people really have their own police within the community. They don't realize it.
I think that's true. Yeah.
Every block and every hood got some people in their hood that everybody respect.
Yeah.
And they typically let you know. And when you violate the rules amongst the ninjas, you're gonna get dealt with. It's a lot of stuff you don't want to come off, like dating little girl, little kids. People little stuff that you do, people frown up on you on that. and you can't come around us.
Yeah.
And then you come around us, you're gonna get dealt with. Back in the day, you get beat up for certain stuff, for some rules that you break.
Yeah.
Even if the ghetto turn their back on you, that make you feel so messed up. You do not want that feeling. You don't want the feeling where everybody looking at you like they don't fuck with you no more. That feeling make you feel so like, man, damn. So if black folks got their own police system.
Yeah, I understand that.
We just don't realize it.
But Jay, like, let's take it away from blacks. Like, I spent 25 years in an Italian neighborhood, and it used to be run by the mafia, right? So they were the ones who were really in charge, although there were cops. But like, if you let criminals run your neighborhood, it's going to get wild. You need to have cops coming in there.
No, you don't.
White, black, or Chinese. And you can have black cops coming in, but like, black.
Well, who policed the white neighborhoods then? Who policed the white neighborhoods? Who policed who policed white people?
White people.
So you mean to tell me that white people get to police themselves, but black people can't police themselves?
Well, I mean, this I think comes out of the culture where it was the whites who structured things and the blacks were trying to get away with stuff. And every once in a while we'd have to like kind of, but I'm saying I think that blacks respected whites and said, all right, we'll try to take care of most things, but once in a while the whites had to come in and go, all right, we need to lay down.
So I want to we ain't gonna tell y'all nothing because that's where the no snitch policy come in at.
Yeah, but if no one ever laid down the law, what would have happened in the Watts riots? What would have happened in LA, Rodney King? They would have burned the whole entire cities down.
Bro, we live a life without
show
the
up in the
police
trucks
existence.
and the guns. Come on.
So we still live a life without the police existence. It's just when the police come, we know to hide it.
But you've been in jail 34 times, and I bet the majority of the men who took you there were white.
Huh?
I bet most of the cops who took you in were white.
Right. So
I want to ask you
when I do go to jail, amongst the black inmates, there's the rules and laws of the jail.
Yeah.
But it's the rules you're gonna have to follow is it's rules among us ninjas.
Yeah, I get you. Up to a certain extent, but like if at a certain point, the actual corrections officers will say,
you don't call the police for nothing. Yo, dude, I got my nose broke.
You can only do so much.
I got my nose broke in jail. I got my nose broke in jail, and I could not. Real quick, I got my nose broke in jail. You know, after I fought, what we had to do? I had to go to the bunk and put the sheet over my face like this, and then when the white man come around and do his count, he tell me lift up the sheet, and then he see my nose off, and he said, "What happened to your nose?" I said, "Man, I hit my nose on a bump."
Right.
I got your Prince. So
yeah,
you know why you feel the way how you do, right? Because you're dark skinned. So if you look like Prince, if you look like me, you wouldn't even be talking this propaganda. So the only reason why you feel butthurt is because you look like Wesley Snipes. So think about it. If you was light skinned, if you had blue eyes and green eyes, but you was mixed and light skinned, would you be talking this bullshit? No. So people who look like you is going to cry and whine because you people have never helped each other. All throughout generations, you people have never helped each other. It always had to be a white man to save you. It always had to be someone who looked like me to save you, or someone looking like Adam Clayton Powell Jr. to save you, one of those types. But people who look like you have never saved each other. Never.
That's a lie.
No, it's not.
Yeah, when it comes to economics, so Eurocentric economics, then okay. But when I go to the ghetto, it's always, if I'm feeling depressed or something, it's always somebody gonna make me feel good. It's gonna be a big mama that's somewhere around. It's gonna be one of the old heads like, boy, I used to go do that same shit. This is what you do, right? It's like they help you out that have more meaning. The only reason why I've been feeling depressed is because I've been disconnected from the ghetto since I moved away from it.
Why'd you move away from it?
Because I didn't want my kids to get popped.
Okay, well, I mean, so
It
No,
ain't
no,
all
no.
roses, right? It ain't all
No,
roses.
it was a bullet. I woke up one night and went to the gas station like at 2 something in the morning. Kendra was little. And I come back home, it was a bullet on my pillow. They just had a shootout. So I'm like, man, I can't take no chances. So, but even though I moved around these white people, yeah, you don't hear the shootings, but white people fuck you up in other areas. They fuck you up with the CPS trying to take your kids. They
But
constantly
you're a
they constantly
hypocrite
put your shit on your
because
criminal record.
but you're a hypocrite because you would still live in a white neighborhood before a black neighborhood if you was rich. You're not gonna live in a black neighborhood because you cannot trust your own people. This is how
No,
you think. So
so
what you're going to do is you're going to compromise and join the opposite who doesn't look like you. It's just your nature to
so
do that.
so every black person tells themselves they got to move out the ghetto. And once I moved out the ghetto, I realized this ain't what it's cracked up to be. So guess what I'm doing? After the food truck opened, I'm going back to my ghetto. I just got off the phone. I was on the phone with my cousin telling my man, dog, you need to find me a place down there. The only reason why I stood up here that long is because I had kids. But my kids, like, they feeling like, they the only black person around. All the kids is white and mixed, and they kind of typically be all the only blacks. And I ain't want my kids to be in that situation because I had a good time growing up around my black people.
But be honest though, you wish you did look like Prince though, the singer. Be honest, you
Nah,
do wish you look. No, you do. You do.
no,
You
I ain't gonna
do.
tell you
Because
what I want to be.
no, because the thing is, people who look like you need somebody who's different from you to help
No,
you, to
we
save
don't.
you.
Who
Yes, you
told
do.
you that?
Because
Hey, Ben.
that's why someone from the black community
No,
that
we
is fair
don't.
skinned
Hey,
always had to save you. A fair skinned person always had to save you. Always had to save you, people.
No, we
Always.
come in
you know,
about we
you know what's
don't need
interesting
y'all
on
like
that?
that, brother.
You know what's interesting
No,
on
we
that line
said
of thought, though, Ben. Ben was coming with some suggestions. Yesterday, he came up with what I thought was a good suggestion. I'm not sure if you were here, JP. And today, he kind of, I think, rehashed one of the suggestions that he came up with yesterday. I say all that to say, That is true. You look like Patrick Ewing. Has anyone ever told you that?
No.
I say all that to say, though, I was listening to a big black streamer, yesterday, and he was saying, man, these black YouTube channels, the black sector is dead. Oh, somebody got feedback in the background.
You, Grace, is noise.
So I was listening to Anton Daniels yesterday, and Anton Daniels was saying the black YouTube sector is dead. And he said they're not making any money. He didn't mention any particular streamer, but he said they're not making any money. And he was more or less saying, hey, I need to get out of this sector. Hell, if everybody else is dead, I need to get the hell out of here too. And so he was more or less talking aloud about how they can get parlance, get the bag, but if your sector is dead, you got to get out of your sector to get to the bag, right? That would make sense. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so that's kind of what you were presenting to JP. You're saying, hey, JP, I know people that have money.
I'm saying white folks have something to offer to black people.
Right.
Even if you just want to say money.
Right.
That's something.
All that, right? But if you just focus on the superficial, which would be the money, which is what everyone talks about, that is what Anthony Daniels was talking about, and that is kind of what you were extending to JP from the standpoint of exposure and access to a market that he couldn't get on his own going around in this black YouTube space.
Yeah, I think it's not a black thing, but like
I'm not saying it's a black thing. I'm just saying within the black YouTube sector, it's according to Anton, there's not enough money to propel you. They're all kind of asking for money from each other, more or less. This is Anton's words, not mine. And so to get out of that space and get to, a bigger bag, you have to expand your market. And so when I heard Ben making these suggestions, I think, I said this yesterday,
these are the kind of suggestions that, a personality like you, with someone who had a better head, would have been able to make hay out of your personality. And I think that's what Ben was saying yesterday. Would you say that's fair, Ben? That with JP's personality, the right person that,
I mean, I think he's ready to go viral.
Right.
But if he could do it himself, but like, why do it himself when there's other people who would say, just give me a cut, I'll promote you, I'll get you like crazy views. You don't have to, you know what I'm saying? If you were a great singer, you can get together with people who know how to play guitar and drums and all the rest. Like, I'd focus on that rather than making sure that everybody is the same race as you, because I think that's a ghetto mentality.
Well, I think, you're right. And I think, that's where you end up. And how do you get out of that? And I think the opportunities that you were suggesting, even just the suggestions, were so out of the box from probably what JP has heard over the years of his being on the internet. Like,
I'm saying JP should sell out to the white man and tell other black folks, I'm selling out to the white man. In other words, I'm selling it out. I'm selling out the stadiums. I'm selling out. You know what I'm saying? I'm making a bag.
Well,
and I'm not compromising who I am. You know
here's the thing. If you look at Jay Prince, if you look at people like this dude, how come still a leader always have to come along and say?
Oh man, come on, man. Hey, but you coming in hot, but one of the things is like what I think is missing, Ben, like that idea with the children. I've talked to JP many times. I never
Did
thought
you hear
about
my idea, Grace? My
What,
idea. It would be actually fascinating. I know JP has his reservations, but like, actually, you and him, because you don't see black people as like, you don't see them as sexual partners. He doesn't see white people as sexual partners.
Oh,
okay,
that's true. Yeah.
And so,
There's
like,
no
you
threat.
guys would be perfectly safe.
Yeah.
With each other.
Yeah,
Either you and
somebody.
And yet
Both
you have 3
racists.
little girls who he wants to put on YouTube. You've done that with your siblings, and yet because their mother's such a fucking crazy, she won't let you do that. Like, and you're great with little kids, but he doesn't want
the oldest sister
his kids to not be connected to black women, which like that's not what you're gonna do. Like that, you're not saying you're gonna become their mama.
Yo, let me chime in real quick.
It would be
Hey, yo,
perfect.
No.
Yo, let me chime in real quick.
Go ahead.
Yo, Kamal, whatever your name is, like, yo, I'm gonna bring you back up, but yo, be polite, man. Like, whenever somebody's speaking, just let them carry on with their conversation. After they're done, then you could chime in, all right?
I mean, I think to say like I want my daughters to never learn how to be around white folks. I mean, that's really limiting. They should learn how to deal with white folks.
That's not what I was saying. I thought you was talking about like having I guess you was telling me to move around y'all and then having that every day, like
whatever you'd want to do. I'm saying whatever day you feel comfortable.
Let me say this right quick. Although I could agree, when you divorce yourself from the black community, you will get big. They doing that with Charles and White. They did that to everybody. And what tends to happen is that after so long, they coach you away from where you come from. After a while, they're gonna start polishing you. You're gonna start getting polished. And this is what happened to all of our leaders, because this big financial opportunity made them derail his original plight. Like, for an example, like, let's say if I do that and I get big and I get money and all this other type of stuff, my original plight is to be the voice of the ninjas.
Yeah.
But I won't be able to do that if I go around. Although, I'm gonna get bigger and have more financial, but that's not where my heart is at. My heart is not on the dollar. My heart is in the hearts of the ninjas and the neglects.
Sure.
Ben, I think what's being said here is that, there is no black chitlin circuit where he could maintain his heart of the ninjas and still achieve, have some pathways to progress.
Well, I mean, Jay, you're living around white people right now, so you're still keeping it real. I don't think you've become white. Your kids and they're like going to lose their.
I'm living in a shell. It's like I'm in a plastic bag because I don't date they women.
Yeah,
I'm not interested in dating they women. I feeling like I'm missing out. Like when I call home in Milwaukee, I'm like, "What y'all doing? What's next? What's the good news?" They think it's nothing because it's their everyday stuff, but it's fascinating to me because I've been away from it. And so, but when I go to Milwaukee, like when I went to Milwaukee not too long ago when my uncle died, I felt so. When I went to the Pop the Bloom, held in Milwaukee, and just being on the Milwaukee streets, walking, stomping on the Milwaukee streets. I felt that vibe like I was living again. I feel like I was living. Being around white folks, I feel like I'm dead.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm a zombie. It's just I'm watching my years just go by. We already in March. And it's like I'm watching my years go by. In Milwaukee, I'm enjoying myself every day. A day lasts longer than a day in around the white community.
Sure, I agree with you.
Out there in the moment, you living, and then especially when you know a lot of people from these neighborhoods. It don't matter if y'all are doing good or bad. It's the fact that you actually living and experiencing life.
I agree. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
So that's my only thing. The reason why I chose this white neighborhood is not all the way white, especially when I moved up there. It was a lot of black folks up here from Chicago and Milwaukee.
Yep.
They moved all of them out the projects. I stay across the street from the projects. They moved all of them out and just gave them all Section 8 and so they can just move. And
okay, so do you feel safe being with those people?
Yes and no.
You like some aspects of it, and you don't like.
I feel safe as far as like I won't get physically. I don't have to worry about my truck getting broken into. I don't have to worry about. Well, they just had a shootout. It'll be 3 shootouts within the past month up here.
White folks,
but I can agree that it's not an everyday thing. But as far as the physical safety, cool.
Well, what I'm saying, Jay,
when it comes to the safety of my criminal record, the safety of getting my kids taken. The safety of sometimes the landlords, they can just say you gone to jobs, say you're fired. I used to get the police getting called. I got the police called on me 5 times when my daughter was younger. She was like 5 years old when I moved up here, and I'll be walking and you know how you go across some woods or something, go to the store, police getting called. People thinking I'm taking my little daughter to the woods, some little girl to the woods. I pulled up in front of her school. That's in my food truck.
But isn't that internet people? No, that wasn't internet.
No, that was real life people.
Like I pulled people up, just saw a black man with a girl and called the cops.
I pulled up in front of her school, and some white lady parked behind me, would not move, because she was asking me, "Who am I? Who am I? Who is this little girl to me?" And I said, "I'm not finna tell you shit because I feel like I don't have to." Right. She called the police on me then. Like they fuck you up in other ways.
Yeah.
Like they thrive on taking the kids, putting a whole bunch of small little cases.
If you had turned white, you'd go, "I am the father of this girl. Sorry." You're keeping it real.
You know, here's the problem. People that look like
you're not going to
Prince,
white.
They don't like to show their ID. People who look like Jay Prince doesn't want to show his ID.
No one thinks that.
People who that look like Jay Prince don't want to show their ID because they feel everybody's out to get them. Everybody's going to treat them bad. You know,
he has no obligation to.
Bro, you go to the hospital, and I went to I called an ambulance from the different city that came from baby mama's sister house, and she stayed like 2 cities away. And so I try to catch the ambulance and to get home to this city. And the police came running my name. I said, bro, that's how I found out I had a warrant. But Y'all running my name, and I'm in a. And what if I was sick for real? For real. What if I was really sick? You got the police got to come in and run your name. Now they told me if my warrant would have been more criminal, they would have took me. They would have held me. They would have put me on hold, a police hold, and then after they got done working on me, they would have took my ass to jail. But luckily, it was out their jurisdiction. When it's municipal warrants, it's out their jurisdiction because I was 2 cities away. I didn't even know I had the warrant. So that what you mean they not out to get you, bro? You can't go to the hospital without the police. Every time the police come around you, they want to run your name.
And you're saying black folks
Why
are
you just
never
don't
out
want
to
to show
get
who
you?
you are?
Black folks, there's never any problem with black folks trying to
No,
get you in trouble.
Bro, I'm talking about, bro. You had to be black to understand it. And
It's a
come from
black
that
thing you
ghetto.
wouldn't understand.
Yeah, you gotta be black and come
Well,
from
hold
that
on.
ghetto.
I'm black and I
Well,
disagree
on the
with you.
internet, I'm
Hold on,
black.
wait. I'm black and I disagree with you. I'm black and I disagree with you because, like I said,
You like a little wet,
like I said, if you was lighter skinned like me, you wouldn't be talking this bullshit. So why do you feel this way? Because
Cashmere,
the way
you
how
said
you
you
physically
weren't
look.
black when
So
you were talking to
of
us
course you're
white
going
people.
to think
Now
this
you're
way
black.
because
bro, no,
well,
hell no.
no, because I'm trying to get to his point. I'm trying to get to his point though. Here's the thing. I don't think the way how you think, and I'm still a person of color. So the only reason why you think this way is because you're dark skinned, right? You feel everybody's gonna mistreat you because you're black, because you're dark skinned. Okay,
You told us
but
you were
here's the
Italian.
thing. Why
I
is
think
it
light
that people that look like
Now
you
you're
is
black.
always hostile? Why is people that look like you always hostile? Why is people that look like you always breaking the law? Why is people that look like you always got a disrespectful chip on their shoulder? So when
Dude, you
you
ever
come
look in
to
the
the
mirror? You're
cops
being hostile.
and they want to see your ID, if you didn't do nothing wrong, why don't you just show who you are? If you didn't do nothing wrong, why don't you just show your ID who you are? What's the problem?
Why do I one? Secondly, you are biracial, light skinned. You are used to gaslight us dark skinned people. Because white people kind of leverage y'all over us and they kind of treat y'all a little bit, they treat y'all a little 10 times better than they do us. So you don't have our
I don't want
mindset
to join you
because you
people.
got
He's our boy. He's
I
our
don't
boy.
want to
He's our
join you
butler.
people. You people want me to join you people.
Sick
You
'em,
people
boy.
want me
Sick
to
'em, boy.
join you people. Though. That's what it comes down to.
Get
you
that
you you
dark
are the
skinned
voice of
man in
slave
his
masters.
place.
That's what
You
they use
people
by
want me to join you people. I don't want you people to join me.
Do it. Call him an
Okay,
N-word.
but you
they
people want me
use
to
y'all.
join you people all the time.
Call him an
I
N-word.
don't feel
Call
that
him
way about it.
an Go ahead.
People who look like
That's
you.
right, boy.
Bro, they use y'all to gaslight and do the race stuff
People who
for
look
them.
like you all the time
So
want
they
me
gonna
to
get
join you people. That's what it
no,
comes down to.
they use biracial
Because
people.
listen, the
So
Jamaicans look just like you,
You
and they're
don't
not
hear this
begging you
motherfucker
to
calling you
join
a
them.
boy?
The Jamaicans look
Why
just
you
like you,
arguing?
but they're
Why
not
you
talking like
arguing?
you.
Why you arguing with somebody that looks like you?
Listen, I don't
You
care
don't
nothing
hear
about
this
no
man
words.
calling you
Like
a
I
boy?
said, man, when the time comes, you people need me to
Be my
join
boy,
you
low.
people. That's
Be
all
my
I know
boy, low.
about. You people need me to join you people.
Casimir, get
So
your
when
We
it
bell
comes,
don't.
pepper nose out of
so
the
when it
camera.
comes down
We
to
don't
it,
need you, brother. Stay where you at.
if
What do you have to
you if
offer?
you really
We don't
if
need
you
you.
really look like Prince right now, you wouldn't even
You
be
have
talking
zero
this
resources to
bullshit.
offer anybody. So we
You
don't
wouldn't even be
need you.
talking this bullshit if you was light skinned.
You have zero resources to offer
Listen,
anyone.
but
So
the
we don't need
Jamaicans
you.
is not begging me. The
Zero. No
Jamaicans
one
is
wants you,
not
sir.
begging
No
me,
one
and they
wants
look
you.
just like you.
You're gonna
The
beg to be
Jamaicans
over
look
here with us
just
in a
like
minute.
you, but they're not begging me.
Now,
But
so listen. Hey, let's have this
that's what it comes
conversation, young
down to.
man. Cashmere,
So
let's have
the
this
thing
conversation.
is that you always complaining about somebody's against you because you're dark skinned, somebody's against you because you're black, somebody hates you because of this, that, the other. But who's really doing each other wrong? You
Oh
people
my
all the
god.
time. That's what it comes down to.
What do you mean, you people? He must think he
Good
pink or something.
question.
He's
I think he
Italian.
think.
When he talks
I
to
think
us, he's Italian.
He said he
You
was
think you
Italian.
must be,
He
bro.
said he
He
wasn't
must be.
black.
He's not from here, right? So, but that's the delusion. He wants y'all to accept him as he is because he's a hair.
No,
He might
because
be
they
a
always
shade. Hold on,
claiming
brother. We
me.
got
So since they
listen.
think I'm one of
Cashmere. Let's
them, then
have
I
the
talk to them
conversation.
how they are. But you see, he
Let's
knows I'm
have the
right. He can't prove
conversation.
that I'm wrong. He
We
knows
let him.
I'm right.
We let him in the big house sometimes. Yep.
This
No,
motherfucker.
you know
Jared's
I'm
got to
right.
stay out
You
the field.
know everything that I prove is right.
Yeah, that's the
I
problem.
don't like talking to
You
new
know
people.
everything I say is right. That's what it comes down to.
Well, a lot of
You
y'all
right.
miss.
You are. That's
It's
how delusion
pointless,
works.
it's pointless to talk about y'all. I know that misspeak was put here to call themselves black to like
You
gaslight.
just need everybody to join your propaganda, your bullshit propaganda. But you don't have your own independence. You
Hold
never
on,
did.
Kennedy. You are a propaganda. Your existence by you being
You
biracial
just
is a
don't.
propaganda,
Jay.
bro. Your existence is a propaganda.
He
So
is
if I
bought
have
into it.
a race conversation, it's pointless to talk to somebody that's discrediting. Like your kind is not really. You don't have no base. You don't have no mirror. It was a fun time. It was a lustful thing. It was a fantasy, and a black woman got with a white man and
You
created
know,
you.
what I'm saying is right. You can't. You always need
No,
somebody to help you. That's
That
what
is
it
what
comes
happened.
down to. You need somebody. You even need the Chinese to help you. Damn, they don't even want your ass, and you still begging
listen,
them to join you. That's what it comes
Kennedy.
down to. You even want the Asian people to join you, and they don't care nothing about you. You want everybody to join you.
Kennedy.
That's what it comes down to.
I'd rather have a conversation with Thornton and Grace than you because they actually full blooded white people. You don't have no base.
No,
You not.
because you are the same people that needs everybody to join with, dude. These white people are not begging me to join them. You people keep begging me to join you. The hell I want to
We
join you
don't even
people
have to
for?
ask you.
What the hell do you people got a cookout? What the hell? What the
You
hell
beg
do
for
you
our
people
crumbs.
got
We
a
don't gotta
cookout?
ask you.
Y'all got a
No,
cookout? Y'all got a barbecue cookout all the time?
that barbecue be lit. Don't be trying to mock
Man,
the
that's
barbecue.
bullshit, man. That's all bullshit. What do y'all got? Y'all got a hospital? You have a
Let me
hospital in your
let me
own
dance.
name. What
Let me
what what
dance.
what, what resources do you
Big Mama is
have
our
of your
hospital.
own?
Big Mama is our hospitals. The original before we had
Big
this
Mama?
man-made
Oh, wow.
stuff. No, I'm serious.
Crackhead Big Mama.
No, let me
Crackhead
articulate.
Big Mama, man.
Okay, let me articulate it. What I'm saying
Crackhead
is,
Big Mama.
would you be quiet?
Mhm.
What I'm trying to articulate is that when I say Big Mama, because when I think of women, especially black women, where I come from, God put them to be nurturers and caring and loving without the damn right. And so the land, this is why women is more connected with flowers, gardens, stuff like that. It's not ironic that women are connected with the garden because it's part of their nature to heal. So in a woman's nature, she can know all the natural healings that can cure or help you out when you get infected with a disease or got a cold. It's typically your mama gonna be the one that put on that tea and put some plants in there and said, boy, use this a little bit, what the bam. So Big Mama was the original hospitals to us. That was the first natural hospital where it
Okay,
was to women. The women was the natural hospital. We didn't need no big old building to have no hospital to heal people. You didn't need that. Just like you don't need no church building to praise God, right? So you didn't. That's just something. Them buildings is just something. Who out the bam? But my thing is, the earth is already birthed. The earth birthed all of our
Yeah.
healings. And you have to,
Right.
and the woman nature is more connected with the earth. So a lot of times, this is why
Where's
women
your
are
father?
attracted to flowers, bro. This is why women are
Where's your
attracted to
father?
flowers. Hold on, dude. You just talking.
Where's your father?
Women is
No. I'm
attracted.
getting to the point. Where's your father to teach you to be a man? Where's your father to teach you how to be a man? Where's your father?
I don't know why you even
No,
talk.
no.
You're not even on either side. You trying to fit in. You confused.
No, wait,
I'm
Kaz,
telling
hold on a
you,
second.
where's
Hold on a
your
second.
father?
Even
If you look at his
white
eyes, he's not even focused. His eyes this way and that way. That's his race.
But you talking all this bullshit. You talking all this bullshit, dude, about somebody's mama and all that. Who the fuck cares about somebody's mama, dude?
No, Kaz,
You
Kaz,
know?
hold on a
Who
minute.
cares about somebody's mama, dude? Like, where's your own independence, dude?
Even during
Where's
slavery
your own
times,
independence? Where's your
even
shit?
during slavery times, the white
He's
folks
gonna fit in with us.
big mama into the house, and she was one of the most beloved people on the plantation. She was Mammy, right? And you can't deny that. They didn't see
Wait,
her
she
as
was
always
man. She
fit
was
to be
what?
around their
She was
kid.
what?
You know Mammy,
Big,
right?
Yes, master.
It was always a
Yes,
big black.
master.
I mean, maybe a stereotype. I think
Mammy. That's what he grew up. Right.
no, but what I'm saying is the
Right.
white folks
Okay.
said, like,
Yeah, I
no.
know.
Hey, Tori,
But that's all he got. That's all he got. That's all he got.
Let me say this right quick.
That's all he
I am
has.
not-
That's all he got. He doesn't have anything
Kaz,
else
Kaz,
but
come on.
that. Okay.
Chill.
So how's that helping him?
Kaz, let him talk.
I cannot be on. I will not let you call my black women mammy. I'm the only one get to call them mammy. I'm not
No,
going to
they
sit
were
up with
referred
no
to
white
as
man.
Mammy.
But no, I just feel like as a black man who created the black woman, you is not going to call nothing. My creation is no mammy. I can call them mammies because that's I create them. You don't have that privilege to call them mammies.
But it's
if I
historically
have
true.
pancake mix, can I say it?
It's not
I'm a pancake mix?
his story. His story is not actual history.
Historically, they were called mammies at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not going to sit up there and allow nobody that's of a different who do not populate black women to call them no mammies.
We're not calling black women mammies
wait a second.
currently. We're
Can
saying
I-
back then.
Can I buy Aunt Jemima pancake mix?
Well, if we're going to do all of that, right?
I understand it's a
What
stereotype.
was white women? What is white women? What was white women?
The missus?
No, that's some derogatory. Sluts, cunts.
Oh, snow bunny. You can use the term snow
No,
bunny.
would you be okay with somebody call your daughter Grace a cunt? Refer to her as a cunt, a slut?
That's not really a racial slur.
Well, that's different.
Well, white women long to suck black men's dick. They used to cheat on the white man. This is why white men is so jealous of black
You can call
men.
me a snow bunny.
Mud sharks, whatever you want.
The reason why white men is really jealous of black men because although white men got a lot of his dollars, but we got a natural organ that's bigger and deeper, and then the white man actually was birthed by black men through his semen.
I'm not sure if that really holds up, but maybe
it really holds up. I can create both of y'all. But us, me and John can get with a dark skinned woman like us, and we can have albino babies look identical to y'all. I think y'all need to
albino
respect,
people don't look like white people.
Y'all need to respect your forefathers and your foremothers. That's the black woman and the black man. Because of the black woman and the black man, that's how y'all got your existence. Facts. So y'all better respect.
I think that's true. I think that
So,
people
right,
come out of
How are you
How you
saying
gonna
it?
talk
It's
about
not
something that you don't-
disrespectful to say
I'm just
that-
saying there was a character.
I'm not
as
gonna
Mammy.
sit there. I feel like if I talk shit about my black women, I get to talk shit about my black women.
Mammy is
finna
not
sit up
talking
here and allow no
shit,
white
Jay.
people to
It's
talk
not
about 'em.
talking shit. It's not.
It's calling them mammies and stuff like that, and they was actually mammies. I couldn't sit up here and allow that. I got
There's
to
a
check
book.
that in real
There's
quick.
a book, Gone with the Wind. There's a
But
book.
I
And
don't.
there's a
I don't-
character called Mammy.
This is why I don't concede with the European books and their titles. Their
But if
labels.
I say that
Their
black
labels
people were
have no merit.
slaves, if I say that black people were slaves on plantations, is that
I don't believe the slave story, to be honest with you. I don't believe we were slaves. I don't think that slave story really existed. I think that slave story had a motive. It was to make black people feel inferior. It was to make black people of
my
today
people
look at white people like they were some power and more powerful than them. I think that was just a story that was created and it had a motive. And when you look at the black people today, that story impacted them negatively just off of a story. They never seen no slave get beat. They never seen the slaves in real life. But yet, and when you call a black person N-word, that is based off the slave stories on why they would get so offended and get all out their body. So I think that
I agree. It's
we need
both
to stop listening to
bullshit.
we need to stop listening to the Eurocentric stories and their perspective and develop
So that's-
our own. a natural
That's
story.
an anti-European story that like all slaves were
Because when I look at
and beaten. They weren't. There was a lot of fun that happened on the plantation.
Jordan, when I look at y'all aesthetics, you and Grace aesthetics, I can see the recessiveness. When you look at your hair, both of y'all hair, and you look at black people hair, look at man John hair, it's so thick, it's so naturally moisturized, it's like full.
Sure.
Y'all is thin. That's and then when we look at y'all
hair.
When I look at y'all skin color, it's not complete. So it's not really it's not complete. You can see that it's missing its coat. This is when you're getting the narrowness of your noses and your eye color. That's not most people say, oh, that's a pretty color because it's outside of the norm. Yeah. But really that's a deficiency. When you look at blind people have y'all color eyes. And when you look at y'all everything, the color of your hair blonde, that's a recessiveness. That's not good. That's not healthy. That's a deficiency. So
recessive doesn't mean deficient.
Y'all need to chill out. And then y'all bone density. You a man like I am, but I guarantee you my bone density is way more stronger than yours.
Probably,
because
yeah.
you have recessive bones.
But I'm taller than
This
you.
is the reason why black women said, y'all better tell us black boys and black men, don't fight no white men, because she automatically deemed us stronger than y'all because we was born with all of our nuts. That's why our dick's bigger. The white woman, the black woman booty is bigger than the white woman.
Can we
Right?
agree that the Chinaman has
we
smaller
got
dicks than
fuller
both of
lips.
us? Can we agree that the Chinaman has the smallest of the three?
I tried to kiss a Miss girl one time. She had a white girl mouth. And she didn't have no lips. That shit didn't feel right. It didn't feel like kissing a black woman with them big juicy lips. It's totally different.
I agree.
Right? So when y'all be trying to make fun of black people, yeah, I understand it. You're going to make fun of something that you can't be or something that you envy. But I think that black
you really think we envy black people's hair?
people.
Give me a break.
I think that colored people.
This
I think that
whole
colored people
diatribe
are
was
the
started
standard.
because you said us saying that white slave owners had mammies was offensive, and we're
I was trying to argue.
We're not.
Your point that black women are in a sense cross-culturally seen as like nurturing.
Yeah.
So even when there was a lot of racism,
when you call them a mammy,
that was a term of endearment, right?
No, it ain't no endearment calling out black women that I created.
It was a term of endearment. Yes.
And back then, it was
you
a nice
Aunt
thing
Jemima
to say.
is a negative stereotype? Why are they trying to sell Aunt Jemima? Because she was a black
the N-word was a nice thing to say too.
It was neutral, actually.
The N-word was a term of endearment for white folks towards black people. There was something nice to say. Come in, N-word. That was something nice to say too.
They did. It was neutral at a certain. I lived with a white woman who, her parents owned slaves in Virginia. She used that word in a way that wasn't derogatory.
Man, I don't.
You mean she said it like saying black?
Yeah, it's just like how she used the word black. I think
that white people came up with all these deterioratory names is because they really wish they were black. Maybe. I could not want to wake up. Just think about it. Y'all, and mainly in the summertime when y'all wish y'all more black more than anything. Because when y'all be on them playgrounds, and you know black folks gonna stay on them playground playing ball. While the black folks up there playing ball, y'all sitting and trying to find the nearest tree because y'all burning to like eggs, boiling.
Jay,
Who want to be white in the summertime?
Jay, when I play basketball, I envy the black man's speed. I envy the black man's speed. That's true.
I would not want to be white in no damn summer. Period.
Well, it works out pretty well.
I went down.
You talk about Irish. You talk about Irish.
Not all white people can't tan. Yeah, the Irish can't.
Nice.
They burn.
All white people burn without tanning. We don't use.
Eventually.
Let's just go natural without no tanning lotion.
Black people burn too. It just takes them longer.
I guarantee you gonna realize being white is a problem when it's 90 degrees weather. That ain't something normal.
What is the
That ain't-
point of this? What is the point?
Jay, can I ask you a
what's the
question?
argument you're trying to make?
It's fine.
The
He's just trying to.
argument that I am
I think
making
what he's
is
trying to
that-
say is black is not bad. I agree.
Okay,
No,
sure.
the point that I
You
am
can
making
overdo
is
it.
that-
You can overdo it.
No, the point that I am making is that black is the standard of humans. And
We
if
was
you not
kings,
that,
right?
if you
Okay,
not
you built
that,
cathedrals. There
you
were
are
no slaves. It's kind
if
of like
you not-
bullshit at a certain.
if you not black, you are subhuman. It's almost like a retardation problem.
Jay, speaking of retardation, you're saying there were no slaves in America who were black. Are you?
I don't think
really
so.
saying that? Okay, well that's kind of retarded. Like there's pictures of it.
Oh, have you met slaves? So have you met them? Have you met slaves?
My on one side of my family, they own slaves. They still have like a little thing saying like,
Have you met the
"He
slaves?
ran away."
Have you met the slaves?
Okay.
Have you
Okay,
met them? Yes or no?
Have you been there? It's not
No.
possible that a slave
You
could be
said this
alive
was in your
today.
family. You said this was in your family. Have you met those slaves physically?
Okay, you win. People.
So you have
from
not.
1865 could be here.
Even though your auntie had slaves, you never met them.
Not his aunt.
Obviously.
Slavery was hundreds of years
Did the
ago.
Roman Empire exist? Have you ever met a Roman?
But bro, but you said what I said
Does
was
Australia
retarded.
exist? If I say does
No,
Australia
what
exist,
I'm
have you ever
saying-
been to
so
Australia? I
you
mean,
said you said what I'm saying is retarded, but yet you said that you got slaves in your family, and I asked you the simplest question: Have
As
you
I had
met
slave owners in my family.
slave
Not
owners?
slaves.
So
I don't have any black DNA.
So where did the slave? Did they didn't pass down the slaves?
Do you think
How come you never
slavery is
met them?
legal in America today?
In the Civil War, the North came down and destroyed my family's wealth, and that's why we came up north. But you can say that's all a lie because I wasn't there.
So this is the stuff that I'll be talking about. Like this is
How do you
why
think your
when
people got here?
I have evidence and stuff.
How do you think
you know when
your people got
Jesus is
here?
real, but nobody never met them. Like
How do
telling
you
me
think
that
your people got here?
How do you think Africans came
I think-
to
I think-
America?
I think that African has been in America before the white man came about. But the problem is the reason why they said that they came from another place is so they won't have ownership, won't feel like they are owned to this land. So they try to psychologically remove us like they did to Egypt. You go to Egypt right now, they would tell you that black people are not from there. They would tell you that the Arabs is from there, like they told us that Native Indians was from here. They try to remove black people from their original spots so they can take claim in, so black folks won't feel won't feel like he is
And how do you
part of this
explain the
land.
Native
Won't have
Americans?
ownership.
How do you explain the Native Americans?
Because
Who are
no,
they?
think about it, Grace. If black people were here first, they can no longer tell black people to go home. We can tell them to go home.
But I'm saying,
Where did
I'm
they
just
come
asking a
from?
different question. What about the Native Americans?
I personally believe white people don't have no home base. They don't. They
Do
don't.
you
ones that
believe
don't got
Europe
no home.
exists? Do you believe that Europe exists?
I believe black people.
Yo, let me
black
interject
people-
real quick. The Native Americans are really the Eskimos. Like they come from like the North Pole and all that. Then the
They come from where?
to the,
The North Pole is
United
not a
States. Actually, the
place.
first Indian. Yo, my bad. Yo, go ahead.
So
JB,
you could tell me something that he doesn't cite that out of a book. Where did you get that information from?
JP, I get it. I think you're trying to be pro-black. I would just
No,
respectfully say
I'm not no
it
pro-black
gets a little
person. I don't know why
crazy.
y'all call me that.
I think you
What
should.
I'm saying is they have black
I
people
love that
in
you're trying.
Europe.
But listen,
They got
JP,
statues. I literally chose statues in pyramids and hieroglyphics that was created in Europe, Spain to be in exact.
Okay, but listen, can I ask you a question? What do you think about Venus and Serena Williams' dad, who definitely tennis is a white person sport for the most part, right? But he saw in his daughters an opportunity for him to put a lot of energy and investment in them, and for them to make it big in the white folks' world. Do you think he was like not true to the hood by doing that? Because I don't think he was from a wealthy area. Do you see that as wrong or fine?
I think that a lot of black people, they feel like once they start having kids, they want to give people their kids the white way because they think the white way is the safest way.
But
I don't
what he's
I
done
don't
is like
believe
he
that.
wanted to make a bag, and he wanted them to make a bag with
And
it.
look how his
All-
daughters turned out. Look how his daughter turned out. She had to bleach her skin and get with a white man to feel good about herself.
There's
She
definitely a
already-
risk. There's definitely a risk. Like, okay,
Like, bro,
and
come on.
what about the Jackson Five? What was the dad's name? Martin, whatever. The Jackson Five. He's got five kids plus a couple of daughters. He's in Gary, Indiana, which is the hood. And he says, like, I'm gonna, like, I see something here that could cross over. The white folks always love black music, so let's get you guys out there. He was tough on him, but I mean, you could say Michael Jackson bleached his skin. That's true, but like, just because there's a risk of that, is it better just to stay in the hood, just like to never,
So where do they supposed
black
to
folks
move
should
to?
never
I
be
feel like we don't have in between black and white. I feel like it's only two living arrangements. It's either the hood or white folks' neighborhood.
Yeah, and you're living in the white folks' neighborhood and making your money in the hood, and I think that's fine.
No. I seen what was the hype. What's the hype of living around all these white folks? And although it's more opportunities, even for a homeless man in the white community,
yeah,
but it's not what it's cracked up to be.
Yeah, it's not heaven. Being around white people is not heaven.
And it's not really safe because you know how many times my kids could have got taken from me? And then the kids feel outcast because they is around all they you outside. All right, baby. I'm about to call you. I'm about to pop back on one more time, y'all.
Hey.
Well,
I mean, I think you can get too extreme with the pro-black thing, and like I'm all for it in theory, but like it gets too extreme. I don't know. I mean, it's like saying failing is kind of a black thing. Sitting in the back of the class, acting like a fool is like black education at it, like keeping it real. But like that's kind of self-destructive, also. I think.
I guess in the ideal world, you could stay down in the black world and, you have decent communities and, little businesses and stuff. Well, there isn't that. And so this like
But I think what happens in a lot of black communities, if the Chinaman comes and runs a business, they're fine with it. If the white man comes, the Jewish man comes and runs a business, they're fine with it. But if the black man tries to run his own business, unless it's a barber shop, like they're like, yo, you think you're better than us. I think there's a lot of self-destructiveness and, unhealthy things that I think if you equate blackness with failure, then I don't know if that's
well, it's got all the ingredients there. You just got to bake it up.
Don't you have a problem when you start like idolizing poverty? Like there's a lot of dysfunction and violence.
There's a lot of truth to what he's saying, but like
I agree. But there's
I
a
think,
lot of negatives too.
I think in some sense, I guess what you're hearing is like he's never gonna make it. He's not talking about making it big, right? And if you kind of set your sights kind of low, where you're gonna be, or where and that ends up where you can get your mind right to. Well, that's okay with being there, and that may be what it is. You probably.
I really do think it's an interesting thing because, like, what I see, blacks are more anti-black than any other people on earth, and Asians are more anti-Asian. You know what I mean? In terms of aesthetics, they're all, and I do think that's unhealthy. I didn't
know Asians were like that. That's interesting. I didn't know that.
The amount of bleaching cream and who number one is Koreans. Korean women almost. It's like you can't even be middle class in Korea without having surgery on your jaw and your eyes that definitely makes you look more European. It's like everybody does it. It's like you cannot succeed as a Korean woman without doing it. And that's because the Korean War, because the prostitutes for the GIs, right? So we got all these guys over there. And I think it was actually a priest who said to the prostitutes, look whiter, you'll make more money from the GIs because they want something that's closer to them. And then they started with makeup and then they went to surgery. And so it is Eurocentric.
I have heard about the surgery.
The fair skin thing does come from the field workers being brown for being in the sun. So it's not just the white. The Asians have always done
But
this
the eye,
the eye and the jaw thing is about being white. The pale skin is like seen as a sign of wealth. It is different.
Let me ask you a question, Grace. You've been on the panel with a few black women, I guess, over the years, right? Would you say that's fair?
Yeah, sure.
Where is the black Grace start, and why isn't that? I don't know of one that can come up on a panel, you know, kind of in your similar position. Where is she, and why doesn't she exist?
I don't know.
Well, based on your experience dealing with the sister gals.
Oh, Xena, you know Xena.
I don't know.
I do know Xena.
So she's mixed, but
she's a IRL streamer. She's funny. She's confident.
She's very pretty.
She did the bookings for Fresh and Fit podcast for a couple years. She dated Sneeko.
Somebody said she's not black.
Well,
she's mixed.
She's mixed, but
I never
acts black.
She's cute though. I mean,
yeah, but she does like sex work.
I don't really think anyone thinks that blacks can't compete in the field of entertainment. I don't think anyone thinks that.
I think
music, entertainment. No,
I have a question. I would have a question for Jay Prince though. Like, does he see success as a white person thing? Like, I think success, being rich and famous, or whatever, talented, whatever form of success is a human thing. It's not a white person thing.
Well, I think there's no black ecosystem where blacks can still kind of maintain themselves. They end up Michael Jackson, as he's saying, Williams.
I do. I think it's tough to have like. I think it's tough to be seen as real, keeping it real, unless you're a basketball player or a rapper. Like,
even they can't do it.
Even then,
they can't live around other blacks. They can't. They can't even really date other blacks for the most part. Or they don't date much.
And I think there's also a lot of pressure for them to be LGBT and all that kind of stuff. So, like, get the backing.
Dude, honestly, listening to Jay Prince makes me kind of like depressed. Like, I cannot imagine what it's like to be a black person. Like, you have to make all these decisions about who you fit in with and stuff. Like,
it's tough. Yeah,
it just seems depressing. Like, if you do,
but it's got a lot of upsides, Grace. Come on.
Yeah, it's the certain way he portrays it just seems like God Almighty.
God. I've been talking about this a lot on my channel. Because I only been doing this 2 years, so I don't keep track. But if you look at how the blacks attack the blacks that work with Pearly.
Yeah.
Right? They're more or less, what it seems like to me, they're saying, don't go outside of this black network. And any of them that go on Pearly, the blacks will attack that person. So if it's Anton Daniels, if it's an angry man, whatever. So they're keeping them black box, I guess you could say. And in some sense, you'll see them become too black to ever get out of the black box. And this is what Anton Daniels was talking about last night. Like, he was just more or less disparaging the black YouTube sector, of which he's like the king head Negro. And, he's just, he feels like they have to expand the box, but how do they get out of the box with the mindset like a JP? And anyway, it is very interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah.
Beans, what are your thoughts? Welcome to the panel.
John, did you just say that well-to-do black people can't live around other well-to-do black people?
No, I said they can't live around middle class and poor black people.
So I phrased that question incorrectly on purpose because what you said was they can't live around black people. You didn't actually put an economic label on it at all.
Well, I mean, if you get too many, you're going to end up with the same problem. Hell, I would argue that rich black people can't live around rich black people, and they don't by and large.
I'm glad you said it. So that's my question. Why would you say that?
Because I think, let's just come up with a hypothetical rich black neighborhood of which there isn't one.
Okay, wait, stop right there. So basically, you're not basing this on any factual data.
Is there one? Name one. A rich black neighborhood.
Aren't there a few?
That's just silly.
I mean, rich. Well, I guess it depends on what your definition.
There isn't a rich black neighborhood in DC.
I mean, it's right behind me. It's not the richest anymore. But like, if you're rich, you don't want to live there, right? If you're a basketball player, hell, they lost the basketball team, but the basketball.
I think there used to be neighborhoods in New York that were black and rich, but I bet they're not any longer. Both.
I mean, but you know, like there may be a couple blocks here or there, but like not a big neighborhood. I've never.
What about
seen
Atlanta?
It.
There's not a rich.
I've never seen it. You know, I've seen some nice areas in Atlanta. I wouldn't even say they were all black, and I definitely wouldn't say they were rich.
So this is genuinely your own opinion?
Well, it's based on my experience. I live here in DC, where the blacks here probably do better than everywhere else, and there is no rich black neighborhood. There's some middle class, maybe upper middle class, where it's all black. But if you're rich, you don't even want to live in that county.
But you keep saying rich, right? Which is why I said well-to-do, right? Rich, you can't even define that for me right now if I asked you to. Right?
Well, let's just say when money is no object, that's rich to me.
Right, and you're saying that there's no black neighborhoods, right, where it's mostly black people and their money is no object, and that they can't, like, I'm saying this let's be your opinion.
Let's go with the notion that it is. It's probably a neighborhood of 100 people. That's not even like that's just like they can't even, you know, they can't. There's no scale there. But there's hold on. There's no black Fairfax County. There's no black Potomac, right? There's no black. Give me another real affluent.
Georgetown,
right? You know, come on. There's no black Tinleytown, Bethesda, right? Where it's big bustling businesses and expensive ass houses and coffee shops and this and that, and people with incomes up into the millions of dollars live all around there, where they can send their kids to public schools, or hell, there's private schools that they can also support. There's not that there, even in PG County, bro. This is one of the reasons.
It seems like there's an extensive amount of white neighborhoods like
PG County was the richest black county in America for a long time.
Give me a sec. I gotta give thanks. Give me a sec. I gotta give thanks to the donation from Platform Indy. Yo, thanks a lot for the cash app. I appreciate you. Salute to you, and thanks for tapping in. Your proceed, y'all.
Yeah, I've been like PG County's right here, bro. I can damn near walk across the border. I probably ain't been there in years. I've never been. I don't think I've been there in a long time to go eat dinner. Never worked out there.
No, there is white equivalents, like in New Orleans. There's super rich neighborhoods. All the white kids who can afford it go to private Catholic schools that are super expensive because they don't want to send their kids to New Orleans public schools. Boston has the same thing. New York has the same thing.
You got a guy saying Bowie. Bowie's, I mean, that's middle class at best. That's not rich. That's not. I wouldn't even say it's like
we're specifically just talking about rich people then.
Well, I mean, like I would even say a neighborhood of blacks where the income is $200,000. Everybody making $300,000. That's real high. Ain't no neighborhoods like that.
Right, but the thing is that you're making it seem like there are so many neighborhoods. Like that's only a small percentage of the country anyway.
But what I'm saying, okay, so you don't have any influence in the real world. You got actors, you got government workers, entertainers. But you got a large number of real poor people. Real poor. All around me, man. Like, this is probably the majority of blacks. Real poor people. And, like, there really is no I don't know, no vision to, build on top of that. Right?
You just said that the majority of black people in America are real poor people.
I would say a significant number are probably pretty poor, and what I'm adding to that is
the way I
yeah,
asked,
I would say
we can have an understanding.
Yeah, I would say so because I would add in all of the government attached type jobs, because I think a lot of those are make work jobs. They're not real. Yeah, go ahead.
What ethnic group is poorer than Black Americans?
Whites.
Actually, no, it's blacks. Blacks are 19 to 20%, whites are 8 to 9%, Hispanics are 17 to 18%, Asians are 10 to 11%.
What does that have to do with how many of them there are?
That percentage of those populations.
Oh, we're gonna do the I don't know how to do math thing.
Don't do the per capita thing.
Times population is gonna be.
Don't do the per capita thing.
Is that what it is?
Oh my!
No, it's not even. Wait, it's not per capita. I'm just saying 20% of black people are under the poverty line. That's what I'm. Those.
But
are the
there's
numbers
less
I'm reading
black
out.
people, so there's more white people. So we can play the I don't know how to do basic math game, but that doesn't make black people look smart.
And Mr. Beans, man,
John, can you?
Yeah, sure.
Can you one second?
Yeah, go ahead.
So if I have $100 and you have $40, don't I have more money than you? Yes or no? It's just a yes.
So far,
or
the
no.
math is solid. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, then. So I'm saying, is it plain or is it just the truth?
It's just
That
the
doesn't
truth.
make any sense.
20% of
truth,
black
right?
people are under the poverty line.
Right. So it's just the truth that there are more poor white people. That's just true. Wait, don't laugh. It's okay to just answer the question. So that's just
poorer.
The truth,
They're
right?
poorer. They're
right.
poorer.
So that's just. I'll ask it as many times as you need to hear it. So that's just the truth, right?
There are more total poor
It's a
white
stupid
people,
point.
but the
Right.
percentage of
The
white people who
reason
are
why-
poor
I'm
is
sorry,
lower
Grace,
than the
one
percentage
second.
of black
The
people
reason
that
why
are
you
poor.
don't
It's
wanna
such
answer
cope.
my
This makes
question
Jay Prince's point
is
look like
because of the fact
genius.
that you're trying to treat me like I'm Jay Prince, but you don't get to do that because I'm not. Right?
No, you're not.
So what I'm saying is, instead
Less
of trying to clown
intelligent.
me,
You make
instead of
less.
trying to clown me, let's just have a conversation.
Well, can I have a conversation with Mr. Beans?
Well, you seem like you got a lot of attitude, my boy.
Can I ask you a question, Mr.
I
Beans?
agree with somebody's trying to clown me.
Hey, Mr. Beans, let me ask you a question. then.
Your black power.
John, it's okay, John. Hold
No,
on.
I just want to ask you a question. You want to have a conversation?
It's okay.
You want to have a conversation?
Point and make the point that black people can't do basic math. Go for it, bro.
Right.
Go for it. Make blacks look stupid. Let's make blacks stupid again. Go for it, bro.
You done? All right. So I just want to make sure you get your comedy out. The statement was a true statement right now. So that means I wasn't playing, right? I was just making a true statement.
You make a true statement that $100 is more than $40? Yeah. Woo! Well, we made it to kindergarten. Now let's try some other math. Go
Well,
ahead.
the problem is that you seem to be the one who have a problem with that because you act like you didn't understand that there were more poor white people than blacks.
All right.
If you want, we can rewind the tape. We can rewind the tape of you actually saying that there weren't more poor white people than blacks.
Okay, mama. 2% of Americans are Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that Jewish people are extraordinarily wealthy?
Some of them, yeah.
Okay, but if you multiply the 2% of the Jewish people times all the money, and then you multiply the 60% of white people times all their money, guess which one's going to look like more?
But that ain't what was said.
That is what you're saying.
What was said was there's more poor
But do you understand?
black people.
Wait. So this is great. You understand the point, right?
Here's what I'm gonna
You
do.
understand the point that
When I
total
start
amount
talking,
of money
if you
does
don't
not
let me talk,
mean
then I just
you
won't
are
talk.
wealthier as a group. You understand the point. That's great. We're getting to like second grade level. Okay, so is that true? Is them facts? Is them facts?
Do I get to
Beans,
talk, Andrew Wilson?
Beans, how hard is this to understand?
Andrew
if there's
Wilson.
if there's
Do I
two
get to talk?
if there's two circles,
I can't breathe. I
if
can't breathe.
20% of this circle is poor, and 8% of this circle is poor. This
He
circle
understands
is
it perfectly
poorer.
well. Let's not pretend black people are this stupid. He understands it perfectly well.
So, Grace, here's the problem. I'll say it one more time. You can rewind the tape if you need to. That's not what was said. What was said was there were more. If he would have said it, John didn't say it that way. If he
John
would've
said
said it that way. then
black
it would've
people
been
are
understandable.
disproportionately
He
poor.
didn't. right?
He said
So
black
the
people are
difference-
disproportionately poor.
So you see how your
He
dad
was
is adding
correct.
in the word disproportionately when John never used it, is because he wants to make an argument
I'm
that doesn't exist.
paraphrasing
You
what
don't
John
paraphrase.
said.
Why do we have to
Paraphrase
paraphrase?
all I want.
Why can't I go off of what the
don't
person
have to
said?
Literally,
Why do I have to
rewind the
pretend that
tape.
he
We
said
know
something he didn't
this
say?
ain't a tape. It's
I'm
the
not gonna do
internet,
that.
boy.
Sorry. I won't do it. I'm not gonna do it for you and nobody else.
Hey, Mr.
Especially not
Beans.
for
Hey,
you.
Mr. Beans, can I ask you a question? Mr.
No,
Beans, can I ask
no.
you? Fair enough.
No, because you still didn't answer my question.
Well, can I answer your question then?
Yes,
ask your question
absolutely.
again. Can you ask it to me again, and then I'll see if I can answer it for you.
Yes. So what I'm saying is this: you're talking about rich, but you know that's a very small percentage of people, right? So what about just well-to-do? You do know, I know you're older than me, so you know there are a lot of neighborhoods that are majority black where those people make money, enough money where they don't have to worry about it all the time, and they live together. You do know that, don't you?
Sure, I guess there would be. I'm sure there are some neighborhoods like that. But what I'm saying to you though, Beans, right? Again, I'm in DC.
Mm-hmm.
There are no neighborhoods like that in Washington D.C. Like I can't.
I've never seen a neighborhood like that in all of New England.
Let me make a point.
Mm-hmm.
I go through my day in the ghetto around all blacks, and I can't tell you the last time I spent $1 with a black person in this neighborhood. Not $1. All these smarty-arty ass blacks, the rich ones, and some of the richest blacks in America right here, they don't own anything. They're government workers. They got big high salaries, nice jobs, right?
Maybe you weed from a white man, John?
Actually, they're getting weed from a black lady, so that's one, right? But what I'm telling you is they got government contracts, right? Government jobs. And oftentimes those government contracts, like the road paving crew in my neighborhoods are all Hispanic. I've been showing all these things. Even the people that work in Popeyes on Martin Luther King are all Hispanic. Bro, these people are poorer than you think, right? They're a whole hell of a lot poorer than you think. And a lot of the money that you see in their pockets and the clothes that they got on their back are welfare transfer payments or make work jobs. Bro, every day when I walk out of my house, there's a whole bunch of blacks just standing on the corner getting paid. The government pays them to help you walk across the street safely to keep blacks from running you over. This is the economy around here. Like, and it's so pervasive. I take phone calls from blacks every day who are living in shelters and things like that. That's jobs for people. People working to clean up the shelters. That's not a productive part of the economy, right? You know what I'm saying?
You know what happened?
So what you need to focus on is the composition of the income that you speak of that these blacks are making. Where's it coming from?
Right? Because
but that's very important. If you have one,
I'm not going to be able to remember what to respond to it.
Here's my landing point. If you have go ahead. You
I'm not. I mean, you're saying a whole lot. You got to be a whole too, bro. Don't expect me to be able to respond to it all.
Yes,
right?
that's fair. That's fair.
What I'm saying. Okay, so John, what I'm saying is this though, right? We on one hand, we mock people who talk poor, think poor, act poor, right, and this and that. But then in the very next breath, we get on the internet and we say, yeah, all black people are poor and everywhere where they live at is poor and they don't want to live around each other and all this and that, when that's just not true. If you don't want people to act like they're poor just because they're black, then why not highlight the places that aren't like that, right? I know of towns, because I'm from Chicago, I know of towns on the outside of Chicago that are 80% or more black, where the income is 110, 115, 120, 130,000 median. And the difference between those towns and the black areas in Chicago is that they own it. That's the difference. They're not renting. They own homes. They take care of their lawns. They pay for everything, water, sewage, roofing, everything. They have to pay for it, right? So the ownership is the thing that's different, right? But we don't want to talk about it like that. We make it like it's a black or a white thing. But then when you come to Kentucky, where one of the most expansive welfare getting its counties in the country is here in Kentucky. Nobody talks about that, but we make black people the face of welfare, right? Of course, you're going to be able to paint a narrative when you want to talk about a percentage, But what good is the percentage when you're dealing with 40 million versus 200?
No one talks about poor whites
Right?
in Appalachia. No one talks about poor whites in Appalachia.
But Mr. Beans, you would have to admit though that there's some very, very wealthy white people in Kentucky. The people that own those horses, very wealthy, right?
Absolutely.
Right, and that dwarfs any amount of wealth that the blacks have in Kentucky.
How about this? Did you know that the poorest county in the country, the most welfare gettingest county in the country, is in Kentucky? Did you know that? Yes or no?
I didn't know that.
Okay, that's my point. Right? Because we don't talk about it. That's
Mr.
my
Bean,
point. Did you know?
Did you know Benjamin Banneker designed Washington, D.C.? Did you know that the White House was built by a black man? Did you know about George Washington Carver and his peanuts?
Let me ask you this question.
It's pathetic, dude. You got to do better.
Bean, do you know the definition?
John, when you see him cutting me off to do the goofy routine, don't just jump in. Let him finish, and then let me get back to my actual thought.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, don't you know we got to be in solidarity as bullshit artists? Don't you know we got to stay united in lying? Don't you know? Don't you know?
You're muted, dude.
Up is
nobody can
down,
hear
left
you.
is right, 0 is 100.
Why is that entertaining,
Bullshit.
I'm just, I don't know. I just
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Okay, now you're here.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. My man.
Okay, now we hear you.
All right,
let me ask you a question, though. Let me ask you this question,
be
Bean.
arguing with each other, man. Y'all should have the conversation. It shouldn't be an argument. Hold on. First off, we adults. Let's start there.
You don't have to do it with adults, man. I'm
Everybody
50
on
years
here,
old.
hold on. We
You gotta
adults
survive
first.
it.
Hold on. We adults first, and we
You
meet.
gotta say it
So the
again.
least we could do is at least let a person
Grace,
get his
just got
thought
called
out,
man.
right? Then you can throw all kind of Molotov cocktails on it that you like. But at
don't
least
throw about our cocktail. We all know we're adults.
Mama
So
has
let me ask
spoken.
you a
Mama
question.
has spoken. Yes, Mama.
Hey, let me ask Mr. Beans a question. Mr. Beans, if I could ask you like 2 questions, if you don't mind. I'm not asking you this trying to, cast any aspersion, anything like that. Did you graduate? Have you ever taken a statistics class?
Ain't no goddamn actuary.
No, I'm just asking. You don't have. It doesn't matter if you have or have not. I'm just curious.
You're not an actuary, so you know what I'm saying. Unless he's an actuary.
Why do you have to answer for him? We're coming to you next. Okay.
I'm answering your questions because I want you to
Okay,
figure
so
out.
Answer. Man, why don't you mute this damn man?
Come on over here to the real sharks. Come on over here.
You wearing a bathrobe?
I'm just trying to ask you a question, my man. So look,
is that close?
Because again, I think we're getting some here. So
it's called playerism. You wouldn't know nothing about that, Greasy. But go ahead, John.
Has he got a gold chain on?
Not at all.
I can't see you behind the banner.
He's got a bathrobe and a gold chain on.
So he
No, I'm talking about Minister
He's talking about Greasy.
in fairness,
Isn't that a hoodie? Isn't
in
that a
fairness,
hoodie?
Mr. Beans has never taken statistics. That's fair, right? And in statistics, there are things like population size, sample size. There's I guess per capita would be, something you would learn in statistics, correct? Right? Is that fair? I don't remember learning it specifically in statistics, but that is a part of statistics, correct? Per capita.
Sure.
Right. And Mr. Beans, he just said he's never taken the statistics, so he would not know these things. So when you're saying, Ben, that there are more black people, this and more,
No, you learned in algebra class.
But what you're referring to is per capita, though.
But this is just bullshit. Like black people aren't so stupid they can't understand. Per capita.
Hold on.
You're saying referring to.
Hold on for a second. When you
Why
talk
do you
about
have
white
to
people,
say referring to?
hold on. When you say white people, you're talking about a population size. White people. That's the whole population of whites. When you talk about black people, again, you're talking about a whole population. This is statistics, right? And he's saying there are more white people over there, but he's not equating the two. That would be like the per capita. That's what I think he's missing there.
No, that's
he's
what
just looking at the aggregate number. He's looking at the aggregate number. Again, if there were 10 billion white people in America and only 1 million black people, he still would be making this argument. But you see how extreme the numbers would be, of course, at that point. But I guess our numbers are close enough where he's looking at them and saying, well, there are more white people on welfare. Well,
so it would almost be like cheating, right? So it's like, hey, in order for us to succeed, we got to have a super large population, where it says we don't need a super large population in order to succeed.
Let me ask you this question. Have you ever taken a statistics class?
Bro, this shit is retarded.
No, I'm just saying, because we're talking statistics.
Let him do the statistics bit.
Plus, can I make a clarification? The poorest county in America.
That's what I'm saying.
The poorest county in America.
Brace's dad comes in with the goofy routine.
The poorest county in America.
Take us backwards. We were past this part already, right?
Poorest county in America is located. Guess where? Guess where the poorest county in America is located? What's the blackest state in America? Mississippi. Issaquah County, Mississippi. Do you think that's full of white folks? That's all black.
See what I mean?
Well, you don't like it? Go look it up.
There's no pushback.
Mr. Farrakhan.
So, John, this is what I'm saying. I'm trying to understand why you shucking and jiving.
You lied. What am I supposed to be pushing back?
Hey, John, listen. Because, John, listen. He just said poorest, right? But what did I say?
You said most welfare.
Exactly. So this is what I'm saying, right? When you understand words have meanings, nobody has to dumb themselves down for this guy. So I'm trying to figure out, why are you? Why are you, John? Is it fucking that entertaining for this jackass to be up here making a buffoon of himself while his daughter seems to be trying to maintain an intellectual conversation? And
that's right. Suck up to the white princess, boy. Suck up to my white princess, boy. Kneel down before my white princess.
I'm not even addressing
them.
Right. You notice I'm addressing
kneel down
John.
before my white princess.
Beans, you feel it, but it ain't gonna get through, bro.
But wait, you are incorrect though. Even if you look at the shares of residents receiving the most public assistance, the highest one is Oglala, Lakota County, South Dakota, which is 92% Native Americans.
So. Like, who cares about poor people?
Well, he said no. The point is, he said that it was a white county in Kentucky that received the most welfare in America, and that's incorrect. It's a Native American county.
Y'all win. Y'all get the
South Dakota.
The problem with this Minister Farrakhan routine, if you want to tell me that blacks are super rich and whites are poor, I got no problem with that. And let's end affirmative action. Let's end all assistance, all the programs for all the darkies out there. Let's get it back for white people. Let's make whites rich again. So, like, I mean, what's even the point? Because on the one hand, you're going to say, it ain't true that blacks have a poverty issue. And on the other hand, you're going to say, I needs me a handout. I need me a new do-rag. I need a real gold chain, not this fake thing hanging off my neck.
So look, let's have a conversation for real,
Minister.
So
let's have this conversation for real. Go ahead, Beans. You got to defend yourself.
So this is what I was trying to understand, John. When you made that statement, I knew that you knew it wasn't true.
You got your do-rag on too tight, boy.
Why would you make
brain cells aren't allowed to float
retarded.
around.
Don't even trip, bro. Keep going.
Listen, creator. Here's the thing. I respect what you're trying to do. I can ignore him. I don't care about him at all. I'm trying to address this dude right here. I'm trying to figure out why he thinks it's his duty today to shuck and jive.
Oh,
he cooning.
This guy right here.
This guy right here.
But he always feel like this, Beans.
Creator, hold on. This guy right here, I've been on panels with before.
Who,
he knew better.
You been on panel with me? Where?
He knew better. We've been on Sharon's panel before.
Oh, okay.
We've been on Hampton.
You go to the Malcolm X glass store to make it look like you got a Malcolm X glasses.
He knew it wasn't true. So that's why I'm trying to understand why would you even say the thing that you knew wasn't true? Why would you even do that?
But again, man, I'm not speaking exactly here. This is not classroom. So if I misspoke and said all, not some, or many, I stand corrected.
He's very angry. He wants you to feel the rage of mama, the rage. of his
Unfortunately-
pathetic
Oh, go ahead.
existence with his too tight do rag, his
Nah,
fake
man, they
ass
ain't talking about nothing,
gold
bro. He
chain,
ain't talking
and his
about nothing.
pro
So,
black
so,
bull
so here's
shit.
why. Listen, look, Beans, hold on. Let's have a conversation for real, for real.
Not gonna do.
Because we're not going to work out of anger,
Man,
it'll
I ain't
never
gonna pay
work.
attention to no white man.
You
I'll
work
do
out of
fine.
anger, bro, it'll
That's
never
doing
work.
just
So we
fine.
great to have a
My
real
do-rag gets me
conversation
all
because
the
they need
pussy
some
I need
learning.
in my fake OJ
They
too.
need some learning that they
Yeah,
don't
right.
have.
Beans, wait,
See,
Beans,
this is what's
Beans.
going
Going
on
back and
with
forth
the
with him,
woman,
big
right?
mama.
This why his daughter, this why he can act like that, right? Because her daughter ain't never really seen real patriarchy.
Her
She's
daughter?
seen what I call I see
Okay.
welfare
IQ
patriarchy.
level is plummeting.
Yep. No, it ain't.
Beans, no, I got a question. Okay. Would you say that black people are doing great,
Don't
neutral,
matter.
or bad in
That
this
I don't
country?
want to answer no questions. I'm
I'm
gonna
just
give you some
curious.
learning.
How
I'm
would
not
you
answering no
say
questions.
black
You need to
people are
learn,
doing?
young lady. You ain't been here long
Creator,
enough to
I didn't
ask me
say your
questions.
name. I didn't say
You
your
ain't
name,
been
did
here
I? Is
long
your name
enough to
Mr.
ask
Beans?
nobody no
I had a question for
Let
Beans.
me talk to your daddy. Just be quiet. Let me talk to your daddy.
I had a question for Beans. I'm not
Please,
talking to
be
you.
quiet.
Sure,
No,
you
I'm
can come to
talking
the
though.
master's house. You
I'm
can come to
talking.
the master's
So
house.
be quiet.
We'll
Let
make
me
an
talk to
exception.
your
Come
daddy
on into the
because that
master's
seems to
house.
be
Come
the patriarchy up here
Come
right
in and
now.
talk to Massa. That's right.
All right,
You
so
got
let's
the-
talk. Now,
what
ain't
you
no
wanna talk
massa.
about, boy?
Never. And you address me as creator. I'll address you as being, boy. You don't like that, do you,
Okay.
boy? Boy? Because that's
Doesn't
what you
bother me
acting
at
like, a
all.
little boy.
It doesn't bother me at all. You call me the N-word, I identify as a black man.
Your
Yes.
daughter's about to see how much of a little boy you really are. Right?
Ooh.
Yeah. Ooh.
Sounds kinky. Grace, get a chair.
Yeah.
Creator sounds like he's
That's
going
why you
into
got
the
her up
gay
here with all
res.
this
Let's do
energy.
it.
That's why you got her up here with all this
reverse safe
energy.
play.
This
I'm
is why
about
you
to
got
be
her
the
up here with all this energy.
I'm about to be
So,
the
fellas,
master.
let's talk, right? Let's talk. Here's why they can act the way they do, right? Because there's been a community that has supported this type of behavior
Reverse
for
gay
a
race
long
play.
time,
Let's go.
right? What we failed to do as a people is to take our financial, right, which
You
we're
can't even
consumers,
say it without
right?
laughing.
Our consumer power and use it. Now, that's what really tripped me out about this John is he talk about real estate, but you really don't talk about it. Everybody talk about money, but don't nobody in here talk about money, which is why I'm gonna ask Ben. Ben, hold on. Ben, listen, real talk. We already had a real talk, bro. For real. What did you leave your daughter?
FR.
For real. What'd you leave your daughter? As a dad, you handed over what to your daughter? What'd you leave her?
What
What'd
did
you
I
got?
leave my daughter?
Yeah, what did you get her
I don't
right
know
now?
how to make sense of
How
that.
you got her set up for your legacy, right? She's part of your legacy, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so then that means you built something for her, correct?
And myself, yeah.
Right. Well, but she before you know what I'm saying, it's the planning that's going on. It's your daughter. So that means there was some deliberacy going on when you had her, right? We had to pay for schooling. Right?
Hold up.
Bro, back up.
I was an accident. There wasn't a lot of
All y'all
intention.
niggas shut the fuck up. Especially you and John Goat, you self-hating fucking Negro. Shut the fuck up.
No help, brother.
Shut the fuck
Back
up.
There
Do you know what I would do right now if we was in the same room,
You
dog?
wouldn't do nothing.
All right, I would fucking take your fucking heart
You
out.
gonna run up on somebody and get hurt. That's what you gonna do.
Dancing, come on.
Guy
You
who's
can do
dancing
better
on the
than
side.
that.
What these monkeys talking about?
Oh, and there you go.
What these monkeys
There
talking
this
about?
guy
Oh, Casimir's not going to make this better.
What are we doing?
What this monkey talking about?
You up here buffooning, man. You up here buffooning.
Who's these
But
monkeys
these
talking about?
motherfuckers, bro, that shit's crazy to me.
Who's these monkeys over here? Who are they? Who are they?
Man, down with your. So listen, let's have again.
Come on,
If you
monkey.
ain't listen, if you don't have the capacity to have this conversation, Kennedy, shut the fuck up for real.
Okay,
Back
monkey
up,
boy. All right.
the fuck up. Now back to you,
All right,
Ben.
monkey boy.
You left your daughter, right? This is my baby girl,
sure.
right?
Yep.
What did you do for baby girl? This is
I
where
ain't
we
your
at. I
baby
want to make
anything.
point because he can explain to it. We not having a real conversation. They think it's a bunch of buffoonery going on, but we gonna have a real conversation on why
That's true.
Ben.
There's a lot
You're
of
So what y'all
shit
talking
going
about?
on
What
right
y'all
now.
talking about?
Out of
What y'all talking about?
existing because
Why
of
Ben? Just shut up and listen, and you'll figure it out.
Sure, I
What y'all
help
talking
my
about?
daughter
Hey,
build.
yo, dancing.
All right, monkey.
Now, Ben.
Okay,
Ben,
monkey.
you have a
All right.
daughter. This is the love of your life, the first love of your
Let me
life
just
after
say this
your
real quick.
wife or your baby mama. Or whatever.
I'll bring you
What did you do for Grace?
out.
How did you raise Grace? What did you leave Grace?
Yo, dancing.
That
Listen,
monkey
I'll bring
need to
you
go
out.
That was the
somewhere.
correct
That's all I know.
decision.
Coming in here, taking too long.
Yes, sir.
All right.
right?
What that monkey drinking? What is that? Lemonade?
Thank you, sir.
What that monkey drinking?
So would you leave her? Would you leave her, Ben?
I'm not sure if you like. Usually, that's a term when someone dies, but I'm still here.
Well, no, or they
But,
graduate from college, or
helped-
they get married, or they, you know what I'm saying? Because you got legacy building.
If you want to say,
So
I
before
helped
she
raise-
left her house, you bought her a house, right? You bought her house for her, didn't you? Right? Of course,
No.
you didn't send her off to pay a mortgage to pay somebody else's. You didn't send her off to pay rent, did you? Of course, you didn't do that. You
We
built her
pay
house
rent.
for her.
We pay rent. I've built 10. I've renovated 10 residences and then sold them.
You're muted.
Creator, I really think you gotta get the basics
Actually,
down.
this is better.
Yes, sir.
It's relieving.
Thanks
All
for
right,
pointing
we can
that out.
move the conversation on. All right.
Yeah, he's a crackhead.
Oh
He's a
no.
crackhead. That's all I
How
know.
much of a boy her daddy is. So now let's answer the question. Now now don't try to see again when we talk real shit. Now y'all want to shut me up, right?
Creator,
We
maybe
didn't do
just lower
anything
your
to your mic.
voice a bit.
Okay,
like,
crackhead.
I
you don't have to be
will.
hysterical.
But hey, you was cool. You was cooling and buffooning, Ben. We was all kind of everything, and then all your black cohorts we was monkeys and shit.
Yeah,
Now
you could work up
Now
to a
you
crescendo
tender.
and then back down.
Now
If you
you
come
tender.
It's just
That's
constant
now you-
screaming, dude. It's just
Ben ain't got no
constant.
keys. You got any
Okay,
problem with my tone?
crackhead.
Just take
Ben,
it
you
down.
got any problem with my
Take it
tone?
down.
Okay, crackhead.
John, you got any problem with my tone? We
Who?
got daddies who talk like this. That's why I told you I'm gonna tell you how much of a little boy your daddy is.
You sound
And
like
that's
a
why
woman.
that's
You
crazy.
sound like a
keep
woman
talking,
right
whatever.
now.
He brought
You
you up
sound
here
like
to
an
get all-
angry woman right now.
He brought
The
you
men
to get
talk
all
with
this thing.
confidence.
You hear me?
Calm,
It's real
confidence.
tough. It's real brave to scream
I don't
into
know
the
about
mic.
nobody
Women
else,
yell and
but
scream.
I
You
am
sound like a
qualified.
woman.
Why don't you
And
show
give
us
you
your
some-
This
background? What are you
crackhead
ashamed of?
just
Where
and give
are
you
you?
some too,
In
young man.
jail?
So now, being again, you got your daughter out here paying rent. You didn't raise her
Crackhead.
up here to dislike black people, but you didn't give her enough game to send her out here to not be in debt. Are you serious? And you a white man?
How does she dislike black
crackhead.
people?
And you
I
a
was just trying to get her connected with Jay
Yo,
Prince.
crackhead. Yo, crackhead.
You got your daughter out here living broke, bro, and you a white man.
Yo,
Real life,
crackhead.
real
She
life,
makes,
bro.
she makes $212
Yo,
an
crackhead.
hour.
What's up with you?
Did you do? Is she working for someone else or is she working for you?
Kind of a combination.
Yeah,
Yo,
kind of.
crackhead. What's up?
We work.
If she
We
work
work
for
together. We have a business together.
All right, there it is.
I'm a
All right,
kind of
that's what
manager.
I'm trying to get to. This
Yo,
is what I'm trying to
crackhead.
legacy building.
Yo,
I said this is
crackhead.
why they act the way they do. Because we sitting here arguing with each other instead of talking about how we need to build finance companies to take care of all the many people, right? Because it's like we're in a 300 some odd million country where we like 40 million of that. So why don't the 40 million, right, supply the 300 plus million with what they need? They like to pay mortgages for the next 50 years. They like to pay on car payments for the next 20, 30 years. They
Black
like to
people
pay
need to
hold
start
on, listen.
finance
Hold on,
companies.
I
Maybe
did not
time for you to
interrupt
head
you.
back to the fields, boy.
I did not interrupt you, man. So hell, so
How
now
much you make
again,
a
since
year,
they
man?
I mean,
let's build
How
some
much you make
houses.
a year? How
Let's
much you
build
make
some
a year?
houses
Lord.
they like to pay
How
for.
much you make a
Let's
year?
build some schools that they like to pay. Let's supply
Oh,
the
shit.
company.
Creator, you're just screaming. You're not even making.
Let's make
a
our
point.
own beds.
I'm making
Let's
those-
do all the things the white folks do, but better.
This
By
is why you
screaming
act
on
crazy.
in front of a mask
Because
and
you've been
someone
set
with
up.
orange
Right?
eyes.
You set up.
That's what's wrong.
You
Set up
fucking
properly, you can move
monkey.
differently. Now, a lot of people that's not
You
set up
fucking
properly,
monkey.
I was screaming
they
into
can
a
move a little
microphone.
different.
Fucking
They're gonna
monkey.
move with a lot of fear, not a confidence. Right? They're gonna move with a lot of fear, not confidence. So this white, black, whoever,
Fucking monkey.
yeah, whatever.
Little
I hear
monkey.
you.
Little
I hear
monkey.
Kaz,
Little
Kaz,
I
monkey.
hear you,
stop.
buddy. You know what I'm saying? It's okay.
Little monkey.
It's okay,
Little
brother.
monkey.
Okay, you retarded. I can't get
Little
distracted. So
monkey.
so
Little
now it
monkey.
goes back to
Little
finance,
monkey.
right? We haven't,
I'm not
as
your brother.
as a
I'm not your
community,
brother, you fucking monkey.
have
I'm
not
not your brother.
tiptoed in the world of
I'm not your
finance,
brother.
right? Owning other
First step
people's
is that
money
black
I'm
people
not
give
your
other
brother.
black people their money. That usually
without
works
sticking
out
our
real
chest out, letting
well.
them know that it's us. Yeah.
Black
Let
people need to
us
start
take care of our money. We
Black
gotta
people
start
need to
trusting
start
Where does monkey come
finance
from, I tell you?
companies. Okay.
No. We need to go ahead because again, y'all in
Monkey
business,
come.
and if y'all whatever business it is, you need loans.
Man, y'all some fucking monkeys.
So we
That's what y'all.
until we as a community opportunity, right? Get these motherfuckers in debt, right? Where they owe us, and now we can force them into bankruptcy.
Yeah, we're gonna get
right, or
loans
pay
from
us,
you.
or
Where do
pay
I
us
apply,
what,
my
or
friend?
pay
Where do
us
I apply?
what I want for my
Where do I
product.
apply?
It'll never change. We'll always be a consumer class.
Give me the email of your bank that we can get indebted to. Bro, I'm signing up ASAP.
Y'all got such a business. Patronize our business.
First, you have to have money to live.
Even better. Hey, you know what? Even better. I got 10. You got 10.
I'm gonna start me a bank.
I know what to do.
Anyone want to take out some loans?
No, we don't do no loans. Why do a loan? Why do a loan? No, I'm saying giving loans. I don't want to take out the loan. You are the loan. You white man in America, so you are the loan.
A few bucks, okay?
You are the loan, sir. That's why they had to value that. You don't realize it. You are the loan. Yes, yes. Oh, yes, you are the loan. You know what? I would love to have you in my finance company.
And
I would love it. I would absolutely enjoy it.
We ain't gonna loan
I
money
know
to
you're gonna
them.
play me for the next
Stop
50
with
years
this
of your life.
Great idea, buddy.
Chris M said 42% interest. 42% interest.
And another 20% late fee. Another 20% late fee on top of that.
He's so serious. He's so upset. Look at him.
This monkey is crazy.
But
This fucking
you didn't bring
monkey is
decorum
crazy.
earlier. You wasn't decorum. You wasn't on decorum.
This monkey is crazy.
You didn't bring it.
This monkey is crazy.
It's gonna be better out there.
This monkey is
Bro, you
crazy.
can't tell me
Breathe
with
the fresh
200.
air.
This monkey is crazy.
We'll bring out a
Shut up.
watermelon later.
You can't tell me with 200, 300 a day for 30 days.
Mulian, you're an eggplant. You're an eggplant. You're an eggplant.
Shut up,
Mulian.
Cashmere. Shut up, Cashmere.
Mulian,
Kaz is
Mulian,
Italian
Mulian.
again.
You're just
Kaz is
Mulian.
back to
You're
being
Mulian.
Italian.
You're Mulian.
Young man.
You're
But
Mulian.
again, our
You're Mulian. You're an eggplant. You're Mulian.
Stop playing. And I'm not.
Fucking monkey. That's
I know it's
Kaz, get back to the gabagool.
I'm serious with you. Like, what are you
It's
talking about?
and I hear what I'm saying. And I know
What resources do you have, dude?
finance is the key.
What resources do you have, first of all? What resources do you have? What resources do you have? You need the Chinese to join your monkey ass. That's what you need. You need the Chinese people to join your monkey ass. That's what you need.
I want to be able to borrow off a billion for the rest of my life.
Fucking monkey.
Because you just sent your daughter over there to pay
Stupid
rent.
fucking monkey. Ain't nobody want to join your monkey ass. The fucking
Buddy, everybody calm down.
Nobody wants your
Calm down.
monkey ass. Shut up.
So since y'all love that,
Calm down.
Be quiet, fucking monkey. Be quiet. Shut up. Be quiet.
Can I talk for a
Shut up,
second?
monkey. Shut up. Be quiet.
He's
Fucking
got
monkey. Be quiet.
He's got an African flag behind him.
My question is for John Gold.
Be quiet.
My question is for John
monkey.
Gold, brother. Because I
You're
mean,
not
can I
African
talk?
You're gonna have to fight through this smug. They definitely ain't trying to tell no serious.
Monkey, shut up. Be quiet.
He knows what
They ain't trying to have
Well,
no
one thing I will say this
You came in
straight up,
saying
and this is
you
real talk.
Nobody wants
None of
your
you guys
monkey
want to
ass.
get in
Shut up.
anything physical with me, so let's just keep that off the table right now. The only person in there that can hang with me is probably Ben, just because of his size. I'll probably end up breaking both my hands, knocking him the fuck out. But I'm a trained fighter.
That's all I hear. All I hear is
Can I
monkeys
speak?
talking. All I hear is monkeys talking. That's all I hear.
Hey,
Can I talk?
I got my own shit.
Grace, can you mute one of these
All
dudes so
I
I
hear
can
is
talk?
monkeys talking. That's all I hear.
No. Anyway, I just want to know because John Gold,
Kaz,
you're probably
shut
like
up.
Little monkeys talking. Little monkeys talking. Little
Kaz,
monkeys
shut up for
talking. That's all I hear.
Kaz, be quiet for a minute. Come
just
on.
mute his ass, Grace. What the fuck?
I'm not in charge.
He assumes the whites are in charge. Perfect. Now,
But
Mr.
my issue is
I
with John Gold
colonized
because
this
I'm
panel.
thinking. Okay, I'm thinking John Gold's probably between what, 55, 65 years old. Is that a fair assumption? What happened to black men in your generation, bro? Because there's so many of you guys that hate your own people. And like I've dealt with millionaires, I've dealt with broke people. It don't. The ghetto is in the person. It don't matter what color they are. I mean, have you ever had to travel? Have you ever been to fucking Atlanta?
Listen,
Have you ever been to Atlanta, bro? I'm not even talking to you. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking to John Gold. Just another nigga that probably didn't grow up with his dad. All right. Listen. What happened to y'all motherfuckers? Just tell me what happened. What made you hate your own people, bro?
I don't hate anybody, but I think just the last few minutes of this panel kind of proves a lot of what I talk about every day. Shit, imagine these people living together. What do you think that environment would be like? Well, these are my
Bro,
tenants.
who would want to live with you? You're a fucking slumlord. You think you hot shit because you own a couple Airbnbs?
Okay, so hell, okay, if I'm a slumlord, the
Congrats. You own a couple
Africans
Airbnbs.
don't want you monkeys, then who the hell is you people? That's what it comes down to.
I didn't ask you for any kudos or anything like that. But just look
I
at the
know.
way
I just don't understand
Africans
how
don't want
somebody
you
who looks
monkeys.
like me.
Hold on.
You got a black mother, a black father, but you don't want to live around black people.
If the Africans don't want your smelly, stinking ass, who the fuck is you people? That's what it comes down to.
Man,
You
because
look like a package, to be honest. Like you
they
don't
got this
look
retard guy up here, and he can't
You
stop.
talking to me, Ben, or the other guy?
Yeah,
Rush,
he's talking out of his ass.
Rush, can you take Kaz off for a minute,
If the
please?
Africans
Rush.
don't want you monkey ass people, then who the fuck
I mean,
is you?
he got about 3 or 4 words he knows, and he just
Kaz,
he
okay.
don't rewind.
All right, let me fix my camera angle. All right, so my issue is
didn't
I meet a
change
lot
it
of
at
black
all.
men between a lot of boomers between 55 and 65, and they don't want to live around black people. First off,
You mean them on
being
Grindr?
a piece of shit neighbor has nothing to do with color. I've lived in all over the city of Philadelphia, also the city of Baltimore. There are ghetto whites, there are ghetto blacks. It's really about their upbringing and economics than the color. You know, I know a white girl that grew up in a fucking country club is the most ghetto ass bitch I ever met in my life, and she grew up in a fucking country club. So it's just
Nobody
like, John,
grows
you
up
talk
in a
about
country
and sometimes you too, Ben. You guys talk
know
like
how
you're
country
stuck in
clubs work?
1988,
They're not a
and you
place
talk
where
like
someone
you
grows
haven't
up.
traveled that much. And yeah, I know you're an intelligent dude. I know you're not stupid, Ben.
Nobody grows up in a country club.
Yeah, well, see, that's what I'm talking about, Grace. You know what you're talking about. There are developments when you have a certain level of wealth that are connected to a country club. You just maybe don't know anybody
A
with
gated community, sure.
And there are
A gated
houses that are
community.
near country clubs as well.
No, there are houses that are part of a development, part of the country
Okay, we
club,
get it.
and
You're
and when
part-
you
you-
in the
you hang
homeowners
with
association, you get a
millionaires,
member. Maybe you don't have rich friends like I do, Ben. I don't know, but you talk.
Yes,
you
I'm
don't even
not
have
as
enough.
tough
You don't
as
even
you
know the
because
United States.
I don't say.
Okay.
I don't say
There are
I'm a tough
several
guy on
country
the
clubs in the air all around the country where they have home developments on it, and part of the homeowners association membership is you get a membership to the tennis and the golf club.
Yes.
Okay, so you've been enlightened, but I don't really have an issue with Ben. I really have an issue with the self-hating Negro. Okay, because how can you say when you got a black mother, a black father, okay, who made you, and you don't want to live with other black people?
What?
What happened to you, man? What
I live
happened
in
to you?
I live in the ghetto. What the hell you mean?
That's what I'm saying. So what are you talking about? You don't want to be around black people?
He's saying
I don't
most black
understand.
people don't want to live with
Do you
black
think I have to live around here? Shit, most of the people I rent to don't want to live around here. They just don't have any money to live around white people. I take the phone
Not
calls.
all white people are people you want to live with. I mean, have you ever? I mean, have you
What a
traveled the
brilliant
world?
point.
Have you been outside of your area? Because you
see
don't talk
all.
like. Because I've been to fucking Atlanta, and I know it's no broke people. There's very few broke people in Atlanta. You go to Atlanta, you see motherfuckers driving Lamborghinis and Ferraris like nothing. So I know you ain't never been to Atlanta before. I know you ain't been. You ain't never been to Chestnut Hill in Philadelphia before. So how are you gonna come over here? Please don't talk over me because I'll let you talk. I'll listen to you talk for an hour. Let's listen to you talk your bullshit for an hour. How can you talk about
The poverty rate in the city of Atlanta is 20%.
Yeah, and it's gonna be mostly
Grace? Grace, do yourself a favor instead of checking.
It's not like some kind of
ChatGPT,
magical place.
Atlanta is Wakanda.
Go visit. Go visit Atlanta and talk to somebody black. with
Oh,
money,
okay, Douglas Murray. Okay.
Hold on, Ben. What he's doing is blacks, when they look at Atlanta, they look at the entertainers and the rappers.
Yeah.
In the clubs and shit. And they say, okay.
Yeah, because only entertainers and the only black people that have money are entertainers and sports people, right?
Look at the southwest side of Atlanta, Riverdale.
Do you
all those
understand
those are not
that?
wealthy
Yeah, there's
streets.
successful blacks and whites, but do you understand the reason why there's less successful black people is because they had our ancestors working for free for 400 years? Are you guys taking
Not
crazy
according to
fucking pills?
JP.
Let me take Grace's grandparents and have them working for free for 400 fucking years, and let's see if Ben ever has any money from his
They
dad
didn't
to
work
invest
for
in his
free.
property.
We got them housing. We got them food. We entertained
Okay,
them. We
this
taught them
country
how
was
to
built on the
read.
back of the black man.
You know how
Okay,
much you'd have to
you
pay
mentioned Ben.
for
Ben, you
me
mentioned
to do all that
Georgetown
for an
University.
African person?
Georgetown University was
I
built
asked.
on the back of free labor, and we all know the white man's true weakness is free labor.
Right.
That's the white man's weakness. It's free labor.
Right. Europe wasn't built by white people.
But I'm gonna get to you, Ben. I want to talk to John because John started getting quiet once I jumped on here. I want to find out what happened to him in his life for him to not to want to be around his own fucking people that look just like him when he look in the mirror every fucking day.
I live around blacks. What the hell you mean?
Yeah, so you must be miserable every day, dude, because it sounds like you don't like black people. That's not coming out your mouth.
I sound miserable. It's just like a comedy to me, right? And then when I come up here and hear blacks like you, after seeing the way that these blacks behave, and damn near any YouTube panel, it more or less reflects the streets wherever blacks are. The blacks have taken their street behavior to YouTube panels, and they scream and argue and curse and fight at each other. And I'm just amazed that you blacks have not made the connection between, look at the behavior of these blacks.
Bro, I feel sorry for your mother and I feel sorry for your father. I really do. Stuff coming out your mouth. I feel sorry for you.
I feel sorry for your mother.
I feel sorry for the blacks.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you something, Ben. I couldn't leave you in the room with my mom because when I come back, I would not expect you to be alive with your mouth. Okay, that bitch will take you the fuck out. You got a problem with your mouth. And let me tell you something, dude. You're intelligent, bro. You say a lot of shit to sabotage your daughter's career. Okay.
Oh, the Black
saying
Knight.
shit about
Let's
Jewish
go.
people, saying shit about black people.
Milady!
Kneel down for my white princess. Boy.
I hope you enjoy making all your income.
Man, you ain't treating that white girl right. I do her good. Come on.
What you said about your mother is not true. She's a very good woman. She does nearly kill me with the sexual stuff, but I mean, look at you.
No, my mom carries a gun, dude. As soon as you say something racist out your mouth, she'll probably lay you down on the ground and say it was self-defense.
Yep, she's laid me down on the ground.
You live in Philadelphia? Do you live in Philly?
Yes, I do. Do you want to come visit?
All that black poverty up there and the incompetence of who's it, mayor, the Sherelle lady? Man, you've seen you.
John, have you been to Philadelphia? Have you ever visited Philadelphia?
Yeah, I mean Washington D.C. I'm not far. I've been there many times.
Philly and DC are a little different. Culture is different. There's some similarities to be more in DC and Philly, but there's some differences. But you and Ben, even though I have less issue with Ben, you guys talk like two dudes that are like 12, 15 years older than me that have never left your little safe little bubble. Because the way you guys talk about black people, it sounds so antiquated. And so, like 20, 30 years, I feel sorry for Grace that you guys have such an influence on her because when she gets older and she realizes some of the dumb shit.
I've just been to Atlanta.
Okay.
You guys don't know anything about the world. You haven't been to Atlanta, Georgia.
You've been to Baltimore. Hey, so you lived in Baltimore.
You definitely don't know nothing about black people, Grace.
Hold on.
I've literally been to Atlanta.
Hey, have you lived in Baltimore? You say you lived in Baltimore too?
Yeah, why?
It's like two of the worst black-run cities in America. Like,
let me ask you a question: does every black person, like right now, if I'm on here on this panel, am I speaking for every black man, or am I speaking as an individual?
But I mean, you would think that you talk about these well-to-do blacks and all blacks ain't this. Why haven't the blacks been able to at least whip Baltimore and Philadelphia into shape? One of the two.
Because number one. The Philly and Baltimore is an American city. It's not something that black people run autonomously. It's something that is an American issue, okay? So there's nothing about black people don't run the city, okay? Americans run the city. Let's get it right.
All right. So
the white people left these cities for the black people to do what they want with them, and they destroyed them, obviously.
I'm going to say this is that I wish Grace could visit some of the areas that I live in Philadelphia because I live in a couple areas that are very
what area do you
diverse.
Live in?
They're mixed.
What's the name of it? What's the name?
I live in Chestnut Hill. Okay, and then you guys want to come visit? Come visit. Now go Google Chestnut Hill and go tell me it's a bunch of broke black people there.
You ain't living over there by what's that boy Meek Mills and the other black rapper where they grew up from.
I don't know.
Wait, hold on a second. Chestnut Hill is 7% black, 82% white.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
That's bullshit. Okay.
He says at least 10%.
It can't be just 7%. That's bullshit.
It's 7%, dude.
No, the internet's lying.
7% black.
All right.
So wait, who's self-loathing here? Because you live around you live in a place where it's 7% black, and John Galt lives what, 70% black?
Hey, Grace, you've been where I live.
Yeah,
I deal with black people every day.
It's not like the worst ghetto in the world.
The chocolatiest part of chocolate.
I don't fear people or avoid people that look like my family members.
Hey, Grace,
well, you're the one who doesn't live around blacks.
Grace, what's the blackest part of Philly? Can you find
It's
the
the
blackest part of
nicest.
Philly?
Yeah, Chestnut Hill is one of the wealthiest parts of Philadelphia. Chestnut
the
Hill is
black-
much whiter and wealthier than the city average.
What's the blackest part of Philly?
Let's see here.
Isn't it South Philly?
What's the game?
No, South Philly's like Italians.
What's the blackest
Northwest,
part?
Southwest Philadelphia, mostly North Philadelphia, then
North
West,
Philly.
then Southwest. So.
Oh yeah.
All I'm saying is that if you go to Chestnut Hill in Mount Airy, it is.
Mount
I don't
Airy,
care
that
what the numbers say. It's about 50% white and black when you're interacting with people there. And
You don't care what the numbers say?
I don't
It's
care about
7%.
reality. Neither does Minister Farrakhan.
It's 7% black, buddy.
They're Indians. They look like you because you look like an Indian.
Why does everybody keep saying that?
Because you look like an Indian. I can smell the curry, but like I know you're not, but like I can smell the curry.
No, it's funny you said that, Ben, because I had a guy from Pakistan was trying to tell me I look like his brother, and I was like, dude, I'm not from Pakistan. But no, I'm mixed. My mom's side is a little mixed. Okay, I'm like 30% white, even though I'm black.
Yeah, I mean, you just happen to look Indian. It's a thing. You could do something with it. You could pass. Just get an accent.
I don't want
We
to
all
do
know how
something.
to do it.
But
Just
look,
go.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Ben. I like you, but let me tell you something, okay? I'm not Grace's manager, but please stop saying the inflammatory stuff about Jewish people and black people. I don't know what you have planned for her career, but I had a guy that had a ton of money that was trying to get me to do a song with Grace. But he's just like, don't tell her how much money it is. See if she's willing to go down. I said the same thing to Ruby, and not one of you guys responded to me. It would have been a single with a $10,000 budget.
Wait,
there you go.
Like,
what do you mean?
And you're
didn't
sitting
respond?
there.
I never saw no message from you.
Well, are you a musician?
You responded to it. You just probably forgot about it.
Oh,
Yes.
I don't remember.
Check your Discord.
Are you a musician?
You told me there was a $10,000 single with my name on it, and I
Oh,
didn't
no, I
respond.
wasn't going to tell you how much money the marketing budget was until you said you agreed to be on the project.
Are you a
Because
musician?
if I tell anybody 10 grand, that's going to get your idea. I wanted to see if you were serious about the music.
Are
we
you a
want to see
musician?
grand up front.
I thought you were just a chatter. How am I supposed to know you have any actual resources?
I've been sending you DMs for like a
you
year.
guys put
Check
some-
your Instagram and
you guys want me to
your
pull up some
Discord for
information?
fuck's sake.
You gotta
Jesus
send
Christ.
That, you got to send that money.
I own an independent record label. That's my little part-time
Okay,
luxury
that's
item.
cool.
Guys,
But anyway,
yo,
the
Beans,
reason why
Beans, you want me to put this out?
Yeah, I wanted to share that with Grace real quick, just so she could see the difference between a lie.
All right, let me talk one more thing. I can teach you how to rap in a weekend, Grace. Think about it. If you're interested, DM
You
me.
see at the top, the first county was the county that she mentioned, right, which was the Native American county.
Yeah.
The second county was the county that I mentioned, right, which was McCleary County, right? But
Yeah.
you see, if you could remove the whatchamacallit for me real quick, Rush, just
The
for 1
banner?
second. Your donated, yeah, just could you take that down for 1 second just so she can see the whole thing?
But this is the
You see at the
black
bottom
people
right here,
math
right,
again.
where it says that, and the Native
Number
American
one for
county,
total
right,
income coming
their,
from government.
dependency
So they're
level
doing
is higher.
there's a lot of
program
I see
people
what you're
times
saying.
a lot of benefits.
right? And then you see
Black
in
people
McCleary
math,
County, it says higher income reliance, right? So that's why when you did your research, you got one thing, and when I did mine, I got another one, right?
Yours has the
Based on
bullshit
wording,
math.
right?
But I'm correct that
Total amount.
Oglala Lakota County, the percentage of the people in it is the highest percentage of people who take.
Grace, let's agree with them. Black people are rich.
But-
We want reparations coming our way.
But
We
there's
want reparations
also
coming our way.
3,400 more people in McCleary County, right? So
Right,
that's what I'm
McCreary
saying.
County
It's-
takes more money, but Oglala has more people participating, receiving welfare.
No, McCreary has more people. That's the point. They have
Right,
A
okay.
higher
In
okay,
some
when I
areas,
say
there are
more
more
people, I mean
whites
a higher
in jail.
percentage.
In some
But do
areas,
you
there are
see
more
now?
whites
That's
in
why I
jail
was
than
trying to
blacks.
make the distinction, right?
In
That's why I
Vermont,
was saying
more
the
whites
distinction
in jail
between
than
what
blacks.
John
So,
said
like,
and what we can infer, right? He says infer, but I don't like to infer. I take people literally, right? So, and that's, I just wanted to show you this because you called me a liar, but I wasn't lying. I was sharing the information that I had, which was the same thing you
I said
What's a
your
lie?
fact
What's a
was wrong.
lie? What's a lie?
I just want to share that. Thanks, Rush.
What is a lie? Minister, what's a lie?
You know, Ben, I did a stream on this, by the way. I know why you go.
Rush.
Yeah, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Ben. Go ahead. Go with that question, Ben. I'm curious to know where you're going with this.
Thank you, bro.
What is a lie? What people generally say, I'm not lying, when they'll say there is some part of what I'm saying that's true. Almost nobody who is accused of being a liar just makes up a story out of nothing. When you call someone a liar, you're saying you're not telling the truth. You're not saying there isn't some truth in what you're saying. And this, which I love it, like this black bullshit of saying we was kings and we is kings. Fine, then give us peasants some fucking money and stop begging for money from us.
But for a lie to exist, there has to be what intent behind the lie, right? The intent to deceive us. You had to knowingly.
Yeah, it's called
right?
bullshit. Black
right.
bullshit.
Yeah, you had to knowingly.
George Washington Carver was part of a great contribution in terms of innovation by black people. That's a lie. Benjamin Banneker was like pretty much the guy who made Washington, D.C. That's a lie. We was architects. Not really. And that's fine, but like, you know, it's just a lie. What's the other one? A black man had some contribution to designing the stoplight. Wow.
Gary, yeah, I knew you. But you know, Ben, here's the thing. If you've been told this all your life and you believe it to be true, and you go out and you state these things as facts, are you really lying?
No, you're just dumb. You're just saying black people's contributions in these areas are pathetic. And like, you're making the point that like there really are no contributions because we have to scrap for anything. I don't think black people should compare themselves to whites in terms of inventiveness because you're just going to end up looking terrible. But if you want to say in contributions of music, culture, the arts, I think that's the way to go. But
I mean, like, if you go to school in America, and you know, I guess they're teaching the black people that, you know, hey, you did this, you did that, or somewhere they're
white
being
kids
taught.
see what it is. The white kids see that it's bullshit.
Do
It's
it
like
really?
a little.
That's interesting.
It's a little thing they put on there. They talk about the real history, and then they have a little thing they put on there that says George Washington Carver did a lot with peanuts, and so this is our Black History Month. You wouldn't need a Black History Month if people actually thought black people contributed.
Yeah, it would be interesting.
It would just be February.
It would be interesting. A white panel talking about what do they think about Black History Month? It would be kind of interesting.
It's fine. It's like you guys. What I think is important to understand is that white people tolerate black bullshit. They think it's hilarious, and they don't take it seriously, no matter how much black people like Minister Farrakhan down here want it in a book. Like, we're not stupid. We tell our kids what's really up, and we don't even have to tell them. They understand it.
When Be Brave and I, we were going to do a show. We talked about it briefly. Like, when do white people start talking about race with their children?
Pretty early on. I mean, it's in the air you breathe. You know what I'm saying? But white kids get it. They see it all around them.
I mean,
they smell bullshit. Grace's generation smells bullshit quicker than any other generation.
But they're being fed so much propaganda. Hell, they were the ones marching for George Floyd.
George Floyd is a meme.
Grace protested during that whole thing. You know what it
For
was?
George Floyd?
Well, it was some kind of thing where all the black kids got together and the teachers said, whatever, right? You can go protest. It's just a day off. The white kids are happy to have some bullshit reason to take the day off. She came home and we had pizza. You know what I mean? Like, wow. She ain't going down the interstate and blocking it. Like, if the blacks want to, cause a ruckus, the white kids will come home and whatever.
No, Uniquely is right in the chat. That was mostly the millennials. It's not really my generation that's super hardcore on
right,
that
right,
stuff.
yeah,
because they had the trans thing happening in their classroom. and you can't believe that those freaks are actually like should be running the show. So
all right, so I had a question for Beans.
They had the Grace had a gender unicorn presentation, and the Black and Hispanic boys who actually were kind of running this show at her school were like, it's total bullshit. They just laughing at the white folks'
That was
stupidity.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So Beans, I had a question. So and I've only been listening for like 3 minutes, but the whole point is that
thank you.
You were basically all right. So you were saying that blacks invented all this stuff. Now I, as a Mexican, can say pridefully, my people invented very few things. I'm still better than virtually every white person on the planet. So why do you care whether or not blacks invented anything? You could just say, I have a net worth that's bigger than yours. It's better. It's beautiful. But you're like, oh, Mansa Musa, had gold that he didn't know what to do with? Like, who cares? So.
Great point.
I got a question. Who are you directing that to?
Bullseye. What?
Who are you directing that to?
You, Mr. Beans. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna see if John, I'm gonna see if you laugh at this, John.
Oh
so
shit.
John, he just said that I was making some arguments about black people inventing things. Is that a true statement?
Oh my god.
I don't remember all of it being said. It's being said. I don't know who said it. Ben mentioned something.
You were engaging in black bullshit.
Damn, bro, you really like.
Man, I can't keep up with everything, but bro, you know,
you were engaging in black bullshit.
A lot of things. I don't remember you coming up and
black
talking
bullshit
about that.
math. There's black bullshit history.
I really
black
like. At
bullshit
first,
everything.
I was like this. Like it was. I felt like it was despicable and distasteful. But now I feel like you probably need your ass whooped.
Oh,
like, this is bullshit, bro.
Wow.
Like John, it's okay to tell him fucking no, bro. It's okay to say it.
I don't.
Thank you, Mama.
I don't remember. Right? So that's why I said I don't remember.
Lying, bro.
Mama
Stop
says
lying.
that John don't got to do no
Stop
Uncle
lying,
John.
bro.
Look, somebody say you didn't. I'm gonna take their word for it. I don't
Because
remember, bro.
they're not fucking up here shucking and jiving, and you know I didn't say it either. So why won't you just say no?
Fine. Look, I didn't say you did. I didn't agree with him and say yes, you did. I said I don't remember shit. Like, so much has been said. I don't
Beans,
remember.
is it true that you
That shit is sad,
are
bro.
a recipient of Section 8?
Like, why couldn't you just say
Is
no?
that true?
I didn't remember it. So
Do you live off welfare, Beans?
Beans, you
No,
shucking
I
and
didn't,
jiving
though.
too. You shucking and
Beans,
jiving too.
Beans,
got
you
your
live
Minister
off welfare,
Farrakhan
don't
glasses.
you?
I'll talk to
You got
you
your
in a minute.
Malcolm X
You know I
glasses.
Someone
did,
who
was
watches
my
your
point.
stream
Hey,
said that you live
okay.
off welfare. Is that
I
true?
know you know I didn't. So why wouldn't you just say no?
You don't know. I know.
I do know
Look
that
at
you
your
know.
do-rag and see if that
You know,
is-
I know what's in my head.
John, I've
Keeps you
been on
tight.
panels with you before. You're not nobody's dummy, bro.
But bro,
I
like,
wouldn't even expect it from you if I thought you were.
but I've been off camera here, right? And I'm not always on in. People are talking over each other.
Yeah,
I ain't got the
no.
best
But
memory.
You know I haven't. You know I didn't say anything about no goddamn invention.
And to be fair, I haven't. All I ever heard about some inventors was Garrett Morgan, something that Ben mentioned. But I didn't know where the hell they came from. Maybe I missed them. So I ain't heard anything, and that's why I said.
John, can I ask you? John, can I ask you something? Do you believe that such a thing as black bullshit?
I mean, you know, people have BS of all race. I guess.
Is there such a thing as black bullshit?
I think you're going somewhere with this. Where you go with this?
Well, I'm saying if you go, black people commit murder. What's up with that? In the state of Vermont, the
I
vast
see what you're saying.
majority
I
of
see what you're saying. Yeah, I see
people who
what
are
you're
killers are white. That's called black bullshit.
Yeah, I
You know
got
what
you. I
I'm
got
saying?
you. Fair enough. Yeah.
Math to actually make the point that you're dumber than like even a second or third grader who could understand like per capita, but like it doesn't make you look smart to say stupid things that everybody could see are stupid.
Well, Mr. Beans, to
look, give me a second. I got to shout out the super chat real quick.
Yeah.
Shout out to Dancing on the Sun. I can't believe my neighborhood is only 7% black. Salute to you, Dancing on the Sun, man. I appreciate the $10 super chat.
Oh,
Thanks
that's
for tapping
beautiful right
in.
there.
But I bet you ain't moving out, is ya?
He's disappointed. He wanted it to be blacker.
I gotta find a blacker neighborhood that has a lower crime rate. Wait, I googled it and nothing came up.
But I mean, you know, with Mr. Beans, again, I'm not picking on him, but he's never taken a statistics class. He's not aware of that. So there could just be, a knowledge
John,
gap.
what you're doing is you're
you're something to the something of low expectations. You're
The soft
saying
bigotry of low
you're
expectations.
engaging in the soft bigotry of low
Am I? It very well could be.
Mr. Bean, underneath his little do-rag, has a brain, even though he's not using it.
Okay, look,
Maybe the do-rag's on his side. You don't have to tell him basic concepts of math. Pretend that only the white people
Let me
can
get
take
this out.
out this
Let me get this out.
Hold on, John. Hold on, John. Hold on.
You can't even
Listen to me.
exist on the planet if you don't understand percentages. I mean, you tell me you think this guy goes to a grocery store and goes 20% off? What does that mean? I don't know what 20% off means because I ain't taking no statistics class from no Chinaman. That is not the problem, Mr. Beans. He's a bullshit.
You're smarter than him.
He's a
You don't
bullshit.
even realize that you're insulting me. He don't even realize it, right?
I was gonna say, man,
but you don't realize that it's a stupid ass insult because understanding that they're using per capita does not change the fact of the words that we're saying. See,
But it's per capita.
But if you don't understand,
No.
Grace, the caption that I just showed her when I showed her that picture, right? Because she said I was lying, right? But if you look it up, it says I was actually telling the truth. But it also says she was telling the truth, right? But what was it based on? 2 different data points.
Listen, bro. Black people are rich. Black people are rich.
He didn't say that. Right?
Black people are rich. I want my reparations. Okay, black people are rich.
You didn't say that.
White people are poor. I want my reparations. Send me your gold
Fuck
chain.
white people. Yes,
Send me your
yes.
gold chain.
Fuck white people.
Send me your
Remember,
gold
you wanted
chain.
me to answer your question, John.
everybody's
so
talking. I can't hear anything. Look, you know what I think? You know what I think would be a good.
Don't pretend like you can't hear me because you can. So
Now I
you
hear
wanted
you.
me to answer your questions. Now answer mine, John. If you didn't say per capita, why was it even relevant? Because you didn't say that. So why was it even relevant?
Because I think a lot of these things that we're talking about per capita is kind of like baked into the cake, even though it's not.
He's using
But
common
why?
sense.
Why is it baked into the cake?
Okay, let me ask you. Hold on, Ben. Let me ask you this question. Can you define per capita? I'm not putting you on the spot. If you don't want to do it, that's fine.
Oh,
Can
shit.
you define it?
Oh,
no.
No. What do you mean?
What the? You define
You're not going to answer my question.
Mr. Farrakhan's going to the
It's very important though. Like if we're gonna have a conversation,
It's not,
conversation, hold on. If we're gonna have a conversation on statistics, I think you have to understand the words and the things you're saying. Which even if you're not using per capita, you're more or less.
Absolutely.
Right. And so that's what I'm saying. You never take this. It's not a problem. But you got to. Do you know what it means? Honestly, can you define it?
Can you define algorithm?
I've written the algorithm.
Can you define it right now?
How I would define it is just some code to execute some business logic.
Right. So we all know that that's not the definition, right? So
Okay,
this is
fair
what I'm
enough.
saying. Stop being disingenuous with
But
the
I'm saying, but can you define?
I don't even have to, John. I don't even have to know how.
We ain't gonna go
Absolutely,
back
John,
and
I'm
forth.
gonna just keep
Because I
talking.
asked you a bit,
I don't
because-
even have to know how to define something to
Do
understand.
you know what it means? Do you know what?
The fact of the matter is,
you know what per
we ask
capita
white
means?
people and conservative black people use per capita all the time because it's the
Do-
way.
do you
people
know what
are
it-
black people. But it doesn't matter because you didn't say per capita.
Shit.
You know what it means?
Shit.
Mama, calm down. Mama,
John
calm
Galt is
down.
blacker than you, Beans. Relax.
That's what you said,
Breathe,
John.
breathe.
It's what you said. You said there aren't
He's spitting.
more poor white people. That's what you said. More.
All right.
You didn't say
We
per
still on
capita.
that, man. There's an
You
hour
said
ago.
there aren't more.
I said if I missed it,
Man, you tripping, John.
Define more.
Terms that
Man,
imply
Beans is tripping,
per
man.
capita.
Can we do the per
Yeah.
capita thing, my man? Look, can we do the per capita thing?
No, we can't.
What does it mean,
know
though?
what you said.
Wait, as a
More.
kind of white person, what does per
Do
capita
you
mean?
know the definition of per capita? Can I at least ask you that?
Let's do a
Do you
pie
know the
chart.
definition?
Just Google it. Just Google it.
Right.
Do you
Why
know the
can't we
definition?
use what you said?
No, I'm saying, do you know the definition of per capita?
And I'm saying, why can't we use what you said?
That's fair. I told you, I could have misspoke. I've been up here for a
Well,
while.
then if that's the case, then you shouldn't be asking me what per capita means. We should be trying to figure out why you said there aren't more poor white people. Why did you say that?
Man,
It's not
it's
true.
so long ago. I said if I misspoke, man, you're right. I said, I really would love to get
So
you to.
if I'm right, then why are you asking me what does per capita mean? You never used it. You never
He
said it.
made.
But
he
I
made
know
a
I never
statement
used it. I'm
that's
just
true.
asking, can you
So why are
define
you
it?
asking me what it
Blacks are
means? It's
generally
irrelevant
at
to
the
your question.
bottom economically. That's true.
blacks
Ivan,
are
we can't hear you, by the way.
Economic.
I know where I'm at. I know I'm on CT's channel, but John, you got to go to other spaces, and you know when you get there, this shit.
What other space do you? What other space do you suggest?
It's gonna look bad, bro.
What other space do you suggest?
It's gonna look real bad, bro.
What other spaces? I'm asking you a question.
He's threatening you. The blacks are gonna
What other spaces?
turn
Like,
on you.
Bad, bro.
Call you
What
an
other
Uncle
spaces?
Tom.
I'm just saying, you can stop now.
Answer the question. What other spaces do you suggest?
Why?
Shit.
Did I just suggest, or did I just say you're gonna be there?
You say
I don't
should
know.
go
You
to
and I
other
know
spaces.
this ain't the only place that you go, right?
You said I should go to other spaces. I
That's
said
not
what
what I
other
just did.
spaces?
So again,
Shit.
you want to lie, right?
What did you
Saying
say?
you're gonna get called a
You
committee.
weren't talking, maybe you could hear me, John.
Yeah, it's other people talking. I may have missed what you
Exactly,
said.
because you're lying. Everybody knows what the fuck I just said, and so do you.
Yeah,
You
we all
know
know.
threatening
you're gonna be in
him.
other
You're
places,
threatening
John.
him that
Go to
You
other
give a
places.
threatening
fuck
him
how
that
you gonna
channels
be
with black
perceived when you get
bullshitters
there?
like you
Do you
are
care
gonna
about how
call
you
Uncle
look
I
Tom
can't
when
hear
you
for shit,
when you
man.
get there?
because he just says things
No,
that are
right?
true.
You don't care.
And they
You
don't.
just want to shuck and jive. Like, come on, fam.
Shit.
Stop it,
I
bro.
can't even hear what's being said, bro.
It's
Maybe
not
it's my
your
ears.
job to try to tear down black people. It's not.
I'm not trying to tear down
Victim.
black people.
You're
I'm
a
with you,
victim.
Because, my niggas,
I'm with you.
you set your ass there and said that there are no black people well-to-do living around other black people well-to-do. You said
Oh,
there wasn't no
oh, bro.
wealthy or well-to-do
So you're
black
gonna hang on
people.
that all night. You're gonna hang
That's
on that one.
basically true. That's
And then you
basically
tried to say that there aren't more poor
That's
white people
hateful.
than black people.
That's so hateful.
Oh
Yeah,
my
so true.
god.
So it's like, why would
No, he
this
didn't
what I'm
say that.
saying.
You're
There's
lying
no need
now.
for you to say that shit.
You're lying now.
No,
He
Galt
didn't
is
say
cooning
that.
like crazy.
He didn't say
Insane.
that. You're lying.
No need.
He said blacks are poorer in general than whites. He didn't say there's
And
more
I
black
and I
people
keep
who are
hammering on,
poor.
you know, somebody said not do the per capita. But I think, you know, as a percentage of black people, if there's 100 black people,
Mhm.
they're poor. And Be Brave talks about it all the time too. Not only are they poor, but they're very destructive. Like I'm gonna say some words. I know you're gonna blanch when I say it, but they're more or less worthless. They're like an anchor around blacks' neck. Every day I take phone calls of blacks mistreating, stealing from each other. And I'm talking about mothers, sons. Like, it's on my phone. It's on my phone. I mean, and I'm talking about stealing in ways that leaving one homeless. I had a guy stealing from his mother. Wasn't even paying the rent, just taking her rent money, tricking it off, I guess. She called me, she about to be homeless. Like, it's that lower class. I mean, they're just destructive to everything in their way.
This was happening in your property?
No, she was trying to rent from me because she was being evicted because her son was taking her half of the rent and just squandering it.
That's
It's
crazy.
on and on it goes, bro. People stealing out my back. People stealing out my backyard. People stealing my bike, my tenant's bike.
Fuck.
On and on it goes, beating my tenants, fighting, beating each other up. And these are all
Shit.
black people that, like, just
Fuck,
doing
that's
some of the
insane.
most destructive behavior I've ever
DC's
seen in my
insane.
life. You know
If
what I mean?
somebody said
I'll be right back.
that has something to do with the places where you're able to own that.
Well, okay, fair enough. It's around blacks. And this is like, there's no excuse for
Now
it.
you evading the question again. Every time you ask
Okay,
me a
sure,
question,
yeah,
you
okay,
answer.
fair enough. I'm not rich, so I wasn't able to buy in rich white areas. So I bought in black areas. And I've seen some things that, like, it's
Hey,
just
yo, let me shout out the super chat real quick, John. My bad, man. Let me shout out the super chat real quick. My bad, John. Puffer Fish Base. Yo, salute to you for the $2 super chat. Yo, thanks for tapping in. Would John Galt have Mr. Beans as his tenant? Yeah, thanks a lot for the $2 super chat, man. Thanks for tapping in.
Yo, Rush.
You just did it again.
Where's Rush at? Rush, is this your show? Why ain't your bubble-eyed ass up here running this show?
He just left.
Why are you in and out, Rush?
But no, you know, hell, I wasn't rich, man. So, you know, I had to buy what I could afford. And it was around
Rush,
black people.
why you ain't up here, Rush?
Man,
Why ain't your
you
bug-eyed
gonna keep repeating the
ass?
same? You gonna keep repeating the same question over and over, Moses? Damn.
John, you just
Wait,
did
what'd
it
you
again.
say?
Look what you just said.
What did I say?
You
Shit,
said,
what'd I say,
Did you
bitch?
just say something to me, John?
You said I ain't have a lot of money. I wasn't able to buy in white areas, so I bought in black areas.
Well, yeah. And I was comfortable around black people, so I know how to
Hey,
deal
John,
with
did you
it.
just say
That's what
something to
I'm
me?
saying, though. So you're saying there's no white areas where the property is the same value as the one you bought
But
it?
I also, well, not in DC, no. And then the other thing is, I'm comfortable
not in
around
DC.
blacks. I'm comfortable around blacks. In DC, where the white people live, this shit is expensive, bro. Shit, I got some
Hey, John,
houses
did you
where the
just
white people
address
live.
me on something?
Wait,
I
so
said
you
no.
uncomfortable
I said
around
no.
these
You
people?
just gonna ask me again. I said no twice now.
Mr. Beans, do you know that the wealthiest
Nah, you ain't saying them the
counties,
first time.
the wealthiest counties in America are like
No, you didn't,
99% white counties, like around Boston? There is a connection between white people and wealth. You don't think that's true?
John, why are you so comfortable around these people who you're demonizing? You're
Who am I
telling me that these
demonizing?
people steal
Who am
from
I
their own
demonizing?
family. You're telling me all this bad stuff about them. You're saying
Mr.
they're
Beans, I
worthless.
asked you a question. Mr. Beans, I asked you a question.
Around them.
I asked you a question. Do you know that the richest counties in America, you were talking about the poorest counties, the richest counties in America are also the whitest places in America? Do you know that? Does that
Man,
does
some
that
bullshit. That's
does
some
that,
bullshit.
does that hurt your feelings or what?
So yes or no, John? Like I'm trying to understand. Like,
hey, Mr. Beans,
how
this is
can
a
you
panel.
demonize them and at the same time say
Panel,
you're
loosen up the
comfortable around
shag.
them? If you're comfortable around them, what does that say about you?
Well, that means that I'm comfortable.
That he's
He
black.
can only talk to black people. He can't.
But that
talk
means
to
that a
anyone
lot of
else.
people. That means that a lot of people are not comfortable. You can't deny that. Like we had a boy up here just a few minutes ago. He thought it was his. He thought his neighborhood was 50-50. It's 7% black.
A lot of people don't know the demographics of the
Oh,
area.
but you know when it's only 7% black. You know that shit. You know it in the price. You know it in the cost of rent. You know it in the cost of rent. Let's
Listen,
not
a lot of people didn't know that Chicago had more Hispanics than blacks, right? It's a lot of black people that didn't know that, right?
Yeah, thank God for that too.
The numbers are starting to come out now, so people are starting to pay more attention.
But I'm talking about in a neighborhood, it's overwhelmingly not black. You know it.
Oh,
you
yes,
know it.
yes.
So again, you have to ask yourself, was he just playing stupid? Right? Just acting like my neighborhood black is black, knowing he lying. And
Fucking stubbed my toe.
If I hadn't asked him the neighborhood, and then we hadn't looked it up, he'd have been up here living that and telling that lie. I live in a 50% black neighborhood. We just have to right there in real time.
You have to consider socializing, right?
This is truly the lie that blacks live. This black up here talking like he live in a 50% black neighborhood, and we text him, and you see how big of a damn, lie.
So I know you can hear me. Just hold on.
But you hear me?
Ben, tag me.
But why are you talking over me?
Beans.
But why are you
Tag
talking
me,
over me?
Beans.
Because you say a lot, and I'm not going to be able to respond to it all.
Okay, but you do.
No,
but
tag
the
me,
point I
Beans.
want to make.
So that's what I'm
The
saying.
point I want to make is.
I'm interjecting.
Go ahead, man. Shit, man.
So I won't forget it.
Tag
right?
me, Beans.
Go ahead, man.
So what I'm saying is this, though. But John, I'm not saying that you're wrong. He could have just been being naive or something like that.
You don't be that naive, bro. You don't get that wrong.
But you also have to consider socializing, right? I myself moved to a neighborhood that's mostly white, but I only see mostly black people. Right?
Really?
Of course.
Mostly black people.
But he got his do-rag and he got his gold chain, so he's keeping it real.
So that makes 100% of the people who've accused John Galt of being a self-loathing black living in way more white neighborhoods than he is.
He got his do-rag. He keeping it real.
So do you see what I'm saying? If I
do. Wears a do-rag like a white
man. But you're not listening. It's mostly white, but I see mostly black people. Explain that.
You explain it. How the hell you do that?
That's my point, though. You trying to say that the brother had to have been bullshitting, but
you're
you
lying.
can't necessarily
you're
say
lying.
That.
Yeah, he's
right?
lying.
Wait, okay. Let's do it again.
Yeah.
What neighborhood do you live in? What neighborhood do you live in?
Why do you want me to tell you what neighborhood I live in?
Just because we want to hear about this mostly white ass neighborhood you live in.
That's not the point. Name it. Acknowledge what was said. I am speaking directly to what you said. You're saying that you think the brother was bullshitting, but what I'm saying is, is it possible that a person can live in a, let's go with the county, right, or the zip code that you live in, right? Because the zip code is really your neighborhood. So you live in your zip code. When you look up the demographics, it says it's more white people, but you see more black people. Do you
'Cause your
understand
mama is
now how
black.
that brother
Your
might have
mama that
assumed
you
that his
live with is
neighborhood
black.
was more black than it was?
Your mommy is black.
Man,
You put your do-rag on in the morning.
I don't know how you live in a neighborhood that's
Nigga be
70% black
dumb. Stop
and
dumbing
see
yourself
mostly
down,
black
this
people.
motherfucker,
You know,
man.
I ain't got a problem with where you live, but like clearly this is some dissonance going on, some cognitive dissonance that you live in an area that's one of the wealthiest areas in Philly or something like that. There are no blacks there, but he's up here talking about he's mostly black or half black. Come on, man, like he's lying to himself, if not to us.
He goes
Yeah,
on the
I
internet.
agree.
He goes on the internet and calls blacks who live in black neighborhood coons. That's why he sees a lot of black people.
The median income, John, the median income in that guy's neighborhood was like 120,000. There's no way you're going to tell me the home prices reflect that. There's no way you're going to tell me, "Oh, I just thought there were a ton of black people here." There's no way. Like he's lying to himself.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm gonna do a show about.
Why don't you tell us what neighborhood do you live in?
Oh, he's gonna go.
John, listen. I'm looking at the census demographics for my zip code.
Okay, what's your zip code?
60% white, 22% black, and I promise you, I see way more black people than I do white people.
But you live in the bad
60%
part of your
white.
neighborhood. Then.
It's not even
You
close.
live in the bad part of your neighborhood. That's the
Well,
answer.
he is on Section 8, so yeah.
That's why I'm trying to get you to
You
realize.
live in the project that they put there.
That's why I'm trying to get you to realize.
He lives in the projects.
You live in the project.
Why would we be surprised if you live in the projects that you're around black people?
Wait a minute. Hold on. We should clarify. Because they're saying you live in the projects. There's nothing wrong with living in projects. My grandmother lived in projects all her life.
What does it make?
Do you live in the projects?
That's why you see a lot of black people.
Whether I say yes or no, y'all not gonna stop with
John, he talks about it on his streams. He talks about it on his streams.
He lives in a project.
Nobody.
Maybe
in
not
this
necessarily the
space-
projects,
white
but
neighborhood.
Section
Nobody
8.
in this
Section
space that
8.
knows me. Nobody in this space that knows me is gonna come and tell you I live in the project. Nobody.
You live off of welfare. You have Section 8 housing.
Retarded people.
Not everybody on Section. Okay, no, you're doing this technicality thing. Not everyone on Section 8 lives in the projects. Yes, you
Right,
might live in a
right.
Section 8
You get a government
apartment building or whatever. Landlord gets Section 8 tenants.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Before we go any further, hold on. I just want to clear that. Is he on Section 8 or not?
You're helping me make my point right now that I was trying to make earlier.
He's not going to answer that question, but the answer is yes. The answer is yes. Beans is on Section 8. He talks about it all the time.
Let's see your welfare cheese. Let's see your welfare cheese, boy. That orange hunk of cheese. Let's see it.
Man, hold on. I can't go no further than that. I can't go no further than this. Bro, I just need to know. Can you please just tell me if you're on Section 8, bro? I don't care.
It's okay, bro. It's okay, bro. Watch
Can you
how
just tell
fast.
me?
Absolutely. Hold on. So, John, watch how fast we move away from this, right?
Okay.
So, who is disproportionately receiving more Section 8 in New York, particularly in Brooklyn?
Jews. I've already talked about that many times.
Right. You talked about it how many times? How many other people have you seen on shows make fun of it, crack jokes about it, or any of that?
I saw a show
Okay, we say
recently.
none because we know it's none.
I saw one recently. Latino for Trump did one, but that's about
Right.
it. Yeah.
And that's about it. Right?
You know why that is, man. It's YouTube.
It's not funny, or it's not there. The Jews are the most poor and all this other shit when they do it. But when blacks, it's a joke and it's funny and it's less.
Bing.
What I'm saying is, why are you demeaning yourself to these people? Why? You're smarter than this. I've been on channels with you.
Bro. Why don't you let me answer the question, bro? You're gonna keep going with it. You just want to make a statement.
Mammy, don't you want you messing around with the white folks? Mammy upset. Mammy say, come back to the
Beans, tag me, Beans. I got this, though, Beans.
Lie to each other.
Beans, I've talked about this on my channel, bro. And I think if you were to look into it, you would look at how the Jewish people, like, they're very organized with the Section 8. And they're also renting from their own people. And I've said it for 40 years now, because I was a Section 8 landlord back as a child with my mother. You can play the Section 8 game if you organize and if you own the property. You can do it. You got businesses. You can have the people on your Section 8 voucher work at your business, pay you a little extra in rent. The government would never know. They live for free. You get subsidized labor. That's what you Jewish people do. I live around them. I live in Weeksville in Brooklyn, part-time. The Jews are all around it. That's Crown Heights. I go south. Oh, you west. That's Jay-Z's neighborhood. What's that? Marcy Park. All this shit. Williamsburg. You can look. You can Google it. Right? They just know how to go and get the Section 8 vouchers. Anyone can do it. All they do is whenever a Section 8 voucher is released in the state of New York, you can go and get it and bring it back to New York City. That's what the Jews do. Anyone can do it. But they're very organized, and they go county to county, gathering up Section 8 vouchers and bringing them back to New York City. The other part is they know the landlord. Most landlords don't want to accept Section 8. The Jews will. Why? Because they know they're going to get a little extra vig on top because they know that person. That person works for them. That's how it works. So you can be mad at them, but they playing the game to perfection.
I don't give a fuck about that. I never have. I never cared about it, ever. And I never.
This is what I mean.
See how I was quiet the whole time I let you talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
I never once looked at my check and thought they taking my money out for these. I never cared. Like I like paying taxes. It's all good. It's a whole bunch of shit that gets taken care of that I don't have to be involved in, right? Because they take taxes out of my check. So I'm all good with that. I don't care about that. But what I'm pointing out though is what you just did was you gave grace and you highlighted the good things or the benefits to them using the system. Why not do that for black people? You think every black person? Here's the thing: the median people talk about food stamps. The median length of time for people being on food stamps is 5 years. 5. And we make it seem like everybody just be getting food stamps for their whole entire life. But if it's median, that means half the people get it less than that.
That's a long time.
See what I'm saying? So that's what I'm trying to tell you. When
It's
you
a long time. You can't feed yourself 5
okay,
years
I
on
promise
average.
you,
That's a
you don't have to
long
stop.
time.
This motherfucker don't run you, John. You getting healed today. You ain't got to laugh at this motherfucker. You ain't got to.
Free yourself. Free yourself.
Right?
Come
Honestly, beans again.
Actually disappointed.
Honestly, beans again. I think
I wasn't done though. See what I'm saying, John? And then you take over. No, right?
Mama's
So
upset.
this is what I'm
We
trying-
get
but
it.
this is what I'm trying
Mama's
to tell you.
upset.
The same way how you extended that grace to them, do it to your own people, bruh. Right? They're gonna tell us when we talking about white people, why you spend your time talking about white people? And every time I see one of these motherfuckers, they talking about black people. Right? So I'm saying, bro, stop
Wrong.
demeaning yourself for this character, bro.
Black, I don't think a black person on the internet has ever been told by white people not to talk about white people. I don't think that's ever occurred in the history. Y'all can sit there with your PFPs
I wouldn't have even
saying you're going to roll up and talk about white people from the beginning of the day to the end.
I don't think that
Day
you
after day, week after week, month after month,
right?
year after year, because that's all you
I'ma
talk
say
about
this.
anyways. And white
The
people
first
don't
time
give
I
a
ever
fuck.
saw
What has a white
Grace,
person
she
ever
was on,
said that black people can't talk about white people?
What's my man?
You talk
Alex
about it
Shannon?
all day.
What is it? What's my man Alex channel that be doing the used to do the panels and shit? Y'all know Alex.
Alex PWF.
Yeah, PWF. PWF. She was on PWF with Not So Eurydice, who I like, but Not So Eurydice had made this very specific claim, right? And then 2 minutes later in the conversation, she said the opposite, right? And why did she say the opposite? Because she said that thing will never happen. And Grace was like, nah, it can though. She was like, no, it will never. It's like, yeah, but it can, right? 2 minutes later, Not So Eurydice was saying it'll never happen, right? And from that moment on, I was like, I like Grace. Why? Because Grace is going to hold you accountable to what you said. So now fast forward to 2026, and I'm holding people accountable to what they said, but Grace is making a fucking joke out of it. Because she's following her father's
Oh
lead.
no, I inspired this mentality.
Following her
I
father's
can't
lead.
be you, white woman.
That's
I'm
what
trying
makes
to
it
fight
fair.
no.
Right?
Hey, what are
The
you
younger
treating
I'm
girl-
responsible for this? Is that what you're telling me? I'm
That's not
responsible
what
for
I just
you?
said, but you couldn't hear what I said.
Oh no! I apologize, chat. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
I
Like I was saying,
was ride or die for you, bitch.
yeah.
Hey,
So
you
like I
hurt
was
me.
saying,
That's
the
embarrassing.
reason why now it's different is because
I want
she's
my best
following
do-rag
the
for you,
adult
bitch.
lead.
You
Her
done
father's
hurt.
lead.
Look
Imagine
how
that.
you done
If she
treated.
was on the
I
panel
want my
doing
best
her own
go-to
thing,
for you,
Oh,
she
bitch.
had more
no.
logic, right? And she used it. But now she's following her father's lead, a white man at that, John. and you choose to sit up here and laugh at that shit. That's what
I don't think the way that I held
It's funny.
the way that I held erudite, not erudite, accountable was not the way you're talking on panel right now.
What difference does it make? You held her to what she said out of her
You got
mouth.
bitch energy, boy. You got bitch energy.
Because what you're doing is you're
Bitch
turning it
energy.
into like a technicality game instead of understanding what people are trying to say. If somebody totally changes their point of view, that's one thing. But if they use a word to mean another word and you know what they're saying, yeah, it's not good behavior to say like, well, you didn't technically say that. That's not.
Yeah, that's
I don't
womanish.
think
That's like the
what I
word.
was doing with
The
erudite.
problem with that though is that you're making it seem like it's not intentional, and that's what I'm arguing that it is. Right? It's
What's not
intentional.
intentional?
The misuse of the word is intentional. This dude is nobody's dummy. I've been on panels with him before.
No, when
No
John
one said he's a dummy.
when John Galt says that
knows
black
better
people
than
are
the
more
things that he
poor,
said.
when
Why do you
John
keep-
Galt says there are
He's
more
that
black
dummy.
poor
Why
black
do you
people
keep
than white
assuming?
people,
Why do you
doesn't
keep
mean-
assuming that if John agrees with us that we're turning him into our personal Uncle Tom? Why is that how you look at it? Why don't you see
wasn't
him
agreeing with
turning
you.
us into
He
his?
does it himself.
Everything is about you.
You don't
He
have to
wasn't
turn him
agreeing
into
with
it. He
you.
does it himself.
Right. He was making his own statement apart from you because everything is contrary to popular
John
belief.
Galt doesn't
Ain't
agree
about
with me
you.
about a lot of things. So why,
Right?
if he agrees with
His
me on
statement had
something, why is
nothing to
he a
do with what
coon?
you said.
Because I
He
got
was
white skin.
responding
It
to
doesn't
me.
make any sense.
It wasn't about you at all, Mr. White Man, and I know that hurts your feelings. He was making his own
Call me a
statement.
white man?
More
It doesn't hurt
than
my
me,
feelings.
right? So at the end of the day, but that statement that he made was factually incorrect, but he knew it when
not
he
true.
said it. And that's why I'm trying to understand why do that.
It's not true.
Why do that?
You're
Can I
either
step
stupid,
in for a minute?
incredibly
Can I just step in for a minute, please? Please, can I have
or
the mic for
you're
a minute?
just lying, which is also not good.
Can I have the mic for a minute? Just a minute. Since we're having this, I said Beans tag me. Beans, I seen this crusty, dry lip Negro on another show. He did not say, and it was all black panel. He did not say anything he's saying over here. He did not say the hard Nigger that he says over here. He didn't say all the black comparisons he did over there. He didn't do it over there. He kept it real nice. Yeah, he kept it real nice. So he does this where he can, so he's not true to it. If you're true to it, you're gonna do it wherever you go. And you set up
That's
on a
not
live.
true. You'll speak differently in different circumstances.
However I feel, I'm gonna say it wherever I go. Whether it's all black or all white, I don't care. I'm gonna say it wherever I feel.
That's called autism.
He don't do that. And I watched. I said he didn't call nobody a Nigger. He didn't say nothing about the blacks can't do this in the black. You know how he told me. You know, the black can't do that. You know, because he smoke all that weed. Oh yeah, John. A dude didn't come in your yard and steal your bike. Your weed man grabbed your bike while you was on it and kicked your ass off of it and took your bike because you're still on weed money, you slumlord fuck. Yeah, that's what happened to you. So yeah, he's a fraud. He's a fraud, and he toms where it's available for him to tom. He toms with that
Wait.
frontiersman still living in the woods. Be brave. He does that. And when I came in here, he tried to check me because I was talking to Rush. No, Negro, I know you.
Are
wear the
you
same
saying
hat
that-
and same coat? What?
I've known John Galt for 2 years. Are you saying he is being more polite now on panel than he? I've watched his own streams. I know.
No, he went no. With y'all, he'll do this. With y'all, he'll do this. With other low lifes, he'll do this. Other low life whites, he'll do this. But when he's on a panel with all blacks and they're talking about black matters, black issues, he won't do it. He won't call them the Nigger word. He won't make the black.
They'll kick him because they'll kick him instantly.
He won't say the blacks do this and the blacks do that. He won't do it on the other channels. He won't do, like he went over to a dude named Philosopher. I saw him over there cupcaking like a motherfucker. Cupcaking like a motherfucker, you dry, crack lip, weed smoking motherfucker. I seen you over there doing it. So if you're gonna stand up on all these channels, just don't go
Maybe
to
he
the
has
white
social
channels or the
skills.
partially
Maybe he has
white
social
channels and Tom, if you call it Tom. Do it everywhere you go. Stand 10 toes down on them black channels. Don't just do it over here in front of the Thorpes, which I like y'all. Y'all are cool with me. Y'all ain't done nothing to me. But do it everywhere. Do it everywhere, you slumlord. why can't you move? Why can't you move out of that neighborhood, John Galt? Is because you don't want to move away from your weed man, from your crack man. You want to be in close proximity to your weed man. You low life slumlord motherfucker. You got it. Beans. It's on you now. I'm good.
I ain't gotta say shit else.
man, you know, Moses, man, bro, I got a voicemail. Boy, if I was on my channel, I'd play it. It was a woman gave it to me better than that, bro, yesterday. I'm like, you got more? That's all you got? I had a black woman give it to me better than that.
That's all I need. That's all I need. That's all I need for
carry on, man.
Life like you. That's all I need.
The blacks attack.
And for a woman to give it to you, that's even worse. And if you're such a rich man with such money and you own these properties, why did your raggedy ass granny live in the projects all her fucking life? Why is that? Because you just said that. Now,
you want to know the answer? You want to know the answer? Honestly, bro, my mother, she was a Section 8 landlord, and she asked my grandmother many times to move. And this is, you know, people ask me how things have changed, and my grandmother, like, all my friends here in the projects, it was mostly older women, you know, your grandmothers and shit like that, or mothers with 2 or 3 children. Everybody was seemingly decent. Hell, the project just looked just normal. Nowadays, that same project, you can't live there. Something is happening. But she never would live in my mother's house. We could have played the Jewish Section 8 game, truly. My grandmother could have been living in my mother's house, right? You know, you don't have to tell them that that's your family member, right? And she, you know, my mother would be getting a Section 8 voucher or whatever, because my grandmother was living in the project, but my grandmother didn't want to move. See, the Jews would have just moved in with my mother's house, kicked my mother a little extra money, and then everybody wins. But she didn't want to play along. She'd rather live in the government housing, where the government came by and did all the repairs, and maybe she didn't trust my mother and they didn't get along probably the best. And so these are the things I talk about why the blacks can't do the Section 8 thing that Mr. Beans talks about the Jews. You have to have cohesiveness. And my mother and grandmother was just one example where they couldn't do it.
Change is hard.
That's why my grandmother stayed in projects all those years, to be very honest with you.
Particularly lifestyle change, John, is very difficult for folks to do. The older you get, the more stuck in your ways you become, right?
Yeah, but I mean, but again, as I said to you, bro,
it's very difficult. So I kind of like it's one of the things that I talked about when we was on that panel on Ham Channel is everybody when I was growing up that I knew that was on welfare ain't on welfare no more. Right?
Except
they all moved. Right? So that right there is all the evidence that you need to know that it's better to deal in data, right? Than it is to deal in your feelings and sometimes even your personal experience.
But you know, I say one more thing, Bane. Again, you know,
hold on, because we try to make it again because we try to make it seem like again, I'm the joke for having the same assistance that the Jews have, but they not the joke.
He admits it.
Not one joke is going to be
Section
made.
8.
He admitted it.
You got a Section 8 do-rag, you got a Section 8
Actually,
goat
not
chain,
an
you got a
admission.
Section 8
That's the statement of fact of what's been happening. Right? I'm the joke for having the same thing that you won't joke about the Jews for having.
Bro, no one's mentioned you be those Section 8 joking. And no one's made a joke. I haven't made a joke about it.
Well, no, I have.
Hey, listen, if John, if people are in the chat telling you that I talk about it on my channel, then what the fuck do I need to say here?
But
You're the subject of this conversation, John, not me, because you're the one shucking and jiving.
Bro, listen.
He's free, boss.
From the time you got up here, from the time you got up here.
Wait a second. Shucking and jiving. You got your entire debate personality from me, a white girl, according to you. Who's shucking and jiving? You're apparently doing all of this because you were inspired by my debate tactics 2 years ago. What are you talking about?
This is not like
funny.
This is now like 2 hours of this
That's
guy
fucked up, bro.
saying that he's responding to
That
John
is
saying
fucked up.
blacks are generally poorer, which they are.
That
This
is
is now like
crazy.
hour 3 that we're going into. What is the problem?
That is the
Blacks
stupidest
are
shit I've
generally
ever seen in my life,
poorer.
bro.
Although if you wanna
Sad,
give
bro,
us
'cause
the
you
wild
old. It's not like you
truth
some young
that
nigga.
there are some black people that are
He
rich.
is old as hell.
Wow, yeah, I
old,
never
bro.
saw
He's very
Barack
old.
Obama. I didn't realize there
Punk
was
as fuck.
That is
rich black
crazy as
people.
hell.
I never watched
is
Michael
insane.
Jordan. I didn't realize he was rich. I assumed
Are you guys
'cause he
both
was black,
unemployed?
he
What's
was poor. I've seen athletes, I've seen rappers, I've seen musicians, I've seen politicians. But thank you for the absolute news flash that there are some black people that are wealthy.
John, just so you know.
Like,
Hey, John, I
bringing
just
them
don't,
back to
I don't
those
want you
white
to be
folks.
surprised when we on another
Hey,
panel and I come for you. I just don't want you to be surprised. Just don't be shocked. Don't be like, damn, why he coming at me like that?
Shit. We're all sure you come for a lot of men.
Here on out, bro.
We're all sure that you come for a lot of men.
Crazy, bro.
Oh shit, man, y'all
He didn't
too
deny
much
it, though.
up, man.
He didn't deny it.
Y'all too much up. Y'all having too much fun today, man.
Yeah,
Yeah. I wish I believed
Lalo,
in
your
God.
racism is not welcome here.
Oh, you're so corny, Grace. You
Based on
fucking.
their history, I got a question. Based on their history, aren't they supposed to be poor? Aren't they supposed to be?
Aren't you supposed to have eyebrows, Nick? Okay, fine. Okay, so who cares if blacks are poorer than whites? So why
listen
do you
here.
care?
Pablo, when your mom took you across the border, you know,
Yeah.
that didn't give you the privilege to get on here and talk shit.
She wasn't on a slave ship, I'll tell you that. Yeah, true. Yeah, she
Yeah,
just walked
no,
over.
but it was-
Well, you are
it's
9%
you know.
black.
Only
You are
where it
9%
counts.
black.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
more black
Well,
than
knock it off,
dancing on the
Pedro.
side of the neighborhood.
Didn't swim over. I'll tell you that much. They're not
I'm light skinned, but I'm still a dark.
They're not
Yes.
good
But
swimmers. They didn't cross the Atlantic
But
by
you'll
swimming.
be putting flyers on my door saying that you are a good landscaper, right? Want me to be your landscaper?
Who's got more money? Who's got more money, though?
All right.
He'll hit you up on Grinder. I'll tell you that.
I'm shooting.
You're gayer than me, bud. Okay, so anyway, so the point being though was that no, it's because I was reading. My dad called me. Okay, I got disconcerted. Okay, hold on. My dad called me. All right, so anyway, the point being though, that was not racist. I promise. All right, so
Lalo's landscaping.
Couldn't imagine how the
He
word
said-
bun would be racist.
my dad called me.
Honey
All
bun
right.
Flyers on your door.
sounds kind of gay.
Yeah,
Suffer.
my door for his landscaping services. Okay,
Bun B.
you know. But now he wants to talk about me on YouTube. Okay, all right. You're not cutting my yard next month, dude. You're not.
Hold on.
Hey, can we ask Mr. Beans though? I'm really curious, bro. And, you know, like this Section 8 thing. How did you like? What's the circumstances of that? If you don't mind me asking.
Oh, I think he minds, but
No, I am really curious. You know, you say as much.
How
You know,
be so landlord?
No,
I'll be back.
That's probably part of it.
You said none of your tenants get Section 8?
Nah, man. I ain't gonna go into, but yeah, no. I used to do Section 8.
Oh, so you used to do Section 8, so you know how it works,
yeah,
right?
I know how it works. Yeah, that's why I'm wondering how
I'm
you.
never gonna dumb myself down for you, John. It's never gonna happen, bro. I'm the right one to play with. It's not.
Well, no,
I mean, you really can't get much dumber than
Not
this, so I guess
gonna
that's
happen.
true. But
Grace.
Not just that's your question.
All from Grace for you has been horrible.
how do you dumb down dumb? I don't know.
Are you able to answer the question? Are you willing to answer
Don't
the
worry, I've
question?
held on to that clip of you and Didey, so you know.
Oh, I know you got a
He's got it in
folder
his goon file.
somewhere. Good God.
That's fucked up, bro. John, this shit is a bad look, bro. I was thinking about coming.
Hey,
to
don't
Sharon
worry,
Bracey
girl. I
show
got a
next
clip
week,
of you
John.
saved. Yeah, I bet.
Hey, but tell me about this.
John, I need you to know it's gonna be smoke, John.
Bro, what you doing hanging out on Sharon Bracey, bro?
I ain't been over there in months.
Oh,
Yeah, because he like the dumbest channel down too. So
oh man, I can't. Yeah, I can't do
this
this.
week I'm coming. I want all the smoke this week.
I can't do this, Sharon Bracey.
Everybody
Hey,
had their fun with Anton. Now it's time for me to take on everybody else now.
tell me about this Section 8 though, man. I'm really curious to know.
It's never gonna happen, John.
Oh, you don't talk
I'm
about
trying
it.
to tell you, you are a literal
How the hell did Grace find that?
People with Section 8.
Grace, how the hell did you find that?
I'll let you ask me the other question.
He puts the nipple in his mouth and he sucks.
That you were full of shit. Right? When you was asking me the per capita question, I allowed that because it proved that you were full of shit because you never used it. So it was irrelevant. This, however, I don't have to respond to because they just told you I talk about it on my channel. You want to know? Go watch.
What's the name of your channel, by the way?
John is a piece of shit, motherfucking sellout, coon ass, shucking and driving.
You don't even believe that shit. You don't even say what
white man at that.
You gotta say it
for a
with
bag. You doing it for free. This shit is suspect, bro.
Man, come on.
I might have an inch more grace for you if you do it. But you're doing it for free. It's a bad look, bro.
Man, you know, there's a such thing called passion, man. You know.
No, sir. There's a such thing called lying. What you chose to do to be in the good graces of a bigot. That's why.
Oh, being a crazy, you think they're bigots?
I didn't say they. I said him. I said a bigot. I don't think she's following her daddy's lead.
That's right, boy.
That's what she's supposed to do. She's following her daddy's lead. That's what white kids do. They follow their daddy's lead. And behind closed doors, she fucks niggas. Right? You, on the other hand, don't give no white pussy, and you up here shucking and jiving for this cracker. You are, that shit is a shame,
That
man.
is a hell of an argument, sir.
God, what the fuck, man? You free, dog.
That white girl ain't coming to that neighborhood.
John, we have made it to the
John,
age
you
where
got to
we
get yourself a gold chain like me and your Malcolm X commemorative glasses and your two legs too tight around your head. Then you're going to be a real
we at the age where we get to speak our mind and don't get lynched for it. And
Mr. Beans, you're Mr. Beans, you are accusing
Thankfully,
John of
he's reached the
John
age where he
Galt.
won't get
Wait,
lynched.
hang on a second. Mr. Beans is
What is wrong
accusing
with
John Galt of being a self-loathing black, and his insult towards John Galt is you don't get as much white pussy as me. How does that make sense?
See what I mean? No, did you hear me say anything about my sexual life?
Hey,
at
Grace,
all?
he just passed the lynching
I ain't
window.
say shit about my sexual life.
Grace,
This
up
is the shit that
until the
he
last
demeaning
couple of
himself
years,
for.
he would have got lynched, but now he won't get lynched.
Oh, go good for
No,
him.
he's living
That's
in reality.
crazy.
He's living in reality.
The underground StreamYard is going strong.
Yeah.
Let me go look at. Let me go look
Past
at
the
your channel.
lynching window.
John, when I
Mr.
go over here
Beans
to
TV.
your channel, that bitch better have numbers.
Hey, Mr. Beans, let me tell you, we
Man,
still
I
got a
got
few
a
trees
channel,
in
man.
the
I ain't got a big channel, man. I ain't need to talk to anybody, man.
What are you doing?
You don't have to worry about me, bro. I ain't talking to anybody. I ain't got a small channel.
You sucking and jiving, then that shit ain't
still
helping
got
your
some rope.
numbers.
What you say?
If it was helping your numbers, I might give you a little bit.
What you talking about? What was in my number?
This bullshit you doing. Did you see how that motherfucker just said I fucked white people and I never said that? This what they have to do. They have to recreate the narrative of what you said, twist what you said, make it what they
You
want.
insulted John
They
Galt
bitched
by
me.
saying,
And
wait
that's
a second,
the-
You insulted John
Daisy
Galt by
Daisy
saying that
Daisy's
you
demon.
insulted John Galt by
They got that
saying
magic. They got that Wakanda magic. They work on us.
you
If don't be
insulted John
careful,
Galt
They gonna own you.
by saying that he doesn't get white pussy. Is that correct or not?
What the fuck does that have to do with me?
Did you make that statement? Did you insult John Galt and
That shit
say
don't got nothing
that
to do
he
with my
doesn't get
sex life
white
at all.
pussy? Wouldn't a self-loathing black, why would it be an insult to a self-loathing black to say he doesn't get white pussy?
He never said that.
You
What the fuck
said
are you
that.
talking about?
You said that. You said you're saying a real black man gets white pussy, but you're a self-loathing black man, and
This
you
is
don't
the
get
shit
white
you
pussy
dumb
like real
yourself down
niggas.
for,
No.
No, he's
This
saying
motherfucker can't even understand English.
He's saying you're shucking and jiving for the white woman, but you
What the
won't get her
fuck?
pussy. At least I won't get any pussy at all, black, white, or Chinese. And that
crazy,
makes me a real
John.
nigga.
Oh,
with
okay,
my
I can see
do-rag
that,
and my
okay.
fake
You make more money
Malcolm
than
X
them.
type glasses and my fake gold chain.
You got better
Okay, he's
DNA than
saying
they do.
he's saying he's dancing for the white woman. He won't even get
You
laid.
smoke weed, he smokes cigarettes, and you dumbing yourself down for this nigga. Come on, fam. Stop this shit, bro.
I don't think John Galt has saved any clips of my debates from 2 years ago, though.
Stop it.
Beans has. So
Actually, it was a good moment. I use it to highlight the stupid ass retarded people out not to
stop
look on
doubling
camera.
down, dude. Stop. Just stop. It's
No, that's good.
you think
You pat him on the head.
anybody-
I'm gonna pat him on his
Wait,
little
John,
do-rag
do you
head.
see how I
Good
don't
boy,
give a
good boy.
fuck
You
about
learned
what
it
good
from
job.
You
Good
learned it
job.
from the white
That's
folks.
what I'm saying.
You learned it
Like,
from the
I
white
got
folks.
my own channel, my own people. Why do I give a fuck about what she thinks?
You teaching the what? You teaching
that's
the
what I'm trying to
black
understand.
East
Why
Side.
do
You said
Hey,
you said I
white girl.
inspired you.
Good boy.
Did I say that? Did I use that word? Did I
Good
say
boy.
that?
You a good boy.
Did
You
I say
keep
that?
using them clips from the white folks to tell the dark
That's a fact.
how to
I
think,
love
how they
watching
can
white
use
people
their
check out the
head.
white people.
How
I
they
do.
can use their heads.
Yes.
That's good.
I love watching
That's
white people
good.
check out the white
That's
people. That's
good.
why I watch whatever podcast.
Good for
I
you.
love watching white people check
We
white
give you
people.
lots of clips. You
Love
can
it.
tell all the black folks how you could
Absolutely.
use
Shout
your
out to my
head.
man Jordan Peterson.
That's good, boy.
Shout out to him. Shout out to all of them. Shout out to Destiny. All the white people who check other white people.
Beans, what's your channel name? Is it just your handle?
It's called John Goat is a shucking and jiving bastard.
So I got me a Malcolm X.
And if it ain't called that, that's
commemorative
what the
pair
fuck
of
it's gonna be called from now on. Your ass is crazy, John. Don't you fucking pull up nowhere where I be at,
Beans.
John.
Okay, Mr. Beans talks.
It's
Mr.
gonna
Beans
be on,
talks.
John.
Okay.
Mhm.
The last live stream you did was
telling you.
2 months ago. You streamed for 2 hours. Anybody want to guess the total amount of views on that thing?
Because that matters.
150,000.
Because that matters at all.
Did he have his do-rag on? Did he have his
How
do-rag
many?
on?
How many?
162
Oh!
total views. Total
Wow.
views. For 2 hours of streaming.
Guess how
You
much
need
money I
Section
made.
8, boy. You need
Guess
Section
how
8
much
with
money
them
I
kind of
made.
numbers on YouTube.
I mean,
You need Section 8. I can't believe that.
Guess how much money I made.
Does it say like
Um,
your
Now what?
estimate annual
Now
estimate
what?
is
Where's the punchline at?
0.0001
Where's the punchline at? 'Cause
How much money did you make?
views. I got 100
$5.
John, watch this. I got 100 and some views, but the whole world thinks he's fucking his daughter and that she's fucking her father. So who got the worst reputation, me or them?
That's all you got?
Kill yourself for dimming yourself down for this cracker ass bullshit. Are you fucking serious, John? I'm on your heels, boy. Don't
Mr.
you
Beans,
come to
Mr.
nobody
Beans,
else's
I'm on your YouTube
John,
channel,
you better
and I,
stay right
Mr.
the
Beans,
fuck
Mr.
here.
Beans,
You hear
Mr.
me,
Beans,
John?
Mr. Beans,
Grace, you
right
can
here.
subscribe to him. Be his first
Don't come to
subscriber in
no
years.
other channel I be on.
Mr. Beans, please, Mr.
Beans.
Beans, Beans watched his own stream 159 times. Beans, Mr. Beans, look, I'm on your YouTube channel and I'm looking at your links. I clicked your Twitter link and it says this account doesn't exist.
Oh,
Can you explain that?
Pretend like you didn't hear me, John. I know you gonna
Why
pull
you
up
got a
this
dead
live
Twitter
show
account?
next week, and as soon as I see you up there, I'm hitting the link. I'm on your heels. We're not gonna heal you, brother.
Galt, John, be
Yeah,
careful.
but
He
you-
might do a stream about you to all 12 viewers.
Watch
Watch out.
About this nigga. Hey, ain't no
John
question.
Gold exposed. He talks to white
The
people.
stream is coming. Ain't no question about it. The stream is coming.
He
The
Uncle
stream
Tom.
is coming. Watch out.
Yeah, it's probably just gonna be a short though, John. It ain't gonna be like no 4 hours.
John, it's all over for you
gotta
on
do
the
that.
internet.
That's a fact,
There's
John. Your
literally
YouTube career
dozens
is
of
over,
people who
nigga.
like
Your
There's
YouTube career is over, son.
There's tens of people you're going to be seriously
Not killing me today.
Your kids might move out of your apartment when I get through with you, motherfucker.
We getting out of the single digits with this one.
Man, I'm trying to tell you. That's right.
You mean just another couple of months, and I'm going to tell you, I could get
You
upwards of
demeaning
6
yourself for this
dozen people.
incestuous ass couple. I don't
With my new
understand.
do-rag and my new gold chain, I
I
could be
don't
getting
understand you, bro.
160.
I don't
And they
understand.
ain't all my mom.
But you up here
You
with
realize
me.
your kids is gonna look like the Swamp Thing, and you
Section
over here demeaning yourself. This
Section
retarded.
8
What is wrong
wisdom
with you?
with your host,
Never.
this
Let
guy.
me see you do this shit again. Hey Moses, salute, bro. Fuck you, John.
Wait. Oh my god, this is so funny.
Oh, that was so great. That was funny, right? Oh man.
Mr. Beans
Is
TV.
he really
Check
on
out the
Section 8 or
community
y'all
post.
just messing with him?
No,
No,
he
he
admits
is.
it himself.
He admits it.
Things aren't going
has-
well.
he has
Sure, it'll
kids?
turn around sometime.
Does he have
I don't know if
kids?
he has kids.
Do you know where he lives?
Where?
No, I'm asking that.
What town?
I want to say Chicago. Then he asked me about New York, but that's a known thing about the New York Jewish Section 8. So I wasn't sure if I don't know. I wanted to get him to tell me where he lived because it's hard to get on Section 8 in a lot of cities.
Yeah, you got to wait a
But
while.
don't you have to have kids?
Nah, you can they have 1 bedrooms and studios and fish.
He lives in Kentucky.
Oh, that's right. He's
really.
His kids are grown up.
Really?
So don't you either have to have kids or have some kind of disability, like mental disability, physical disability, or something like that?
I can see him qualifying.
Now, you have to be at least here in DC, man, you know what's crazy? I've seen people move out of a house, of a place to live, to qualify as homeless. Like if you go into a shelter, like they have
you get bumped up.
Yeah. So you may have people that they may be living with their aunt or their uncle, and this is the pervasive nature of like the government, you know, the handouts, and that people will leave their damn family and go to a shelter to move up the list on Section 8, man.
John, how well do you know Jay Prince?
Just over the phone, you know, and on YouTube. Yeah, I talk to him over the phone.
It really is like, I don't think he's like, I can only be around black people. Obviously, he's not like that. And he would be, he could really, like, he could be really someone who comes out of the sectors we've been in and just like explodes. I know that's true. He's super funny, super charismatic, super likable, and he has a different take on things. That's like, and that is that special sauce. You know, he really genuinely has a take you're not going to hear from anybody else. I would say it's a little bit crazy, but it's like kind of interesting because why not just openly play the system instead of coping and doing it like, you know, and trying to hide it like that Beans dude. Why not just say, it is black to be on welfare. I am on welfare. I'm a baby. I got 3 baby mamas. He's kind of flipping the script. You know what I mean? Like,
But he has a job.
Daddy.
But he has a job, so he's a butler now. He's a job. He's a butler. Like he calls people, black people with jobs. I saw him on another show. Come on there. He was working at a hospital. He had on freaking scrubs with pink and light blue splotches with a blue house coat. He looked like the fat black auntie with the mustache that works late at the hospital. That's what
can you imagine JP coming up to you as the nurse?
Exactly.
Like,
exactly. So he has a job. He's a butler.
You know what's interesting though? You know, like the last couple of weeks I've been profiling all the Hispanics that work around my neighborhood. I live in a overwhelmingly majority black neighborhood. Even in the Popeyes, it's Hispanics. And so I had got Izzy Bands on the panel one time, and he was like, Popeyes is demeaning to black men to work. He better to just hang out on the street corner. He literally said these things. And so you gotta have to tip your hat to JP. Hell, he willing to go work. Izzy Bands probably got, you know, a little bit better off than JP. And if he fell down, he wouldn't go to Popeyes. He says demeaning. And that mindset clearly other young men are buying into it because they're not willing to work at Popeyes. So this kind of, you know, you got to tip your hat to the man willing to do it, even though he's talked down on working. So there is that, you know, you got to look at it that way.
Yeah, but you know, if I was running a Popeyes, I wouldn't want black people working there because they're going to give all their buddies free shit. You know what I mean? They're not going to. It's like, it is a thing. But could you, I'm just saying, could you imagine JP with his 3, I'm sure he's got 3 cute little girls and like just going to like super white areas. Like I'm talking about the polo grounds, going yachting, having Grace taking care of the little girls. It would be so funny. It would just be instant. Like it would be just instantly hilarious and odd. And every single scene would be like a little bit odd, but no one's going to arrest you for being black in a white area.
No.
But they might call the cops and that would only add to it, you know, because no one's doing anything. It would just like we've done IRL together. Grace, don't you think it would be because you get these 3 little cute black girls? I mean, I understand it's tricky putting your kids on the internet, but like, it'd be as wholesome as it could be.
Hell, they were just on the internet just a few minutes ago. You know?
Yeah, I mean, they're not like on face on cam,
right.
And I understand as a parent, you know, you should be careful about that. But like kid content on the internet, and I'm sorry, there's no cuter kids than like little black kids. They're
you probably get away with not showing their faces, I would imagine. But you know, again, you know, I mentioned this earlier. I said the tragedy in all of this is, you know, some of the bigger black content creators that work with JP, ironically, coincidentally, maybe it's a better word. They didn't have the vision to monetize and harness his talent.
Yeah.
You know, in the sports world, you get the white coaches, typically agents and stuff like that. They come massage these guys, make sure that that their DUI gets, you know, brushed under the rug, the media doesn't run away. But
Pay off the girl that maybe didn't have a great time with him.
got the abortion. You know, all
Right,
this
exactly.
these guys are doing gets brushed under the rug, and there's a manager, you know, that manages these guys. And they're probably just like JP in many, many ways, just they play football, right? Or they rap, right? But in YouTube, there really isn't a manager. Everybody's kind of a free agent. And he needed the Antoine Daniels or someone with the ideas of a Ben Thorpe to harness what he has, God-given talent. And I think that was the void there, in my opinion.
Yeah. It's like it'd be just a win-win because I just think it'd be gold. You see it sometimes. We've encountered literally hundreds of people on YouTube, and you know, there's people who are nice, but then you just find something that's like just wow, you know what I mean? And it's just you don't really need to mold him into a talent,
right?
But this is what I think is interesting. I think he doesn't want to. He's hesitant to do it because he thinks blacks will turn on him, and I think he's absolutely right about that.
They will.
But
I mean,
they
they've
do
already
that
turned
with
on
every successful black.
Well, they've already turned on me. I mean, you know, at least on YouTube. I think he's probably concerned about in the real world.
He says like the biggest thing to him, or like the most terrible thing, is like if you go back to the hood, and they say, "Oh, you think you're better than us," and you're
But people are always going to be
ostracized.
envious no matter where you go. But like,
I think he's being a little disingenuous here.
You think so?
I think that you don't know what you don't know. And you're comfortable where you are a lot of times. Just the other day, he was up here and he says he felt like his light, the lights have gone dim in terms of his YouTube thing. So, you know, it's kind of hard to pull someone out of that doldrum and take them to uncharted water. That's probably pretty good, you know.
Well, but he's already moved out of the ghetto because it was too violent for his kids. So, like, what's the big deal? You're not really going to go back until they're much older anyways. So who cares?
Well, that's the cognitive dissonance of blacks, right? He's moved out of the ghetto, but he still has this longing for it, even though it's not safe. The other black up here in my neighborhood are all black. 7%. He's disappointed in the chat, but he ain't moving. He ain't going to look for no black areas. It's just cognitive dissonance there.
you know, there is. I think Jay is like onto a lot of like. There is a way in which I would say, black music when it's black people making it is a thing, and then white people music is a thing, and they're better off not trying to combine too much, because when you have these, there are these like Hootie and the Blowfish kind of combo groups, but it's usually better that it develops on its own. You know what I'm saying, within black culture, and so it's kind of an argument for a kind of segregation that you should preserve your culture, keep it separate, but like you can cross over because white people are fascinated with what blacks are up to, because a lot of times they're like, what the fuck? I don't even know. Like when you see when I saw Nicki Minaj, I was like, what the hell are these black people doing? They have asses on top of asses and titties on top of titties. I've never seen anything like it, but it's kind of fascinating because you know what I mean? It's like I would have never thought to make a black woman's ass like incredibly big so it looks crazy. But anyways, but there can be an interest on both sides. I think blacks, since they've been here, have been obviously fascinated by white people. It's very different than what went on in Africa. There's a lot of things that are like, you know, really just very different, exciting, more
White people are
advanced or whatever.
aspirational. You know, black people probably see white people as aspirational.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously just a whole different heritage. It's like, and I'm not saying it wasn't rough when they first come over from Africa, all the diseases, all that stuff. But like, I hate to say it, but I think we had good times together, but being separate. It was like we weren't in, no one was intending to do this, but we created a black culture that spoke English, that started to get a hold of like the Christian religion and did their own entire thing with it, which really became super popular for everybody. And I don't know that we should separate completely or mix completely, but like I think it's good to do a little back and forth because he's not wrong about the hood. We lived in the hood. There is a kind of warmth in the hood, but then you want to get the fuck out of there with the fucking noise and the inability to resolve conflicts because it's going to go like violent, you know?
But
and
could it be that genetically white people just have the like just different, like just a drive to be
I do think it's
famous or
different.
popular, and
Yeah. blacks
are just more comfortable.
Oh,
just
come on.
I don't know. I'm just
It's
saying.
what he was talking about. You get your new duds. You don't buy a car. Instead, you get like a fancy outfit and you go strutting around, but you're taking the bus. Black people are all about peacocking. And I think that's like, it's totally fine. Black people will like live in a shithole, but drive a fancy car, even though from an investment point of view, the car is a stupid investment. And
But do they?
Yo, Ben,
But do they really want to be like successful and live around other rich people and
Asians.
be a part of that elite culture?
Asians don't really care about that stuff as much. Like, what Asian like is a rock star? Or
I don't
film
think
star?
I don't think they would be comfortable.
Yeah,
I don't even think the rappers and shit, like they are the athletes. Like, I bet you that they go right back to the ghetto, you know, or to the nightclubs. You see them in the ghetto nightclubs, and they're not hanging out at the country club. Once they get wealthy, they still want to, you know, they're still drawn back to who they are.
Well, you could say like a guy like OJ, right? Like an OJ, he made it out of the hood. He married a white woman. He was like a big shot in LA, and yet it kind of didn't work out. Like that's all. But that's any group of people that you come from one culture, you try to be part of another culture.
Yeah,
you're not used to it. But
Yeah.
then again, Rob Reiner, Jewish, wealthy Hollywood family, 3 generations. The guy kills, you know. So there's dysfunctionality everywhere, but. Black people don't want to like be on the red carpet, have a lot of adulation. Of course they do.
But isn't it true
No, we
that
don't.
like
Yo, Ben,
Africans
please.
are?
Yo, Ben. Yo, Ben.
Yes.
When you're speaking, don't expound on the small hats. All right. Either say small hats or Jesuits. All right.
Okay, small hats. Okay. Thank you.
Got it.
That will definitely-
But isn't it true that? But isn't it true that Africans, like as I know that not all Africans are the same, but the ethos there is just really not very inclined towards improvement or progress or invention. They're kind of they like it the way it is. Like they prefer stability over.
Yeah, but they like peacocking.
Progress.
They want to be the head.
I don't know,
honcho.
maybe.
They want to be the head.
Peacocking for their own group and being the biggest in their group, not the biggest like over a ton of people, right?
You know what? When I was a software developer, you know, and I've always told the story. You know, you can write a function to do anything. You know, you could say you could give that same assignment to 10 different people, and they'll come back with 10 different solutions, but they all work. Some may be more complicated than others. Some may be designed for future, features that may come about and things like that. And so I think that that's kind of where the white man is in terms of like innovation and stuff. You give him.
I think it's crazy to hear y'all saying this stuff, man. And it's crazy because y'all are basing it on entertainers and athletes and people like this. It's far more successful, rich black people that you don't see. I bet none of y'all know who Robert Smith is. None of y'all know who Robert Smith is.
I know who Robert Smith is.
He's richer than any black entertainer, any athlete, and he's older guy, and he's been around making money. This is the most successful. Now, he's not the most successful black guy. He's one of them. But here's the thing, man. This republic, this nation, white men, you created this. So you should be on top in high percentage over black people. We were black people were subservient to you. And I'm talking sense. They were subservient to you. So just the fact that not only him, but the other guy who Will Smith played in the Will Smith movie, that guy, these people aren't peacocking. They don't care. They don't care. They're taking care of whoever's in their circle or whoever they can help. These people are way richer and been richer, but y'all keep bringing up, it's sick that y'all keep bringing up athletes and rappers thinking these are the richest people amongst blacks. Yeah, amongst poor blacks or ghetto blacks, because that's where they come from.
Yeah.
But you got black folks since the 60s. Damn, looking at TV, George Jefferson was a successful dry cleaner, and that's in the 70s. So I'm just using that as an example, but there were people out there like this, just like where I grew up. We had Backus cleaners. We had the Williams. These guys are successful, been having money, but just the fact that y'all keep bringing it to athletes and entertainers, rappers, those are the worst examples. They always fall off. They always show the bad examples on TV. But for some reason, in being, you're like in your 60s, I think, somewhere in there, just for you to refer to these people, even referring to freaking OJ. It was black guys richer than OJ when OJ was young, having success on the football field. It was already rich black guys.
Okay.
Coma
The problem is
Cottrell.
we are.
Do you know
we
who
are-
Coma Cottrell
we are-
is? Do you know who Coma Cottrell is?
We are in the entertainment sphere here on YouTube, so that's
Well, you're
what
on
we're talking
YouTube,
about.
but it doesn't make it an entertainment. It's an informational
Yes.
sphere too.
No,
Informational
this is not
and
informational.
entertaining. Yeah, it's
No, this is
informational.
entertainment.
Dude, it's
No,
it's
no one cares
informational
what you
YouTube
say.
channels that are way
No one is
successful.
getting
All
information
you
from
clowns
you.
getting on here going back and forth on StreamYard is way more.
Streaming
information
is
channels
not
that are
about
successful.
information; it's about entertainment.
Well, streaming is, but not YouTube itself. YouTube is about information. Now you
And
go
there's
to
a lot of
TikTok
black
and all that
people
other
making
stuff.
informational content on YouTube. Not
Yeah,
really.
but they're not successful. You got a
Not
bunch of
really.
Negroes jumping around on YouTube, going back and forth. They're not successful with 1,000 subscribers and this, that, and the third. They're not successful. They're not
Right.
Mr.
But they
Beast
could be.
successful enough.
But
No,
they could be, is what
No,
I'm
they
saying.
can't.
Black
This can only go
people-
so far. This can only go.
Black
Hey,
people
okay,
are great
okay,
entertainers.
the number one best black channel, Marcus Brownlee, MKBHD, or if that's it, the most successful, just by my opinion, the most successful black YouTuber, MKBHD. You know who that is, John? MKBHD.
No, never heard. No.
Strictly tech, strictly informational channel. He's not getting on here to about, oh, this Negro this, and he ain't doing StreamYards panels. Look up MKBHD, Marcus Brownlee. The most, look at how many
I don't
subscribers he
understand-
has.
I don't understand this
There are
thing that
people
black
like this
people
that exist.
I don't
and that are
understand this
successful.
thing. I don't understand this thing that black people do. They're like, hey, white folks, there are black businessmen. Like, we know that. That's not a newsflash.
You don't know, but you get on here and you act like you don't know it. But
You're interpreting what I'm saying as me saying that
I'm
the
I'm
only
listening.
people who make it as black people in America are entertainers, musicians,
Athletes.
and rappers, athletes, and politicians.
But
Like,
y'all
I'm not
use them
saying
as, but y'all use
wait,
them.
can I make a
like
can I make a-
I
use
don't
them as
care.
examples.
Like I don't care if you think I'm saying that. You're not like no white people.
It's because you're saying
think
it
that,
though.
but like
you're saying this.
Can I make a
if
quick
I
point?
say that
Sorry, go
Jay
ahead.
Prince could be a great entertainer, it's not saying that no black people can be businessmen. I don't know what the connection is.
No, when you were talking about the peacocking and all this other stuff.
Grace was saying I don't.
You were
I don't
using
know
that
what-
as a blanket statement, a general statement for blacks across
black
the board.
black people probably more than
Yes,
white people.
black people peacock.
Hear
white-
about
white
bling
people peacock.
and looking good and having a lot of adulation. Yes, I
Some
think that's
do,
true.
some do.
Can I make a point
Just
about
like
Robert
your
Smith?
obviously
black movie
Robert
star, your
Robert
black-
Smith. Wait. Can I
Not
make a point about
everyone
Robert Smith, the
of
guy you
any
brought up?
group wants everything.
The American billionaire investor, Robert Smith, Robert F. Smith. His mom is white.
What?
Now,
No,
I'm
she's
not saying
he's
that-
Not mixed. He's not mixed.
I,
He might
I
be
could show you a
dominant.
picture of him with his mom right here. She's got pale white skin. Like, I'm
Light
looking at
skin.
it.
She might be light skinned, but she's not. She's not.
Just like Barack Obama.
Well, no, and so she looks like an old white grandma. Like I don't see any black. Her nose doesn't look particularly black.
Which
Sure, her
Robert
name
Smith
is
are you looking at?
Dr. Sylvia Myrna Smith.
Is
She's
she
his
light
mother.
skinned? Is she a light skinned black woman?
You
She's
can
not.
look it up on. I can share that. You want me to share the screen? You want me to
Make
share
sure
the
you're not
screen?
looking at the football player there.
No, I'm looking at a picture of him with his mom. You can share my screen. Whoever's running the panel.
Yeah, let me
This
see
is
that.
him with his mom.
He is very light skinned.
Rush, if you put my screen up, you can see it. I don't know. Because I looked at him and I was like, that's him with his mom. Is that a light-skinned black woman?
She's a high yellow.
That's
She's
a
a high
light-skinned
yellow
black woman.
Grace. She's a
That's
high
a white.
yellow.
That is a
That's a white
light-skinned
woman.
black
That's a
No,
that's a white
that is
grandma.
a light-skinned. That is a light-skinned black
That
woman.
is a
Okay,
Negro.
so
That is a
I understand that
Dave,
is a Negro.
that is a black
I
woman.
understand because I
She's
said
real
I
light
said
skinned.
myself. I understand. I said myself. I understand, but that is a very light skinned black.
Lord have
That looks like my grandma on my dad. That looks like my dad's mom. That looks like my grandma.
She looks like Queen Elizabeth, dude.
Who was a black woman. He was a black woman.
No, my point being, okay, so this guy who you brought up, Moses, as an example of black people who don't do the peacocking stuff, who are making tons of money. I agree, he's a billionaire investor. He's half white, and look, I've been on a black panel for like I've been on a black panel for like 7 hours now. I'm just exploring this kind of genetic theory. He's mixed with white. Maybe whites just genetically have an inclination towards
and culturally,
success,
whatever. Who cares?
and culturally, and blacks have more of an inclination, which is also valuable for group stability and just keeping things the same.
Was that his mother?
Grace, I don't know what you're talking about.
Was that his mother or his grandmother? Was that his mother or grandmother, Grace?
That's his mother.
Grace, you were around black people. It's all about like talking more shit.
Yes, I agree, Dad. But it's within their
getting the
group.
latest Nike. Okay, Grace, hold on a minute.
Yeah.
I do believe blacks are more naturally collaborative. But
Yeah.
like they do want to win. Like they want to get the new Nikes. They want to get the new fit. They want to get the shiny white people car. I mean.
Yeah, I agree.
Here we go.
Oh, is that racist to say?
What's a shiny white people car?
Ferrari? Have you ever listened to rap music? Lambo, Ferrari. I mean,
here we go back
they
to
like
rap
white
music.
people. They like black people. Okay, you wouldn't want a shiny white people watch from Europe? Of course you would. Well, you want something from Africa? Find one fucking thing in your fucking black household that's made in Africa. Ain't nothing made in Africa in your entire house.
I don't know. Maybe this table is ebony wood, so maybe it is, but I'm not sure, and I don't care.
It's not rolling down.
This is what I don't care about. But you think blacks around want Ferraris and Lamborghinis, and then you went right back to rappers. You went right back to rappers, dude. Young dudes from the ghetto. One thing that they never could have, that they thought they never could have,
like white women. Yeah,
black people from every class want that.
No. Black people.
What you talking about?
Black people, middle class black people.
Why is Trump the first black president? Why is Trump the first black president? Because everything is bling. Everything's gold.
Yo,
we go.
Black people.
I'm about to kill live.
All right, Caleb Williams has something to say. Or no, the Cubs again. Never mind.
I'm about to kill a live. So let me get everybody's last words.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Everybody's last words, but I'm about to kill a live.
Good panel. Bye, guys.
This was fun. Take it easy. Good job, Rush.
Right. Yeah, good to see you, Rush. Good to hear from you. Good to see you, Rush. Good show, man. Keep it up. Keep up the good work, man. Salute.
Yeah, shit. Yeah, thank you very much, man. I feel you.
Hey,
right, later, guys.
Hey, I feel your pain. I feel your pain, black man. Yeah.
Ole, whatever you said. All right, Rush.
Later.